Welcome to the Myriad Beast Nest, a mid-level dimension locked inside the 9 Provinces Federation. It packs 7 massive urban centers, and White-Scale City is totally the crown jewel here. Real estate around here costs an absolute fortune. Dirt basically sells for solid gold chunks. But smack in the middle of this crazy downtown, there is a huge private mansion flexing its own mountains and rivers, the city lord's absolute palace, and the dude chilling inside is the junior city lord. He is literally an isekai protagonist. Back in his past life, our guy Bai An was an actual soldier who tragically died during a heavy combat mission. But fate had other plans. His spirit got zipped right into this crazy new reality packed with monster tamers and magical pets. Skipping the usual anime trope, Bai An actually did not hijack some random dead kid's body. Bro spawned in properly as a literal baby, but kept absolutely every single memory from his past life locked and loaded. Stepping out of a morning wash, he checked the mirror and just had to hype himself up. Looking at that same face for over 10 years, he was still totally mind-blown. The guy was ridiculously, unfairly attractive. Out of nowhere, the air literally ripped open, dropping a weird creature right through a portal. Bai An just glanced over, barely even reacting to the wild entrance. It was a gold-tier, crimson-eyed silver fish. Floating through the room like water, it warned him that morning grub was totally ready. Got it. Tell the old man I will head down once I finish getting dressed. Bai An answered, super chill. Better hurry up. The fish fired back before teleporting away into thin air. By the way, that glowing swimmer was definitely not some basic house pet. It was a top-tier summon linked straight to his dad, an absolute local legend. Strolling down to the dining room, he spotted the entire crew chilling there. That gorgeous lady was his current mom, sitting right next to his annoying little sister, Bai Shu. His dad was the grumpy dude complaining. However, the white-haired boss projecting pure alpha energy at the head seat was Bai Jinggong, the actual ruler and his literal grandpa. Grandpa, when did you even get here? He asked while grabbing a seat. Today is the yearly power unlocking event. Being the boss, I gotta show up, hype the kids, and run the whole show. You are on the roster this time, kid. You absolutely need to get your powers unlocked. We are hitting the main venue together real soon. You got it, boss, he answered, playing nice. He was seriously pumped for this. This was basically the biggest deal in the entire Federation, the yearly monster taming kickoff. Every single year, the government throws this massive event to trigger superpowers in teenagers. Pass it, and you get into the elite academy to become an absolute Chad. Fail it, and enjoy a boring, painfully average life stuck in normal classes forever. In this reality, the ritual is just as stressful as those crazy final exams from his old timeline. Your summoner skills literally decide your entire rank in society. 0 talent makes you total trash to the heavy hitters. But our boy was not scared at all, just super eager. You wanna know why? Because like 4 weeks ago, he secretly unlocked an A- tier ability. Talk about the ultimate main character cheat code. His brand new skill, Hyper Instincts, was this insane psychic trait giving him cracked fighting reflexes and an absolute spider sense for upcoming threats. The power was honestly completely busted. Besides dodging hits before they happened, he could literally read pet minds, turning him into an absolute alpha over all creatures. So going to this public gig was just for show, keeping him super relaxed. Popping a top-tier psychic trait solo was seriously legendary stuff. That is pure prodigy behavior right there, and his grandpa was totally aware. Out in the main zones, mega families would go to war just to recruit the kid. The boomer knew raising that kind of crazy talent solo was impossible. Still, his boy was fated to crush goals he never reached. Regardless, the old boss felt kinda stressed. The kid was a rookie, and jumping into the big leagues too fast meant veteran players would absolutely wreck him. He had to toughen the teen up first. With that in mind, the grandpa broke the silence right as the teen sipped his drink. Kid, do not brush off this whole event. The specific trigger rock the Federation uses is an absolute god-tier artifact packed with crazy energy. We literally only have one of these bad boys, the old man warned super seriously. That gem has a totally epic backstory. Way back when the apocalypse dropped, mutant freaks attacked and mankind was straight up about to get wiped out. Things looked incredibly bleak. But during that intense survival mode, the founders stumbled onto this magical rock. The original summoners unlocked their stats with it, hard carrying the human race away from total destruction. It is basically the cornerstone of modern society, the main pillar holding everything up. Becoming an official pet master takes 3 major steps. Unlock an ability, build up an inner storage dimension, and officially catch your first monster. Even rich prodigies who unlock their skills way early get forced to attend this yearly ritual by their boomer parents. It wasn't just about bagging a sick power, but actually hijacking that ancient stone's energy to build their beast zone way ahead of schedule. Long story short, the rock was literal god-tier loot. Its vibe was totally make or break for Bai An's whole future, so he couldn't just mess around. Hearing the heavy truth from his grandpa, the dude gave a solid, respectful nod. He'd been totally nerding out on textbooks and completely slept on the rock's actual potential. But there was zero chance he'd fumble the bag now. Brothers don't just sit around spacing out. Lock in for the ceremony and build that zone. That's the only thing that matters right now. Out of nowhere, his dad smashed the table and bellowed, making both kids jump out of their skin. Whoa, why the sudden rage mode? His mom clapped back, hands firmly planted on her hips, and his dad instantly folded, dropping his volume down to a total whisper. Chill, chill. I was literally just projecting my voice a bit. I wasn't trying to be toxic or anything. Breakfast wrapped up, and a VIP driver zoomed Bai Jingong and Bai An over to the main square, where his grandpa ditched him to go prep some epic speech. The absolute second Bai An pulled up, the entire vibe of the place totally flipped. Just existing was enough to have every girl in the crowd looking at him with total hard eyes. Oh my god, young Master Bai. It's been forever. The mob rushed him with insane hype, leaving the poor guy with zero options but to flash the most awkward, forced smile ever. Boss, it's literally been a month. How did you even get this much hotter? And mind you, these weren't just your average randoms. We're talking the absolute top tier of White Dragon City, the nepo babies of generals, politicians, and literal billionaires. And obviously, as the future lord of the city, Bai An casually sat at the very top of that food chain until some crazy drama suddenly erupted. This absolutely round dude came bulldozing through the mob, screaming Bai An's name like his actual life depended on it. Bai An pulled a slick dodge, sending the chubby guy flying face first straight into the actual pavement. Bro, I literally missed you so much. Didn't you miss me? Dude, Yuan Potian, seriously drop the whole sad puppy dog routine right now. People are gonna start getting super weird ideas if you keep acting like this. Dude, why are you so ice cold? We've literally been ride or die since diapers. You're actually a lost cause, man. It's honestly a crime that a badass name like Yuan Potian was totally wasted on a goofball like you. I mean, rocking a name that literally means Heavenbreaker, Bai. And legit thought this kid was the absolute main character for a hot minute. But the second his buddy's waistline started blowing up, that whole main character theory got completely thrown out the window. Right while he was mentally mourning his bro's lost abs, this incredibly snooty voice cut through the noise. Bai An, you totally ghosted for a whole month. Honestly thought you were too much of a coward to even show up. Take the L right now, and I'll maybe go easy on you. Enter Fang Tianyu, the ultimate mean girl daughter of the vice mayor. Gorgeous, gifted, and packing a massively toxic ego. She was the one who bullied him into this stupid wager over who'd score the sicker superpower. Her confidence was honestly blinding, but Bai An just felt hardcore secondhand cringe for her. What's with the weird face? Don't even think about backing out of our deal. Relax, Fang Tianyu. The bet is totally still on. I'm literally living to see the absolute meltdown on your face when you flop. The whole deal was that the loser basically owed the winner a free favor, though obviously, this girl thought she was totally invincible. But realistically, Bai An was like 90% sure he had this in the bag. I mean, an A-tier rating is literally only beaten by the mythical S-tier. And across the entire 9 provinces federation, those S-tier freaks of nature were practically just urban legends anyway. As Bai An casually strolled off, his chubby buddy practically sprinted to catch up, frantically whispering some insane tea about Fang Tianyu's sneaky little power-up scheme. Word from his dad was that the Fang family copped some crazy secret artifact just to artificially boost her stats, which completely explained why she was acting so cocky. Honestly, whatever. That literal cheat code isn't gonna save her today anyway. Her family's got massive influence, so pulling shady strings is totally on brand for them. But his gut was screaming that she was practically harmless. She was literally just an overachiever desperately trying to flex on him. A few beats later, the entire senior class was packed tight into the main plaza. Mayor Bai Jingong grabbed the mic, dropping this wildly hype motivational speech to get everyone totally pumped up. The second the boring speech is wrapped, the mob flooded straight into the main sanctuary, where these insane glowing rocks were literally just hovering in midair. Everyone immediately locked in, dropping into a cross-legged stance for the ritual, but Bai An already knew the entire drill by heart. The government basically broadcasted the stone's raw godly energy across the whole room like Wi-Fi, an absolute flex of modern magic tech. Looking like total boss material, he shut his eyes and instantly felt that sleepy core energy straight up catching fire inside his soul. But then some crazy wildcard threw off the whole vibe. The power spiked completely out of control, yanking him right into an absolute nightmare of pain. Pure, raw voltage blasted through his veins and crash-landed straight into his brain. He literally had to put a leash on it right this second. If this rogue magic fried his brain cells, he'd be permanently brain dead. So he was 1 millisecond away from pulling the plug entirely. But in that exact microsecond, his ultimate gut-feeling power pinged hard. This wasn't a total fail. It was an absolute god-tier jackpot. That premium A-tier instinct had literally never done him dirty before. Clenching his jaw, Bai An decided to just ride out the chaos and trust the process. He just ate the pain, wrestling this insane energy. Out of nowhere, massive shockwaves blasted right off him. The proctors completely freaked out, seeing space literally bend around the guy. Yo, that was the mayor's grandson. Total chaos dropped. If he got a scratch, they were totally dead meat. The crew rushed to page the boss and Old Man Wu super fast. Word hit, the VIP stands in seconds. This giant, creepy ghost eye literally popped up over Bai Yan's head. Nobody had ever witnessed anything so insane. Even his grandpa, the big boss, was staring with his jaw totally on the floor. Wild visuals like that only drop for S-rank levels or beyond. But wait, how? Bai Yan already locked in an A-rank skill. Only one thing actually clicked. Was his gut instinct power totally evolving into an S-rank glitch? Look, in our universe, monsters can morph into crazy rare types. People do it too. Your actual soul can just completely upgrade. For anyone training monsters, this was literally the biggest glow-up ever. In all of human history, you could count these epic flexes on literally one hand. Those players turned into permanent icons, forever famous. But honestly, the old man was stressing way more than he was hyped. An evolving power meant a super dangerous awakening. Dude was so scared he almost crashed the main stage to rescue his boy. Except Elder Wu, the security chief, totally body-blocked him. He told the mayor to chill out and stop tripping. The 9 Provinces Federation owns this spot. You just run White Scale City, man. Nobody gets past this door. He chilled out a bit, promising that the official shields were totally unbroken. Bai Yan was perfectly secure. Having a genius like that meant his bloodline was seriously blessed. The old guard hyped them up, but the mayor was still sweating bullets. Meanwhile, inside, our guy was fighting his own mental boss battle. Suddenly, glowing magic text just floated right in front of him. It read heaven, earth, and humanity. Honestly, time just felt like it completely paused. When the words dipped, he let out this crazy, intense yell. He woke right up in the giant room, staring at that creepy floating magic rock. He was panting super hard, his brain totally frying. What even was that cosmic text? But bro, the real chaos was just starting. A straight-up system pop-up hit him. He just unlocked a Mythic-tier secret power called the Doomsday Eye. Perfect instincts, seeing the future, and knowing everything in his zone. Reading that literally knocked the wind out of him. He almost wiped out entirely. In our monster-catching universe, skills only go from F up to triple S rank. Triple S was supposed to be the absolute highest ceiling for any human. Yet he just broke the game with a mythic unlock. A secret skill way beyond triple S that literally nobody knew existed. It felt like a crazy prank or some dark fate. All the other kids in the room were finally wrapping up their own power unlocks. Kids were either hyped over an A rank or crying about losing. But with his upgraded vision, he could read everyone's literal stat pages. The Doomsday Eye was insane. It was a god-tier hack that ripped the mask off everything. Absolutely zero secrets could dodge his vision. The actual matrix of the universe was basically his open book. Mid-fight, he would easily spot every single blind spot and weak point his rivals had. Winning wasn't just a chance anymore, it was straight math. Dude basically snagged the most broken cheat code in real life. He was totally buzzing with hype. He had to try this out right away, sweeping his gaze across all his classmates. Mostly junk C and D levels in the crowd. A couple lucky kids had A rank upside, so this class wasn't completely helpless. Then it completely clicked in his head. Hold up, what about the actual power rock? Looking up, the info dump practically broke his brain. Yo, that wasn't a rock at all. It was an ancient, living monster. Double S rank evolution skill, basically god tier limits. Gold level magic bursts and an orange rarity health drain. Turns out, it was an old school world tree seed. Super starved and unable to sprout, it just went into permanent sleep mode. Bai Yan was totally shook, realizing he was chilling under a mythic god pet. A voice over the speaker snapped him back, telling kids to log their scores. Honestly though, his brain was still doing backflips over the reveal. The whole reason their massive empire even existed was literally a sleeping deity. Did the big bosses know? If they did, that was some massive brain planning. If they were clueless, that was pure nightmare fuel. 3 moves total, 1 at God rank and 2 at the absolute ceiling. If that beast ever woke up, the entire country would be doomed. Real life was turning out way more messed up than he ever guessed. Finally, he was up. He strolled right over to the scanner and slapped his hand on the pad. The tech buzzed. It read a rank soul magic and A-tier instincts. He just scoffed, totally knowing his real power was light years beyond that. Out of nowhere, the thing started screaming about a system crash. It literally couldn't read past a rank and just completely broke down. Sirens went totally crazy, making the crew freak out. But Old Man Wu just walked up, looking like he already knew what was up. Chill out. This rusty junk crashes at anything S-tier or above. We haven't had one in white scale forever, so no wonder it blue-screened. Old Man Wu caught the glitch while I was powering up, totally guessing it was just some ultra-rare S-class 6th sense. He made the admins write it down by hand. S-tier? Please. Calling my actual stats S-tier is borderline disrespectful. Whatever, I figured. Staying low-key is the ultimate flex anyway. When they dropped the S-rank news, the whole room went absolutely feral. People were hyping me up, shouting about how the legendary young boss was literally built for the top. They were whining about my genetics, a diamond-tier grandpa, and an S-class kid. Bro, the RNG is just unfair. I just gave them a cringe smile. If an S-tier had them geeking out, my actual mythic stats would straight up give them heart attacks. Honestly though, huge win. That busted scanner was the best alibi for my literal god-killer vibes. Stepping out, my grandpa was stressing hard. He literally sprinted over and grabbed me like my life was ending. He was freaking out about the mutation, asking if I was okay. I looked down, low-key feeling bad about lying. I told him I was in God mode, just super bummed I missed the perfect timing to spawn my tamer zone. He just burst out laughing, smacking my shoulder. He told me to drop it because it was seriously no big deal. Bumping my stats from A to S? Bro, that is literally a server-breaking achievement in his eyes. All he cared about was me being safe. Then he hyped up our family's massive vault, totally flexing our unlimited budget. He promised we would speedrun building my tamer zone, so I honestly had 0 reasons to stress. I was literally 1 second away from spilling the tea about my actual mythic upgrade. But boom, my Doomsday Eye flashed red like a crazy pop-up ad telling me to zip it. So I did. Guess Mythic-tier is too risky even for family group chats. From now on, playing it sneaky was my only survival strategy. Since I was itching to test things out, I ran a quick scan with my new UI. A 10-meter radar ping dropped. And bro, the details were actually scary. Nobody could hide, not players or mobs. I was buzzing with pure hype. This hack was too OP. I was grinning, knowing that a few level ups meant I would have a global wall hack. Literally an omniscient admin at that point. Still riding that power trip, I was about to log off and nap. Then my Doomsday Eye caught crazy lag. A massive laser beam blasted right out of the spawn point into the sky. Inside that glow, some fire-type beast flared its wings, dropping a massive gravity debuff on everyone. I squinted at the sky. Was that the signature howl of the Fang Squad's fiery mascot? Grandpa stared at the crazy light show, looking dead serious. He called it an S-tier glitch. He totally knew it was the Fang family's signature inferno, meaning one of their kids just hit the jackpot. Not gonna lie, I was kind of salty. I was totally planning to flex on that Fang girl and watch her rage quit when I clapped her. But karma is toxic. Now we were both verified S-tiers on the public leaderboards. Sure, I was secretly mythic, but to the noobs, we were tied. Totally ruined my vibe, honestly. Her tutorial was officially over. The event was cooked. 0 drama left to clip. I tried to dip, but barely moved an inch before Grandpa snapped in his 2 best stealth mains, Shi and Bao. These twins straight up clipped out of the shadows, looking like absolute final bosses. Grandpa knows this server is super toxic. Being S-tier makes you public enemy #1 for salty haters. So he turned the twins into my personal meat shields. Solo queue was permanently banned for me. Staring at 2 gold-tier bodyguards, I realized the old man was playing 4D chess all along. Honestly, getting babysat 24/7 is basically a VIP prison, but you do not just argue with the guildmaster. Then he handed me this massive, drippy key. It was the vault pass to go grab crystals for my new zone. Soon as I saw that loot pass, my bad mood evaporated into a massive smirk. Trust me, having the city mayor as your family is just built different. Those crystals are basically pure XP batteries, crazy rare drops for leveling up zones. Usually, only high levels pop them for rank ups. Just one piece flips for 19,000 bucks on the dark web. Even with that insane price tag, rich factions go to war for them, and they are always out of stock. and my family was literally storing them like gravel. I speedwalked straight into our main base's hyper-secure loot room. He told Ba and Bao to hold down the fort and make sure nobody messed with him. The twins dipped out in respect while Bai slid the key in, beat the retinal scan, and passed the blood check before the lock finally popped. Those incredibly heavy gears screamed as the giant blast doors slowly dragged themselves open. Inside was a whole century of his family's ultimate flexes, a room reserved purely for god-tier loot. Bai snatched up a rainbow spider core like it was absolute trash, which is wild since one caused a massive bidding war just last year. Elite clans nearly went to war over it until the Fangs dropped $150 million, only to lose it to Bai's crew anyway. But he totally ignored that shiny garbage, zooming straight for the real jackpot. Spirit crystals locked up inside a hardcore metal crate. Your average dude would flex forever just owning one tiny piece of these things. This single crate held 300 crystals, a wild $300 million just chilling there, and he counted 12 more exactly like it. Dude wasn't just hanging out in a safe room. He was practically swimming in raw cash, instantly realizing what an insane cheat code this was. While everyone else was grinding, he literally spawned at the finish line. And right now, magic cash meant absolutely everything. Basically, some bottom-tier scrub only needed one crystal to build their zone, while a top-tier prodigy might burn through 30. But for an absolute freak with mythical potential like Bai, he guessed he'd easily drop 200 or 300 just to fuel his powers. Before the question even left his brain, this sick glowing screen just popped up out of nowhere. The interface literally read his mind, stating a basic mythical zone costs 333 spirit crystals. An upgraded setup eats 666 crystals, while a flawless one demands 999, leaving Bai completely shook. His power was literally dropping facts before he even wondered about them, making him mutter about how insanely broken this was. This totally wrecked literally every search engine on the planet, proving his legendary skill was low-key packing features he couldn't even fathom. Thinking about maxing out those stats got him ridiculously hyped, but he had to handle his main quest first. Bringing that absolute rich kid energy, Bai locked in the flawless mythical zone for 999 crystals. While Bai locked himself in the vault to grind out his insanely overpowered base, his dad was outside cracking up as a massive wave of fan mail flooded their mansion right after news dropped about his awakening, because hitting a top-tier rating meant every suit in town was desperately trying to kiss up to the boss. But they all really wanted a piece of Bai. Literally yesterday, Lady Fang was already snooping around to see if he was single. Bai's mom couldn't stop smiling, grinning like absolute crazy. She still saw him as a kid, but after that ceremony, it felt like he grew up literally overnight. Speaking of which, his dad was definitely stressing out since his kid had been ghosting them inside that vault for a solid week. Even with his usual tough guy act, he was low-key terrified that something horribly wrong had happened to his son. Meanwhile, his grandpa Bai Jingsung was totally chill, telling everyone to relax since his grandson's crazy talent was completely unique. Building a monster zone obviously burns way more time and energy than normal, the old man insisted, trying to calm his stressed son. But the second those words dropped, a totally insane energy spike hit the area. The vibe was so heavy that even the chill grandpa jumped out of his seat, instantly knowing his kid had completely nailed it. After burning through 999 spirit crystals, Bai cooked up a zone so massive it was honestly scary. Even Bai was totally mind-blown when he opened his eyes, realizing his new monster zone was ridiculously enormous. Every textbook claims a fresh zone should just be an empty white cube about 10 square meters big. Yet his custom realm could easily swallow 1,000 of those basic rooms, rocking actual mountains and rivers like a living, breathing planet. Out of nowhere, a pop-up dinged, confirming his flawless mythical zone just unlocked some seriously overpowered passive abilities. For starters, it put his pet's growth speeds on absolute hyperdrive. Second, it totally wiped any nasty debuffs. And lastly, it packed a massive chance to trigger a monster's hidden power. Bai literally gasped out loud over these extra specs since he knew basic setups never scored random bonus buffs. That kind of luck was basically a 1 in a million drop. Yet his fresh realm spawned with 3 unique buffs that were all completely game-breaking. There's basically one hardcore rule when it comes to taming monsters. The higher a monster's potential, the longer it takes to level up, meaning most dudes literally die of old age before their pets peak. But hanging out inside this specific energy zone, even the craziest legendary beasts would level up at terrifying speeds. Just rocking those 3 buffs guaranteed he was going down as the most overpowered teen tamer in the whole Alliance's history. And we can't forget the ultimate detox perk. Normally, if your summon gets mind-controlled, iced, torched, or poisoned, they're completely benched. Fixing them burns massive time and cash. But my guy Ban, he just bounces them back into his tamer realm for a quick sec. They drop right back in looking brand new, hyped and ready to wreck. Oh, and the craziest part? The secret ability unlock. Literally the most broken cheat code ever. A monster's potential is usually locked from day one. You'd normally need insane mythic loot for an upgrade, but his dimension spams this miracle automatically with zero limits. Dropping 999 spirit crystals to craft this flawless, god-tier dimension was absolutely the ultimate flex. Bai An was beyond hyped about it. A normal household dropping over 1 billion federal coins just for a starter pack? Delusional. Thank God I respawned filthy rich. He hyped himself up while shoving those massive vault doors wide open. The 4 big shot family elders were posted up outside. Seeing him walk out, they swarmed him. Yo, Bai An, you good bro? You literally haven't had a crumb or drop in a week. You're practically a skeleton. But he only cared about one thing. Bro was starving. Basic rich kid meals he used to ignore suddenly looked like absolute heaven. Etiquette was totally out the window. He inhaled his plate like an absolute savage. Grandpa Jingong and his parents just watched their VIP golden child absolutely feast. Once stuffed, he finally dropped the bomb. So, yeah, Gramps, I totally blew through 999 spirit crystals. Total jump scare moment for them. 999 crystals is literally north of 1 billion cash. His dad practically folded, slumping into a chair completely shook. He stuttered out, shivering. Bai An, you're a literal menace to our bank account. Grandpa played it cooler, though he was totally stress-sweating bullets right then. Thank God their clan was ridiculously stacked with cash. Otherwise, this kid would have speedrun them into bankruptcy. Crazy that a glitched S-rank skill burns through that much loot, Jingong muttered, swiping his forehead. Bai An almost corrected the guy. It was actually a god-tier mythic ability, but he kept that wild secret locked down and just went back to chewing. After officially entering a food coma, he tapped out. Then Grandpa suddenly remembered a major side quest. My main summon, that red-eyed goldfish, just dropped a whole batch of eggs. You need to check them out. Spot one with the right vibes. And you can lock in a soul tie right now. That goldfish mention had him jumping up totally hyped, but the sudden flex wrecked his stomach, almost making him hurl his whole feast. Once his gut chilled out, Grandpa dragged him to the monster egg vault. The crew inside was operating with insane focus. Their crew was legendary for hydro-type taming, rocking classified hacks to keep a massive roster of top-tier spawns. Plus, they hoarded every single item needed to power up these monsters. That's exactly why their kids always grab a water elemental first. Backed by crazy family funds, they speed level straight into the big leagues stupid fast. Our boy thought he was ready to see the stash, but the actual setup smacked him silly. The insane amount of premium eggs had him totally shook. This was no regular closet. It was a legit power vault. Even the trash tier summons here debuted at Junior Silver with guaranteed gold rank potential once grown. But for an absolute god tier noob, rocking a mythic skill, settling for average was pure disrespect. His whole vibe screamed top of the food chain energy only. That's why Grandpa dragged him way back into the VIP zone, pointing straight at the diamond-level red-eyed goldfish. They call it a fish, but its energy gave off straight-up dragon vibes. The second Bai An made eye contact, his mod menu triggered. A holographic stat screen popped up out of nowhere, his scanner eye booted up on its own. The stat dump was insane. An absolute water-type boss maxing out diamond rank with an S-tier tidal wave passive. Major plot twist, though. Its HP core was totally busted and leaking energy, but its moveset was lethal, rocking 1 purple tier nuke, backed by 2 blue tier critical hits. Honestly, a monster with game-breaking potential. Total buzzkill that such a sick creature was stuck with a nerfed core. What kind of disaster actually shatters a diamond-level boss? Before he could deep dive, his grandpa gave the sign, and the giant swam closer. Look here, old pal, the old man muttered, showing major respect. Bai An finally got his summoner awakening. Hook us up, man, let him adopt one of your offspring. The giant beast nodded, looking way too smart. Bai An, meanwhile, was doing the math, wondering if his scanning skill had a patch for that broken core. Then it hit him. A couple of spirit eggs just chilling next to the giant creature. Option 1? A glowing white-scaled fish rocking an A-tier ability and diamond-level upside. Total textbook prodigy, packing a blue-tier Riptide strike and solid green-tier backup moves like Bubble Shield and Water Lice. Take your pick, kid, his grandpa pushed, but Bai An was locked onto egg number 2. Same breed, but his gut swore this one hit totally different. His system screen literally blew up with notifications. This wasn't a normal fish, it was an absolute beast. Double abilities. Hiding right behind that A-tier stat was a secret S-tier banger called Godspeed Hydro Control. Forget diamond ceiling, we are talking maxed out purple. 4 starting moves out the gate, literally unheard of. 2 ultra-rare purple ultimates plus a pair of green backups. Straight up the ultimate flex for any beginner. His scanner eye broke it down. This little guy was a literal freak of nature, blessed by the gods with 2 times the juice. The catch though? Those double traits were totally parasitic, sucking the egg dry way faster than it could heal up. Bro was literally wasting away before he even hatched. A red-eyed goldfish evolution gone totally rogue. Bai An didn't even blink. I am taking this one. His grandpa looked at him like he had lost his mind. The old man freaked. It is shriveling up. The energy is practically zero. It is totally busted and probably won't even survive popping out. Catching his slip up in front of the beast mom, the grandpa immediately bowed down to the massive fish, saying sorry for being so brutally honest. He wasn't trashing her family tree, but he wouldn't let his kid risk everything on a doomed hatchling. Bai An wasn't backing down though. His gaze was pure, hardcore focus. Just trust me, Gramps. My instincts are screaming this is my ticket to the absolute top. He secretly knew what was up. Out of all 10,000 creatures in this nest, nothing aquatic could even touch this hidden gem. Seeing that crazy drive, the old man caved. Alright, fine. But Mama gets the last word here. You have got to win her over first. Bai An geared up to plead his case or do some crazy ceremony, but the giant goldfish threw them a massive curveball. Whipping around, she ripped a glowing scale straight off her stomach. Blood clouded the pool as she slapped that piece onto the fading shell. Bai An's jaw dropped. A goodbye present? Insane, his grandpa muttered. That is an actual origin scale. It literally regens life force and buffs water moves by 10%. That is crazy expensive, top-tier loot. So yeah, permission granted. She was just a grateful mom throwing a Hail Mary to save her doomed kid. Picking the runt sparked a massive ray of hope for her. And with that scale attached, making it out alive wasn't just a maybe anymore. It was basically guaranteed. I put my life on this, Bai An hyped up, gripping the shell and that shiny golden drop. I am turning him into an absolute boss. He promised both his granddad and the watchful mom. Back at his base, it was grind time. He carefully dropped the fragile shell and the glowing piece into a customized setup filled with pure magic water. Then he went full alchemist, chucking in dragon root, snow seeds, and crimson berries. Dude literally dumped a mansion's worth of premium loot inside. It turned into a sketchy, glowing sludge of crazy energy that low-key looked toxic. Anyone else would think he was totally throwing. But the payoff was insane. The crusty shell smoothed out, totally radiating with overpowered, fresh energy. His cheat eye called it perfectly. That ultra-rare recipe flipped a literal ghost into a supernova of raw power. The egg was perfectly fixed. Hatching time. Bai An went ahead and triggered the soul link. Their magical auras synced up, locking in a pact guaranteed to break the meta. Boom, nailed it. The whole room flashed bright white. The shell shattered, and out popped his new main, the white-scaled fish, totally revamped. Skip to a month later in the training zone, and its growth was scary fast. Thanks to that crazy soup, it unlocked another S-tier buff called Netherworld Power, plus a toxic water strike. Its max level broke through the roof again, shooting all the way up to mid-monarch tier. Like player, like pet, main characters straight up ignore the rules. Even as a total noob, it one-shot a level 5 mob like it was nothing. Bai An just smirked. Plot armor goes hard when you are the MC. His fish was built different, making the rest of the clan's summons look like absolute trash. But farming low levels was not enough. To rank up from 0 to iron, they needed some hardcore battlefield action. Strength is literally everything here. The grind goes from unranked straight through iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Past that, you hit amethyst, monarch, epic legend, all the way up to the absolutely broken god tier. Right now, his buddy was still unranked, a brutal 9-level starting zone. But the speedrun to god status was officially on. You only unlock your summon's actual skill tree once it grows up and hits that black iron milestone. Hitting the wild to grind wasn't some side quest, it was literally life or death. Mind made up, Bai An flexed his white scale fish and told Bai and Bao to pack their bags right off the bat. They were heading to the scorching Zuhuo district, the 10,000 spider nest, a crazy huge realm with 7 core cities. 7 smaller hubs circled every major city, and Bai An had his eyes locked on Zuhuo Street, a district run by Balin City. Dead center of this zone was an active volcano crawling with flame-spitting bugs called Zuhuo spiders. Most of these mobs were complete scrubs, with only the absolute top tier barely touching black iron status. Literally the absolute best farming spot to carry his white-scale fish to the next level. Pulling up to the Bai An bullet train checkpoint, someone suddenly started screeching his name over the crowd. "How dare you ghost me, Bai An?" He rolled his eyes, didn't even need to check to know it was Fang Tanu. He straight up ignored her. They both scored S-rank skills, total main character energy, so their old bet was totally cancelled out. But homegirl was absolutely raging, her energy practically catching fire with pure salt. "Okay, we tied, but you literally ditched me after the ceremony. Am I a joke to you?" Bai An was low-key stunned. She was acting entirely too extra. She stalked him all the way here, fully convinced he was catching a train just to dodge her. "You toxic backstabber," she shrieked, making everyone turn and stare. Fantastic. Now the whole station thought he was some major player breaking hearts. Things were getting out of hand fast. He tried ducking onto the train, but she literally dived to snatch his sleeve. "Hold up, you are not leaving until you hear me out." Before she even touched him, Bao blocked her with a freezing energy wall. "Miss Fang, show some class." The bodyguard's tone was deadpan, dropping an insane amount of pressure that locked Fang Tanu completely in place. A rookie S-rank prodigy stood absolutely zero chance against a legit gold-tier beastmaster. Spooked, she yanked her hand back super embarrassed, but she still wouldn't drop the attitude. Since she chased him down, she demanded a proper pet duel the second the semester kicked off. Bai An just gave her a whatever nod to quiet her down and hopped on, keeping a straight face while mentally raging. This girl was an absolute walking disaster with the most toxic vibes ever. If their parents weren't tight, he would have wrecked her on the spot. Lucky for her, the intercom cut in. The Zuhuo Express was pulling out, so he blocked out the noise and locked in on his grind. The dead man's land between the urban centers was basically a slaughterhouse swarming with wild beasts. Unless you rolled with a cracked raiding party, going solo was an instant game over. But people still gotta get around. So society cooked up a crazy ride to smash right through the mob zones, and it was 0% mechanical. We are talking a 1,000-blade centipede, a 100-meter armored beast acting as a fleshy bullet train, carrying passengers in its segments. A stronger insect meant better security on the road, which obviously meant insanely jacked up prices. But honestly, a rich kid like Bai An could afford to buy out the entire bug with spare change. Cash flow was elite, but keeping it real from his previous life, he wasn't about to flex for no reason. At least, that was the plan. He tapped for premium seating, but the screen straight up flashed red and rejected his card. Coach tickets only. So embarrassing having the crew shove him to the cheap seats. He sighed heavily, his grandpa was definitely trolling him. Right before leaving, the old man hit him with this whole speech about touching grass, facing hardships, and gaining street smarts. Still, forcing him to fly coach without his security detail was insanely foul. The cheap seats were obnoxiously loud, with randoms yapping non-stop. Fed up, Bai An flicked on his apocalyptic vision. Turns out the loudmouths were just kids from Mining Rock Academy, some local high school in the Bai An district. Their stat sheets were totally depressing. Over a year of training and their pets were barely unranked garbage. He grinned. Seriously, the power scaling difference between an overpowered main character and random background extras was crazy. They were utter noobs. But his whole ego trip stopped instantly when he spotted this one girl chilling in the corner, Xiao Kubai. He did a double take. She was rocking a secret S-rank skill for stealing luck, but she was just sitting by herself like a complete outcast. Then karma kicked in. Some other chick strutted right past Xiao's spot. Out of nowhere, the girl completely face-planted on flat ground. And instead of blushing, she just went straight into absolute psycho mode. "Freak, keep your hands off me. Seriously, you're a walking disaster. If I get a single scratch, you're coughing up the cash." Xiao Yi just mumbled, sorry, totally used to the hate. But honestly, playing the victim just made the jerk even madder. Zip it, don't even breathe in my direction. Bai Xian watched the drama unfold. Turns out, she was also an S-tier with some crazy mystery power. Power like that should have made headlines everywhere. So why the heck was she stuck in this dump of a school instead of getting scouted by the capital? An absolute prodigy, just wasting away in the middle of nowhere with a bunch of clueless losers. The math wasn't mathing. Something shady was definitely going down, and Bai Xian was totally ready to bust it wide open. The Centipede Express ripped across the Badlands, hitting Zhuo City insanely fast. When the doors opened, Xiao Yi hopped off looking super miserable. Bai Xian tailed her, practically glaring daggers. "Bai Xiao," he muttered, "got a gig for you." She popped up behind him like a literal ghost. Looks like his granddad had planted her as a secret bodyguard, totally ready to throw down if things got sketchy. Bai Xian nodded at the girl dragging her feet up ahead. "Get me the full scoop on her history, right now." Drop the entire file. His normally super chill maid totally broke character, flashing this sneaky little smirk. Ooh, boss, did love at first sight just hit you? She teased. Bai Xian killed that vibe instantly. Yeah, right. She's just a wild card. If we get her on our squad before she gets crazy strong, the Bai family is going straight to the top. Strategy locked in, he flipped back to the main quest. This place was crawling with those annoying fire bamboo spiders. Bai Xian spawned his white-silver fish, throwing it straight into a 1 versus 7 brawl against the bugs. They might have been trash-tier mobs, but those spiders fought like absolute psychopaths. Getting swarmed forced the fish into a seriously sketchy survival game. But hey, the winner was never really in doubt. Barely 60 seconds later, 4 level 5 spiders were totally wrecked. The fish was way more cracked here than in the arena. Bai Xian checked the stats. Normally, a basic water spear just pokes a hole in their armor. But nah, these bugs got absolutely deleted. That passive buff water flow breaking force was juicing up every single hydro attack into a massive nuke. His eye of truth locked it in. Damn, he totally didn't realize the white scale fish was packing that kind of heat. Time to hunt some real bosses. You only get to level up by catching hands from way stronger monsters. That's just the golden rule of leveling. In this universe, how well you spam your skills literally separates the noobs from the pros. You start out as a rookie, hit pro, elite, and finally legendary perfection. His pet was rocking 5 moves. If they didn't grind them out, those skills would stay totally useless when things actually got sketchy. Think about a sword swing. A total noob can chop down a piece of bamboo, but maxed out, that exact same swing literally cleaves a mountain. The skill gap is insane. Give a pro a basic move, and it becomes a literal nuke. Snapping out of it, the bug horde rushed in again. Time to start the crazy grind session. For a whole week, Dude and Fish just went goblin mode in combat. 7 straight days of wrecking stuff, and the pet's vibe was off the charts. Even when those annoying webs actually connected, the fish didn't even flinch. Taking damage just ticked it off, making its counters way more brutal. Bai Xian ran the math another week of this, hits level 9 easy. Flawless manual leveling. Out of nowhere, Bai Ji just glitched out of the shadows, dipping into a bow. Boss, Bai Xiao and I finished digging into Xiao Yi. It's super depressing. She lost her folks in a wreck way back. Word is, she's literally cursed to wreck everyone around her, so her entire family ghosted her entirely. Her parents left her drowning in debt. If she hadn't unlocked her power and got the temple's protection, the loan sharks would have definitely trafficked her. She actually tried making friends at school, but anyone who hung out with her got totally wrecked by bad luck. So now she's a total outcast, ghosted by everyone. But honestly, she's tough as nails and still grinding. She's working crazy hours to pay off the cash. But the funny thing? Every shop she works at ends up tanking or going totally broke. The curse is legit, Bai Xian thought. A power that literally uses bad luck as a weapon? Sick. Her record was spotless and her mindset was elite. She was an absolute hidden gem. He glanced at Bai Ji. Go deeper. Did any glitchy stuff happen when she first leveled up? Bai Ji gave a serious nod. For sure, she was the very last one up. The second she unlocked her power, the scanner totally bricked itself. Even the staff started having random freak accidents. They rushed a backup scanner and just slapped an F rank on her. But Bai Xian wasn't buying it. He knew she was a walking S-tier disaster waiting to pop off. A massive smirk hit his face. Her vibe was so insanely strong it literally broke reality and the tech around her. This was getting so unbelievably hype. He dropped his next order like an absolute boss. Hit up Guangnam City, wipe her slate clean, and ship her straight to Whitescale's beast-taming prep school. Bai Ji dropped her serious act, flashing that exact same teasing grin Bisha had. She was totally geeking out inside. Our boy is finally catching feelings. Such a massive flex, literally buying a girl's freedom just to switch her schools. Is this how crazy rich kids flirt? Bai Xian could basically read her unhinged Wattpad fantasies. He was just about to snap at her when a totally blood-curdling shriek echoed out. It was Xiao Gubai running for her life from a fire bamboo spider. Bai Xian barked an order, and his white-scaled fish zoomed ahead to block it. Catching onto the whole knight in shining armor vibe, Bai Shi instantly dipped to give them some alone time. Dude sighed internally. She completely ghosted before he could even explain. Xiao Gubai was eating dirt, and leaving a girl stranded wasn't his style. He offered a hand, but she totally panicked and scrambled to her feet by herself. She was paranoid, her cursed luck would rub off on him. Then it clicked. Wait, you are that guy from the train. Introductions followed. Xiao couldn't stop staring at her sketchy savior. The dude literally one-tapped a black iron spider. Absolute unit. Since she was totally speechless, Bai Xian broke the awkwardness. What is a student doing way out in the red zone? Where is your squad? Her face instantly dropped. We got split up, ran straight into a freakish mutant fire bamboo spider. Anyone else would be making out their will, but Bai An practically hit the lottery. His eyes gleamed as he snatched her wrist. Show me where, right now. The sudden contact made her blush super hard. She yanked her arm away, shaking. No way, that is suicide. Plus, hanging around me is literally cursed, she mumbled. But Bai An could not care less about some superstition. Homeboy was strictly chasing that level up. He grabbed her again, hauling her toward the mutant's den, bragging that his fish would totally wreck it, giving off major main character energy. This whole setup was honestly big brain. The ultimate 2-for-1 deal. His pet farm's free experience, and flexing his insane skills would basically guarantee she joins his family's ranks. Hiding up in the rafters, Bai was spying on her boss. Seeing the hand-holding, she was mentally screaming like she was binging a spicy drama. But that whole romantic illusion crashed hard the second she caught his actual facial expression. Total goosebumps. Behind that cheeky grin was pure, unfiltered murder intent. Meanwhile, Xiao Gubai guided him right to the monster's front door. Sure, its base stats were garbage, but packing 2 natural abilities? That is a super rare glitch you do not mess around with. A basic copper tier mob rocking a dual skill combo practically screamed one obvious fact. There was definitely top tier loot stashed in that cave. Bai An instantly called out his fish, his battle aura going totally off the charts. Xiao was physically shaking, pleading to back out. Are you crazy? Low levels like us will get utterly shredded by that thing. But Bai An did not even flinch, his eyes radiating pure ego. Chill out, just stand back and watch the magic happen. He dropped his strategy. Spam water impact to clear out the trash mobs first. Keep the rupture skill ready for the big guy. The fish gave a nod and dashed in screaming. That massive racket completely killed the stealth vibe, waking the absolute terror sleeping inside. Detecting an uninvited guest and realizing it was just some scrub tier level 8 pet, the mutant boss absolutely lost its mind. How could some squishy weakling dare to crash its personal lounge? Dropping a roar that rattled the whole cave, the boss signaled its swarm to jump the trespasser. But honestly, this fish was built different. Glowing with crazy energy, it blasted a tsunami that wiped the entire mob off the map in one shot. The boss was completely gagged. The mutant went totally berserk, redlining its stats, dead set on turning this aquatic dude into spicy sashimi. The temperature spiked insanely fast. Those water shots just vaporized against the intense firewall. Spotting the hazard, Bai An yelled, "Spam that rapid dodge, right now!" The pet reacted instantly, dodging a literal game over by inches. That rapid skill kicked in, cranking its movement speed to the max, since it already ground its water mastery to the ultra tier level. Juking those fiery hits felt like a walk in the park. The mutant kept swinging wildly, going absolutely feral with its strikes. Still, the scaly bro glided through the mess like an actual ghost. Spotting an exploit, it zoomed in for an aerial counter. But Bai An barked out a warning to keep it grounded. Do not fall for the bait. Wipe the remaining minions first. Phase 2 of this boss fight has not even triggered. Snapping back to the game plan, the fish spun around to obliterate the leftover mobs. Watching its entire squad get deleted, the mutant let out a screech of totally unfiltered rage. Bai An flashed a cocky grin. They had successfully baited out the boss's ultimate attack. The incoming nuke was apocalyptic, but his pet was completely chilled out, effortlessly sliding past the hit before slapping back with a brutal rupture combo, sniping the monster right in the kneecaps. Bai An laser-focused on the action. Basic type advantage, right? Water always claps fire. They totally had the elemental upper hand, making a flawless victory seem basically guaranteed at that point. Honestly, it felt way too easy. His gut screamed that something was off, and yep, that sneaky monster had totally set them up. Those missed attacks? Completely fake. The creature was actually stringing see-through webs all over the entire cave. The longer they fought, the worse the trap got. The room literally turned into a prison, totally locking down his pet's mobility. Momentum instantly shifted. Seeing the massive threat, Bai An screamed out to finish the fight right that second. Hit it with netherwater erosion. His aquatic buddy got the memo, dumping literally all its stamina into one massive finisher. A crazy wave of energy exploded outward, breaking into tons of different blasts that absolutely blitzed from everywhere at once. The freaky bug got totally wiped off the map instantly. Still, pulling off that insane win definitely took a heavy toll. Completely drained, his buddy passed out. Bai An swooped in to catch him right as the prompt popped up hitting unranked level 9. Quest completely cleared. Smiling to himself, he swapped his exhausted buddy back into his tamer inventory so he could chill out. Looking super nervous, Xiaoi crept up asking if his pet was alright. He totally brushed it off. claiming the guy just needed sleep. He walked over to grab the drops, but before he even pulled his weapon, the girl was already diving headfirst into the mess. Honestly, her carving technique was just insanely top tier. Hyped by her skills, Bai An chilled and popped his apocalypse vision to hunt for secret loot, but her crazy screaming interrupted him. "Yo, Bai An, come check out this absolutely insane drop I just pulled from the main monster." She was literally holding Awakening Origin Stones, crazy rare items that unlock fresh abilities, and are basically the ultimate cheat code here. She somehow managed to snatch the absolute best drop before his crazy busted vision skills even registered it. Her random number generator luck was genuinely scary. Bai An was totally speechless since he only knew of 2 ways to trigger new abilities: the official government relic and his personal system. Finding a gem like this out here was straight up invaluable across the 9 regions. Players would literally murder for that kind of loot. Since she lacked an inspect ability, Xiaoyi was just completely clueless. And Bai An definitely was not about to spill the beans. She was chill, but that level of broken power could easily turn anyone super toxic. Playing it cool, he casually lied and said he had 0 clue what they were, but promised to check with the clan bosses later. Totally buying it without question, Xiaoyi just agreed and went straight back to slicing up the giant bug. Watching her emotional walls drop, Bai An decided to strike. He asked her to join his turf, leaving the girl completely mind-blown. "Are you seriously asking me to tag along?" she stuttered. He just nodded, prompting her to violently stab the monster again to hide her panic. To her, the guy was basically a walking legend, whereas she saw herself as nothing but a walking disaster and total bad luck charm. A literal freak everyone hated. Saying yes to that kind of carry felt completely wrong. "You are totally off base," he said, shattering her toxic mindset. "You are not a freak, you are just one of a kind." He smoothly grabbed the knife from her shaky grip to stop her stress stabbing. Next, he dropped the massive invite to officially join the super elite Bai clan over in Balan City. He swore he would open her eyes to a crazy new reality, introducing her to the absolute top tiers of monster controlling. "Wait, the Bai clan? Like the squad run by the diamond tier legend Jinggong?" She freaked out. "Bingo," he smiled. "You in or what?" He held out his hand, offering her a legit lifeline. Looking at it, a tiny bit of optimism finally lit up her depressing reality. Perhaps things would actually not suck this time around. Shaking like crazy, she grabbed his hand, fully committing to the ride. Right then and there, she secretly swore absolute loyalty. She decided she would pay back that mega favor 10 times over with her own life. Smirking, Bai An hyped up a cool starter pack for his new squad mate. Ripping away the silk, he showed off a batch of shiny, corrupted spider eggs. Since the boss dropped them, they basically had the crazy potential to start a completely brand new skill tree. This was literally the beta version of a fresh monster type. Raised right, these bugs would farm infinite clout and cash for their faction. "Grab whichever one you want," he told her. "Think of it as the ultimate vibe check to officially join the crew." "A trial? You are telling me to link up with a new pet?" she nervously asked. "Yep," he nodded, mentioning that mental links are not actually permanent. They can totally be snapped. Once a player levels up, starter pets basically turn into massive dead weight during boss fights. The meta here literally forces you to dump trash tier units for better ones. You can violently rip up the mental connection to reset it, or you straight up execute your current pet. Sweating bullets, Xiaoyi stepped up while her gut went absolutely completely crazy. She blindly grabbed an egg, immediately snagging the absolute highest tier drop. Bai An just smirked. Her loot radar was insanely busted. But here came the horrible catch. Snapping the bond caused brutal recoil that could kill her, while the second option was purely evil. What was her play? Literally, without missing a single beat, she decided to just tank the damage and slice the bond. No way was she taking out her only bug bestie. Breaking that connection literally had her coughing up red. Bai An sprinted over, totally freaking out. "You good?" She brushed it off, pushing through insane amounts of pain just to give her little guy a real send-off. The two of them had been through the absolute trenches, so parting ways was honestly breaking her heart. She stared until the dude vanished from sight. Watching that pure loyalty totally confirmed for Bai An that he just scored an absolute top-tier teammate. Drama over, our duo hit up the shady underground market in Fire Bamboo City to cop some solid upgrades. The shopkeeper pulled the classic fake mad routine, gesturing at some rocks. 9,000? Bro, you're missing a whole zero there. No way I'm dropping the price. But Bai An wasn't born yesterday. He hit him with a knowing smirk. "Chief, do I look like a gullible noob to you?" He cranked up his own fake outrage. "Stop capping. We both know this crystal is absolute garbage. There's literally zero juice left in it." Busted. The vendor finally dropped the act. "All right, fine. It's busted, but there could be ancient data hidden inside. A matching elemental pet could totally absorb a new move from this. Bai An hit him with the fake thinking face. Fair point, but the drop rate for a skill on a busted rock is basically 0. I'm literally only buying it for the aesthetic. Reality check though, his overpowered hack was already running. The glowing interface was going crazy in his head. Red glow, bird crystal, mega boss tier, broken state, drops the sky, meteor blaze move. Having a cheat code is actually insane. A massive smirk crept onto his face, totally catching his girl off guard. Scoring a legendary drop in this nowhere village, her crazy luck buff was carrying them hard. The vendor sighed, looking totally defeated. Okay, let's compromise. 90,000. Our guy immediately turned around. Yeah, never mind. The classic fake walkout trick works on literally everyone from thrift moms to shady dealers. The seller started sweating. Hold up, 10,000, absolute lowest I'll go. Bai An instantly locked it in, but out of nowhere, some random dude chimed in from the back. Pause right there. In walks this flashy dude rocking purple hair, staring at the loot like he was starving. I'll take that garbage off your hands. This guy had mega main character syndrome, just asking to get humbled. Total hair flip and everything. 20,000. Bai An instantly swatted his hand back. The absolute nerve of this guy. Yo man, his tone got incredibly deep and serious. Sniping my trade is a major party foul. The flashy prep just scoffed. The transaction isn't done, bro. It's a free market. He shoved a finger right in Bai An's face. Plus, checking out your fit, do you even hold 20 grand, pet boy? Cue the classic ego flex. My uncle literally runs Fire Bamboo City. Move over, and I might just throw some pocket change your way. Just your typical Nepo baby trying to use family clout. But then his creepy stare locked right onto the girl. The purple-haired weirdo couldn't stop staring at Xiao. Bai An was physically cringing. Flawless skin. Adorable vibe. Total 10 out of 10, the creep whispered. Okay, playtime was officially over. Bai An was completely out of chill. Since we're both eyeing the same prize, let's handle this for real. Sudden deathmatch. He smoothly stepped up to block the girl from view. This dude was giving off major early game boss energy. You literally look like a tutorial enemy. Consider yourself my stretching exercise. His ultimate vision kicked in. The rich kid flared up his energy, laughing. Trying to be the hero? Huge mistake, bro. His monster sparked up, and the overlay popped up again. Game on. Target identified. Red fire dog. Spicy element. Maxed out silver tier. Lava body build. Rocking decent dark metal stats. Packing those blue heat moves and ocean fire combos. The arrogant kid shouted his command. Get him, buddy! Wreck this guy! The mutt launched straight at Bai An, teeth bared, totally ready to make a mess. But our guy literally didn't even blink. He kept the girl secure and just glided out of the way like it was nothing. You could literally see him holding back a laugh. For some spoiled rich kid who never touched grass, catching hands with a legit combat pro was probably the craziest thing he'd ever experienced. The flashy kid's monster went in for round 2, going totally feral. Bai An just smiled. He'd literally just bodied a much stronger mob earlier. Like, how scary could a low-tier trainer actually be? He was dodging these hits like he was casually walking through the park. The villain was fuming, getting super tilted that he couldn't land a single hit. Stop dodging if you're actually good, garbage. A huge crowd was gathering now, the tea spilling everywhere. Yo, isn't that Zhao, the mayor's kid? This is gonna end badly. That dude is a massive troll around here. People say he completely cheats in fights. Meanwhile, his fire dog was totally raging, spamming attacks everywhere. The girl shrieked in panic. Bai An, duck. Honestly, even the boomer shopkeeper was looking at him like he was already gone. Bro is totally cooked, but our guy was just chilling there, totally unfazed by the chaos. Not even breaking a sweat, he threw out a massive taunt. All right, bet. You want me to stop moving? Come get some. Using the dog's own speed against it, he whipped his hands in this smooth, circular motion. He literally spun that giant monster around like it was stuck in a spin cycle. Then he dropped the ultimate counter, a clean palm hit that yeeted the beast completely across the block. That big bad monster was literally crying on the floor like a pathetic little puppy. Honestly, a super tragic vibe. The mayor's snobby nephew was turning completely red from embarrassment. You touch my pet, you mess with me, you are so going to pay for this. Totally brushing off his wounded animal, he screamed out an attack order. Liquid fire, now! The poor dog dragged itself up to fight. A massive swirling fireball shot straight at Bai An, but he casually dodged it at the absolute last second. Glancing at the completely fried ground, he knew it was go time. Get out here, scalefish. Let's wash them out. Basic science, right? He called out his water buddy. Show these losers what you've actually got. Right as his partner popped out, Bai An felt something totally off. A gigantic snake randomly ambushed him from the dark, mouth wide enough to eat him alive. Luckily, his reaction time was insane, and he sidestepped effortlessly. That purple-haired creep really tried pulling a cheap shot, but the jerk just smirked. Wow, actually shocked a loser like you dodged that. His tactical interface lit up with crazy stats. Blazing Serpent, Fire type, chilling at mid-level Silver tier. It rocked a B-rank speed boost with iron-level skills, plus some seriously nasty toxic sparks. Even his fish looked incredibly offended by the dirty play. Bai An locked in, realizing this matchup was getting super intense. Time to focus. Wrap this up, buddy. His partner gave a confident nod while that rich kid kept laughing like a total psycho. Too easy. Get him, hound. Getting teamed up on is usually an automatic loss. Suddenly, his fish was boxed in by absolute raging flames. It let out a panicked squeak. Not a great vibe. Massive blasts shook the whole zone, completely drowning his pet in red fire. Smoke covered everything while the bully kept flexing. Imagine being a total noob and thinking you could actually beat an Iron Master. Stay in your lane. What a waste of a pet. He smirked, thinking he had easily won. You're done. But Bai An didn't even flinch. He totally felt his buddy's energy spiking hard. Bro, aren't you popping off way too soon? Something blasted through the thick fog like an absolute rocket. The little water guy came out looking completely flawless. Screaming with hype, it tail-whipped the other dog so ridiculously hard that the poor thing went flying across the street. That mutt was knocked out cold. Now it was just the fiery snake, twisting around trying to totally squeeze the life out of his partner. Way too sluggish. His pet glided out of the way effortlessly. Charging up a super intense water blast, it sniped the snake right in the face. Game over for the reptile. The snob was literally speechless, totally shook. No way. You are literally a nobody. His aquatic buddy puffed up proudly, soaking in the epic win. Bai An brought his buddy back. Not gonna lie, your animals are actually pretty stacked. He threw on a savage grin. Shame their owner is absolutely pathetic. That roast completely broke the guy. A massive ego like that just couldn't handle getting wrecked. You little punk. Forget playing nice. I am totally done. Whipping out a hidden knife, he sprinted straight at Bai An. You're garbage. Stop acting tough. Just as he lunged, boom! A random jump kick nailed him right in the head. Talk about entering the chat. Baiji dropped in looking flawless, handing over a secret note with a grin. Got a classified drop from the boss, young master. Meanwhile, the jerk was just rolling on the floor crying. Bite me, Bai An muttered, completely ignoring the guy. He looked at the shopkeeper. Here is 10,000 credits, man. Let me get that core. Cut to the awesome city view. Chilling back in his room, Bai An was totally zoning out in front of his premium plant stash. A digital message started playing out loud. Bai An, we finally secured all that rare upgrade loot you wanted for your aquatic buddy. So you're ditching the family's classic training method to build your totally unique skill tree. Grandpa is cool with it. Just know that going completely off the grid like this is super risky and could totally backfire. He let that sink in for a second. His partner had absolutely crushed the iron rank limits and was hyped for its very first upgrade. The boring route would just make it some basic gold pet, but his special vision totally unlocked an insanely overpowered alternative. He totally couldn't pass up the Pang route, going from a tiny swimmer to a giant leviathan, then eventually hitting that mythical Pang form. Hitting all those epic forms means grinding through 9 completely different stages. He cracked a massive smile, totally hyped to train a legendary monster that could dominate the sky and the sea. Calling his buddy back out, he yelled, "Let's go, little guy." The thing launched out like a missile, crashing right into his back with absolutely zero brakes. Are you kidding me? He legit thought his spine broke in half. Someone yelled from down the hallway, sounding pretty worried. You good in there, bro? He snatched up the water pet, giving it an annoyed shake before poking its super chubby face. We are starting this upgrade literally right now. The creature hit him with maximum cuteness, but he was totally ignoring it, diving straight into the prep. Pulling out the super rare ingredients, he watched them mix in the air, officially kicking off the massive transformation. That scalefish started totally shifting. Its fins and tail stretched right out into these sick, elegant wings. The glow went absolutely blinding for the last phase. When it stepped out, the thing had basically glowed up from a literal baby to a top-tier apex predator. Species unlocked, the white shadow giant scalefish. Water element, base black iron tier. It rocked S-rank Godspeed and Stealth, plus A-tier Rending Stream and Phantom Movement. The system alert hit me like an absolute boss drop. Boom, High Sovereign tier unlocked. It scooped up beginner level Hydro Dominion and Violet Speed too. An insane info dump just rushed my brain. We are talking nether, erosion, essence, blue stream rupture, plus that crazy mystic white shadow art. I completely nailed green tier water impact and bubble shield. But the ultimate flex? A totally game-breaking natural talent. The guy completely outclassed your average abyssal scale fish now, carrying that legendary ghost DNA of the white hydro whale. It gave him the juice to totally juke rivals and dodge hits like absolute smoke. The second that robot voice dropped off, bang, a massive blast completely wrecked the space. My pet blew up in size out of nowhere, basically pancaking me against the drywall. Oh crap, since when are you this gigantic? If I did not recall him immediately, I was about to become literal roadkill. Get back in the void right now, I yelled out. The giant dude listened right away, poofing back to the taming space. I was totally gasping, heart going crazy, almost squashed by my own summon. Still catching my breath, I scanned my completely trashed bedroom right when someone rapped loudly on the door. Baiji sounded super stressed through the door panel. Boss, are you doing okay in there? Staring at the absolute war zone, I played it super cool. All good here, just testing some crazy taming moves. Be a lifesaver and get me another suite, yeah? Since this spot is, well, totally wrecked beyond repair, I desperately needed a new setup, like yesterday. Out of nowhere, I spotted this random envelope sitting in the rubble. One specific sentence absolutely glued my eyes to the page. The Azure Origin Dew finally dropped in Blazing City. Gramps seriously does not mess around. I cracked a smile, getting super hyped. That item is basically already in my pocket. Feeling amazing, I figured I might as well go loot hunting too. Cut to the totally packed avenues of Blazing City, just buzzing with crazy merchant energy. We got fresh cores and monster eggs, come grab them fast. Grab your legit Monster Zone guides right here. Do not get yourself unalived. Black Raven Crew is taking new members. Killer perks guaranteed. The racket was honestly deafening. I scowled, totally annoyed by how insanely chaotic the whole vibe was. I checked the stalls, but it was all just pure trash to me. But in classic overpowered main character fashion, my luck was about to absolutely pop off. My interface suddenly went completely crazy, spotting a black iron tier toxic fire core. We are talking an antique bronze relic and a Shadowhawk plume, a literal gold mine hiding in plain sight. Walking past, some sneaky gossip hooked me. The whole area was hyping up this next auction. Two Marshall bros were spilling the tea close by. Rumor says they are dropping diamond tier loot this round. For real. And that fierce boss girl from Azure is basically hoarding every top tier item she sees. The bidding war was going to be intensely sweaty. My stomach instantly dropped. This was pure bad news, honestly. I desperately need that Azure Dew, but if the local lord flexes, this sale becomes a literal bloodbath. A super aggressive yell totally broke my focus. Yo, are you paying for that or just leaving your grubby prints all over it? Keep walking, buddy. My buddy awkwardly lifted this filthy chunk of something. Hey, chief. What is the price on this stone? The stall owner literally lost it. Stone. Are you blind, kid? That is a relic, dude. You look way too broke to even stare at it. Get lost. You are ruining my traffic. Right then, my interface lit up in pure gold. Scanning a diamond tier glowing fruit, I stopped completely dead. That totally random pebble my guy grabbed was a straight-up mythical drop. Zero hesitation on my end. I grabbed my boy's shoulder, playing it super nonchalant. All right, chief. Quote me a price right now. I will grab it. The vendor just smirked, looking super greedy. 30 million bucks. I am not haggling, either. The boomer honestly thought he just scammed some clueless trust fund baby. My bro yanked my jacket, completely freaking out. Dude, have you lost your mind? That is a total scam. The vendor just laughed at us. Flexing your cash is not cheap, kid. I just clenched my jaw and slammed my plastic onto the counter. Run the card. Inside my head, I was literally dying of laughter. 30 million for a diamond tier item? That is the biggest bargain ever, honestly. Gotta love this crazy economy. Awesome doing business with you. The guy was grinning super hard, convinced he just pulled off the ultimate finesse. Out of nowhere, this massive shadow blocked the sun. Everyone looked up, totally stunned. Check out that insane vibe. Is that a literal bird? Some incredibly epic dude was basically surfing the monster, staring down at us regular people. Soar, fan tier crowned cloud crane. A shout echoed right out of the sky. My scanner checked the monster immediately. Yup, a fan tier crowned cloud crane, sitting at mid-diamond tier, rocking the Stormcaller perk and Azure Wingblade moves. The guy up there stared at the streets, boosting his voice with pure spiritual power. Listen up, old demon geezer. We are finally here. The bird left this sick glowing trail across the evening clouds, flying right toward another mysterious dude. Cruising on this colossal flaming bird, the dude just cracked up. Look who decided to show up, the legendary Whale City boss himself. He was practically dripping with swagger, teasing that his trashy fire town was honored. Honestly, Bai Jingong just rolled his eyes at the massive flex. "Drop the whole fake polite routine, Chi," he snapped. "Since when do meatheads like you act all classy? Hey, manners matter for visitors." Jingong, the fiery guy, teased with a super exaggerated bow. Down on the ground, Bai Xian was completely shook, literally jaw-dropped. He couldn't believe his grandpa actually showed up in person just to snatch that magic dew for him. The sky turned orange as those two absolute unit monsters flew off. Fast forward to morning, they were chilling inside this insanely bougie auction hall. Jingong shot his grandson a super serious heavy look. "Xian, dude, are you 100% locked in on this?" Bai Xian just stared back, his eyes practically glowing with pure determination. "No cap, Grandpa. I'm bagging that Azure Origin dew even if it bankrupts us." Right then, this incredibly icy voice totally crashed their vibe from behind. Enter Dong Li, the absolute boss of Azure City. "If you're planning to cry and beg for that item, don't even waste your oxygen," she snapped. "Cash talks, highest bidder wins, those are the rules," she flexed. Her quiet granddaughter, Shi-Chi, was just awkwardly hiding behind her. The kid was literally death staring them down. Xian blinked, instantly recognizing her, while his grandpa just totally lost it and started cracking up. "Ah, is this the famous grandkid? Word on the street is you're going completely broke, buying top-tier diamond loot just to keep her alive." Her face went totally twisted with rage. "You really want to go there? Is that a threat?" Suddenly, she unleashed this absolutely insane, monstrous aura. "Newsflash. Old guy, I'm a diamond-tier beastmaster too. You seriously think you scare me?" Xian threw his arms up, fighting just to stay on his feet under that crazy pressure. So this was top-tier diamond energy? It literally felt like he couldn't breathe. This wasn't some basic comic book trope. This power was completely real. Meanwhile, his grandpa was just standing there, totally unfazed like a brick wall. "Chill out, Mayor Dong. I'm just pointing out that if we start a bidding war, the only ones getting rich today are the auction guys." Without breaking a sweat, Jingong threw up this crazy buzzing force field, completely locking down their conversation from everyone else. "Look, you clearly don't even need that specific diamond gear," he pitched smoothly. "How about we just swap? Saves us the drama." The crowd was literally gasping. Only a legit silver-tier beastmaster could drop a shield that massive. Dong Li finally chilled out, though she was still giving him major side-eye. "Okay, so what exactly are you trying to trade?" He whipped out this super fancy little box. "I happen to have a diamond-tier dawn fruit right here. Let me grab the blue cloud dew, and I'll hand this over for the exact same price." Out of nowhere, Xian cut in, whispering, "Yo, Grandpa, hold up a sec." He pivoted to Shi-Chi, giving her this incredibly sweet, soft smile. This poor girl looks super unwell and miserable. "Can't we literally just gift her the dawn fruit?" The old dude stayed stone-faced, but inside he was absolutely panicking and screaming. His brain was short-circuiting. "We were supposed to sell it, not run a charity. This totally ruins the strategy." Dong Li was so shook she thought she heard things. "Kid, do you have any idea how insanely rare diamond gear is?" she asked, super skeptical. "Why in the world would you just hand that over?" She was glaring at them like they were totally sus, but Xian just kept radiating pure angel energy. "Didn't you literally just say she needed diamond-level stuff to get better?" he asked smoothly. Shi-Chi's face instantly flushed bright tomato red. "She's cool, so I want her to have the fruit." Jingong squinted at his grandson hard, knowing 100% this kid was plotting something. Xian definitely wasn't the kind of guy to simp over a pretty face, his grandpa figured. Plus, this Dong Li kid was way too sickly anyway. There was zero chance she was marriage material for their family. Covering his confusion with a super awkward chuckle, the old man surrendered the loot box. "Don't mind the crazy talk, my grandkid just lacks a filter," he joked. "If the boy wants to play Santa, then we're doing it." Deep down though, the old boss knew exactly what was up. That innocent boy-next-door routine was a total mask. Xian's gut must have spotted some insane hidden value to flip their whole playbook so fast. Dong Li just stared at the priceless item sitting in her palms. She gave her kid a nod to move out, but hit them with one last look over her shoulder. "Boss Bai, since I'm taking this freebie, I promise I won't bid war you on your target. Appreciate it, Mayor," Jingong threw back, tracking them as they walked off. Shi-Chi stopped, peeking back with this super shy energy. "Hey, and what's your name?" Xian flashed her this impossibly wholesome, golden retriever smile. "I'm Bai Xian, from White Scale City. Once you're fully healed up, you gotta come hang out with me. Deal?" She basically permanently saved his name in her brain, dragging her feet as she walked away, quietly whispering, Bai An, but the absolute second she was out of sight, the Golden Boy routine vanished. Gifting a top-tier item for nothing, his face dropped into this pure, terrifying villain glare. There's no way I'd just light cash on fire for 0 return, he muttered, as a glowing digital screen suddenly popped up in front of him. The interface laid out her entire hidden profile. Spatial class Void Bug Carrier, base level 9 unranked, double S tier talent, epic level Void Bug potential. This wasn't just some random background character, these were the literal hidden stats of a main character in a leveling webtoon. God tier endgame scaling, the screen warned, but the baby phase drains insane energy. Without proper fuel, the parasite just completely leeches off the master until they crash. He watched her walk away, running the math in his head. Double S tier spatial beast? Insane. If she survives that talent boost, she is totally going straight to legendary status. His system kept going. That double S tier support talent literally buffs all active pets by 100%. Bai An just smirked, looking absolutely hungry for power. Dropping 30 million on that dawn fruit secured her loyalty forever. Total steal. Downstairs, the auction house was absolutely packed. The MC strutted on stage, hyping up the crowd for the main event. Her energy was seriously contagious. Welcome to the big show, everyone. The spotlight dramatically snapped to the first drop of the night. No more waiting around, let us dive right in. Bring out item number 1. The audience was literally buzzing. A gold-eating beast egg. Specifically, a purple rock eagle, starting at 1 million. Whispers immediately flooded the room. Everyone knew those eagles were an absolute nightmare to tame. Up in the VIP lounge, Bai An and his grandpa watched closely. Bai An scanned it and his jaw basically dropped. The auctioneer raised her gavel, hyping up the genuine gold eater egg. Any takers? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the skybox. 1 million. The whole crowd gasped. Probably just some rich kid buying a toy, someone scoffed. I will never get how billionaires spend their cash. Up front, the MC quietly sighed in relief. Opening items are notoriously tough to sell, thank God. But Grandpa gave him this super worried look. Bai An, are you sure about this? Those eagles are a total headache to train. But Bai An was glued to his system screen. Species is purple rock eagle, wind and thunder type, lightning talent. Hidden potential is mutated amethyst. Moves include flash, thunderclap, and tornado slash. He looked right at his grandpa, completely calm. Trust me, there is way more to this egg than meets the eye. A huge, cocky smile took over his face. Even their top-tier appraisers totally dropped the ball on this one. The gap between a gold eater and an amethyst eater is literally night and day. Smash. The gavel went down. Massive congrats to VIP Room 3 for snagging the purple rock eagle. They rapid-fired through the next few items with crazy applause. Fast forward an hour, the MC checked her notes. Time for the grand finale. The blue cloud dew. Lights hit this glowing blue bottle. 0 starting price. Open floor. Bids must jump by at least 1 million coins. The whole place absolutely lost its mind. 10 million. Bro, you are actually hallucinating if you think 10 million buys diamond tier loot. 30 million, 50 million. Please do me a solid, guys. Dude, for diamond tier gear, nobody cares about your rep. 100 million. Grandpa held him back. Chill out. Let them drain their wallets first. Then we nuke them. Bai An scowled. He was hyper-focused. That blue cloud dew is my one ticket to a second awakening. He gripped the green rocks. Those awakening stones he swiped from that mutated spider boss. How the heck was he supposed to use them? Almost like it hurt him, the system popped up. Currently scanning the awakening origin stone for the host. Divine data incoming. Option 1. Just keep the stone in your pocket. You get a yearly shot at rolling an F through D tier talent over time. Option 2. Literally jam it into your flesh. Gives you an annual chance at pulling a C to A tier talent. That spider boss definitely just ate one by mistake and triggered the second method Bai An figured out. Option 3. Brew an awakening potion using the stone, neon mist juice, the blue cloud dew, and the heaven pear. Marinate in that stuff for 24 hours. Huge chance of scoring an S to triple S tier talent. That third route guarantees at least an S tier, maybe even the elusive triple S. But catching those potion ingredients is practically impossible, like the azure tear and the mystic rainbow leaf. Pretty sure his family vault has the first two, but that cleansing dew, he would need their entire underground network. Out of nowhere, a crazy 500 million bid dropped. Tangdu looked insanely cocky, practically glowing with arrogance. That dew was his one ticket to diamond tier. Then the skybox totally wrecked him with a 700 million 9-province coin offer. He started freaking out and begging. Guys, I am Tangdu, a tier 1 gold beastmaster. I literally need this to level up. Have a heart. Looking completely desperate, he screamed out 800 million. The whole room sucked in their breath and started gossiping hard. Makes sense he is losing it. The guy is inches from diamond tier. But whoever is chilling in room C3 is definitely on a whole other level. Totally a secret boss energy. Did you catch how City Lord Dong Li in Suite 2 literally muted himself? Meanwhile, Tang is out here yapping. Boom. This insane gravity drop hits the whole room. Then comes this mega salty voice. A literal tier 1 gold beastmaster. You honestly think that's a flex? Tang literally froze up, totally panicking. That crazy energy? Straight up diamond level boss. The poor auctioneer was literally shaking in her heels. We're talking about the absolute legend the City Lord VIP'd yesterday. Who the heck is hiding in there? Just one random cough from that VIP room had the hostess absolutely shivering. 900 million, going once. Tang was practically kissing the floor, sweating buckets, apologizing for being so clueless. My bad, totally my bad, Your Highness. Everyone was secretly judging him. Like, imagine a basic gold tier trying a diamond legend. Talk about throwing an egg at a brick wall. The auctioneer finally caught her breath. 900 million, going twice. Speak now or lose out forever. She was absolutely glowing. 900 million, sold. The whole crowd started whispering though. City Lord Dong Li is usually obsessed with diamond drops. Why the radio silence today? Literally everyone stared at the VIP box. The girl in red did this super dramatic point. Huge congrats to Suite 3. You just snatched up the Origin Cleansing Dew. Out of nowhere, the door just got blasted open. Old Demon Chi busted right in, yelling for Grandpa Bai. What kind of hacks did you run to scare off that Dong Li witch? Bai Jinggong rolled his eyes. My grandson just has mad skills. The old dude snorted, giving the kid a massive side-eye. This string bean is your grandson? Dude looks like a literal zombie skeleton. How is he even a tamer? But Bai An totally ghosted the hate, just hyper-fixating on his loot. Second talent, officially unlocked. Whack! The old guy gave Bai Jinggong a massive high-five slap. Awesome, it's locked in. Bai blinked, totally snapping out of it. Wait, locked, what in? The grandpa turned with this evil smirk. Bai An, you are fighting Old Man Chi's granddaughter in 3 days. Bai An was totally shook while the sun went down over the red estate. Bang! Some girl booted the door open, giving off major psycho vibes. Enter Ren Ni. What is up, you ancient fossil? I am back. She literally grabbed his beard like a villain. Why did you even page me? If this is not a literal emergency, I am buzzing this beard off. He was totally cringing. Ow, chill out. My favorite grandkid. You are pulling my hairs out. Old Demon Chi let out this super awkward laugh. You are about to hit bronze tier, yeah? I just scored you the ultimate cheat code to grab a diamond level spirit pet. Her eyes literally bugged out of her head. No cap? What kind of deal? He literally pointed straight at the kid. Just absolutely wreck him in battle. Bai Jinggong leaned into Bai An. You better not choke this. Bai An, lock in. Take the win. And we are raiding Crimson Tooth Valley for your flying mount. The beef was so real. Grandpa Bai, you are super early. Let us just speedrun this. We got a monster to catch later. Old Demon Chi scoffed, cutting him off. Really hope your kid likes eating grass. Ren Ni stared him down like he was literally dinner. Okay, you are actually kind of cute, huh? I am Ren Ni. Who are you? She was coming on so strong he literally backed up. Grandpa Bai literally pushed them away from each other. Less talking, more battling. Ren Ni dropped into a fighting pose. Try hard, cutie, or you are gonna cry. His system menu instantly popped right open. Target Ren Ni, a tier spirit link. High black iron level. Pets are Dark Wing Fang and a level 9 Golden Needle Eagle. Felt straight out of an anime. Spark it. A monster literally spawned from an explosion of fire. Dark Wing Fang, fire and wind type. High black iron tier, totally cracked. Special move, blue fire tornado. She screamed at the sky. Darkwing, get the high ground. Ren Ni pointed right at him. Spawn your pet now or I am full on bullying you. Bai An did not even blink. He threw his hand straight up into the sky. Let us go, white shadow giant scalefish. This massive dark blob covered the whole ring. Smack. The thing instantly face planted onto the ground. It literally gave him the most awkward look. I promise I was dieting. Why am I still so chunky? Ren Ni just started dying of laughter. That giant marshmallow is your fighter? It is so cute. Bai An literally felt his ego shatter. Even he was so done with this hungry potato. He actually fed it that stretchy core from the auction to fix its body. Who knew it would end up looking like this literal meme? Out of nowhere, the Darkwing Fang just nosedived. She gave this total villain smirk. Darkwing, finish him, Wingblade. The bird turned into a literal buzzsaw. Bai An and his megafish just barely sidestepped the crazy wind, literally clipping his bangs. Bam! Another hit zoomed right at them. He did a full Matrix dodge backward. You could see him getting actually tilted. That is it. Water cannon. Absolutely sniped that thing. Splash! This insane hydro laser blasted out. The bird started shrieking like crazy. Rennie was panicking, yelling at it to swerve. Fall back out of the zone. The bird furiously flapped away. Bai An flashed a massive grin. Talk about a crazy headshot. Ever since it evolved, that water blast's speed and damage were basically hacked. But hold up. Another creepy shadow just zipped through the sky. Danger alert, Golden Needle Eagle. Fire and wind type. Level 9 unranked. A tier fire tornado. Mid-diamond vibes. Crazy fast. Fire rained down while Bai An swore out loud. I totally blanked on her having a duo setup. But somehow, the chubby fish just straight up tanked the whole fire blast. Thank goodness that bird was way too weak to actually scratch up its armor. He gave his scaly buddy a reassuring little rub. Totally my fault, dude. I'm a massive noob at battling and you're paying the price for it. The girl just gave him a cocky little smirk. Got some thick armor, right? Let's see if it holds up to this. The two raptors screeched, teaming up for a massive combo attack, while he panicked internally to his interface. Yo, what kind of crazy stat boost does an A-tier ability actually hand over to these creatures? The interface responded with zero emotion. A triple multiplier. Those feathery menaces started twisting together into a crazy dive bomb setup. He stared in absolute shock as they closed in from the left and right. Just keep your eyes peeled. The Crimson Geezer flashed a massive smirk, his ego basically blowing up like crazy. Hey old guy, your boy is totally done for. There is literally zero chance he survives this crazy barrage from my granddaughter's bronze-level monster. Meanwhile, his grandpa stayed super chill, not even breaking a single sweat over it. Don't throw a party just yet, my dude. Getting entirely too hyped up is definitely going to knock a few years off your clock. That fanged bird dropped like a literal meteor while the golden one spit out a massive wave of flames. Kaboom! The whole stadium got totally choked out by thick dirt and smoke. His grandpa finally scowled, the stress seriously dialing up. Bro, why are you just standing there? The Crimson Geezer literally snorted, sounding incredibly smug. Chill out, man. I'll make sure my girl doesn't actually end him. But then, out of nowhere, the dust finally settled. Our guy was just chilling behind this crazy glowing shield, completely unharmed. The whole audience literally lost their minds. No way. You could feel the crazy hype. The kid is barely iron tier, but he literally had these insane waves of water wrapping around him like some kind of guardian beast. That kind of insane blocking power is exactly what you get when an absolute pro unlocks their magic. Oh, I totally get it now, he realized, his eyes practically lighting up. That glowing bubble shield isn't just locked behind the silver tier. If I've got enough magic juice banked up in my stash, I can totally summon it. He locked in instantly, his stare getting super intense. Alright, Pale Phantom Leviathan. Let's wrap this up exactly how we practiced. The creature roared back, dropping a massive water blast. In a split second, it grew into an absolutely gigantic ocean titan. The Crimson Geezer's eyes practically bugged right out of his head. Dude, what kind of absolute freak of nature is your kid training? Even his own grandpa was visibly shaking, totally blown away. I literally do not know. The giant beast just let loose this apocalyptic tidal wave. The fanged bird got instantly dunked on, and the golden one was completely wrecked. The crazy flood washed them entirely away, dumping them straight in front of their master. The rival girl completely lost her mind, all her cool thrown right out the window. Fang Terror, use your fiery tackle and wreck that guy. The raptor shrieked like crazy, throwing itself into a totally reckless dive bomb right at our boy. The creature plummeted down with eyes glowing like pure magma, its beak looking like a deadly spike ready to bust through the sky. Fire exploded everywhere, turning the arena into a literal oven. Even the Crimson Geezer was completely freaked out by what was going down. That kid has completely lost the plot, he screamed out loud. She's way too stubborn to take the loss right now. Going all in like that is literally going to just wipe out her own monster. Up top, the massive Leviathan dropped down with crazy neon blue sparks flying off it. Down below, the furious bird shot straight up like an incredibly angry rocket. Our dude's eyes went wide as he ran the math on their crash course. He was literally sweating bullets. Hold up, he yelled, sounding entirely panicked. Please do not end that thing. But he was way too slow. Kaboom! The two magic creatures slammed together in a totally insane blast. A gigantic ripple of bright blue power exploded everywhere. Fighting right against it was an absolutely insane inferno that basically baked the air. But right through that crazy mess, the giant sea beast charged straight for the rival girl. She was honestly terrified out of her mind. His grandpa just patted the shaking crimson geezer on the shoulder. Just chill out. The kid totally has this under control. He is not going to hurt your family. Next thing she knew, the rival girl was just floating midair, trapped inside a super chill water bubble. She clenched her jaw hard, turning absolutely red from the total embarrassment. All right, I tap out. Let me go right now. Our guy just smiled big and threw up a classic magic sign. Good game. Thanks for playing. Once the smoke cleared, everyone headed over to the super secret vault area. The crimson geezer finally spoke up. I actually pay up when I lose a bet, the boomer muttered. Your boy gets to go inside and snag one single piece of loot, but you have to chill outside. He was totally laughing inside, betting the kid was too clueless to spot a god-tier drop anyway. At the same time, his grandpa was just giggling to himself. My boy's gut instincts are honestly way better than mine ever were. You literally have zero clue who you are messing with. The crimson geezer threw up his hand, dark red magic swirling right over his fingers. He smacked it insanely hard right onto the neon green lock switch. A completely blinding flash blew out of the canyon, making the teens cover their faces immediately. The boomer snapped an intense rule at him. Pay attention, kid. You've got exactly 60 minutes. Grab your loot and bounce, or you are walking out entirely empty-handed. Then he shot a nasty look right at his granddaughter. She kept her eyes glued to the guy. Make sure he doesn't mess up our holy turf in there. Got it loud and clear, our guy answered super respectfully. Right behind him, the girl just rolled her eyes and crossed her arms with a pout. The boomer moved out of the way. Our boy finally walked right into the forbidden canyon zone. The literal second he stepped foot inside, the whole vibe shifted entirely. A glowing digital menu popped straight up in his view. Total classic overpowered main character moment. Scanning area now. Loading up the lore for this canyon. Imagine a dead star fragment that some ancient red dude hacked into a mini-world. Bonus. It is constantly leaking insane amounts of fire energy right now. Bai An stared, totally starstruck and hungry for loot. No way, he muttered. Rennie instantly puffed up, getting all her smugness back. I mean, duh. My family's practically famous for our fire magic skills. We would be literal nobodies without this hidden zone. Seriously, the whole place looked like a post-apocalyptic desert packed with dead trees and intense heat waves. Wiping off his sweat, Bai An asked, "Care to explain the local wildlife? What exactly spawns out here?" Rennie slammed on the brakes and pointed straight up at the blazing clouds. Bai An immediately tracked her finger. "Check out the winged fangs," she bragged. "Think giant orange eagles with glowing gold eyes." Up ahead, creepy dark birds were already flying around. "They rock both wind and fire stats," she added. "Just a heads up though, they totally despise your vibe." Bai An lost all his color as absolute murder vibes hit him. "Dude, that is not hate. They literally want me for dinner." Rennie just scrunched her face in pure confusion. Out of nowhere, it got pitch black as a massive flock of gold-feathered monsters spawned in, shrieking like crazy. A bird dive-bombed him. Bai An jumped away, his gamer senses kicking in as he powered up. But Rennie totally beat him to the punch. Jumping into the crossfire, she whipped out this glowing red magic card. She muttered some spell and blasted a massive red laser straight into the swarm. The monsters totally backed off, looking absolutely terrified and completely stunned. She whipped around and pointed right at him. "You strolled in here reeking of water magic. That is literally like throwing a water balloon into a deep fryer. No wonder they want you dead." Bai An just nodded. "Ah, pulling elemental aggro. That totally checks out." Shrugging off the danger, he strolled up to a nest. His eyes lit up as he triggered his scanning ability. Classic main character vibes here. Target, winged fang. Stats, fire and wind. Passive, sky smoke charge. Max cap, high rank diamond tier. Moveset, smoke dash. Found a crimson fire mutation with silver tier cap, plus a remnant fire type hitting gold. Bai An just booped the bird's beak. The thing screeched in offense. "Absolute trash," he scoffed. "Your stats are totally mid." Moving on, he jumped to another nest, scanning everything like a grocery clerk. The poor birds just backed away, totally baffled by his nerve. He kept parkouring across the branches, totally ruining the peaceful golden vibe. A whole hour dragged by. Rennie chilled on a boulder, literally dying of boredom. "Bro, are you done yet? We are running out of time." Bai An totally left her on read. He was super in his own head and getting annoyed. Trash. Literally all trash. Doesn't this zone have anything cool enough for my cheat powers? A diamond rank monster. That was basically the final boss level of this entire map. But Bai An completely ghosted it, which basically set Rennie off. She spun around, looking ready to murder him, and yelled, "Dude, are you even listening to me right now?" He didn't even flinch, he just rested his chin on his hand, totally zoned out in his gamer strategy. "Hard pass," he finally said. Deadpan, "I am not taming that diamond thing. I'll just pin its location so the Bai An family can grab it later." While Rennie was literally throwing a temper tantrum in the background, something totally new grabbed his focus. A crazy bright flash of gold and orange feathers hiding in the dark made him freeze completely. "Wait, what?" Bai An walked over looking like a curious kid, his eyes suddenly lighting up. These feathers are insane, super soft and bright orange like a literal sunset. It had a solid gold tail, and its sleepy eyes glowed with neon blue fire. Scanner mode on. Species, mutant fire crow. Rarity, double. S, rank. Passive ability, solar pride. Growth cap, high bronze. Health bar, massive core damage. Detected moves, orange. Level sun point, epic purple. Tier blazing, charge, and a rare blue smoke rush. Bai An's heart totally stopped when it clicked. Holy crap, a legit mutant spirit pet. A double S passive with god tier moves? This is straight up secret boss loot you'd only see in a hyped up webcomic. He quickly scrolled through the creature's backstory. It was a fire monster that basically deleted all its other stats just to max out pure fire, unlocking literal sun god buffs. Leveling speed? Off the charts. But the Sunfire was a massive trap if you didn't pump it full of crazy fire energy constantly. The OP stats literally fried its internal hardware, causing massive core damage. If I can patch up its broken core, this little guy will become a literal raid boss. Bai An flashed a wicked grin. Ditching that diamond monster was the ultimate pro gamer move. Bai An scooped up the little crow, completely blanking the weird looks from the basic birds around him. He lowered his voice. "Hey, tiny dude, wanna team up with me?" The bird just chilled on his hand and shook its head like an absolute diva. Absolutely zero vibes. It stared at Bai An like he was literally invisible. "Oh, I get it," Bai An laughed, totally understanding the assignment. "You need a little bribe to get off your butt, right?" Boom. Suddenly, he whipped out this insane glowing pink fire gem that shined like crazy. That sparkle was just way too distracting. The tiny crow peeked over, then snapped its head back in pure shock. Its jaw basically hit the floor as it eyed the shiny loot. The bird totally tried playing it cool, but the hunger in its eyes was loud. Like, "Bro, I'm literally the sun's vessel. You think one puny rock is gonna make me fold?" Bai An just hit it with a wicked smirk. "Roll with me, and you'll get a limitless, all-you-can-stuff-your-face buffet of these bad boys." Literal sweat started dripping off its beak. The tough guy act was totally crashing down because the bait was just way too juicy. It couldn't stop staring at the shiny rock. Bizian basically had the bird in one grip while dangling the gem like a hypnotic charm right in front of its face. This feathered dude was having a total identity crisis, telling itself, "Wealth won't break my morals. I'm immune to going broke. No way I'm selling out for some sparkly stone." It literally ducked its head down, praying to the heavens for some serious self-control. "I'm built different. I'm practically bulletproof." Yeah, right. 2 seconds later, this bird was absolutely cuddling the gem like it was its soulmate, straight up hard eyes and all. "Listen, I'm not a pushover, but this deal is way too fire to pass up." Meanwhile, Rennie was standing there, absolutely shook by the whole scene. Girl looked completely traumatized. Bai Xian, already gripping his new feathered sidekick, shot her this absolutely unhinged, dead serious look. His brain was doing backflips. He knew the city boss, Chi, was literally the ultimate nerd when it came to these monsters. If that guy spotted this ultra-rare freak of nature, he'd totally veto the adoption. So he had to lock this in, right this exact second. "Gotta make this bond official right now," he mumbled. Rennie finally caught onto his crazy plan and practically shrieked. "Are you out of your freaking mind? You're seriously doing a spiritual bind in the middle of nowhere." Suddenly, pure magical vibes just exploded everywhere. A crazy mashup of blinding red and blue beams blasted from the magic paper and the bird, making Rennie literally block her face from the insane flash. Bai Xian went from looking focused to straight up crazy. The blue magic started spiking way out of control. "Oh, garbage," he thought, realizing he messed up. The sheer power was way past anything he planned for. The crow just tucked its wings in, glowing with this massive, terrifying red vibe. His eyes practically popped out of his skull from the pain, his mouth opening in a voiceless yell as the heavy magic straight up flattened him. "Bro, it's totally drinking all my water magic." Rennie watched him drop and knew she had to step in. She sprinted over, yelling, "You absolute suicidal moron! You're actually a psycho." She blasted a wave of fire, not to roast him, but to somehow balance out the wild magical storm wrecking his body. Her flame slammed into him the exact second his knees smacked the dirt. He was wheezing for breath, completely soaked in sweat with his heart bumping out of his chest. Forcing a bond with a freak beast almost deleted me. Big yikes. The crow just exhaled like it just had a 5-star meal. With a quick hand flick, he popped open a portal, and the bird dipped into the void, still hugging its precious snack. Boom! A super classic gamer pop-up screen flashed right across his vision. Alert. Weirdo bird secured. Legendary pocket dimension active. New ultra-rare skill unlocked. S-rank fire spirit physique. Chilling in the mental inventory, the crow suddenly felt like somebody was watching it. This trippy eyeball made entirely out of water popped up, literally floating the bird upward. Meanwhile, Bai An's brain was getting spammed with stats about his new buddy. Fire Spirit Physique totally cancels out any water-type weaknesses and actually boosts your own heat by eating the bad guy's flames. Super overpowered. The feathered dude just lit up bright crimson, totally cutting right through the pitch-black headspace. Down in the digital water, Jing peeked out, totally baffled by this flaming newbie crashing its crib. Back in the real world, Rennie was just standing there, arms crossed, waiting for him to stop dying. Seriously, thanks a million, Miss Key, he gasped out, totally meaning it. If you ever need a solid, I've got your back forever. No cap, he was serious. Without her heat magic, that dumb stunt would have literally put him in a grave. He owed her massive. Rennie immediately looked away, her face turning super red. Don't get it twisted. I wasn't trying to save you specifically, she fumbled. If you kicked the bucket right here, my family would have to deal with a massive headache explaining it to yours. She stopped, her tone dropping a bit. Like, we aren't scared of your squad at all. I just absolutely hate pointless drama. Totally get it. Still, appreciate you caring. Bai Xian fired back with this completely cheeky grin. I literally just said I didn't care, she groaned, super embarrassed. The second they strolled out of the canyon, Grandpa Jing and Lord Qi whipped around to face them. His grandpa instantly grabbed him before he could faceplant. Kid, what the heck went down? You look wrecked. Did you get hurt? He just brushed it off, flashing this totally fake tough guy smile. I'm chilling, Gramps. Just running on empty right now. So I might have accidentally locked in a second pet back there. The old guy's eyes practically popped out. Wait, what? You did a blind bind? You could have literally exploded your own spirit. That's straight up unalive behavior. Didn't you read the warning label? Bai Xian didn't even try to debate him. Instead, he just threw up 2 fingers. Boom, a portal tore open, and that feathered weirdo flopped out, still fiercely cuddling its shiny rock. Jing Gong just stood there, staring right where his grandson was pointing. Bai Xian casually looked up at the bird, chilling on his literal head, and just smirked. See, Gramps? I'm absolutely golden. Spotted this super rare dude deep in the valley and just decided to make it official. Right then, his grandpa was totally shook, and old man Qi was basically buffering in real time. Suddenly, a massive light bulb went off in Bing Xiang's head, so that's why Bai An rolled the dice. One glance at this spirit beast and you just knew its stats were absolutely cracked. Old man Qi took a massive L here, and honestly, the geezer knew exactly how bad he got played. The dude was internally screaming, realizing it was a super rare mutated winged fang. Meanwhile, Grandpa Bai grabbed his grandson and hit the rival elder with a classic peace out. Yo, Qi, since we're all wrapped up here, we're gonna bounce. Catch you later. Rennie was glaring daggers at their backs while old Qi slapped on a fake, painful grin. Safe travels, he choked out. Rennie completely lost his chill. He pointed straight at Bai An and snapped, Bro, being born gifted doesn't mean squat. Real legends level up through hardcore, life or death grinding. Just you watch. I'm gonna outscale you in the long run. Bet on it. Bai An just paused, flashing this insanely cocky smirk. I'm not hitting pause for anybody, he fired back. Keep up if you can. Walking away, he hyped himself up under his breath. Next time we cross paths, I'll be at the very top. After that flex, the duo headed straight back to Whitescale City. Their awesome ride touched down super smoothly, kicking up a chill breeze through the fields. Grandpa didn't miss a beat, barking orders. Hit your room and soak up those fire essence crystals as soon as possible to get your mana back. On it, Gramps, he nodded. But just as Bai An vanished down the hall, someone hollered for the old man. It turned out to be Qi Chang, the veteran boss running the city. Grandpa spun around to find the guy totally out of breath, gasping, Boss, thank God you're back. Seeing the dude literally wheezing, the old man frowned. Bro, you're an adult. Catch your breath and act like it. Qi Chang leaned in to spill some crazy tea, making Grandpa's blood boil. Those absolute punks, he raged. Cut to outside Bai An's room, where his 2 guards were chilling. One of them sparked up a chat. Our boss is an absolute grind-set king. Touches down in the city and instantly locks himself up to train. The other guards stayed quiet, so the first kept yapping. Why'd he ban Xiao Yi from hanging with the family anyway? Like, hello? The girl already crushed her big promotion exam. Little did they know, Bai An was eavesdropping from inside, pulling a super awkward cringe face. Is he trying to pull off some toxic CEO romance trope? The guard joked, before his partner finally snapped. Zip it with the fan fiction, man. Back inside, our guy was busy mixing 5 tubes of sketchy fluid together. Looking dead serious, he crushed up a glowing green crystal until it was pure dust. Sweating bullets, he hyped himself up. Prep work for the awakening juice is done. Now for the hardcore mixing. Holding his nose like a kid eating veggies, Bai An carefully brought the bowl of dust over to this pitch-black sludge. The stench was literally worse than a hot dumpster. He just prayed his magic vision system wasn't trolling him. Dumping the dust into the goth water, the whole thing melted together, bubbling up into a toxic neon green color. Waving the air, he realized the nasty smell actually vanished. Right on cue, a classic system alert popped up. Level up potion secured. He stripped off his shirt, showing off a totally shredded 8-pack. This single bath set me back 10,900,000,000 bucks, he complained under his breath. Better be worth it, he muttered, diving into the tub. The warm water hit him, and he instantly looked like he was in heaven. Oh, that slaps. As he chilled in the magic soup, neon blue lightning started tracing his skeleton, making his body glow like crazy. Right above his head, these giant, insane golden chains materialized out of thin air. They locked together and slammed straight down, plugging directly into his chest. Outside, massive lightning bolts ripped open the night sky, totally jump-scaring some random drunk dude. Blinking through the booze, the guy stared up at the crazy storm clouds, massaging his massive hangover. Literal giant gold chains were shooting out of a skyscraper, punching a hole straight through the clouds like a crazy tornado. Seeing this epic anime skybeam, his brain basically error-coded. What the actual heck? Is someone literally triggering their own awakening right here in town? He thought, before instantly dismissing the crazy idea. No way. The official spawn point for that stuff is hundreds of kilometers away from downtown. Even if some rogue player did it, the shockwave shouldn't be hitting this zip code. Gripping his bottle, he flopped back onto his sofa with a goofy laugh. Man, I am way too plastered, literally seeing things. Back inside, the massive chains were still swirling around our boy before exploding into millions of glowing, sparkly pixels. 48 hours later, Bai An finally snapped out of his deep sleep. He cracked his stiff joints after being completely out cold and rubbed his eyes. A glowing reflection of golden tethers flashed right inside his pupils. A system alert popped up. Heavenly Dao chains. A triple S rank rule-based talent. Exactly what you would expect from a god-tier mana awakening. The description read, "The universe has its own soul, and while spiritual laws usually clash, the Heavenly Dao's energy straight up shatters mortal limits." Bai Xian stared at the screen, whispering, "Shattering mortal limits to vibe with origin energy." He burst out laughing so loudly that the downstairs crew definitely heard him. A crazy idea just clicked in his head. I seriously need a guinea pig for this right now. Bai, who was sweating buckets outside the door over his weird vibe today, signaled Bisha. What is up with the boss right now? Bisha was totally clueless too. Beats me. She cracked the door open, only to walk right into a super awkward situation she definitely should not have seen. Completely oblivious, he just kept rambling. Hey, I have an emergency and need a massive favor. Freeze right there. Do not move a muscle. Bai completely lost it, her face turning literally tomato red from sheer embarrassment. She bolted out of the room, yelling back, "So sorry, boss, but I absolutely cannot help you with that." Finally, realizing his blunder, he went dead silent and shrunk down to hide his dignity. He huddled in the bathtub, his face completely flushed. Total misunderstanding. Once he chilled out and threw some actual clothes on, he sprinted over to get Bisha for the real experiment. "Bisha, just stand there, chill out, and let this happen." Those glowing golden links flashed in his eyes again. Heavenly Dao chains. The magical tethers spawned out of nowhere, snaking up his arm before snapping forward to completely tie her up. Getting suddenly tied up left the poor girl absolutely shook and confused. Before she even knew what hit her, the spiked end of the tether whipped into the air and stabbed straight down into her chest, phasing right through her skin. Pure golden energy pulsed outward, flowing down the link that tied the two of them together. He locked in, sparking a neon blue light that buzzed like raw electricity running through his veins. Nailed it, he smirked, totally hyped. Heavenly Dao chains successfully linked up with host Bao. With the golden connection locked in tight, he effortlessly soaked up her water elemental powers. The connection held strong, which meant it was time for step 2 of his epic plan. Test the defenses. On his cue, she snapped into battle mode, throwing up a shield sign like a total pro. In a split second, he teleported right to her face. He leaned in super close, his eyes completely dialed in as he checked out the glowing tethers wrapping her up, something only he could spot. She shivered under his intense, unblinking glare. The silence between them got crazy heavy. Her brain went into overdrive. What on earth is he doing? Is this some freaky new game? While she was totally panicking, he was just doing mental math. The test was a massive win. Time for the next phase. Drop your shield. Her stress levels maxed out, but he gave zero context. Cut to the dead quiet back streets over in the West District. She called his phone. "Boss, I made it to the West District," he answered, looking dead serious. Even from all the way across town, the golden tether stayed perfectly intact, cutting straight through thin air. He followed the ghosting line with his eyes. Infinite range? Confirmed. On the call, she hesitated, her voice shaking as she finally brought up the awkwardness from before. "Sir, please excuse me being so forward." She picked her words super carefully, terrified of triggering him but dying to know what was going on. "You were acting crazy today. First the birthday suit incident, then the weird orders, and then you kept staring at me like totally defenseless prey. Boss, if the stress is getting to be too much, please just talk to us. Bai and I would literally do whatever it takes to help you chill out." Her desperate rant made it finally click in his head. "Oh, shoot. Hold up." He cut her right off. "Bisha, do you seriously not see anything tied around you?" "Literally nothing, sir," she replied instantly. His face hardened instantly. This system was way more overpowered than he originally thought. "Just head back. I am hanging up." As the call dropped, the poor girl was left standing all alone in the cold breeze. With the invisible tether completely hidden, she felt a random shiver that definitely was not from the weather. What is even happening to my life? She was totally lost. Meanwhile, he was absolutely hyper-focused on the game mechanics. As long as the tether is connected, outside stuff literally does not matter. Back in his bedroom, he scribbled wildly on some paper, cracking the ultimate cheat codes to his new power. The Heavenly Tao chain has 3 absolute rules. Rule 1. Complete stealth. No matter what he pulled, the target stayed clueless, even if it totally made him look like a creep. Rule 2. Total domination. The second the link snaps on, he can force a vibe match with the target, jacking their talents whenever he wants. A total smirk crept up his face when the reality hit him. Reason number 3. Absolute undeniable boss energy. Usually, linking up means both sides gotta agree. But with this glitch, he's running the show, calling all the shots solo. 3 chains equaled hacking into 3 separate tamers. Add his broken vision skill to the mix, and the combo was totally busted. I'm literally flexing 4 taming abilities all at once right now. Tuning his mind back to his pet dimension, he spawned right between those weird claw-shaped boulders under a crazy starry sky. Hold up, things look different. The air felt crazy crisp, the borders stretched way out, and the whole zone had leveled up. Peeking left, a massive beach biome just dropped in, flexing sketchy coral reefs and non-stop killer waves. On his right, an entire volcano was spitting out literal lava. Bai Xian zoned out for a sec, guess video game leveling rules actually apply. Hitting a new rank straight up upgrades the map. Out of nowhere, whoosh! Yiya, his feathered menace, dive-bombed the area, spitting massive fireballs. Smash! Huge blasts completely ripped through the ocean. Dongle, the armored fish, exploded from the deep, totally triggered. Payback time! It blasted a crazy water beam straight at the bird. Bai Xian freaked. "Yo, cut it out, you green giant." The scaled fish froze, literally shaking in fear. But Bai Xian was entirely ignoring the excuses. He went straight into dad mode. "You guys are literally squad mates, bros, for life. Why are we friendly firing right now?" The big fish literally started crying. "Bro, he threw the first punch." Yiya aggressively tweeted back. "Because this guy keeps soaking all my stuff. It is the absolute worst." Bai Xian stopped, noticing his bird was practically drenched. "Oh, my bad. That makes sense. The aquatic guy was just grinding his skills, but water biomes are pure hell for a flame type. Honestly, impeccable timing." Bai Xian scooped the fish up in a glowing force field. "Time to ditch this kiddie pool and drop you into the real ocean, big guy." In a flash, they warped straight to the beach zone. Inside this pocket dimension, he was basically playing in creative mode, teleporting everywhere. Way too easy. Donglu literally lit up with happiness. Without a second thought, the dude absolutely yeeted himself into the deep salt water. Free from that tiny puddle, it morphed back to its massive, boss-level scale, jumping out of the water with an insane, cinematic splash. Bai An just grinned. Trying to cram an absolute unit like that into a tiny pond had to feel like total garbage. He shifted his focus to the menace chilling on his arm. All right, your turn. You hyperactive little lighter. Flash! They spawned right inside the lava biome. Straight ahead was the legendary blood sycamore, an insanely rare tree that completely buffs fire stats. Welcome to your new crib. He checked out a crazy bright magma rock. The heat vibes here were super thick, the ultimate spot for leveling up Yi-Ya. The bird instantly found the toastiest rock and just sprawled out, chilling like some royal dude on spring break. Bai An visibly cringed, totally radiating absolute boss battle energy. Dude, we are here to grind XP, not catch some Z's. You gonna train or what? Feeling that major death glare, the little bird instantly froze up. It whipped into this fake heroic stance, acting like it was unlocking the secrets of the cosmos. I am destined to be the actual sun. Look at my drip, human. Bai An totally ignored the flex. Less yapping, more burning. Nuke that lava rock, right now. The bird took off into the smoky clouds. Charging up its mana, it dumped an absolute tsunami of white-hot fire, adding extra juice to the attack with a massive wing flap. The hit triggered a completely insane explosion, kicking up an epic cloud of dust and wreckage that looked straight out of a blockbuster movie. Taking all that unhinged damage, the massive lava boulder straight up vaporized into tiny gravel. Totally ignoring the fallout, the bird puffed out its chest, flexing like an absolute diva. Yo human, did you catch that legendary play? Bai An felt a literal vein throbbing in his head, but he pushed out the fakest, most painful smile ever. Hey, best buddy of mine? Want some VIP coaching? Stick with my strat, and I promise your stats will go crazy. The little dude just gave him major side-eye, beak aimed at the sky. Nah, I am good. My destiny is literally to outshine the sun anyway. Even while turning him down, its tail completely sold it out, wagging like crazy. Bai An just stared at the glowing rock he was holding. Totally knew this loot goblin would act up, like I do not know how to play my own summons. He flashed the gem right up close. Check this out, bro. Got any clue what this is? The bird instantly lost its chill. Dude, is that a literal Monarch-tier power core? Its little legs glitched out, wings flapping like crazy to snatch the loot, but it only caught empty space. Bai An totally saw that coming. Rocking a completely villainous smirk, he clapped back. Hold your horses. You want this shiny toy? The bird shook, giving him the ultimate bombastic side-eye. Let us make a little bet. The winged menace hovered up, nodding like a maniac. Perfect. Bai An grinned, setting the trap. Just test out my combo for one skill. If you feel the damage buff, I win. If it sucks, you win. Deal? The bird was cheering internally. With rules that easy, this was a guaranteed free win. This human is a complete noob. Win or lose, I just pretend it sucked and keep the epic loot. Completely blind to his owner's evil smirk, it instantly agreed. Deal officially locked in. Zion started pooling raw power in his hand, breaking it down for the little guy chilling on his shoulder. Keep your eyes peeled, buddy. You gotta pack that energy tight before letting a move rip. Yi-Ya just propped his chin on his paw, looking bored out of his mind. Brushing off the major sass, Bai An kept the masterclass going while charging up. Squeeze that power down, and you totally level up the attack. The damage output goes absolutely crazy. He shoved every ounce of his juice into a single water orb, packing it with an insane amount of pressure. The little dude squinted, totally lost by this classic cheat code leveling trick. It was straight up his first time witnessing something so weird. Not even giving him a sec to process, Bai An wound up and yeeted that glowing orb forward with everything he had. That beam zipped through the air like a literal sniper round, slamming into a giant rock. The collision was instantaneous. Boom, instant dust. Yi-Ya practically shivered at the insane flex. A basic water drop just outdamaged my ultimate fireball? No way. He totally slept on this tamer's potential. Catching his pet sweating buckets with its jaw literally on the floor, Bai An threw him the smuggest smirk ever. The poor little dude was totally clueless that the whole flex was basically a setup from jump. Turning away, Bai An cracked an absolute menace of a grin. That exact boulder was already blazing hot from Yi-Ya's previous fire attacks. Slapping freezing water onto it basically guaranteed a massive blast. But Yi-Ya definitely wasn't about to let himself look weak. Totally copying the vibe, the beast rocketed into the sky, packing an absolute unit of a fireball straight in his jaws. He let that monstrous heat blast rip, literally drop-kicking it mid-air to give it way more speed. That massive flame pillar was giving total doomsday energy, diving at the ground like a literal shooting star. Blinking would make you miss how it vaporized the entire mountain ridge. Rubble and dirt just absolutely went flying. Those epic mountains from 2 seconds ago? Completely wiped out, leaving behind a perfectly scooped crater from that insane blast. The shockwave whipped up winds so intense that Bai An's hair literally stood up straight. He was completely shook watching the absolute chaos drop. Once the payload fully popped, it set off a god-tier explosion, launching a mushroom cloud straight into the atmosphere like a legit military nuke. The sheer blinding flash from that hit practically lit up the whole map. Staring down that nightmare-level damage, Bai An just froze up, totally mind-blown. This guy's potential is cracked. Literally one tutorial, and he's already crushing the basics. Even while glitching out, muscle memory kicked in, and he offered his arm for his buddy to perch on. Bouncing back immediately, he shot the little guy the cockiest grin ever. "Check out what today's grind got you," he hyped up, pitching his agenda like a pro. "Roll with my game plan, and I swear you're gonna be an absolute legend." Honestly, you couldn't argue with those numbers. Why would anyone pass up a deal that sweet? Just like he plotted, the little guy was totally down, chirping and instantly agreeing. This poor dude literally didn't realize he got completely finessed. He just snuggled his shiny new core, fully blind to the massive villain grin his owner was sporting. Finessed him easily. The second Bai An walked inside, the weird vibes vanished, completely swapped out by Bayou and Potent cracking up in the dining area. Spotting her bro, Bayou's eyes practically turned into literal sparkles. She pointed right at him and hyped up, "Yo, big bro is finally home." Potent literally jump-scared, blurting out his name instantly. Strolling in, Bai An gave his little sis a quick head pat while scanning the spot. "Stay out of trouble, kiddo. Wait, where are mom, dad, and pops at?" Chilling in the back, Afu the butler was plating up dinner with max stealth and class. Hearing that, Bayou looked like she was about to explode. She totally puffed her cheeks out, throwing a massive pout. "They are literally still not back," she whined, getting all teary-eyed while yanking on his hoodie. Catching her bad vibes definitely spiked his own anxiety. Potent, totally feeling the exact same way, just let out a massive sigh. "Bro, my dad's been a wolf for days too." That sentence hit Bai An with a crazy wave of panic. Uncle Yuan is missing as well? Did Whitescale City just take a massive hit or something? Trying to figure it out, he peeked at his system pop-up classic leveling world stuff. The super edgy title Demon Curse Cult was just hovering there, basically giving zero context. Catching him totally zoning out, Potent started waving like crazy. "Dude, Earth to Bai An. Food's up." Snapping back, he finally hit his best bro with a real question. "Straight up, Yuan Potent, why are you even at my house?" "Bro, today is literally kickoff day. I showed up to drag you to the Taming Academy with me." He just scratched his head, mumbling to himself. "Oh, right, the kickoff. I totally forgot I'm still a student here." Potent stared at him like he had two heads. "Dude, please don't tell me you forgot we have school today." He was straight up out of words for his friend's cluelessness. Gears turning at max speed, Bai An threw a chill hand sign over to his butler. "Afu, pull the ride around." The dude did a full dip, hitting him with that elite respect. "Say less, boss." Right outside, the insanely huge neon jungle stretched out under a crystal blue sky, basically flexing human progress to the max. Chilling by the sick ride was this absolutely stunning girl, giving off major main character energy. Catching sight of him, Xiao offered a super graceful little bow. "Long time no see, Lord Bai An." Her gorgeous green hair flowed down, totally making those sparkly purple eyes pop. Not gonna lie, his heart totally did a little flip. Everything suddenly felt like it had this crazy soft focus filter on it. She was literally drop-dead gorgeous, stopping time in its tracks. He just awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck to play it cool. "Xiao, how is life treating you back in Whitescale City?" She turned bright red, nervously tucking a piece of hair behind her ear. "Honestly, thanks to you, everything has been totally amazing over there." The blue Rolls-Royce revved up and zoomed down the block. Before they knew it, they were pulling up to the elite beast taming academy. Bai An and Potent strutted down the hall like total bosses. Xiao just quietly trailed right behind them, completely staying out of the spotlight. Potent leaned over, looking totally paranoid. "Yo, Bai An, who is the insanely cute girl following us?" Never seen her around. Even right outside the homeroom, he would not quit stressing. "Bro, this class is packed with kids from the outer zones. Seriously, keep your guard up." The second they walked in, you could hear a pin drop as every single person stared them down. A bunch of troublemakers were giving them the dirtiest looks, straight up trying to burn holes through them. Meanwhile, another squad completely fanboyed out, screaming over each other in pure hype. "What is up, Master Shu? Hey, Bai An." Taking in the absolute clown show, Bai An just facepalmed in his head. Instead of actually grinding their skills, these losers are just playing high school politics. Poten was practically shaking in his boots right behind him. Dude, you are literally the #1 freshman from the capital. We absolutely cannot let them walk all over us. Stuck in the massive mob, Bai An just slapped on a fake smile. Hey guys. He sounded totally chill, but inside he was desperately plotting how to dip out of this cringe fest as fast as possible. Yeah, I definitely need to hit up my grandpa later about dipping out of school for a bit. Looking at everyone, he just realized how ridiculous this was. Playing school is such a joke compared to actual real-world survival. He totally zoned out, flashing back to crazy intense moments out in the wild. Way in the back, this totally edgy loner was just watching the mess unfold. That was Ain, the dude with a super rare SS dark ability. But honestly, in a magic world like this, he was basically a nobody right now with 0 pets. He had 2 hype men backing him up though. One had an S-tier skill, the other an A-tier. The dude with the goofy bowl cut leaned over, totally instigating drama with his boss. Yo boss, that dude looks like the big shot from the capital. Wanna see what he is made of? I bet he is totally coasting on family money. Complete fake flex. Hearing that, Ain got instantly triggered and ready to throw hands. His dark energy was so off the charts that his own sidekick started shivering. Feeling the heavy death glare, Bai An turned around and caught Ain practically foaming at the mouth. Bai An just flashed this wicked little grin. Oh, so you really want to go there? They totally stared each other down like it was an anime showdown. The vibe was insanely tense, practically begging for a crazy fight between complete opposites. While Ain looked ready to catch a body, Bai An was just straight chilling. He sized the dude up in seconds. Okay, decent stats, but without an animal companion? Dude is literally light years out of my league. Things were about to pop off until Xiao suddenly jumped right in the middle. They both stopped dead in their tracks, totally ruining the intense standoff. She stood her ground, hyping herself up to drag the bully. Knock off the toxic attitude right now, or we are going to have a serious problem. Looking that fiercely cute, she immediately stole the edgy kid's heart. Ain's tough guy act completely vanished. His pulse went crazy, his knees got super weak, and he turned completely red. He awkwardly rubbed his hair, stuttering out a quick apology. His minion was absolutely shook. Bro, why did you just fold? Right then, this totally loud, bossy girl yelled out from the door. Bai An, please tell me you did not forget our deal. Fang Tianyu was standing there, looking cocky as ever. Let us battle, right here, right now. Bai An's eyes practically sparkled like he just hit the jackpot. Clutch timing. Fang, you literally just saved my life. Scrapping with you is the perfect excuse to flex on these freshmen and shut down all their stupid drama. Looking around at the wild classroom, he smoothly shoved his hands in his pockets, oozing cool. Challenge absolutely accepted, Fang. Want to take this to the training grounds? I am assuming you are cool with that? Fang was absolutely pumped. Bro, literally bet. She folded her arms, mentally hyping herself up. I survived 2 months of pure torture just for this. She looked him dead in the eyes. Let us bounce. He just kept that mysterious little smirk going. The whole class completely lost their minds, totally thirsty for the tea. The ultimate golden boy versus the fiery queen, and it is a legit spirit beast brawl. Kids were straight up pushing each other out of the way. Yo, run. We gotta snag the front row for this epic clash. Even Ain's edgy little squad got dragged into the hype. His dark-haired hype man quickly piped up. Looks like there's some major beef there, the blonde chimed in. And they're seriously not holding back in this spirit showdown. Prime opportunity to see what these elite city kids are really made of. Altian gave a serious nod. Totally. Let's see how this plays out. The blazing sun baked the stadium, totally hyping up this epic magic battle. Xian just stood there, hitting her with a cocky finger curl. Skip the small talk. Bring it on, Fang Yu. She just planted her hands on her hips, ego completely off the charts. Whatever. I'm gonna wreck you in front of everyone and show exactly why I run things. Magic instantly swirled around her, sparking into a glowing ball of ruby fire. Calling out her spirit beast, massive wings made of literal flames burst right out of her back. It was a crazy flex that had the whole crowd gasping. Then, this insanely gorgeous purple bird just spawned in. Its eyes glowed with this killer vibe that practically screamed at you to bow down. Right on cue, the stat screen flashed open. Species, Red Luan. Type, Fire. Rank, Basic Black Iron. Trait, Voice of the Heavens. Potential, 4 spirits. Starter moves, Earth-shattering shriek, basic smoke dash, and maxed out blue sparrow flames. This thing was straight out of ancient myths, rocking that legendary royal blood. Just standing there, it gave off this crazy heavy aura that would make anyone absolutely wet themselves. Mixing that fiery monster with the brutal afternoon sun made the heat seriously unbearable. Xian blocked the glare, wiping a little sweat off his forehead. A literal phoenix, he thought, totally impressed. Never thought I'd see an ancient beast like that. This bad boy could literally max out at the purple star tier. Way up there, the flaming bird flexed its massive wings, making the heat wave even more insane. Xian gave a cheeky grin, totally entertained by the show. Cool, guess your elite family actually has the heavy artillery to back up all that talk. She sounded super toxic when she mocked him. "Aw, what's wrong, Xian? Never seen a top-tier summon before?" She glared down at him like he was literal dirt, her ego just inflating by the second. "I bet a basic guy like you is totally clueless right now. Want me to slowly sound out its name for you?" Xian didn't even flinch, reading the battlefield like a total pro. "Okay, gotta admit, your family's clout is pretty solid. Crazy that you actually tamed a red Luan, considering you can't even farm those in the Infinite Beast dungeons." He glanced up, flashing this wildly confident smirk. "Too bad that doesn't change a thing. You're still catching an L today." The girl completely froze up, mind blown that he'd instantly figured out her secret weapon. He'd immediately ID'd her super rare pet. Xian just kept pushing her buttons, tossing gasoline right on her temper. "Hurry up and attack, Fang Yu. If I drop my summon right now, this fight is literally over." Pure rage lit up her eyes. "You cocky loser!" she shrieked, ordering her fiery bird to bomb dive him with a massive wave of hellish flames. "Wow, how original." Xian just sighed and shook his head. Whistling a random tune, he casually dodged the crazy fire blast like it was absolutely nothing. The massive bird shrieked, charging up its power to cheap-shot him right from behind. Xian didn't even bother looking back. So predictable. And then, kaboom, a giant nuke of fire slammed into him, completely erasing Xian in this insane explosion. The whole audience collectively gasped. Only Tian kept a poker face through the madness. "Wait, it's done already?" Major letdown. Fang Yu was literally grinning at the blast until a hand just poked right out of it. Xian swiped the raging fire off his jacket like it was just lint. "Was that supposed to hurt? Hit me with your actual ultimate." She was instantly dripping with cold sweat. No way. She just stared, completely glitching out over what was happening. The bleachers went absolutely feral. "Dude, she's an elite freshman, but he just tanked that like a boss." "Bro, did you catch that? The guy's an absolute unit. He parried magic with his bare hands." Xiao squealed, hyping him up. "Xian is literally the GOAT." Fang Yu grinded her teeth, swearing under her breath. "Screw this." Panicking, she pulled out her final trump card. Red Luan. Hit him with the violet sonic boom. She flew higher, feeding all her mana into the bird to prep a giant soundwave nuke. Smash. The whole stadium literally started having an earthquake. A crazy tornado of noise ripped through the place, making everyone plug their ears so their heads wouldn't explode. Xian threw up a quick shield, clenching his jaw as he tanked the absolute monstrous force of that soundwave. He actually looked like he was folding, stressing the crowd out. Fang Yu's eyes flashed with pure psycho energy. He's totally done for. Wipe him out. But then Xian casually walked out of the smoke, barely shaking. "Okay, not terrible," he smirked. "You actually scratched my shield." The fiery bird swooped down like a hawk going for the kill. Xian's eyes just went dead serious. Time to shine, White Shadow Leviathan. Reality literally ripped open as this massive, sun-blocking whale spawned in. Just its jaws were big enough to swallow an entire squad. Staring down this absolute unit, that tough-talking firebird started shaking like a leaf. And the craziest part? The whale hadn't even made a move yet. One chill tail flick, and bam, the Fang Tanu beast got swatted like a totally annoying bug, slamming hard right next to its owner. Her ultimate flex was totally ruined in the mud. Way up high, Zan and his pet just stared down at the mess, absolutely unbothered. Coughing through the dust, she dropped to the ground, desperately fighting back embarrassed tears. "Okay, I give up," she choked out. Zine drifted down, staring right into her soul. "Yo, Fang Tanyu, didn't you forget a little detail?" She literally started shaking, sweating bullets as panic kicked in. "Wait, what?" "Winner takes everything." Zion leaned close, his whisper giving her absolute chills. He casually dropped a demand that stopped her dead in her tracks. Blushing hardcore and totally on the verge of tears, she snapped, "You'll regret this." Zion just cracked up, shooing everyone away. "All right, guys, show's wrapped. Move along!" Out of nowhere, the giant buildings nearby started violently shaking and creaking. Zin dropped his smirk instantly. "Wait, what is happening?" Everyone started freaking out. People were screaming about an earthquake while the pavement practically bounced. Zan glanced up right as this insanely huge shadow dropped from the sky. Chunks of concrete started falling like crazy rain. Way faster than Xian could blink, Bai and Ba spawned in, tossing up a force field to bounce the lethal rocks away. They held their ground, completely shielding their boss. "Boss Zine, things are getting way too sketchy out here," Bai insisted, looking super serious. "We need to head back to the mansion right now." Baiji jumped in. Zan squinted at the massive mess. "Baiji, what's the deal?" "No clue, boss." While the whole city basically fell apart, Zion caught a seriously bad vibe. This definitely wasn't normal nature acting up. Something super dark was about to hit. Cutting straight through the thick smoke, a bunch of alien battleships broke through Whitescale City's clouds. A ridiculously huge purple flagship with a spider logo was fronting the whole attack. Up on the command deck, these red and yellow-haired leaders were chilling while literal monsters steered their killer ships. The girl in charge yelled, "Why the heck are this planet's shields still up?" Her blonde sidekick gave a quick bow. Squad 2 says the quake slowed them down. She gave this wicked grin while staring at the battle screen. "Honestly, flawless timing. We vibe with this chaos. Charge up the Hellfire cannon." Immediately, with the town literally on fire and buildings tumbling, Zine zoomed past the wreckage in his bulletproof ride. Zen peeked outside, looking totally deadpan. He switched on his Heaven's Eye vision. The whole thing felt exactly like the kickoff of some insane magical apocalypse. A glowing blue screen popped up right in front of him. System warning. Scanning earthquake origin in Whitescale City. Outcome. Dimensional crash spotted. The interface literally displayed two different universes slamming together. Space boundary glitch. Domino effect triggered. Xeon's eyes went wide. Wait, what? Two whole dimensions smashing together? That literally changes the whole game. Like, what actually goes down when realities combine? He just stared blankly into the system's deep void. Scanning object. Myriad Beast Nest is fusing with a mystery zone. The screen suddenly blinked bright red, flashing this absolutely nightmare-level scenario. Massive towers were shaking like crazy while space junk showered down to wreck the globe. 3 months before the mega merge, wild vibrations literally rattled reality itself. That hidden Myriad Beast Zone started leaking straight into our universe, bringing the freaked-out screams of super-old monsters with it. 3 months down the line, the whole dimensional glitch chilled out, ripping open these ginormous space portals. The two universes basically started a terrifying mashup. Give it exactly 1 year, and the blend would pop out an insane top-tier hidden zone. He cracked a subtle smile, eyes looking super sharp. Honestly, this absolute mess was precisely the vibe he was waiting for. For normies, this was a straight-up disaster. For him, the ultimate cheat code. Out of nowhere, an insanely loud explosion totally killed the silence. Massive fireballs lit up the skyline, literally punching a giant gap right through the town's defense shield. Bajan stared out the glass, his face looking crazy serious. White Orchid City's force field just totally vanished. Did some traitor literally hack the power core? Way up in the sky, villain ships were absolutely wrecking the town. The boss lady was cackling like a total psycho while watching the fires grow. "Absolutely stunning," she smirked. "Let's get this party started." With one brutal stomp, she dropped the cargo. Enormous spiders started raining down like meteorites, literally blocking out the sun because there were so many. Down on the road, their car's warning system was going absolutely nuts. Threat spotted. Zine's mouth practically hit the floor. He was visibly shook. Alert. Alert. But he didn't even pause. "Baki, Bak Muak. Turn on the defense systems right now." A glowing bubble instantly wrapped their ride. Bam! One of those freaky spiders crashed super close by, popping into this nasty cloud of white and green poison gas. The shockwave was insanely heavy. Over at the mayor's command center, things were a total madhouse. Code red. This isn't a joke, guys. White Orchid City is officially on Tier 1 combat lockdown. A guard kicked the door open, totally out of breath. "Mayor Kanung, we just got hit by an insane magnitude 8 quake." No clue where it came from. He sounded super panicked, spilling the awful news. "It's the demon spider cult. They completely nuked our shield generator. The network is totally crashing. Our squad is fighting off the monster swarm, but honestly, it's looking super bad right now. They're swarming us." Kanung didn't even blink. "Get a squad on that core, right now," he ordered, totally stone-faced. "Call up every beast tamer we've got. Those walls do not fall." His shout practically shook the whole room. He ordered all security and city staff to instantly ditch work and start disaster control. "Sir, yes sir," the guards barked back, snapping sharp salutes. Kanung squinted, completely suspicious. The demon spider cult had stayed low-key for straight-up years. So why flex now? The vice mayor laughed, shaking his head. "Bro, You are way overthinking this. Those guys are basically basement-dwelling rats. Starting a whole earthquake? No shot. It is purely random timing. Out of nowhere, somebody was screaming over the radio. They're hitting the awakening hall. We need backup now. Kanung smashed his hand against the desk and jumped up. Crap. They don't care about the city, they're after the hall. They're trying to wipe out our main power source, he yelled out. Go. Get reinforcements to the hall, instantly. Old Wu will get crushed if we wait. Outside, bombs were tearing up streets while Bai An escaped the rubble. He just stood near his ride, completely mute. Baki checked the wreckage and sighed. Boss, the whip is completely cooked. Literally junk now. Zero chance I fix that, she groaned. Looks like we are walking. Right then, an absolutely massive boom rocked the pavement, kicking up this huge dust cloud. Bai An stared at the blast, eyes totally bugging out. It came from dead center downtown. The awakening hall was getting raided. Before his brain could even compute that, crazy loud engines flooded the skyline. An enemy ship dive-bombed them, and a glowing system alert instantly popped into his vision. The demon spider cult, Bai An whispered. Bakshi squeezed her hands tight as the crazy cultist gliders blitzed straight for the sacred zone. It felt like an awakening comic total anarchy meant major chances to level up. Up in the main ship, the hijacker flashed an evil smirk. Showtime, torch it all. Down below, the security crew was getting totally wrecked by the inferno. Put out those flames, we've got hurt people in there. Suddenly, it went pitch black. Something massive was dropping from the sky. A massive silhouette swallowed one of the guards whole. He peeked up, absolutely horrified. It was literal doom falling down. Bam! Drop pods smashed into the dirt. Thick smoke exploded, and this insane hairy spider leg crept out. The air cleared, and it was straight up nightmare fuel. The squad was paralyzed. We are so dead. Those are ghost-faced spiders. The monsters screeched and jumped, totally shredding the front line. Retreat! Shoot them! Run away! Meanwhile, way down inside the bunker, Tin Han looked super confused. What the heck is going on outside? A panicked guard kept mashing the radio button. Squad 1 calling HQ. HQ, do you copy? Anybody out there? He just got dead static back. Suddenly, the massive steel gates rattled like crazy from heavy hits. Tin Han got dead serious. Get ready to fight. The metal shrieked, totally about to snap. The shaking got absolutely insane. Tin Han's face went completely dark. Smash! The huge gates ripped right off the wall, and this massive tsunami of spiders flooded the room. Before anyone could even blink, the bugs were all over them. The armor does nothing against their bite, somebody yelled. Tin Han instantly knew regular weapons were totally useless in this dungeon break vibe. He immediately sparked his soul energy. Summoning, Kellen. Boom, a super sick glowing beast popped into existence. Shield wall now, he screamed. The guys finally snapped out of it, locking their giant shields together to build this insane metal barricade protecting their boss. Tin Han pumped his mana. Earth Guardian magic. The floor shook while floating rocks smashed onto the metal shields, adding thick stone armor. Ultimate block, he yelled out. A huge rocky barricade busted straight out of the tiles. He looked at his squad, sounding super intense. Keep focus. Don't get yourself killed. We're just stalling. He exhaled deeply, looking ridiculously burnt out from the stress. Nobody has messed with this joint in forever. Can't an old guy just retire peacefully? Tin Han hid behind the barricade and hyped up his guys. Right across from them, the bug army screeched back, going totally savage as they rushed in. This insanely creepy scream ripped through the room, literally rattling their brains. The monster swarm sped up, slamming the wall like a literal bullet train. The crash rattled the whole facility, blasting dust chunks absolutely everywhere. The attack was officially on. Tucked behind the block, Commander Xing was chilling, totally unfazed. His chill tone totally calmed the squad down. Don't budge. This barricade stays up. But the universe definitely disagreed. The barrier was literally cracking into web patterns. Suddenly, a nasty ball of webbing sniped through the gap, sticking right onto a guy's shield. The web tightened like a literal death trap. One brutal pull later, the guard was yanked into the dark, ripping a massive hole in their line. Commander Jen's face lost all its color. It hit him like a ton of bricks. We are so screwed. The wall completely gave out. Those creepy ghost-faced spiders absolutely flooded the gap like a literal nightmare coming alive. They wrecked the fort instantly. Xing just locked in, screaming right over all that insane noise. Focus your shots. Hold the line. Massive waves of lead absolutely poured down, lighting up those trenches. These freaks were cracked. They glitched around way too fast, matrix dodging every single bullet like literal ghosts cheating death. Xing was totally shook, realizing their movement looked exactly like some crazy unbalanced video game boss fight. Instantly, one massive freak completely cleared the gap, getting right in the commander's face before anyone blinked. Xing wasn't scared at all though. He just got this wild look. He totally set them up. Yelling out, he totally drove his polearm straight deep into the dirt. The dirt exploded into massive rocky spikes, completely skewering that whole wave. The leader finally let out a massive breath, relaxing his hands. That gives us a tiny breather, he figured, hiding how dead tired he was while secretly getting super annoyed. Where on earth is Bai Jingong? I literally just burned my ultimate. Out of nowhere, a huge dead bug started twitching. Some shadow completely ripped through the guts, looking straight out of some super edgy dark fantasy comic. She crawled out of that stomach looking straight up demonic. Xing screamed out about the threat inside. Before anyone even moved, those radicals aimed a massive gun our way while she shrieked out pure crazy talk. You monsters ruined everything. Time to pay. Then she instantly pulled the trigger. This massive explosive ripped through the sky, totally zeroing in on Xing. Bam! That huge shockwave literally threw guys around like toys. Through all that dust, the boss didn't even flinch, popping his shield ability at the absolute perfect second. This glowing wall totally ate the hit, but those weirdos used the dust cloud to completely sneak an attack. They jumped the stunned guys, moving insanely fast like snakes, but our crew totally held their ground. The squad totally locked in and fired back like crazy, ripping up the dirt with heavy lead. Out of nowhere, that insane lady rushed the team, yelling about dying. Smash! A polearm totally blocked her. Xing completely popped up. His gear literally shapeshifted into this massive wall, completely tanking her deadly strike like an absolute brick house. Realizing she totally missed, she jumped away. Xing stayed put and yelled to immediately evacuate all the hurt guys. Retreat right now! Looking super serious, he quietly told his magical pet that they were totally soloing this. His energy just exploded, literally vibrating the sky. Using epic earth magic, massive rocks spawned out of thin air and zoomed right at them. Those rocks weren't just for damage though. They locked together insanely perfectly, building this massive connected circle. Those weirdos were completely speechless as this giant dirt prison built itself, totally trapping them inside with the boss. The crazy rock arena was fully built. Honestly, the whole war zone just went totally, terrifyingly quiet for a sec. Past that barrier, the squad totally respected his clutch move. They scooped up the injured guys and bailed fast. In the bubble, that radical rolled her eyes, spinning her gear. You pathetic boomer. Just another broke fed working for nothing. Why totally die for literal pocket change? Xing just grinned, dead focused on her. You literally just don't get it. Super annoyed, she cued her blonde ninja. End him. That blonde zoomed in with twin swords going crazy, but Xing and his pet totally tanked it. Metal smashed metal, throwing wild sparks while they swapped totally insane combos. Xing aggressively poked his weapon out, but that ninja absolutely glided around it looking crazy smooth. During all that chaos, the main girl literally spawned this glowing purple bow, targeting the boss while he was totally busy. She shot it. That projectile ripped the sky. His gut totally panicked, feeling the absolute game over approaching. He spun around in crazy slow-mo. I am cooked, he guessed, but then his magical beast roared, smashing the dirt to pop a rock shield. That shot completely broke on the dirt. Taking that chance, Xing swung hard, making that blonde ninja totally back off. His pet wasn't chilling either. It literally glitched behind the boss girl. She turned totally shocked, but totally missed it. The creature totally launched her skyward, absolutely wrecking her right into that massive dirt wall. The vibe completely flipped. Xing's weapon lit up with crazy power, and he ripped an insane shockwave that literally blasted the bow from her hands. Still not safe though. This dark figure creeped up. The blonde returned, completely swiping two blades straight at his throat. Xing stayed totally chill, popping up this glowing wall to completely tank that fatal hit. He totally felt the crash, but just smiled. Perfect, he figured, literally eating up all that momentum. Keep swinging, bro. All that saved power just absolutely nuked outward. This giant rocky fist absolutely destroyed the ninja's stomach with insane power. The rogue got absolutely launched across the ring, wiping out right by her boss. Xing just stared at them, totally disappointed. Decades later, and your spider crew is still pure garbage. His words boomed loud enough to cancel their whole vibe. While I'm breathing, you creeps aren't getting anywhere near the center. That totally set her off, eyes literally glowing with pure fury. Zip it, boomer, she screamed. A crazy weapon flashed into her grip, spitting blue sparks like a mini thunderstorm trapped in metal. With one insanely overpowered swipe, She totally wrecked Jing Han's rock shield. The veteran was absolutely shook by her insane energy, turning ghost pale, realizing his element was completely countered. "Nature beats ground! I'm getting totally nerfed," he yelled. His epic beast leaped into the crossfire to block, right as she threw another massive hit. While she backed up, he gave his pet a massive nod of respect. "You're a legend, buddy." The monster smashed the dirt, pulling up a crazy spike wall to totally block them out. Zero chill from the rogue, though she spammed a bunch of sharp metal right at them. One stuck directly by his toes, buzzing like a hyped-up firecracker. "You're cooked," she smirked. A giant boom totally rocked the zone, leaving him slouched hard against his pet. The old guy was fighting for his life, barely staying awake. "While I'm kicking, this wall stays up," he choked out, looking super roughed up. "Take out a VIP from the big union, and you'll have the whole globe coming for your head." "Don't even try it," she hissed, totally mocking him. Yanking his shirt, she dragged him in close with absolute ice in her stare. "We've got the total cheat sheet on a washed-up has-been like you," she whispered toxic poison right in his face. "Your pet zone has mad armor, obviously, but nothing is invincible." Her tone went super creepy and dark. "We totally prepped for this magic setup. Brought our giant bug strictly to crash your shiny little party." Right on cue, heavy banging started echoing from outside. She gave this super villainous, twisted grin. Catch that sound? Dinner time. Out there, the massive bug was body slamming the wall, slicing the dirt and melting the rock like acid. When the stone cage finally turned to powder, the master completely dropped, looking absolutely defeated. "This is trash." He clenched his jaw, basically praying out loud to his buddy. "Man, I am totally out of gas here." Out of nowhere, the sky literally cracked open. A giant hand dropped from the clouds like a literal shooting star. This massive monkey landed, ripping the rock wall open like soggy cardboard. The rogue looked up, completely terrified. The beast went absolutely feral, winding up to totally delete her. But that creepy bug dashed in to take the hit instead. Somebody jumped off the monkey's back. It was Quang. He sprinted over to the veteran, picking him up looking super stressed. "Yo, boss, you still kicking?" The veteran let out a rough sigh, sounding totally beat but still fiery. "Bro, do I look fine?" While the giant monkey completely clapped the bug, his boy hyped him up, still trolling in a crazy moment. But the master was having zero of it. "You're lagging, way too slow." Right then, this totally epic silhouette blocked the sun. The kid flashed a huge smile, pointing straight up. "Yo, the cavalry is finally here." The old guy managed a tiny smirk. Acting like the main character as always, the new guy dropped in on his crazy bird, which immediately grabbed the bug and skyjacked it. Flexing on them, the new arrival yelled, "Heads up!" The magic bird dropped the monster, sending it in a total freefall. Down below, the backup squad rushed in on a flaming mount, looking absolutely hyped, spinning an insane weapon with a fire beast right beside him. Dude looked like a literal final boss entering the chat. "Let's go!" "Burn it down!" he screamed, launching straight at the dropping creep like an absolute meteor. The second he connected, his weapon popped off, wrapping the bug in a crazy fire trap. With the boys back together, their leader glared down, totally disgusted. "You dirty spider knockoffs." His intense energy totally packed the room. "Your little scheme is completely busted. Give up or get cancelled." The scared lackeys were literally shaking, turning to their head honcho. "Chief!" Seeing they were cooked, the blonde dude yelled. "Backup strat. I'll distract them." "Chief, hold up." Someone rocking a foggy face cover stepped up, totally cutting him off. "Let me take the fall for this." She yanked the cover off, showing a totally serious, sun-kissed face that meant absolute business. "Chief, you've got family waiting. I've been riding solo my whole life. Zero ties, zero drama. Use me as you need." Without even blinking, she vaulted right onto the huge bug. Her boss was stressing hard. "Move out." She gave this dark little smirk. "I've got this handled." She threw him some gear. He grabbed the wild, glowing blaster. The bad guys got super hyped, screaming loud for their creepy little club. While the bad guys caught their second wind, the chick whipped out a bunch of round gadgets. "I'm buying you time." A massive cloud blew up everywhere. The leader threw up a quick shield on instinct, only to realize he got totally juked by a flashbang. Peering through the thick mist, he yelled out, "Spread out! Do not lose them!" He sent his sacred bird flying straight after the targets. The holy bird sliced right through the heavy fog. It homed in like a missile, straight for the creepy crawler hauling that blonde boss. Those villains were totally gunning for the main hub. The giant gorilla and older dude Fang were practically breathing down their necks. No one was backing down. The bad guys were literally parkouring over everything super fast, while the furious monkey screamed a massive warning. We still got 2 left, and they are nearing the center. Out of nowhere, nasty chunks of goo blasted out from the bug's back end. The massive gorilla took a nasty blow to the spine, completely knocking that flaming beast right out of the clouds. That gross mud turned rock solid in a flash, locking both epic creatures inside a super sticky trap they could not escape. Fang and his backup got caught up in the splash zone, basically cemented right to the ground. Freaking great. One fighter totally raged, fighting the goop for 0 payoff. Cruising on his bird, the leader realized this bug was insanely fast. Way back, Fang screamed out, "Hey boss, keep pushing forward. Do not stress over these bugs." Over at the main hub, the villains dropped in right as a massive shadow covered them. The boss was here. A goon freaked out. "He is right above us." The giant bug tried scurrying over, but completely missed its window. The blonde guy's eyes practically popped out. "We are absolutely cooked. We are in his strike zone." Suddenly, the huge gorilla and veteran Fang crashed the party. The gorilla, the flaming beast, and the older pro teamed up for a crazy combo to totally wipe that bug out. The monkey smashed the dirt, launching that demonic crawler completely defenseless into the sky. Faster than a blink, Fang teleported above it, ready to finish the job. The older dude's polearm came crashing down like an absolute meteor, stabbing clean through the monster's thick armor. That massive hit completely wrecked the bug's outer shell, exposing the sketchy villain hiding inside. The crazy momentum from that epic slam did not just end with the monster. It punched straight through the thing and smashed the floor beneath, kicking up a massive, suffocating cloud of dirt everywhere. With the beast totally wiped out, Fang smirked. "Bow down, you absolute loser." His backup guy jumped in. "Your crazy plans are officially over." Trapped with no way out and facing the Reaper, the bad guy stayed dead silent. Then, that epic winged bird finally touched down, whipping up a massive, crazy dust tornado inside the main room. The top boss swaggered up looking terrifying. "You bug cult weirdos never quit, literally begging to get wrecked by fighting my crew." With an intensely cold stare, he lifted his wooden stick. In a split second, that thing morphed into a snappy leather whip. He swung the weapon with crazy accuracy and pure boss energy, shouting at them, "Nobody is gonna miss you guys." The whip snapped through the room, brutally slicing up the 2 bad guys with every hit. They were bleeding out while the boss ordered his magical bird to unleash a massive hurricane blast. That winged beast literally turned into a walking tornado charging the villains. Feeling the insane danger, both hitmen whipped out their gear. Super desperate to flip the script, the dude wildly swung his sword. He crashed right into the bird's attack. Catching the weird vibes glowing off their gear, the boss read the fight instantly. "Their storm powers are overpowering my nature magic, which seriously sucks." A sweat drop rolled down his forehead. They were totally countering his element. He needed a fresh game plan, like right this second. The rival boss yelled out, "I got your back! Make a mad dash for the hub." Jumping on the chance, the pair rushed the big boss with insane energy to grab their prize. Their teamwork was straight up perfection. The girl jumped crazy high, dropping a sword smash to lock the boss down so the blonde guy could sprint for the power hub. He totally read their fake out. "Giant bird, block that guy." The huge magical pet threw itself in the way like a brick wall, but the blonde dude was sneaky. He tossed his hooked blade way up into the roof beams. It snagged the ceiling exactly as the bird's giant claw completely obliterated his old spot. Using the heavy chain strapped to his weapon, the guy zipped through the air like a wrecking ball, dodging the monster completely. He never glanced behind, totally hyper-focused on the win. Flying right over the bird's guard, he chucked another blade, snagging it straight onto the main machine. Riding that crazy swing, he weaved through the traps like a viper, eating up the space in literally 1 second. The top boss was still trading heavy blows with the girl fighter. He peeked over his shoulder, looking totally sick to his stomach as reality hit him. Unbelievable. Hitting the main keypad, the blonde villain started tearing through their firewall with insane hacker speed. The hub started flashing this super creepy alien green glow. Soaking in that weird light, a completely unhinged grin took over his face. About freaking time, he hyped himself up. The wild moment we wanted is finally happening. The dude's hand lingered right above the launch code. Asterisk. Just a little more. Asterisk. He hyped himself up, swinging his arm down to smash the rune while screaming cult slogans. But his wrist just locked up, violently shaking in empty space. Glancing down, he realized a glowing energy leash was strangling him, completely blocking his aura. Bing-gong literally multitasked, snaring this guy while already brawling someone else. Choking hard, the blonde attacker spat out curses. "Why won't you just die, you boomer?" Bing-gong hit them with a deadly death stare, sounding totally raspy and hardcore. He dropped the mic. Game over. Off to the side, Elder Fang had the white-haired killer totally trapped, but she wasn't backing down at all. Calling us the bad guys? You're the actual colonizers here, she yelled, stealthily reaching for a hidden piece. Stop acting like you're innocent. Quicker than anyone could blink, she drew her weapon and pulled the trigger. It was incredibly close range, but Fang's dodge game was absolute perfection. He spun away, the round just barely skimming his clothes. Except, he was never her actual target. The projectile zipped through the air, heading right for Bingong, who was totally stuck holding down the other dude. Asterisk. Way too quick. Asterisk. The old man panicked. Moving was impossible. Then, everything went dark as his pet bird literally jumped straight into the bullet's path. That shot ripped right into the majestic creature. Worse, this wasn't regular ammo, it was pure anti-magic. Electric sparks went crazy all over the bird's body, literally deleting its energy core from the inside. No! Bingong shrieked at the top of his lungs. But it was over. His best animal bro turned into pixels and faded away forever. Losing his familiar totally messed up his focus, causing that magical lasso to fail. The glowing trap just vanished into sparkles. Bingong's stomach dropped, but the blonde dude wasted zero time now that he was loose. Teaming back up with his girl, they punched the ultimate code into the system. Mission accomplished, let's dip. They ghosted into the darkness right as the old man dived at them, leaving behind a ticking clock that just hit 0. A massive boom completely wiped out the area while the mayor just watched. Utterly useless. Jumping to the fallout, the reporter sounded terrified. A massive 7.8 tremor absolutely wrecked Whitescale yesterday. The official death toll just crossed 18,000. Yeah guys, the story gets super depressing right here. Like 50,000 people are still unaccounted for. Those attackers destroyed the barrier engines, letting a massive wave of Tier 3 beasts storm right into the streets. Our military guys are trying so hard to keep the monsters back right now. Plus, we're hearing about synchronized strikes all over the state. Mayor Bingong is out there playing commander, gathering whoever's left to totally wipe out these evil squads. They apparently caught one of the attackers, so things are finally chilling out a bit. Staring at the screen, Bai An felt sick, worrying about his grandpa. Then the channel swapped feeds. After everything went down, the mayor's kid stepped up to TV to calm everyone down. But bro, the local clinic was an absolute madhouse. The body count was literally going through the roof. Surgeons yelled to clear the halls as they rushed critically injured patients past, totally drowning out the guy on TV, promising they'd get through this. In those crazy bloody corridors though, 0 people cared about PR talk. Nurses sprinted by, just trying to keep morale up. Keep fighting, a caregiver shouted. The monitor kept yapping though, telling everyone to stay positive. Our top troops have your back, it said. Yet right below it, a bloody trooper with wrapped up eyes was getting wheeled by, probably blind for life. The doc grabbed the guy's palm, sounding totally shattered. Don't tap out on me, man. Seeing this absolute nightmare unfold, Bai An got hit with massive, overwhelming depression. Strolling past the next room, he heard the exact same begging. This dude Awe was holding onto his buddy, praying the surgeon hurried up. Bro, do not quit now, he yelled. The guy on the mattress was super messed up, both legs totally gone, just feeling that ghost ache. He just stared up at his bro, totally out of options. His buddy squeezed his fingers super hard, like an anchor, begging him to pull through. That specific warm squeeze though, it totally unlocked some crazy trauma from Bai An's previous timeline. A crazy dark memory full of flames came rushing back. While bombs were literally dropping everywhere, his old commander held him exactly like that while dying. Bai An. He coughed hard, slumped against a nasty red wall. Giving a tiny smirk, the boss murmured, "Never expected a kid like you to pull my sorry butt out." Bai An was absolutely freaking out, screaming his rank. But even knocking on death's door, the guy kept up his Chad energy. Flashing his iconic cocky smirk, he chuckled, "You absolute punk. Always pegged you as an emotionless psycho. Totally misread you, huh?" The captain was literally shaking when he took off his hat and shoved it onto Bai An's head. It was this intense, unspoken passing of the torch. Bai An completely locked up, totally speechless while the guy fixed the visor, then dropped the ultimate command. "If you survive this, remember." He never finished that thought. You could just see the spark completely fade from his gaze. The dude literally died right in front of him. Snapping back to the present, Bai An was squeezing his hands so hard his joints lost all color. Bai Shi and Bai Ji were absolutely freaking out. Young Master Bishi sprinted over, screaming, "Yo, are you okay?" Bai An's expression was seriously dark, like he was carrying some heavy bad vibes. The guy honestly looked like he just crawled out of the underworld. Looking super ghostly, he choked out, "I am chilling, totally fine." The hallway went dead quiet. Nobody said a peep the whole walkover. Giving off some crazy intense energy, he demanded, "What went down with Grandpa?" Right on cue, the medical bay doors burst open, snapping the awkwardness. Walking into that bright, spotless clinic room, the vibe was insanely heavy. You could barely breathe. Elder Fang, Uncle Chang, and his mom were posted up looking absolutely crushed. "Bai An, it is your grandpa," his mom stuttered out. Past her, Bai Jingong was totally wrecked, missing a whole arm and completely battered from fighting. Inch by inch, the veteran dragged his breathing gear off. "Is that my boy Bai An?" he croaked. He shot a look at the squad. "Clear the room. I am still kicking. Give me a second with my grandchild." The entrance locked shut, leaving just the two of them kicking it in private. "Bai An," the old man coughed, looking super worried. "Did you take any damage?" Bai An dropped to his knees, looking down. "I am totally flawless, Grandpa." Bai An could not stop staring at the nasty missing limb and fresh battle wounds. It honestly crushed him, seeing the absolute legend looking this wrecked. But Grandpa just flicked his good wrist and laughed it off. "This? Honestly, it is barely a paper cut. What I am dropping on you right now matters way more than my missing limb." Bai An literally felt shivers go all the way down his back. His grandpa was a legit diamond-tier beast, absolutely overpowered. Seeing him this rattled meant something incredibly bad was about to go down. "You heard about that demon spider crew?" the old guy questioned. Bai An gave a slow nod. "Yeah, I know them. Some crazy radical squad obsessed with extraterrestrial deities. Absolute trash tier. Bingo. They used to be annoying little silver tier noobs. But the meta gets super toxic here," Grandpa cautioned. "They literally figured out how to turn soul energy into physical gear now. Literally every single operative we threw down with was a diamond tier," he added, his tone getting insanely serious. "That was not just a random scrap. It was a massive, planned invasion. They are grinding on a whole different server," the veteran muttered. Sitting in that quiet room, it suddenly clicked for Bai An. Those crazy quakes lately? 0% natural. That was literally their tutorial phase. Struggling to breathe, Grandpa slapped his air supply back on. "It is way more cursed than we guessed," he choked out. "This whole mess is completely out of our hands." Right then, a glowing digital alert popped up in midair. "A hidden dimension is literally crashing into our 10,000 spider network. We are about to get wiped out." Bai An gently grabbed the old guy's frail arm. His insane sixth sense suddenly kicked in like a built-in aimbot. "Nah," Bai An stated, his eyes practically lighting up. "We are not getting deleted. Those dimensions are not colliding. They are actually syncing up." Grandpa's jaw practically hit the floor. "Syncing up? You seriously sure about that, kid?" 100%, Bai An shot back, sounding ridiculously confident. "I practically speedran the future. Those shakes are just the servers lagging while the two worlds blend together. You could literally see the stress leave the old man's body. So we actually have a shot." Grandpa stared intensely right at Bai An. "Honestly, I am originally from the Prime World. I used to be a massive deal in the legendary Bai clan." Bai An totally froze. "The Prime World?" That plot twist hit him like a truck. "Yeah, the Prime World," Grandpa recalled, sounding super salty. "I was literally the main character, the prodigy handpicked by the boss himself. But my ego was way too huge. Classic rookie mistake. I messed up insanely bad, got totally cancelled, and lost all my street cred. They kicked me out to this dead server. Still, they threw me a tiny bone, like a respawn opportunity. Take out the purple star tier spirit queen, and I could fast travel back. I was completely stupid," he muttered. "I totally slept on a purple star boss. I rushed the quest. My golden skillfish got completely wiped. My power stats were crushed, and now my cloud-winged crane just got dropped too. My skill tree to the purple star level is permanently locked." Seeing him looking so depressed, Bai An squeezed his hand tight. "Nah, there is always a glitch or a workaround, Grandpa. You still got this. You are missing the point, kiddo." Grandpa clutched Bai An's shoulder super hard. "You are literally carrying the Bai family legacy right now. Did not you swear you would be the most overpowered spirit tamer in this meta? Then head to the Prime World." The dude's eyes were practically burning with fresh hype, totally blowing Bai An's mind. "Jump into the ultimate draft 12 months from today. Grind to the top 10 leaderboard. Only in the Prime World can you break the level cap and become an absolute legend." He shook like crazy, transferring all his leftover hype directly into the teen. Bai An kept him propped up, definitely feeling that main character energy locking onto him. Grandpa Byung-sung popped off his necklace and passed it my way. "You've got the skills, kid, and the guts. Everything the B family owns is yours now." He shoved a sleek black card right into Bai An's palm. "Keep it. Play your cards right. and this stash will power level you straight to diamond. Just listen up, Bai An, don't screw up like I did. Burn that into your brain. I swear I saw the captain's classic grin flash across the old guy's face. He was smiling, but it was just a total front to hide the agony. The biggest flex in this universe? Real human bonds. Bai An's heart totally did a flip. 2 lifetimes. Same crazy wisdom from the captain, now Grandpa. He gripped that pendant, locking in on his new mission. Loud and clear, Grandpa. Cut to the Bay Estate, where tiny Bizu was chilling on the steps. Is my big bro sick like Gramps? What's taking him so long? The maid gave her a super sweet smile. Chill out, little miss. Young Master Bai An is totally built different. He'll be back in a flash. Right on cue. The door swung open. Bai An walked in, gripping the chunky pendant, totally lost in thought about that whole power of friendship speech. Big bro, an absolute blur, just zoomed straight across the living room. 0 reaction time before his sister went full cannonball, latching onto his head and almost knocking the future ultimate spirit tamer flat on his back. He just stood there absolutely shook, taking a massive L against the tiny kid's crazy energy. Then Bizu's voice snapped him out of it. You finally made it! She looked up, completely stressed out. Are you alright, bro? Seeing his ridiculously cute sister just unlocked hardcore protect mode right in Bai An's chest. This time around, I've actually got a squad worth taking a bullet for. I can't fumble this. He gave her a massive, super soft head pat. I'm totally good. But his brain immediately flashed back to the nightmare of his past life. That freezing, awful feeling of just fading out. The absolute horror of being a weakling. That trauma was exactly what had him sweating blood to become the ultimate beast tamer. But standing there now, it clicked something way deeper than just grinding stats. He remembered how this tiny family literally yanked him out of rock bottom. Bai An finally got it. His actual cheat code was his family. Cut to the next scene. Chilling in his quiet bedroom, Bai An got ready for the crazy grind ahead. Clutching Grandpa's charm, he threw on some serious drip. Giving off total main character energy from a hype-leveling Manhwa, he stashed away a super sketchy box holding a purple crystal, a letter, and that charm. He gave Bizu the rundown. Mom and Dad are gonna pull up soon. Hand this over to them, deal? She just nodded along. You got it, bro. Flashing a super sweet smile, he gave her one final pat. I've got a major quest to knock out. Stay out of trouble and hold down the fort. Then Shia stepped up, looking totally red in the face. Boss Bai An, she called out, making his expression melt. Shia, you down to run headfirst into the crazy unknown with me? Her awkwardness just instantly vanished, locking into full try-hard mode. If the boss moves, I move. Strolling next to each other, he had to poke fun at her. Shia, not even a little bit scared? She basically announced it with 0 hesitation. With you here, Bai An, I'm literally bulletproof. He let out a breath. Bro, drop the weird formal stuff. Just use my name. She instantly fired back. Got it. Bai An, sir. They finally pulled up to a totally dead, creepy construction yard. Shia turned to look at him. So, you actually have a drop spot picked out? Staring out into basically nothing, he owned up to it. Haven't locked in the exact map pin yet, but inside, the mission was crystal clear. Power level like crazy and farm some epic drops. Firing up his heads-up display, he snapped out an order. System, run the numbers. Gotta dig into this, he muttered, hyper-focusing on the Eye of Revelation. Search query. Fix Grandpa's missing arm. A sweet little ping hit his ears as a bottle of life water popped on screen. Then his brain swapped to the pet issue. How the heck do I heal Grandpa's red-eye golden fish? The UI blinked with a fresh drop. Spirit nurturing heavenly water. Turns out, the old man's beast had a completely shattered core. It desperately needed that heavenly water stuff to bounce back. This insane mythical tier item was packed with 4 raw elements, basically an ultimate cheat code for water-type pets. He smashed the search button, but the results had him glitching out. Wait, what? The system completely cooked his hopes. Life water, 5,500 points. Heavenly water, error 404. Item completely wiped from the radar. He just stood there mumbling. So the life water is a massive ripoff, but doable. The other stuff? Literally wiped from existence. He decided to pivot. Eye of Reverend, show me how to patch up the Awakening Hall's core. A crazy blueprint popped up, blocked by some heavy red firewall. Core toasted, 0 chance of fixing it. Flashbacks of the bloodbath flooded in. That was the exact moment his grandpa basically gave up on life. Right after that insane fight, I dropped the Purple Thunder Eagle egg and a leveling guide just to keep him from quitting. It was all just to keep the dream alive, the crazy idea that White Scale City actually stood a chance. But now, pure panic mode. Bro, what's the play here? The trail on the water is totally dead. Where do I even start? Out of nowhere, this crazy shockwave hit his spine. What the? I'm literally paralyzed. Bai An was just spectating his own body as his arm went full autopilot. The Eye of Revelation was taking the wheel, hard locking onto a random spot on the mini-map. This way. Xiao instantly caught his sudden vibe check. Bai An, you see something? Snapping out of his daze, he gave a quick nod. We're hitting the east gate. Quickest way out of this dump. But pure panic completely flashed across her face. Wait, the wasteland? My gut says absolutely not. He shot her that trademark smirk to instantly chill her out. Hey, beast tamers don't do fear. Plus, we'll totally crash with a scout crew to catch a ride. They kept trudging down the busted asphalt. Wait, scout crews? Like who? Basically soldiers for hire. Crazy fighters risking it all out in the wild for massive payouts. Up top, the sky looked gorgeous, totally mocking the insane gridlock underneath. Sirens screamed overhead, "Line up for checkpoint screening!" Bai An squinted at the massive mess. What a joke. He gestured at the crazy mob. Looks like your gut was spot on. Out of nowhere, a rogue car completely spun out. Heads up! He yanked her close as the runaway ride drifted past them. They literally dodged the Reaper by an inch. Tires screeched to a halt. As the smoke cleared, things got super awkward. They were totally holding hands. He whipped his head away, cheeks absolutely burning. You alive? She stared at the floor. Yeah, totally fine. She scanned the panicked mob, confused. The monster wave is over. Why's everyone bailing? His gaze grew insanely sharp. Processing the chaos like an absolute boss, he muttered. Elites think White Scale City is getting wiped. Total sellouts. Too soft for the wild, so they throw cash at mercs to babysit them. Hence that massive motorcade. Cash rules everything. Up ahead, the east gate towered like a mega boss. Some military chick yelled, "Watch for monster ambushes. Scans mandatory to leave. Move for the army transports." Bai An watched her intense, no-nonsense vibe. Drop your weapons and flash those IDs right now. The security hound gave him a deep sniff. Catastrophe literally just hit, but the doors are wide open? Definitely a massive PR stunt to look totally fine. The screen pinged green. Cleared. They stepped into this super cramped, freaky underground passage. Warning. Breathing gear required from here. He tossed one on, and she copied him instantly, way too spooked to argue. Stepping into the daylight, the Deadlands just rolled on forever. They broke apart, booking it across the dusty dirt. He kept sweeping the skyline, taking in the brutal view. This whole barricade was literally a massive monster cemetery. Pulling up his scopes, he started hunting. Gotta track down that scout camp, fast. The heat waves in front of them were absolute insanity. Bro, it's baking. Hold up, bingo. Out in the blazing sun, exhausted grunts dragged by. He totally flushed as some insanely gorgeous, half-dressed girls strolled past. They finally hit the command hub. Staring dead ahead, he muttered, "That base camp? That's the scout squad's turf. Let's roll." A busted-up banner snapped crazy hard in the breeze, marking their spot. This was it, the Red Monkey Squad. Inside their zone, Fang shouted, "Yo, Duan, couple of newbies just pulled up. Thoughts? Easy targets?" The creep checked them out with a completely psychotic smirk. Top-tier material right there. Laughing like a total villain, he sauntered over acting all sweet. "What's up, kids?" His stare was honestly super terrifying. "You guys lost?" His buddy Cat called from the back, though Bai An's icy glare made him instantly regret it. She knew right away these dudes were walking red flags. He shot her a quick look. Hanging with his clan had totally unlocked some weird, hidden vibe in her. She literally shook as the creeps closed in. She was basically a magnet for absolute trash. But her guy was 0% weak. His energy spiked, dead silent. The punk zoomed over like a glitch. "It's super sketchy out here, baby. Let me keep you safe." He totally walled them off, invading their personal space in a split second. Smirking, he disrespectfully tilted the kid's face up. "Aw, you shaking for me too, little guy?" She was completely paralyzed. The creep ate it up, thinking they were absolutely terrified. "Aw, is my little prize mad?" Then, bam, he snapped. He literally planted the guy's face into the mud, snapping his wrist like a twig. The creep shrieked, "Fang, get him off me! This psycho is insane." But the boy just loomed over him, crazy blue fire wrapping his arms. "Bring it!" His buddy totally locked up, suffocating from the insane murder vibes radiating off the teen. Sirens blared under the blistering sun. Then, a super bored voice echoed out. "Hey boss, what's with all the drama? Keep it down." The second in command lazily rubbed his neck. "What do you think? Monster raid." His tech guy immediately booted up the radar. Heat SIGs reading 200 to 300 targets. It was straight out of a survival game, pure math. Kill or be killed. Status update, let's go. The sniper stared down his crosshairs. Yo boss, you done messing around? Things were looking totally cursed. A massive dirt cloud swallowed the eastern skyline, and we had exactly 5 minutes before the monster wave hit. Dwan was literally crying on the dirt. Bro, release me. We are basically going down together anyway. You seriously want to stick around for the bloodbath? Bai An just gave him absolute freezing death glares before violently brushing the dude off. Back off. Stumbling away, Dwan frantically screamed over the radio. We need the second in command, as soon as possible. The whole barricade absolutely lost it. Up top, some dude literally glowing with fire hollered, "Chill out!" Chi Ming's massive voice echoed, shutting down the panic. Running back is zero option. We hold this spot until backup pulls up. That is if you want to survive. The newbies honestly looked completely lost. Bai An silently judged the boss, low-key impressed. Finally, somebody with actual brain cells. Chi Ming stayed standing, hyping everybody up. I am second in charge of Red Monkey, a silver-tier tamer. I am taking Vanguard, but I legit need a tank tamer covering our sides. Who is stepping up? Chi Ming dead-stared the squad. The low-tier iron rookies just totally wimped out. The supposed pros were too shook to actually fight. Then, a blonde chick pushed through the crowd. I am silver tier. Bai An went to volunteer but froze. Wait, someone stole my thunder? A mega-rich trust fund kid flexed to the front, eating up the attention. Hook me up with artillery, and I'll secure it. People started gossiping crazy. Yo, isn't that the heir to Ming Corp? He actually hit silver tier? Chi Ming scowled. A spoiled brat. Could this guy even throw hands? He started yelling commands. Dwan, Fang Dong, grab a team and haul the massive guns here instantly. Both mercs locked in immediately. Yes, boss, moving. While Chi Ming kept hyping everyone, Bai An glared at the billionaire kid, whispering to Xiao Yi. Hide behind my back. Protect yourself like crazy. That show-off is absolutely going to throw the match. The atmosphere basically melted as a gigantic flaming ape spawned in. The rich guy smirked like a total villain. Bring it on. Zero time for that fire ape to chill. Under a crazy clear sky, the guards went into overdrive. Alpha literally collapsed, begging the heavens. Big guy upstairs, back me up here. Give me the smarts and guts to make it through this absolute nightmare. Squeezing his holy book with his eyes glued shut, he muttered, protect the squad. We are trusting your plan totally. The wealthy dude showed off, seriously thinking karma or just his massive ego would somehow keep them from wiping out. Dwan squeezed his gun, getting hyped in a super weird way. Xiao Yi stared in absolute horror, just wishing she wasn't so powerless. Carrying a massive minigun, Dwan slid right next to Bai An. Yo dude, you also command monsters, yeah? This seriously felt like one of those anime power scaling moments. He completely locked eyes with Bai An. You legit move like a veteran. You aren't faking those skills, huh? I swear you'd crush that rich snob. Bai An's defensive vibe cooled off a bit. Guess you aren't just a brain-dead creep. Dwan visibly cringed. Savage roast, bro. I'll give you that. Your girl looks totally shook, man. Xiao Yi was literally vibrating with pure panic right then. Bai An tapped her arm, making her pulse absolutely skyrocket. Xiao Yi, you good? She looked like a straight-up ghost. Yeah, just low-key stressed out. Bai An stared right into her soul. When the monsters crash in, glue yourself to me. I got you covered. The duo locked in for the hit. Dwan loaded his gun, absolutely buzzing on adrenaline. They are rushing us, he screamed. Battle stations. The whole skyline got swallowed by a dark monster wave. The radio buzzed loudly. Do not shoot. Let the explosives pop first. Bang! Massive blasts ripped up the vanguard, totally covering the creeps in ash and flames. Even Dwan looked seriously amazed. Shujing's traps are insanely brutal, yet stragglers bolted out of the smog. Fang Dong instantly locked onto their movement. These freaks are super tanky, right? He mashed the trigger button. Choke on this. One monster's skull completely popped like a water balloon. Another blast echoed, one-shotting a second enemy on the spot. Dwan, you got heat pushing your lane. The auto turret totally spammed bullets, but those agile freaks literally dodged the fire. Yo Shujing, a straggler totally juked your gadgets. Shujing rage quit on her keyboard. You literally watched it run. Why not hunt it down? So annoying. Dwan sprinted to the gun setup with a dark chuckle. Bro, I warned you those tiny cannons would not stop these tanks. He lined up his scope. Insane damage was the only thing that worked here. Dwan went akimbo, absolutely spraying a hurricane of lead. Skulls straight up burst like melons. Still, the monster wave just kept climbing our defenses. Bai Shan's face went completely deadpan. That swarm of bronze-tier trash was actually breaking in. But the billionaire kid just gave this incredibly smug, punchable grin. "About time I carry this," Duan yelled loud over the shooting. "Hold up! Kick those fuel drums over the edge, right now!" The squad panicked, shoving massive gas tanks down the walls. Those heavy-duty metal cylinders completely flattened the front line of enemies. Fang Dong didn't even blink. He aimed straight for the gas, completely ignoring the creeps. A massive fireball blew up, cooking the whole swarm alive. I mean, even our guy had to step back and admire that epic carnage. "Okay, your crew actually low-key slaps," someone called out. Duan smirked, his ego absolutely massive now. "Duh, Red Monkey Squad runs this wasteland." The fire pushed the swarm away, but one absolute unit stood its ground. Flexing crazy boss energy, it towered over them. Duan squinted. "All right, boss fight time." Bai An instantly booted up his interface. "Eye of Revelation, go." A blue holographic screen popped up to scan the danger. Target logged. Iron Steel Alchemy Beast. High Silver tier. Specs include Killing Mist, Battle Roar, Shredding Fangs, and Emerald Armor. A blood-red high silver variant stepped out of the haze, staring right through them. Fang Dong caught it in his sniper scope and yelled, forehead completely dripping with sweat. The vibes were intensely heavy. "Duan, I'm seeing like 7 or 8 silvers." Duan looked sick. "Wait, 7 or 8? You gotta be joking." He frantically pointed to the back. "Rich boy, can you solo the rear guard?" The trust fund kid just smirked. "I got this." He snapped his fingers to call out his familiar. "Drop in, golden horned toad." A giant metal-type amphibian literally spawned out of nowhere. Mid-silver rank. High gold potential with elastic durability. Loadout features rapid fire, titan tongue, and metallic skin. Chiming instantly dropped his own summon. "Silver ranks are multiplying fast. We gotta clear the mob right now." He ordered his crimson fire ape. "Meteor punch!" The monkey's fist lit up, literally popping a monster's head clean off. A second freak jumped from the dark. They slammed together, totally locked in a sick combo of fire and claws. Chiming screamed from the rear. "Crimson Ape, pop your ult!" The monkey dodged like a pro, arm glowing crazy hot before dropping an absolute flurry of lava punches. Red Lotus explosion. The creep was completely vaped into blood and ashes. Post beatdown. The fiery ape flashed its fangs. "Vice Captain, backup is sliding through in 8 minutes, tops." Chiming's face fell, looking totally stressed. The basic citizens behind the wall were celebrating way too early. He turned, looking grim. "Boys, just hold it down a bit longer." But right as the vibes improved, a red laser skimmed a dude's head. The guy's gun completely dropped. His buddy beside him lost all color, straight up shaking as he spoke. "Chang? Bro?" While he stood there entirely frozen, a massive dark figure crept up right behind him. He slowly spun around, absolutely terrified. What even is that? But before the guy could yell, the phantom attacked. The red blur zipped back, taking his head clean off. Blood erupted everywhere like some twisted horror movie fountain. Bai An's face locked into total tryhard mode. Blue energy swirled around his hands, ready to throw down. Moving scary fast, Bai An fired off a cracked hit. A blue laser completely wrecked a jumping monster mid-flight. But way out there, hundreds of glowing eyes stared him down. "Crap! This lobby is way too packed," he panicked. Right as he stumbled, a giant web sniped from above. The threads cocooned a monster, totally deleting it. Bai An flinched, covering his head in shock. Once he realized he wasn't dead, he quickly chilled out. Hitting one knee, he pushed all his mana into his hands. Yelling, he shoved his palms forward to strike. A massive shockwave blasted out, totally wrecking the incoming mob, brushing the dirt off. He looked at who saved him. "Xiaoyi?" he choked out, spotting her shadow. "Did your spider actually hit bronze tier?" The girl stepping into the light was definitely the gorgeous Xiaoyi. She nervously tucked her hair back, looking a bit shy. Copped some super rare items from the underground market. It finally caused a rank up. Chilling next to her was this nightmare purple bug, molten lava spider, low bronze rank. Magma trait with high gold potential, rocking, scorching web, and flame bomb. Bai An just stared, nervously sweating bullets. High gold potential? He thought, mind totally blown. That luck is insane. But sadly, their barricade was collapsing. The freaks hammered the walls until it literally turned to powder. Thick white smog completely filled the zone. Duan screamed at the rich dude, "Clips are empty, drop the summons." Without missing a beat, the wealthy kid pointed. Golden Toad, wipe them out. The absolute unit of a frog popped its ultimate skill. Titan Tongue. Its jaw unhinged, launching a pink flash. The tongue literally whipped across the zone, bowling the monsters completely over. Bai An grabbed his chest, eyes burning with main character energy. Everyone is literally going all out. I refuse to be the dead weight here. He threw his hand toward the sky. Pull up, Yi-ya! Instantly, this massive flying beast dropped right out of the sky. The bird blasted 3 insane fireballs at lightning speed. Bai An completely freaked out, yelling, "Yo, Yi-ya, chill out." Surprisingly, those blasts nailed the creep perfectly. Still, Bai An angrily shook his fist. "Bro, I didn't even say attack yet, you absolute pigeon." The creature touched down, giving him massive side-eye. "Dude, I am the literal avatar of the sun. You seriously think I take orders from some guy?" Bai An didn't even argue back. He just smacked the bird right on the dome. A hilarious cartoon-style lump popped up while the bird pouted. Xiao Yi and her spider just stood there, totally shook. Meanwhile, behind the loot boxes, Qing and his monkey were practically hugging the floor. That giant freak was literally inches away, on the prowl. Qing remembered the dude who just got his head swiped off. His expression was this crazy mix of pure terror and hardcore focus. Clenching his jaw, he calculated their odds. That thing's speed is totally broken. No way I win a straight-up fight. Freaking out right now is basically suicide. I gotta keep my cool. Snapped out of his zoning, Qing realized the total noob next to him was actually aiming his gun. Furious, he yelled, "Yo, what on earth are you attempting? Crap." Watching the idiot prep to rush, Qing frantically grabbed at him. "Bro, stay down." But the guy just clutched his weapon even harder, spraying bullets everywhere while screaming, "We're dying together." Honestly, what happened next was super obvious. The beast just casually swiped, popping the guy's head clean off in one go. Meet the Hammerhead Queen. Basically a giant walking nightmare decked out in glossy black armor, glowing with purple energy lines. Sporting wicked sharp claws, she was literally just holding the dude's detached head. Qing dove back behind the box, absolutely drenched in terrified sweat. His brain was short-circuiting. What even is this thing? Some insane gold-tier raid boss? Then, a system pop-up randomly triggered. "Boss, the east wall is totally busted. The monster swarm is pouring into base." He sucked his teeth, mega annoyed. When it rains, it pours. Qing snapped into command mode. "Fang Donglig, I need backup. Check your 6 o'clock. Fang Donglig's voice immediately buzzed through the mic. "Gotcha." The sniper whipped his scope around to the 6 o'clock angle. The freak was right in view, with Qing and his fire monkey cowering behind the boxes. Fang Donglig grinned, murmuring into the headset, "You totally owe me an epic dinner for this carry cap." He locked on and fired. Boom. The shot nailed the queen right in the dome, snapping her head backward. Spotting the window, Qing screamed, "Hit it!" Next to him, the fiery ape ripped off its eye patch, revealing a crazy glowing eye. Growling with raw rage, the primate blasted a massive fire laser from its socket, activating the flame impact skill. Except the queen's agility was honestly a joke. Gliding like a ghost, she casually sidestepped the death beam right before a giant blast shook the whole zone. Duan, Fang Donglig, and Bai An all totally glitched out, wondering what just went down. Bai An instantly checked his summon. "Winged Fang, go help Qing right now." The bird took off immediately. Back with Qing, things were looking absolutely cooked. The queen was right on top of him, swiping her claws to send this sick purple wave of energy ripping through the space. Qing frantically threw up a shield, scoring himself like 1 extra second of life. But she was way too OP. The barrier started cracking just from her insane energy output. He looked over and saw his fire monkey wincing hard. "Dude, fall back! Run!" Then, a loud snap. The shield basically exploded into pixels. The queen dived in, grabbing him right by the neck. Choking, he grabbed her deadly hands to stop his throat from getting sliced open. Winged Fang dive-bombed from above, but she totally read the sneak attack. Flexing ridiculous power, she chucked Qing directly at the incoming bird. The bird dodged at the last second. Duan blinked in to catch him, but the momentum smashed them both through a literal wall, leaving a huge dent. Duan stared down, totally stressed. "Yo, boss, you still breathing?" Qing winced, bleeding from a bunch of facial cuts. "I'm good," he groaned. Up high, the bird spammed fireballs, but the queen just popped a purple shield, tanking every single hit. Seeing this, Qing's face got super serious. "If we don't end her, it's game over for us. Someone has to lock her down so we can actually do damage." He made a crazy fast call. "Fang Donglig, that special magic ammo you got, shoot it now." The sniper looked intense, even if his voice sounded super chill. "You got it, boss. That's 2 dinners on your tab now. No backing out." Slapping the custom bullet into his gun, He muttered a quick prayer, begging the universe to spare my precious gear. But nah, my luck sucks. That alchemy round packed way too much juice. The entire barrel just absolutely shredded itself on impact. Fang basically watched his soul leave his body, rip to his favorite blaster. Even with the misfire, that pure chaotic energy rocketed straight at the boss, popping off a massive flashbang right in her face. Fang scoped his wrecked setup and swore loudly, chining, "My baby is completely fried. I am literally just holding a scope here." Bai An was booking it over to their squad from across the field. Duan and Qining covered their faces, peering through the crazy dust cloud at the freak. Complained to Zhang about it later. Qining shot back. Bai An drifted to a crazy stop right next to the crew, his winged pet touching down on his sleeve. Duan broke the silence. There is zero chance she lived through that, right? But Qining stayed totally locked in. Nah, keep watching. The fog rolled back, and the boss monster was just chilling there, totally flawless. That nuclear-level explosion did absolutely nothing to her. Fang desperately swept his busted scope around to lock on again, but she literally just glitched out of reality. His jaw practically hit the floor. Bro, where is she? Spoiler alert, she already figured out exactly where he was hiding. She launched into the sky like an absolute rocket, flexing those massive claws to turn our sniper boy into confetti. Fang hugged his shattered weapon while his whole hiding spot got nuked. An insane violet glare ripped through the air like a glitch in the Matrix. Bai An stared at the sky, literally shaking. Her movement is insane. She is definitely a legit gold-tier threat. Once the debris cleared out, the beast was just grabbing a handful of busted cables. Fang had totally ghosted her. Glancing down, she spotted 4 colorful dummy flares hissing on the ground. Figuring out she got totally played, she threw a massive tantrum and completely vaporized the tower. Down on the ground, Bai An was watching the fireworks, until the boss literally teleported from the clouds to right behind his back. That dark, icy death aura hit his spine, and his expression instantly locked up in pure panic. The freak lunged in. She went for a crazy double swipe to end him, but her sharp nails screeched against his backup force field. He threw up some magic, brain going a million miles an hour. I literally cannot even process how fast she is moving. She leaned her entire creepy face and talons into his magic dome. The weight was insane. Bai An realized he was cooked. This wall was gonna snap. Literally a heartbeat later, his worst nightmare happened. The protective bubble exploded into pieces from her crazy sharp attacks. The massive boss loomed over him looking super smug. Out of nowhere, this gross sticky net zoomed in from off-screen. Smack! It glued right to his waist, making him super confused while his magical shield bits rained down. Right as the queen went for the kill, that gooey string yanked him straight into the air, and he accidentally face-planted right into Xiaoyi. Awkward pause as they both went completely tomato red. Yo, Xiaoyi, good save. I mean, my bad, Bai An stuttered out, dying of embarrassment. Xiaoyi aggressively avoided eye contact, sounding super shaky. Hey, no worries at all. Just forget it happened. She carried him with one hand while absolutely blasting the enemy with her other. Flaming spider lava blast coming in hot. Liquid fire slammed into the dirt, cracking the ground into this sick glowing spiderweb design. The whole vibe was just utter mayhem. The boss just basically did a dance through the explosions, perfectly dodging everything. Bai An was sweating bullets trying to read the play. Another perfect dodge. His brain flashed back to that crazy sniper shot. This thing's agility is basically cheat codes. It tanked a bullet but weaves through magic attacks like nothing. Bai An whispered. The math is literally not mathing right now. It easily dodges magic blasts. Hold up, it is literally reading our energy vibes, he suddenly figured out. It cannot actually see normally. It only detects power levels. Bai An screamed at the hired guns nearby. Yo, I just figured out how to beat it. We have to attack right this second. But those total wimps were already doing a speed run out of there. Bro, where are you guys running? He yelled at them, totally shocked. Every man for himself, they shrieked, basically abandoning them. Out of options, Bai An looked at his last teammate. Xiaoyi, it is literally just you and me. Out of nowhere, a super arrogant voice crashed the pity party. Chill out. It was the wealthy trust fund kid. He adjusted his specs with the cockiest grin. Did you guys legit forget a pro-tier beastmaster is here? We are literally in a leveled reality. He called out his main pet. Golden Toad Defense Protocol, let us go. His shiny toad instantly responded by unhinging its giant jaw and eating the rich kid alive. Everyone watched, completely traumatized, as crazy lights flashed from the animal's stomach. The dude and his pet literally morphed into one being. The toad's face glitched out, suddenly rocking the rich guy's face and his signature specs. The hybrid smacked its palms into the dirt. A totally broken rank ability called soul merging. It is the peak form where the trainer and pet become one absolute unit. All of their stats basically went to the moon. Bai An scanned the new form. It looks insanely cursed, but hey, crazy stats beat looking cool any day. Xiaoyi was cringing super hard next to him. That is beyond disgusting. But the toad dude was already charging up some sick neon energy. Check out the legendary skills of your boy Ming. The freakish thing roared, showing off its fangs, and absolutely yeeted itself at the enemy. Hyperdash, engage. That monster dodged in a heartbeat. The frog totally whiffed, hitting empty air and curling into a ball of pure agony. Totally called it. Bai An muttered under his breath, watching the mega fail. It's locking onto spiritual vibes. It's strictly hunting our energy. Xiao Bai, this crazy strat is gonna work, he said chill enough, though she looked completely terrified. Dude, I totally don't have the muscle for this. Bai An grabbed her hand, making serious eye contact. Believe me. But mostly believe in yourself. You've basically already shown how cracked you are. Her face literally lit up with major determination. Bai An's eyes went totally ice cold the second Winged Fang spawned in. Wrap up time. My win rate is literally 100%. Xiao Bai tried grabbing him, but dude was already zooming. Yo, catch me if you can, you absolute creep, he flexed, glowing like a literal supernova. Out of nowhere, this massive shadow creeped up on his six. Total ghost ambush. Insanely quick. His brain went full Matrix mode. He knew it always paused right before striking. Boom, perfectly timed. He just crossed his arms. Massive waves of blue soul fire exploded off him, literally making it look like daytime. The flash was totally blinding. The freak stumbled backward, covering its ugly mug to block out the insane energy tornado swarming Bai An. Bet I look like a whole sun right now, he yelled out like an absolute boss. On cue, Winged Fang unleashed a massive fire laser. That hit literally bulldozed the monster, launching it stumbling all the way back. The blast wrecked the whole zone, throwing junk and web everywhere. He pointed like an anime protagonist. Trap it right there, zero movement. Winged Fang shot straight up, dropping absolute lava. This insane fire tornado swirled down looking exactly like a sky dragon. Special move time. Disaster tornado. The temperature literally made the air look wiggly in seconds, completely swallowing the giant freak in flames. Even that massive titan looked tiny inside that roasting pit, just staring up at getting clapped. Xiao Bai perfectly caught the vibe. Pyro Spider, do your thing. Crazy thick webs blasted out, wrapping up giant crates and smashing them down to trap the guy completely. End this right now, he literally shrieked. Ultimate attack time. The monster's eyes were practically flashing pure game over. Skill popped, total meltdown beam. Spreading those metal sharp wings, it nuked the area with a blood-red laser of pure wiping power. Huge boom. The ground basically exploded, launching a massive mushroom cloud of dirt. Meanwhile, some random lurker was chilling in the dark. Chilling near the city limits, some dude dropped their binoculars. Bro, that was literally peak cinema. Straight out of an overpowered webtoon scene. A neon blue light flashed from the ditch while Bai An peeked down into the massive crater. Xiao Bai, you breathing down there? Yeah, I'm chilling. Out of absolutely nowhere, a giant razor claw clamped onto the ledge. She totally froze up. Dude, it's totally still up. No shot. Bai An's eyes went huge as the monster literally climbed out of the underworld. Its armor was completely trashed, but the murder vibes were off the charts. Still, perched up on that rock, our guy didn't even blink. He gave this super cocky finger snap. Guess we're playing on hard mode then. Boom, he spawns in his giant scaled leviathan to just eat it. The crazy big fish unhinged its jaw to literally gulp the boss down in one. But mid-bite, the leviathan's eyes totally whited out. Absolute torture hit it. These nasty red spikes ripped right through its armor from the inside. It just locked up, paralyzed by the insane damage. He just stood there staring at this absolute nightmare, his brain totally short-circuiting trying to process it. Staring down that massive ghost fish, dude was literally dripping in cold sweat. He completely panicked, dropping to his knees while gross red vines wrapped him into a literal cage. He was freaking out inside. What kind of toxic buff is this? Seriously feels like a virus is hacking my system. Xiao Bai sprinted over, looking entirely stressed out. Bai An smacked the weird plants away and telepathically told his summon, despawn right now. Get out of here. Just then, Duan busted out of the vault basement, wiping the dirt off. Are we finally done with the crazy? Qiming hopped up right next to him, checking out the wrecked zone. Sweep the area. Zero creeps or randoms left behind. Got it? Thick smog completely gassed out the arena. Duan booted a random gold frog leg out of the way, with its face totally nuked off. Literally zero chance anything lived through that blast. Qiming squinted hard. Yo, catch that over there. Creeping out from the dark alleyway came Xu Jing, right in front of Xiao Bai, who was basically carrying a super wrecked Bai Xian. Just a couple of low-tier noobs. Bai Xian was seriously fighting sleep, about to pass out while those 4 merc dudes just glared at him like absolute menaces. Duan casually chucked the dead monster part to the side with a super toxic smirk. Guess the spoiled rich kid couldn't handle the lobby. Bai Xian's whole world just blacked out. Qiming actually cringed, totally yelling at his squadmate. Dude, stop being an NPC and give them a hand, he barked, then hollered at the kid. Yo, rookie. Way too late though. Dude was completely knocked out. He basically went away from keyboard in the void, feeling exactly like he was drowning at the bottom of some heavy ocean trench. But then this random voice broke the quiet. Hey, literally felt like the main character's power-up chapter. Who's pinging me in the dark zone? This super cursed bloody blue eye randomly spawned in the pitch black. He took a massive breath, waking up completely spooked in a random medbay. Shui and Xiaoyi hovered right next to him, looking completely stressed out. Xiaoyi totally lit up. Doc, get in here. He's up. Bai Xian dragged himself up, throwing a cocky smirk. Not dead, just totally drained of spirit energy. Bai Xian grabbed his aching head, trying to process everything. There's no way my spirit tank emptied that fast. Xiaoyi shot him a weird look. Yeah, pretty sure it goes way deeper than that. The tent flap ripped open, making everyone jump. Duan stood there with a totally fake smile. Well, look who finally woke up. Boss wants a word. Bai Xian followed Duan out into the camp, catching Qiming messing with the campfire. Look who it is, our little bronze-tier newbie, he laughed, sounding super sketchy. Gotta hand it to you. Didn't think you had that crazy kind of nerve. Bai Xian strolled up, his vibe freezing cold. Right, so that totally explains why you guys ditched us to literally die while you saved yourselves? Qiming let out an awkward laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. Dang, you really do not hold back, kid. Totally get why you're salty. But hey, I'm the vice captain. I had to keep my actual squad breathing. His whole vibe suddenly got serious. Look, if I knew you were secretly cracked, I wouldn't have messed around. So, what's the move? Wanna run with our crew? Bai Xian let out a dark, mocking laugh. Team up with you guys? Like a little pep talk is gonna fix everything? He thought to himself. Once a snake, always a snake. This dude would absolutely trash us again. Qiming actually looked a tiny bit guilty, glancing away. Listen, we got wrecked back there. Our fighting lineup is basically in ruins right now. We've got this super intense escort gig heading to Shaolin Town, and honestly, with our current squad, we're just free kills. We seriously need your help. Bai Xian sized him up, mind racing. Shaolin Town was literally right on the way to Giant Wood City. This was flawless. Free meat shields, he realized. Qiming stared right at him. Hey, don't reject it yet. We're obviously gonna pay you. We're talking actual gold here. He flashed 3 fingers, looking like a total hustler. 3% of the entire payout. Bai Xian threw him a smirk. Done. But let's be real, I am definitely not your employee. Qiming clapped, completely hyped. Hey, cash talks, right? Above them, the night sky still looked incredibly heavy and super creepy. Cut to the Red Monkey Crew's setup near Shaolin Town. 3 massive armored tanks were just crawling through this ridiculously thick, suffocating jungle. Duan was dropping curses, fighting the steering wheel. This path is absolute garbage. The engine keeps dying. Next to him, Bai Xian noticed Xiaoyi turning bright red. Oh nice, Xiaoyi's weird little talent is finally activating. Duan slammed the engine off. Alright, we're crashing here for the night. We'll just blitz the rest of the way to Shaolin Town tomorrow. Bai Xian scowled, instantly suspicious. Wait, why are we stopping? Why don't we just push through to the town? Surrounded by creepy, dead quiet moonlight, Duan lowered his voice. Because hitting Shaolin Town after dark is straight up suicide. Even insanely overpowered gold-tier monsters get absolutely shredded out here at night. Out of nowhere, this insanely annoying voice completely ruined the silence. Why aren't we there yet? All 4 mercs whipped around, instantly grabbing their gear. This blonde chick in a super tight blue dress and white scarf came stomping out, looking absolutely furious. This garbage road is literally ruining my life. Are you guys trying to murder me, you absolute losers? The guy next to her with round glasses just looked so done with life, while some blonde dude was literally hiding by the tank. She just kept glaring, looking completely toxic. Zip it unless you actually want to die. All that screaming is gonna pull every single monster in this forest right to us. She literally froze for a second before turning bright purple with rage. She shoved a shaking finger at them. "Excuse me? Do you even know who you're talking to? My brother literally runs Shaolin Town. He's a total gold tier beast." She wasn't backing down at all. Her boyfriend desperately tried to calm things down. "Babe, chill. They have a point," he begged. But she just kept screeching. "I dropped insane money for a VIP trip, not to get dragged through the dirt like some peasant." Bai An and Qi Ming just stood there watching her meltdown, looking super disgusted. Qi Ming popped his neck, totally unfazed. "Trashing the people literally keeping you alive in a wasteland? Yeah, she's definitely not making it," Bai An muttered, looking insanely bored. Qi Ming just ignored her, pointing up at some hidden spots in the trees. "We're crashing in the canopies, rolling out as soon as the sun hits." Once they got up into the wooden shack, everyone huddled around a tiny fire. Bai An casually scoped out the space. Total dump, but whatever, it works. But then his gut flipped. He squinted, suddenly catching this weird green smoke drifting off the flames. That smell. It's literally poison. We're so screwed. Xiaoyi started wobbling, grabbing his head. "Bai An, everything's going blurry." The door suddenly ripped open. Qi Ming, Su Jing, and Duan just casually strolled in wearing full-on gas masks. Duan tried to hold back a totally evil laugh. "Are they totally out?" Su Jing threw a nasty smirk. "Take a look." He checked out the 4 bodies completely dumped on the floor and grinned. "Yep, completely knocked out. Gotta admit, this sleeping gas hits insanely hard." The crew stared down at Bai An a bit weirded out, while Su Jing literally crouched down and started poking the kid to see if he'd flinch. Duan, sweating under all his heavy armor, finally spoke up. "Okay, I seriously gotta ask, why did we drag it out this long to actually jump them?" Qing stood there looking cocky as hell with his hands on his hips, totally blown away by the kid's insane power. That kid could totally steal Fang Donglig's job, but making him our loyal little weapon meant staging a completely fake emergency first. Clamping massive iron cuffs on the dude, Qi Ming squatted down, eyeing Xiaoyi and Bai An like they were absolute jackpot lottery tickets. "Just look at these rich boys playing hero. Their fancy families are gonna pay us an absolutely massive payday to get them back. Since Whitescale City is a total mess right now, this massive gig lets us quit the game forever and stop dodging death." Duan double-checked the knocked-out bodies, but the math wasn't mathing. 1, 2, 3. Hold up, where did the 4th guy go? Suddenly, this totally sarcastic slow clap echoed out of nowhere, freezing the entire 7 Snake crew dead in their tracks. Alpha strolled out of the dark, sporting majorly creepy vibes and a fake grin, dramatically quoting that whole "let there be light" speech. He kept yapping about divine commands shaping the world, claiming his holy boss kept him completely bulletproof as the ultimate fanboy. Qi Ming just stared at this random dude, totally lost by the cultist yap. Like, "Bro, what are you smoking, and why aren't you asleep?" His brain practically blue-screened trying to process it. That sleeping gas was strong enough to floor a literal elephant, let alone some weirdo. Duan was absolutely losing it, aiming his gun right at Alpha's face while screaming his lungs out, demanding to know who this clown was. He told him to zip it with the holy garbage, but Alpha just threw his hands up in a totally fake surrender, still smiling like a psycho. He playfully told them to chill out and talk business, but the second his hands went up, the mercenary squad absolutely panicked. That wicked tattoo on his hand gave everyone major creeps. The boss whispered in pure shock, realizing they were dealing with the Demon Spider crew. Nobody saw cult freaks crashing the party. Meanwhile, Bai An was totally playing dead in the corner, his brain going a mile a minute over that name. Talk about a massive plot twist. Rocking a super stealthy breathing mask, the kid kept his eyes peeled, taking in every single piece of the drama. Thanks to his absolute hack of an eyeball ability, basically a classic overpowered trope, he spotted that sketchy poison the exact second it dropped. That cheat skill let him snap on his mask instantly. The dude totally thought this was a basic ransom gig, but boom, evil syndicate alert. He figured playing it safe and grabbing popcorn was the smartest move. Up front, the boss gave his buddy the signal to drop the heavy artillery. Locking eyes with the weirdo, the boss demanded to know why an edgy underground syndicate was crashing a perfectly good mercenary gig. The cultist adjusted his specs with total anime villain energy, introducing himself as Alpha, some big-shot covert agent for their outer circle. His whole flex was headhunting prodigies for his spooky bosses, and he immediately pointed his fancy gloved hand straight at the snoozing kids. He fake apologized for crashing their heist but called dibs on the animal whisperers, hyping up how crazy rare it is to crush gold-tier monsters. Claiming the kids were exactly his cult's vibe, Alpha got cut off when the merc boss struck a confident pose, smiling like a total shark. He flat out refused, calling the boys their premium loot. He told the cultist that if he wanted the goods, he better cough up some serious cash. Alpha literally just swiped the air like whatever, telling the crew they had it all twisted because his creepy cult absolutely never pays for anything. Right on cue, a pair of absolute units with bright blonde hair glided out of the darkness behind him like straight-up ghosts. The merc leader got visibly ticked off about getting mugged, while over in the corner, a glowing blue status screen casually popped into Bai An's face. It was classic gamer logic giving him a heads up about fake holograms, leaving the kid totally shook trying to figure out the trick. One quick peek at his trusty pop-up confirmed the entire thing was a massive scam, and those scary bodyguards were literally just light shows. Way out in the bushes, a sniper crosshair zeroed right in on the edgy cult guy, completely flipping the script on who was actually getting ambushed. Boom! A massive blast absolutely wrecked the quiet, sending a heavy bullet flying that literally exploded the cult dude's arm into red mist. The boss violently flinched, yelling about who took the shot, right before a super familiar voice buzzed straight through their earpieces. The sniper casually claimed the kill shot, leaving the captain completely mind-blown that his sharpshooter buddy actually managed to cheat death. Flexing from the bushes, the sniper demanded a massive dinner payout, while Alpha hit the dirt crying like a total baby over his missing limb. Roaring right into his mic, the squad leader ordered his guy to double tap, roasting him for completely missing the dude's head. The shooter just sighed, complaining his gear was busted and landing any hit was crazy lucky, while Dwan swept the zone and updated his boss. Finding out the backup muscle was pure visual effects, the crew realized this guy was flying solo and completely surrounded the loser like hungry wolves. All the captain's panic instantly flipped to pure savage energy as he mocked the kid for trying to pull off such a trash-tier fake-out. Shaking like crazy, Alpha spat out a desperate warning that his ultimate boss was dropping in to absolutely wreck them if they laid another finger on him. Literally nobody cared, so the entire squad just swarmed the guy, throwing hands and dropping an absolute beatdown on him. They trash-talked him, promising to wipe him off the map, with one dude even threatening to snatch a kidney to cover the emotional damage. While the absolute chaos went down, this insanely edgy shadow figure was just surfing the night clouds on the back of a literal monster. Some goth minion reported to the cloaked VIP that they finally hit the Azure Wood drop zone, earning a nod to start their epic superhero landing. Alpha's bluff better hold up. Out of nowhere, the whole base started vibrating. Dwan totally froze with his leg in the air, glaring up at the roof. Chi glanced up, totally spooked. Like, what even is that noise? Meanwhile, Alpha was flashing this absolutely psycho smile. "You guys are so dead," he laughed. "The boss just arrived. The big bad high priest is here to wreck you." And boom, the whole ceiling literally caved in on us. Rocks were flying everywhere, making Bai An peek through the chaos. As the dust cleared, this dude Arthur dropped in on a massive monster like an absolute sleep paralysis demon. Alpha stretched out his one good arm, begging for his life. "You actually showed up. Boss, help me out." Right then, a classic gamer stat screen popped up over the monster. It read, Skeleton Beast, Peak Gold Tier. Its main trait, Pure Terror Aura, and the moveset was stacked with Phantom Fire and Shadow Charge. We were dealing with a literal raid boss. Arthur hopped off his ride, his staff hitting the ground with this super creepy echoing thud. "Where are the bounties?" he demanded. Bam! Another system prompt popped up. Name, Arthur. Trait, Dark Domain Gate. Level, Peak Gold. Summons, 4 of them. Alpha practically kissed the floor, pointing to the knocked out guys way in the back. This insanely toxic purple aura exploded out of Arthur. Bai An was literally sweating bullets. The sheer vibe check was way too heavy. This dude was built different. Arthur sounded like absolute zero when he looked at the mercs. "Out of my way, bugs." Dwan aimed his weapon, shaking like crazy. "Who do you think you are?" Chi clenched his jaw, ready to cuss the guy out, but he physically couldn't even finish the sentence. It felt like gravity just multiplied. Chi was panicking internally. "My limbs are totally locked up. I literally can't budge." The level gap was just too insane. The mercs were completely stunned, locked, standing there like absolute mannequins. Arthur totally ignored them, strolling right over to his loot. The priest crept up on Bai An and Xiao, whispering some super creepy cult chant. "Oh, mother of 10,000 spiders, rescue these stray sheep." Bai An opened one eye, catching the psycho holding this super sketchy purple potion. Right on cue, the system threw up a warning: your standard overpowered fantasy webtoon setup. The item? God Curse Spirit Poison, brewed from ghost marrow and an illusion boss. What it does? Total brainwashing plus a forced level up. The psycho priest kept rambling his cult stuff while pointing the syringe straight at Bai An. "Let the fog guide your spirit to our holy paradise. Bai An was absolutely dripping with nervous sweat now. Oh hell no. This freak is actually trying to turn us into his little brainwashed zombies. Time to drop the act. Bai An completely busted out of his magic restraints. He snatched the priest's wrist, halting that sketchy syringe right before it poked him. Yeah, no thanks, bro. I'm not exactly looking to be your pet. Smiling, he blasted the guy in the face with a crazy strong water attack. The guy instantly threw up a shield to tank the hit, looking super annoyed. Pathetic little moves, he scoffed. Using that split-second distraction, Bai An dragged a knocked-out Xiaoyi up, shaking her like crazy. Yo, wake up. But she was totally unresponsive. Bai An did the math real quick. Trying to fight this guy was a guaranteed game over. Time for a massive tactical retreat. He tossed a smoke grenade, burying the priest in fog. The boss just swiped his hand and blew the smoke away with a shockwave, but Bai An had already Kool-Aid manned through the wall and dipped. The priest screamed at his squad, "Go hunt them down right now." The midnight woods were totally pitch black and creepy. Bai An hauled his friend further into the thickets, completely gasping for air. He tried waking her up one more time. "Hey, seriously, don't pass out on me." Nothing. Bai An clenched his jaw. This sucks. Whatever they drugged her with was way too OP. He stared into the dark trees and fired up his broken system ability. System on, Revelation Eye. Give me a full radar sweep. The neon blue HUD popped up, mapping out every single leaf and branch around them. The scan instantly highlighted this absolute unit of a tree dwarfing everything else, covered in these weird, shiny gold bunches. Then, the system pinged. Target, carnivorous green banana tree. High-tier wood type. Main perk, trap scent. With moves like blue lure and hunter vines. Bai An dragged his friend right up to the massive roots. Awesome, a mini-boss in front of me, and I'm lugging around a sleeping teammate. My agility is insanely nerfed right now. He peeked up. Enemy riders on flying beasts were totally swarming his position. Then, a massive brain blast hit him. The beast tamer inventory. That trick totally saved them back in the nuke storyline, so it was guaranteed to keep her safe here. Bai An chilled against a boulder, totally relieved of the extra weight. She's locked away safe in the pocket zone. Alright, now it's just me versus these annoying tryhards. He glanced from the killer trap tree to the incoming mob, and this completely wicked smile lit up his face. In the dark, this whole forest was basically Bai An's personal sandbox. Back at the wrecked base, the stun-locked mercs could only watch Alpha beg his boss. "Boss, please." Alpha was thrashing around in total pain, stretching his shaky hand out to the priest. "You gotta save me." The priest just glared at him like he was trash. Instead of dropping a heel, he started chanting again. "Let the mother of 10,000 spiders walk your spirit into the eternal paradise." Alpha looked completely lost. Wait, what? The boss just lifted his weapon. Violet energy blasted out, turning Alpha to pure ash right there. Duan just stared, completely frozen with terror. Bro literally just deleted his own guy. Close by, Qiying was blowing up Fang Dongli's messages. "Yo, Fang, you good over there?" Fang glared at his totally wrecked, tape-covered rifle. "My gear is completely busted. Snipe support is a no-go. We are flying solo." Qiying was literally sweating bullets. "Holy crap, is this actually how we go out?" Hovering over the canopy, some lookout yelled that they finally tracked the guy down. They caught Baishan sneaking through the deep brush. "The girl is nowhere to be found," the spotter reported. "The leader just brushed it off. Just heard the dude right to our spot." The flying crew swooped down, funneling him straight into their setup. Baishan threw a look back, his heart totally racing. Hook, line, and sinker. Some monster swiped at his face with wild claws, but he clutched a barrier at the last second. Out of nowhere, the dirt exploded. Giant creeping vines from that savage banana plant whipped out like crazy tentacles. They grabbed both the monster and those weird cult guys right mid-flight. Everyone was completely shook. Wait, seriously? Vines? One dude figured it out way too late. It is a nature-type beast. Before anyone could even flex their magic, the leafy void totally ate them. Baishan watched the absolute mess unfold and grinned. Everything went perfectly. In this world, knowing your magical radar is the ultimate cheat code. That plant only gets aggressive if you step on its turf. Plus, their giant rides are massive red flags. I literally just hugged the aggro border so the plant would focus on the chunkier enemies. Once that thing locks onto you, Mother Nature goes entirely feral. His interface chimed about the vicious banana plant. Ultimate battle mode was officially online. The giant plant morphed into this terrifying human-like figure, squashing those weirdos and sucking out their soul energy insanely fast. Once the creepers retreated, nothing was left but perfectly clean bones. Up in the leafy canopy, fed by all that fresh gore, A glowing harvest started popping off. New loot drop unlocked. Emerald banana. Solid silver rank crafting stuff, packed with enough crazy healing energy to fix fatal wounds. His eyes went super wide. This was literally the missing piece for that ultimate immortality potion. He shot out a liquid slash, clipping a whole bunch right off the stem. Snagging the goods, he took a massive sniff. Smells absolutely unreal. It is like raw power. But then panic hit him hard. Oh crap, I got way too greedy and crossed the boundary. He peeked at the giant plant. It looked distracted eating those goons. Hopefully I went unnoticed, but he definitely was not sticking around to check. He pivoted to absolutely sprint out of there. Time to ghost. One stride in, and his foot squashed a super slimy toad. Gross. His feet flew up and he totally wiped out, landing straight back inside the kill box. The little guy just bounced onto his chest. Are you kidding me? Another toad? Am I literally jinxed? At his back, a pair of neon emerald eyes cut through the gloom. Total goosebumps hit him as this gigantic dark shape covered his body. He slowly looked back, coming totally face to face with the Grim Reaper itself. Yep, alright, I definitely flew too close to the sun. Cut to these pale birds flying loops in the moonlit sky over the trees. Ashi held a finger to his earpiece. Give me a status update right now. But he just got absolute dead air. The connection dropped entirely. He lowered his arm, looking completely blank. Fine by me, absolute boss. Deploy the backup squad. He gave a super icy glare at the burnt-out hole where Alpha just got vaped. Your top ghost commander is going to make amazing snacks for our brilliant arachnid royalty. He casually swished his magic rod, and this super creepy violet fire just burst right out of his palm. Out of that weird cursed blaze, these totally hideous freak shows started crawling out like literal bad dreams. Chiang just stared, absolutely mortified, thinking they were totally cooked. Arthur sounded like a total dictator as he barked orders at the mutant freaks. Roll out, my creepy little kids. The monsters instantly listened, sneaking straight over to Disha, the old guy Duanzi, Jing, and Chiang. They flanked around back and literally clamped right onto their throats, trapping the crew in absolute panic mode. Getting strangled by these fleshy necklaces, they totally dropped to the ground in defeat. The boss held his staff up and yelled, "Starting right now, I literally own you guys. Try to rebel, and those creepy bug explosives on your necks will totally blast you to pieces." Chiang shot a dirty look at the bug stuck to his throat, gnashing his teeth because he was so mad but totally trapped. Unreal. Jumping back to Bai An, that gigantic emerald plant monster was totally trying to flatten him. He was absolutely freaking out. Running like his life literally depended on it, he threw a look back and his stomach totally dropped. I am actually dead meat this time. The huge thing smashed its giant hand down, breaking the ground apart. Going purely off crazy fast reflexes, he vaulted up into the sky right at the perfect millisecond. But the insane impact wave still totally caught him, rocketing his body straight up toward the stars. He smashed into a bunch of bushes, crawling out covered in twigs, and peeked back at the boss. Insane RNG right there. I literally got blasted out of its aggro range. He popped open his virtual backpack, hiding the loot he totally snagged, and scoped things out. That nature boss is incredibly overpowered. Seriously wondering if the game engine would let me actually tame that absolute unit. A random twig snap in the woods instantly sent his paranoia into overdrive. Honestly, in this sweaty Manoa leveling zone, slipping up even once means an instant game over. Bro quickly ducked behind a massive oak. These 8-legged cult weirdos seriously never quit. Disha and that boomer Dwan scoped the zone, getting super tilted. Bro, it's literally pitch black. How do we spot this guy? Meanwhile, Arthur started mumbling some super sketchy spell. Queen of 10,000 creepy crawlies, my absolute boss. Point your loyal minion toward our target. Neon violet fire wrapped around his staff right before he smashed it down. A massive energy wave pulsed, making Bane's HUD blink bright red. Alert, stealth broken. Bane literally froze in panic. Bro, you have actually got to be joking. Lasers of violet magic blasted from the staff, totally giving away his cover. Arthur aimed a super crusty finger right down the beam's glow. Over there, Bane caught Chi Ming trailing the cult guy and instantly cringed. Like, why is an explorer squad teaming up with these creepy spider fans? Before his brain could buffer, Zijing popped out of stealth, gear fully locked onto him. Stay zeroed. We literally boxed you in. He threw up his hands faking a surrender, thinking, my daily RNG is actually garbage. Still, hydro magic was already sparking in his grip. Looks like I'm spamming the classic escape strat again. Whipping his hand around, he totally shotgunned a massive smokescreen straight into Zijing's face. Like, Am I seriously forced to spam this same move all day? Totally using the lag to his advantage, he parkoured up the canopy to absolutely break their aggro vision. When the fog finally cleared, that boomer Duan yelled, "Zing! Did you take damage?" She just glared, hard-scoping the shadows where Bane had straight up ghosted. 0 damage, but the kid absolutely dipped. Arthur completely lost his mind, screaming, "Why are you NPCs just standing there clueless? Chase him now." Chi-Ming absolutely lost it, jabbing a finger right at the creepy wizard. "Look bro, literally nobody else in this squad can control summons. Basic NPCs could never outspeed a summoner." Arthur clapped back with totally unbothered psycho energy. "Should I drop a quick reminder about that spicy jewelry around your throat?" The flex worked. They instantly looked away, swallowing their bruised egos in super awkward silence. Arthur smirked. "You guys have 0 leverage here." Chi-Ming fumed hard, totally embarrassed by his own total lack of buffs. Suddenly, a mental DM popped up. "Chi-Ming, is the squad okay?" It was totally Fang Donglig hitting his comms. Chi-Ming instantly thought back. "We haven't wiped yet, but they literally slapped explosive trap collars on us." Camping in some nearby bushes, Fang clutched his sniper, hard-scoping the cult weirdo. "I'm right here. I could easily headshot him and carry you guys." Chi-Ming panicked immediately. "Bro, we have 0 clue what triggers these traps. Until we figure out the gimmick, we just have to tank this." "Copy that." Fang dropped his crosshairs, totally camping Arthur's stream, just sweating for that absolute god-tier opening. Way out in the woods, Bane squeezed his wrist, literally raging in pain. Sketchy crimson vines were wrapping his forearm, jabbing spikes straight into his HP pool. Not this crazy glitch again. System pop-up, core corrupted, energy regen nerfed, max MP straight up halved. He flared his energy, melting the creepy vines, but instantly tripped, grabbing his left arm. This whole run was looking absolutely chalked. I've totally wasted way too much MP. My stamina is actually bricked. The AI kept spamming alerts in his brain. "Danger. Danger, bro. Literally mute yourself." "Yeah." Message received. Boomer Duan stepped out of the shadows, his absolutely cursed Cyclops ape growling right behind him. "Yo, low elo noob. Pop out and get wiped." His interface instantly dropped the stats. Target Chi-Ming. Buff build. Solid silver tier creature collection. Crimson Inferno, ape, stealth lizard, magma reptile, tanky dirt bug. Camping behind the massive log, Bane broke down their super weird squad synergy. Why team up with these toxic guys? Something totally isn't adding up. Then he finally spotted those sketchy collars gripping their throats. "Bro, what is that? Scan done. Sticky web explosive." Ah, that literally explains everything. They're getting hardcore griefed. He auto-spawned Winged Fang. The avian flopped onto his forearm while he quietly dropped the new strat. "Winged Fang, your turn, but 0 fatalities. We need dialogue." The pet totally slapped him with a feather, acting super salty. "Bro, literally heard you the first time. You always hype up these weird strats thinking you're some galaxy brain," the feathery dude aggressively chirped. The avian rocketed into the sky, glowing with absolute sweat energy. Bane shouted, "Yo, don't go totally nuclear like before." The bird literally groaned mid-dash. "You literally yap way too much, bro." It homed in on the rival squad like an airstrike. Disha peeked up, catching a weird sky glitch. "Yo, check the sky." She couldn't even process the graphics because Winged Fang was straight up zooming at Mach 5. "Bro, what even is that boss mob?" Duan totally squinted through his blurry vision. "Wait, I actually think it's..." Before he could even drop the name, his face screamed absolute panic. A gigantic laser of fire puked out of the pet's beak, completely knocking both of them back with insane AoE damage. A wildly cracked magma bird shredded through the fog, buzzing their heads super hard. Chi-Ming, totally camping the woods, pinged his own pet, the Crimson Inferno monkey, absolutely wreck him. The summon completely agreed. The wild pet screamed, throwing a massive, game-ending punch directly toward the blazing bird. But this bird totally wasn't some basic starter zone minion. It casually dodge-rolled through the whole combo like a pro, lifting its beak to flex. Cloaked in crazy red fire, the creature started dropping some ancient magic. Flexing those epic blazing wings, it hovered over the enemy like an absolute god. Massive waves of boiling flames absolutely dumped onto that single-eyed monkey, making the monster let out a horrific screech as it face-planted hard into the mud, totally wrecked. Chi-Ming finally broke loose and just stared, completely mind-blown. No way, man. Who would have guessed some little kid's pet packed such insanely broken stats? Slipping back into the dark bushes, Chi-Ming shot a nervous look right at the cloaked dude in armor. Seems like that jerk isn't even gonna bother helping out, he thought. glaring hard, seeing his massive monkey get completely roasted by the fire combo. He panicked hard. He desperately needed a fresh game plan, like yesterday. Out of nowhere, Dwan started spraying bullets everywhere, but that flying beast just weaved right through the sky, dodging every single shot like a glitch. "Screw this," Dwan screamed, desperately holding down the trigger. Not even heavy-duty ammo is leaving a scratch on that thing. The Firebird locked eyes with him and instantly dive-bombed right at the shooter. It dumped an insane amount of fire, yeeting Dwan backward like he got hit by a truck. Totally dazed, he smacked brutally into the solid dirt. Job totally done. The creature morphed back into its tiny, cute mode and smoothly chilled out on Bai An's shoulder. Bai An grabbed his head, totally gassed, while staring at the wrecked guy. "Bro, you went way too hard again," but there wasn't a second to chill. That giant gorilla freak suddenly threw a massive punch, trying to literally flatten Bai An into a pancake. Bai An freaked out, throwing his hands up. "Hold up, let's talk deals." But the monster totally ignored him. The fist zoomed in, making Bai An instantly pop a magic shield. The crash was absolutely insane. That beast's crazy power slammed the glowing bubble right into a thick tree. Chiming finally walked up, sounding super chilling. "Stop yapping. We are definitely not making any deals with you." Deep in the woods, crazy red and blue energy started colliding everywhere. Chiming wasn't even asking anymore. The dude was straight up giving orders. "But honestly, I've got one major rule. Because of some crazy stuff going down, you're rolling with me today. Zero exceptions." Bai An almost laughed at how cocky he was acting. "You seriously think I'm gonna just vibe with that?" Chiming just smirked like a total villain. "Gotcha. Looks like things are gonna get super messy then." Bai An smirked right back with absolute main character energy. Under the trees, fire totally exploded. While the bird brawled with the huge monkey, the real secret dropped. That monkey definitely wasn't blind at all. His messed up eye was secretly a massive trump card. Both pets started dropping apocalyptic red fire attacks everywhere. At the same time, Bai An was getting totally sweated by Chiming's non-stop blazing combos. Throwing his hands up, he kept the shield alive against the spam attacks. "Round 2. Let's go," Bai An thought, cringing hard. Chiming kept pushing forward, talking trash. "Yo, you low-tier loser. Since when does a total noob pack defensive gear like that? Did your rich daddy buy you that shiny toy?" Bai An totally tuned out the hate, his brain working in overdrive. This literally felt like fighting a major boss in an RPG, and his mana bar was dropping insanely fast. He locked in, totally focused. "I gotta end this deadlock right now." Flexing his aura, he popped the shield wider, shoving the fire away. Chiming got knocked off balance, but the dude grabbed the magic wall like a total psycho, cracking up while shoving it back. "You're tripping hard, you little low-level punk." Out of nowhere, his whole vibe exploded into this super sketchy dark energy. He glared right at Bai An, giving off insane murderer vibes. "It's time for a reality check, bro. We aren't doing cute little training duels at school anymore. Welcome to the streets, where anything goes." He dropped a quick stat buff, boosting his power while flames literally rocketed him forward like a torpedo. Bai An clenched his jaw, totally freaking out. Crap, he's plowing straight through the shield. There was literally zero time to move. Bai An turned white as a ghost when Chiming's knee slammed his stomach. "I've been throwing hands in the slums since day one," Chiming screamed. The crash threw Bai An's back brutally into the dirt. He choked for oxygen, looking furious and wrecked while trying not to pass out completely. But Chiming kept going. He just started spamming hits against Bai An's block. "That crazy spider gang is the whole government's worst nightmare right now, even if you help the cops bag me. You seriously think those freaks are just gonna let you walk away?" Blood was dripping all over Bai An's battered face, but the dude's eyes were still blazing with pure defiance. He looked right past the fist, trying to end him. "Man, a spoiled rich kid like you doesn't know a thing about survival." Catching Chiming totally off guard, Bai An shot his hands up and grabbed the dude's head tight, violently yanking him down. Crack! They clashed heads in the most vicious, crunching strike ever. "I know exactly how this game is played," Bai An yelled, using that dizzy second to wrestle him down and pin him hard. While Chiming thrashed around, Bai An laid it out. "Plus, I totally know someone is pulling your strings," he said, glaring right at the dude pinned underneath him. "That creepy robot bug on your neck? I can shut it down." Chiming froze, jaw clenched as doubt hit him. "Bro, do not make me laugh. Why would I ever trust you?" Bashian held him down, smirking at the bushes nearby. "Because I know exactly where your sniper buddy is hiding out." Deep in the brush, Fang Donglig totally froze, gun locked on them. Then a voice dropped, "Fang Donglig, do not shoot." Someone chucked a grenade right between Bashian and Chiming. It smacked the dirt, exploding into this massive cloud of white fog. Faster than a blink, Fang Donglig practically teleported behind Bashian like an absolute phantom. Ice-cold metal pressed right into Ba Xian's head. Freeze. Qi Ming pointed straight at the kid, glaring hard. Just spotting my guy does not buy my trust, newbie. Just outside the fog, Arthur leaned on his cane, totally enjoying the messy drama. A shout rang out as two goons dragged a knocked-out Ba Xian over, dumping him right in front of Arthur. Got your target, just like you asked. Qi Ming, giving total boss energy, stepped up with a massive scowl. Our job is done, let us go. Arthur sneered down at Ba Xian. Hold up, where is the girl? Fetch her for me too. Qi Ming absolutely lost it. Screw you, that was never part of our deal. Arthur's eyes flashed this crazy, evil purple color. Looks like somebody needs a quick refresher, he smirked. Did you forget who controls the explosives strapped to your throats? Suddenly, Qi Ming broke out into a huge grin. Wait, what? Whatever, man. That threat is literally old news. Right behind the bad guy, Fang Donglig aimed his gun and fired. But Arthur snapped up a glowing purple shield, bouncing the bullet right off. Qi Ming wasted zero time. Go, 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 he yelled at his squad. Arthur literally choked on his own breath, completely stunned. This whole trap was set up way earlier during their brutal fight when Ba Xian pitched teaming up. You better think this through, he had warned. And literally right there, mid-brawl, they sealed the ultimate deal. Flashing back to the fog, Qi Ming shushed everyone, demanding total quiet. Fang Donglig leaned in, hiding his face to murmur at Ba Xian. The boss thinks this dude might have super hearing from some crazy mana buff, so stay quiet, he whispered. Ba Xian gave this super intense look, and the whole squad got the memo instantly. That smoke grenade was way more than a trick. It was a genius cover to block the demon spider cult from seeing anything. Totally a classic move you would catch in those epic mana recap vids. So, that was the master plan. He stood super confident, hands on his waist, totally laughing at a shaking Fang Donglig. Chill out. My sources say the cult cannot hear us here. They are basically basic mutant animals. Qi Ming got super annoyed, snapping. Just drop the plan already, bro. Clock is ticking. Flashback time to the big huddle. Duan was currently getting wrecked by Arthur, but he remembered the exact game plan Ba Xian dropped. Pay attention. Those bug explosives on your throats are completely brainless. They only listen to the wand he is holding. We have to wreck his arm and cut that link right now. Everything played out perfectly. The bad guy lifted his staff to stab Duan right in the leg. Target acquired. Smashing that magic item was their one ticket out. She absolutely lunged, her claws swiping hard at the weapon. But Arthur was no joke. Being a gold-tier beastmaster, he was definitely going to hit back. Creepy purple magic blasted straight out of him. The crazy pressure made Duan totally bug out in fear. Bam! The purple fire literally launched Duan flying backward. Plan ruined. They needed a backup plan, like yesterday. Arthur screamed at the sky, face twisted in anger. You little rats! Some invisible force crushed she's neck, literally lifting her right off the ground. She was kicking and scratching like crazy, but that magic chokehold was solid. I have played way too nice, Arthur growled, throwing her like a literal toy. She crashed right into Ba Xian, making him groan hard as he grabbed her. Time for phase 2. Shaking off the hit, Arthur hoisted his staff, which was totally glowing with this dark purple vibe. Time for your ultimate punishment, he announced. This was it. The script literally called for him blowing up the bug bombs right now. Qi Ming glanced wildly at the glowing red bug on his throat, adrenaline absolutely pumping. Duan freaked out watching the bug dig in its legs and swell up. But luckily, the explosion countdown was super laggy. They had like half a second left. Ba Xian gave the signal. The guy was totally open. Right on cue, Zhenang popped out of nowhere, dagger ready to hit his blind side. Oh lord, wipe away their sins. Arthur screamed like a psycho, but it was like the dude had eyes on the back of his head. Smack! Arthur totally flexed, snatching Zijing right out of the sky by her neck. While she choked, he scoffed, Pathetic! The big guy upstairs knew you'd backstab us. But plot twist, she flashed this sneaky little grin, locked her legs tight around his arm, and completely zeroed in on his magical stick. See, his crazy force field could tank any spell, but it was super squishy against regular old metal. She casually dropped her knife, caught it flawlessly with her other hand, and did this sick little spin. Her eyes were basically screaming victory. Time to figure out who is actually going to meet their maker right now. Whoosh! That dagger sniped the staff's glowing center right in front of Arthur's dumbfounded face. Snap! Bai totally lost it, screaming that it was a perfect shot. Those creepy red spider marks on their throats straight up vanished. Duan instantly tore the collar thing off, completely out of breath. Now that the hex was busted, Qi Ming chucked his onto the dirt and literally crushed it to pieces, yelling at it to rot. Yeah, throwing a party was a massive mistake. Arthur just roared and absolutely yeeted Zijing across the entire zone. Smash! She completely plowed into Qiming, taking Duan out like a literal bowling strike. Qiming wobbled to his feet, screaming fake threats about making them pay. Bai Xian just chilled in the back, totally unbothered. Oh snap, phase 2 of the boss fight just dropped. Arthur threw up some hand signs, and this insane purple fire blew up everywhere like straight out of an anime. The crazy energy literally ripped a hole in space, spawning a whole new dimension. Our guy just started levitating, completely surrounded by these seriously intimidating magic shockwaves. This super toxic violet fog rushed out like a massive tidal wave, ready to totally wipe out Qiming and the rest of the squad. Shaking uncontrollably, Qiming hugged a battered Zijing. Is this literally a gold tier zone? Inside the fire, a million creepy eyes popped open while some demonic voice boomed out. Someone yelled for Fang Donglig to grab the boss immediately. The dude completely panicked, desperately mashing his comms device. Chief, please answer. He ripped the antenna all the way out, swearing because the magic shockwaves were completely blocking their reception. Switching to the SOS channel right now. Chief, are you hearing this? It's a literal disaster over here. Back at HQ, some rookie ran up to this redhead who was literally just chilling with her shoes on the table, saying they had an SOS from Fang. A strategy nerd froze at his desk while Xiao totally sighed. Bro, I'm literally busy right now. What do you want? Out of nowhere, this insanely loud, glitchy yell blasted through the speakers, saying the creepy spider cult had them cornered in the jungle. Qiming's squad is literally getting wiped. Xiao stopped dead in her tracks, while the map guy looked like he was going to throw up from sheer stress. The whole vibe in the office immediately turned super deadly. The spider cult? She growled, her voice getting dangerously deep. They actually went after my squad. The strategy guy was literally shaking, begging her to hold on and saying it had to be a mix-up. She just snatched up her steel baseball bat while crazy crimson electricity started popping off her body. Resting it on her collarbone, her eyes looked absolutely unhinged. The last moron who messed with our crew is literally in a grave. Anyway, zooming back to the shadow realm that was totally flooding with that purple terror juice, a massive swarm of glowing eyeballs stared at the sky like total fanboys. Arthur started screaming about praising some ultimate deity, and his little minions went absolutely feral, chanting it back while mutants flooded out of the rift. First up were these gross leech bats, solid gold tier mobs rocking that super lethal sonic shriek attack. Then came this totally gnarly zombie ghost with 3 heads. Another gold tier menace that could crush skeletons and basically blow itself up in a toxic boom. The whole swarm started screeching their heads off, rushing straight ahead with one simple objective: kidnap the whole squad. Last to drop were these massive nightmare arachnids, top-tier gold tanks packing stealth moves and toxic stingers. Bai An just chilled beside Yia, reading their stats like an absolute pro gamer. Okay, so this is a legit horde event, not gonna lie, sick roster. Flashing this super cheeky grin, he looked at Yia and joked, Bro, you've been snacking on my mana rocks all month. Get out there and pay your bills. The creature just rolled its eyes, acting all majestic and stuck up. It beamed a sigh into his brain, asking, Whatever. What exactly do I need to vaporize? Out of nowhere, this insanely bright firestorm swallowed him and his pet whole. The crazy temperatures literally started upgrading his outfit right on the spot. Screaming out, he triggered his ultimate talent, and those wild flames instantly hardened into this absolutely gorgeous battlesuit around him. His fists literally lit up with raw energy, while this sick, fiery headpiece materialized to completely hide his face. Once the glow-up finished, Bai An was totally geeking out over his brand new magma gear. Bro, this is actually insane, he whispered. My entire stat block just swapped to pure fire. Basic attacks literally can't even scratch me now. This is so insanely broken for a system build. That specific perk was straight up overpowered. He honestly felt kind of bad for Ming Xiao Kong at this point. That absolute clown had this mythic-tier buff and totally threw it in the trash. Way up high, Arthur stared down from his ride, sounding incredibly smug. That ability might be a hidden gem, but with you using it, it's basically worthless garbage. Bai An didn't even bother talking trash back. Then, flash. This insanely creepy whisper brushed his ear, practically giving him a heart attack as he spun around. He completely locked up. Bro, what is wrong with my limbs? By dropping his guard for 1 literal second, the bad guys managed to cheap shot him from the dark. Dude got wrapped up before he could even blink. Bai Xian was totally stuck, no matter how much he thrashed around. The vibe got super creepy real quick when thousands of glowing eyeballs popped open, trapping him in total nightmare fuel. Even Asher froze up, looking totally lost. What the heck is even happening right now? He panicked, sweating bullets. Those freaky optics locked onto them, staring straight through their souls. Not even the bad guy had a clue what kind of freak show just crashed the party. Crack! Just like that, the chains busted wide open. Bai An just stood there blinking, shocked he was actually off the leash. Finally loose. That creepy energy was literally choking me. He looked down at the monster, realizing the thing was absolutely shaking in its boots. Wait, are they scared of something bigger? Before he could even think, Asher totally blindsided him. Shadow Strike. Bai didn't even flinch. Pyroblast. A sick red laser smashed right into the purple energy wave. Kaboom! Both attacks grinded together, nobody backing down. A cocky grin spread across Bai An's face. I was just getting used to this crazy new form anyway. School is officially in session. Asher just growled right back. Watch your mouth, kid. Everyone else watching was literally too stunned to speak. This was straight up God-tier action. Normal people could only shake in their boots, completely frozen, stuck watching a boss fight way above their pay grade. Out of nowhere, Dwan felt the chills run down his spine. Something crazy evil was creeping up right behind them. The whole squad slowly turned around, absolutely terrified. What the heck is that thing? The visual literally made everyone gasp out loud. Oh my gosh. An entire mob of sleep paralysis demons just crawled out of the dark, looking absolutely disgusting and warped. Dwan shrieked, "Yo boss, make your monkey do something." Chiing, holding onto Zijing for dear life, screamed right back. There are literally way too many. The rock lizard just stared at the two guys like they were the biggest idiots ever. We are literally about to die and you guys are arguing? Just run. While the ground crew panicked, the insane sky battle between Bai An and Asher went absolutely nuclear. Massive blasts tore through the clouds, with fire looking like it was about to burn down the entire sky. Asher's weird ghost pet opened wide, charging up this massive, glowing purple orb of pure shadow. Bai Xian's eyes just sparked. Finally, the dude is actually trying. This is why magic fights are so hyped. A soul strike? Awesome. Now that my limiters are totally off, I can finally go Super Saiyan on him. He packed absolutely all his juice right into his fist, making his whole arm glow super bright like melting metal. Bai An shot straight at Asher like a literal shooting star. Chew on this. The crash was completely insane, echoing so hard it totally ripped the clouds apart. Bane yelled out, dumping even more soul energy into his punch and dialing the heat way up. But Asher wasn't giving up that easily. He pumped way more shadow stuff into his blast. The whole sky started shaking as both attacks hit maximum overload, and then absolute fireworks. Bai Xian checked out his arm, which was still smoking hot. Wing Fang's buff is insane, but the physical toll is absolutely brutal. He looked low-key stressed for a second. Through the smoke clouds, Asher was actually bleeding from his face, looking way more terrified than cocky now. Am I actually losing? The embarrassment stung way worse than the actual burns, getting him seriously tilted. Then, a loud snap. Pieces of his mask totally shattered off. Not too shabby for a low-tier noob, he hissed. You are definitely keeping some crazy secrets in this weird magic world. Asher's real face finally caught the daylight. Okay, you have definitely got my attention now. Bai An squinted, totally sizing the dude up. Took way too much work, but I finally got this rat to show his ugly mug. But Asher's massive ego was still somehow untouched. He gave this super toxic smirk, looking totally unhinged. Congrats, kid. You unlocked the premium nightmare experience. He started chanting this super deep, creepy mumble. Oh, cosmic mom, giant boss man, mash us together. Make my physical body and ghost merge. Right when he finished, that freaky eyeball monster behind him just snapped open like a literal eggshell. Massive tentacles exploded out, grabbing and eating all the smaller mobs nearby in this super gross blending process. The whole war zone got dead quiet. What in the actual world? Bai An choked out. The whole thing was just too disgusting to even comprehend. A giant crazy sharp claw ripped right out of that meat pile. Asher started laughing, but he sounded like a straight-up demon lagging out on voice chat. Check out ultimate perfection, dude. He had literally morphed into a gigantic boss monster. Then, the massive freak let out a roar. Time for round 2. A giant hand swiped down, trying to grab Bai An right out of the sky. Bane tried to dodge, but the huge thing was way too fast. Oh, trash. He got totally squished inside the giant fist. Asher just laughed like a maniac. Like I told you, you are way too low level to take me on. Asher pulled his massive fist back, fully planning to just squeeze the absolute life out of the kid. With an absolutely deafening crash, he spiked Bai An straight into the hard dirt like a basketball. The giant slowly peeled his fingers back, leaving Bai An lying completely knocked out in a massive crater. Wow, look at you now, Asher mocked. Not feeling quite so victorious anymore, huh? This is the massive gap in our stats. But honestly, seeing how overpowered the kid actually was made him way more greedy than murderous. He really wanted this guy on his squad. Team up with me and do not die. But Bai Xian just gave a super weak, sarcastic laugh. Then, out of nowhere, absolute blast. A huge explosion slammed right into Asher's ribs. The giant whipped around, totally triggered. Who the heck is crashing my spotlight right now? Shaking like a leaf down there, Qiming still faked total confidence and yelled out, "Yo, hideous! That guy is rolling with my crew." Right next to him, the armored dirt bug blasted pure flames. Hand quivering, he pointed straight at the massive freak. And honestly, we got major beef to squash. "Roast this dude," he commanded. The insect instantly unleashed a rapid-fire combo of scorching projectiles. Pop, pop. Seriously though, hitting that behemoth's skin felt like tossing marshmallows at a brick wall. Total 0 damage. Dripping sweat, Duan whispered. "Bro, your ultimate move is totally flopping right now." Letting out an exaggerated groan, he snapped, "Look, it is my starter summon. I am not ditching the little guy." Suddenly, a completely devious smirk lit up his expression. Anyway, whoever claimed I only had one trick? With the colossal freak busy swatting at those annoyances on the ground, Bai An totally hijacked that microsecond window. Muttering the secret magma cloaking spell under his breath, a ghost clone instantly popped up at his back. The giant just stared, completely lost. Wait, where is he? The dude literally glitch-stepped out of reality, completely flipping the war zone into the most lethal round of hide-and-seek ever. Swinging wildly, the monster absolutely lost its mind. But the kid was practically smoke by then, dodging perfectly back to join the crew. Without missing a beat, the leader started yelling commands. Pull that low-tier newbie out of the danger zone instantly. Flexing extreme main character energy, he bragged, "I am taking this garbage out personally." At the same time, she spun around to their tech expert. "Scan his vitals right now, do not wait." Totally mind blown, the boy asked why they even cared. The squad leader just tossed him an effortlessly epic grin. Reason? "I absolutely hate being in debt to people." Casually swiping the air, he called forth a second familiar. "Plus, this giant freak is seriously ruining my vibe." Figuring out they were literally treating him like background noise, the mutated giant went ballistic, lifting a horrifyingly huge leg for a fatal stomp. Right before that colossal foot could actually drop, the newly spawned creature tanked the hit, defending the boy with a sharp, sickening slash. The brute shrieked in absolute agony while their tech girl glared at her screen, mind completely blown. Okay, this is insanely weird. Nobody should physically survive looking like this. Intrigued, the clawed girl leaned right up in his personal space. "Show me those stats." Breaking down the crazy numbers, she dropped the reality check. His natural perk triggered a literal meld with his summon, but it is super glitched. All his mana pathways are jammed up tight. Basically, his internal battery is short-circuiting. Back in the brawl, that previously cocky behemoth was sweating bullets just trying to track the insanely fast blur of the new summon. "Dude is only bleeding right now because his aura literally has nowhere to go," she wrapped up. A light bulb clearly went off in her head. "Oh, sick. We just play plumber, clear the pipes, and he is golden. Get his juice flowing again, and he can tweak the mega evolution stuff on his own time." An undeniably unhinged smile crept over her face. Flexing those crazy sharp literal knives on her hands, she giggled. "All right, boys, time for Operation Slice and Dice." Right beside her, the tech whiz sported the exact same troll-like smirk. The poor guy absolutely lost all color, terrified. "Hold up. Operate?" She hovered close, faking the sweetest tone ever. "Chill out, babe. Zero pain involved." Honestly, that specific promise just spiked his anxiety straight through the roof. Out of nowhere, she literally stabbed those blades straight into his spine. But shockingly, instead of agony, a massive wave of raw power jump-started his core. So she actually wasn't capping about the pain-free op. Still, pro tip, never blindly trust anyone sporting built-in weaponry. But he could literally feel his anatomy upgrading as absolute mess turned into flawless harmony. His stats exploded off the charts, muscles transforming right then and there. Snapping back to reality, his magical defense gear had completely leveled up to some insane boss-tier status. Flexing his newly buffed hand, he marveled at the insane adrenaline rush. This was not a basic buff. This was literally 100% synchronization. Absolute mastery. The vibe was completely unreal. Out of the blue, a digital alert chimed straight into his own brain. "Ping! Quick alert, the Fang Tianyu blaze is completely unlocked. The what flame? He searched his memory bank. Oh, that is the legendary innate skill. Seriously. He never imagined the God Vision interface would catch that. Suddenly, a sassy tone buzzed directly in his head. Do not mention it. He literally froze. What the heck? Was that holy scanner not supposed to be just a silent, basic menu screen? When did it gain a personality and start chatting like some smart bot? Meanwhile, across the dirt, the brute completely lost its marbles. Charging up a ridiculously huge orb of dark magic between its jaws, it prepared to spam the exact same nuke from earlier. Zero chill from this creature. Digging its claws in, the armored bug prepped to absorb the ultimate impact with literally everything it had. Dripping nervous sweat, the leader screamed, "Stand your ground! Nobody folds right now!" Watching the guy actually gear up to kamikaze, the newly powered teen physically blocked his way. Rocking absolute, unapologetic main character swagger in his gaze, he just dropped. "Step back. I got this." Ignoring any protests, the kid casually strolled right past the completely paralyzed captain, heading dead straight for the final boss. Giving pure endgame protagonist vibes, he threw a look over his shoulder, sounding cool as ice. "Go take cover. I am about to make this ugly freak wish it stayed extinct." Honestly, the captain did not even bother holding him back. He just flashed a grin and chuckled softly. Gotta admit, the rookie is totally fearless. Our guy Bane literally just takes a breath, flexing his aura, and boom, this insane red fire tornado just explodes all around him. He screams out his signature move, and the flames blast backward, snapping together into these absolutely sick, glowing wings. The system pings his base talent activating, throwing him straight into this crazy new setup called Sacrificial Flame. Bane is totally lost for a second. Like, what even is a sacrifice mode? But his UI isn't leaving him hanging. It drops the lore. Using any pyro ability in this state burns up mana to start racking up combo points. Grab enough stacks, and you level up through different tiers. 3 whole phases in total. Phase 1 just straight up buffs every single fire skill he has, but the system keeps yapping. Phase 2 is basically a massive shield against critical hits. Our boy's jaw literally drops. He knows exactly what this is, straight out of an overpowered webtoon, where one basic skill gives you endless stacked buffs. S-tier energy for sure, but the hype train hits the brakes when he spots a huge plot hole. Bro, where is Phase 3? He asks about the final tier, and his screen just straight up bugs out, throwing absolute gibberish everywhere. He is just staring at the broken text like a deer in headlights, while the giant ugly boss monster basically laughs at him. It mocks his glowing setup and then just immediately rushes him, offering absolutely zero chill time. Popping off a crazy shadow dash combo, the beast spawns these razor-sharp clear crystal arrows right out of thin air. Like dozens of them just lock onto him, trapping him completely. But Bane doesn't say a word, he just goes. Moving like pure electricity, he dodges through the tiniest openings in the spam attack, getting up close in literally a second. Right then, he is basically the fire god himself, jumping way over the boss to set up the most brutal payback ever. Not even blinking, he crashes down from the sky like a literal asteroid, packing all that fresh, overpowered energy into one game-ending punch right at its face. Popping his smoke impact skill mid-swing, the UI rings out, hitting 73% on his charge meter. The fist hits like an absolute truck, breaking the beast's posture and making a huge mess. But Bane isn't letting up at all. He slides right back into the hit zone, ready to drop the real nukes, screaming out his next major fiery combo. A massive beam of boiling crimson power just deletes the monster's personal space before it even processes the threat. His menu glows pure gold, maxing out at 100% and totally unlocking that Phase 1 buff. Gripping his hand, he feels this insanely cracked power running through him, realizing his whole moveset just leveled up and got renamed. His gamer screen is popping off with endless notifications right in front of his face, listing out the fresh loot. He bags 4 wild new upgrades, topping it all off with something literally called a nuclear ray. The boss finally snaps out of it, holding its skull and growling about how it totally slept on a regular dude's power. This sketchy purple energy starts charging up in its chest, letting us know a massive counter is coming. Screaming its lungs out, the monster tries to drop its ultimate despair attack, but Bane is completely unfazed. Instead of flinching, he just rockets straight into the danger zone at max velocity. He swats his hand like brushing off a bug, totally deleting the boss's magic while telling it to shut up. Then he just bounces right back out of range, keeping the perfect spacing while the boss stumbles around in shock, giving it zero room to breathe before pushing again. Instantly, he funnels all his mana into his fist, turning the surrounding fire into a super dense, glowing ball of doom. Looking like an absolute main character, he grits his teeth and declares game over for the villain. He chucks the energy bomb, and the whole arena basically gets eaten by this blinding red light. That death sphere crashes right into the giant boss, trapping it inside a literal nightmare of raging fire. He calls this sick finisher his nuclear ray, and trust me, it does way more than just scorch the guy. It literally blows the monster up from the inside like a bomb, melting its entire body into gross, gooey mush. The blast is so ridiculously loud that the resulting earthquake practically tears the woods apart. Even the military chopper stays way back, with the squad boss chilling by the open door, studying the absolute chaos. He is thinking this town just got a crazy new top-tier player, pulling off damage like the finale of a hyped webtoon. Like, how did this random kid even end up throwing down in a heavyweight boss fight? Once the fireworks finally chill out, the heli drops down to the wrecked ground, letting the commander and his sidekick step out looking super cool. A rookie popped a fast salute, yelling for the captain. Zero hesitation. "Give me a sit rep now. What went down and where's Chi Ming?" The panicked recruit blurted out, "Total disaster, ma'am. A spider cult psycho ambushed us. Kaiying's squad is pinned down deep in the woods right now." She eyed the completely toasted war zone, her survival radar pinging hard. Noise that loud definitely woke up the jungle's main boss. The explosion's ground zero was just completely vaporized into nothing. Thick smog made breathing impossible, and the earth was literally ripped open with gnarly cracks. Kaiying's crew creeped forward to scope out the wreckage. He just sighed, shaking his head. "Never thought I'd see this level of insane destruction twice in 24 hours, he muttered. Out of nowhere, Bai An casually strolled out of the fading smoke. The guys yelled, "Yo, it's the bronze-tier newbie!" They sprinted over, frantically checking if he was in one piece. Bai An was back to normal, looking totally clueless, like he missed the entire fight. What did I miss?" he asked, while his interface blared a massive red alert. Toxicity off the charts, drawbacks, insane blood pressure spikes, major dizziness, and dead muscles. Bai An grabbed his gut, looking absolutely wrecked and in pain. He shot the doc a look of pure betrayal. "Bro, a heads up on the gnarly drawbacks, maybe?" She awkwardly avoided eye contact, fishing for an excuse. "Look, I couldn't exactly read you the terms and conditions during a fight. When you're about to get unalived, nobody cares about the safety warnings." As the dirt settled and the ground literally baked from the magic clash, creepy dark vines exploded out of the massive cracks. They squirmed like giant snakes, wrapping around the squad to squeeze them flat. Someone yelled, "Freaking kidding me!" Pure panic activated as they scoped the area. Chiang immediately dropped into a fighting pose, screaming commands at them. "We are so cooked." "It's the jungle boss." Duan snatched up the newbie. "Time to bounce, right freaking now." He blasted massive fire jets from his palms, totally torching the creepy vines to make a getaway lane. "Literally one nightmare after another," he complained, taking it out on Bai An. "Seriously, kid, did you break a mirror?" Right on cue, gigantic roots shot out, locking both guys inside a literal timber prison. The vines squeezed super tight, literally crushing their breath. "Bro, how's this on me?" he gasped. "I literally just kept you breathing." Meanwhile, the girls were having a totally garbage time. The creepy plants kept cloning themselves faster than they could chop. Xu Jing whipped out her blaster, just raining shots into the overgrown weeds, screaming angrily. If the kid's bad luck, ditch him. Eventually, they got corralled into one spot, but these freakish plants wanted more. Craving a snack, they multiplied into an insane swarm. As the slithering vines closed in, someone mumbled, "Don't bother. This is our grave." Suddenly, the dark vines started mutating and braiding into each other. They tangled up to build this massive hollow tree, basically locking the whole crew inside a living cell. Right off the center base, bark and branches cracked, literally morphing into massive arms and legs. A super creepy humanoid figure popped out with an ultra-ugly face. Its eyes had this toxic glow, and it flashed a psycho smile full of knife-like teeth. The digital HUD instantly lit up with beast stats. Big Bad, the Emerald Stalker, Jungle Overlord. Basically the kind of overpowered final boss that gives gamers actual sleep paralysis demons. Stuck in that cage, everyone just totally gave up. Chiang looked super bleak. "Guys, we're literally glued to the boss's main core right now." He spun to Xu Jing. "Got any bars at all?" She checked her screen, looking totally defeated. "Dead zone. The backup squad isn't answering." She stood up, checking the air quality meters. "Place is airtight. Looking at these stats, we've got exactly 30 minutes until we literally run out." Hearing that timer tick down, Kaiying screamed and punched the timber cage, wildly searching for some kind of an exit point. Qi Ming clenched his jaw, looking like the massive guilt was literally eating him alive. He sounded super broken. I'm literally hot garbage, completely pathetic. I always drag my team into fatal traps. Watching the guy totally melt down, Bai An wasn't about to play therapist. It was time for absolute tough love. Shut it, man. Panicking just burns through our air. Qi Ming snapped back, shooting him this crazy, unhinged glare. What would some spoiled rich kid even know about it? Bai An didn't even flinch. He just fired back with zero chill. Because you're the one in charge, he pushed, completely slicing through the awkward vibe. Look at you throwing a pity party. Did you even think about the squad literally betting their lives on you? That hit him right in the feels. Qi Ming just looked back, totally speechless, while Bai An kept roasting him with his very own quotes. You literally told us before. We've made it through absolute nightmares and crazy deadly traps. Freaking out right now isn't an option, we gotta stay chill. Bai An wiped the dirt off his face and stared him down, looking intensely serious. And the biggest thing? You have to actually trust the crew that's backing you up. Meanwhile, way up in the sky, Xiaohei was chilling in a chopper right over the mess, keeping a super sketchy distance from that giant freak below. Feng caught her plotting and asked, Cap, are you seriously going to fight the jungle boss? She just scoffed. Wow, okay. Tell me you think I'm weak, without telling me you think I'm weak. Squinting like a total try-hard gamer, Xiaohei scoped out the zone. Qi Ming and his crew are MIA. Every single clue leads to this cursed spot. If we're saving them, we gotta delete that massive monster first. It's literally just a standard RPG boss raid. We have zero choice but to throw hands. Suddenly, her radio hissed, totally killing the vibe. Feng, we're stuck inside. That update totally fired her up. She jumped right into combat mode, ready to clutch up and save the squad. Flawless timing. Time to chop this freak like a fruit ninja. Without missing a beat, she popped her summon ability. Pull up! Crimson Demon Ape, she yelled, linking the spirit straight into her gear. The phantom beast morphed around her metal pole until the whole thing practically exploded into glowing red fire. She yeeted herself out of the chopper with zero hesitation, dive-bombing straight at the raging mutant plant. The creature totally felt her aggro and tensed up. She zipped across its giant roots like a literal ghost, insanely fast and ready to kill. In a split second, Xiaohei was staring dead into the eyes of absolute nightmare fuel. She looked completely hyped for a fight. Swinging her fiery staff, she screamed her ultimate move, Crimson Tyrant, Furnace Smash. Eat this! She hiked her weapon way up and slammed it down like a literal meteor. The hit was insane, cracking the monster's skull right down the middle, and she kept pushing, chopping its wooden body clean in half. Trapped inside, Qi Ming saw this crazy red lightning rip the shadows apart and went, "Holy crap!" Totally knowing that exact vibe, he stuttered, "Red lightning? Wait, is that actually?" Then Xiaohei crashed into the scene, and he absolutely lost his mind screaming. But instead of matching his hype, she just gave him the coldest stare. Wow, look at that. I actually found my annoying little bro. Completely ignoring her icy vibe, Qi Ming sprinted over, literally bawling his eyes out. Sis! His massive overreaction totally triggered her. She practically rolled her eyes while he threw his arms out for the most desperate hug ever. She let him get just close enough before absolutely bonking him on the head. A cartoonish, huge bump popped up on his head instantly. Xiaohei sighed but immediately went back to roasting him. How old are you? Bawling for me like a toddler. So embarrassing. Is this really all you got, you absolute scrub? The rest of the squad was just standing there glitching, totally stunned. Bai Xian leaned over and whispered to Duan, "Is your boss always this unhinged?" Duan let out a massive, exhausted sigh. Sadly, yeah, we're immune at this point. Xiaohei killed the joke instantly. Alright, playtime's over. Climb, the jungle boss heals stupidly fast. We gotta dip right now, she yelled up at the sky. Feng, reel us in, he answered super fast. Copy that, and fired up the cable. Watching the crew zip upward, Feng checked the comms. Are we missing anyone? Duan glanced down and shouted back. Cap's still at the bottom watching R6. Xiaohei grabbed the rope last. Keep moving. Get out of here right now, she yelled, watching the creepy wood tissue stitching itself back up right under her. She bugged out and screamed a massive warning. The jungle boss is already back at full HP. Literally a second later, the freak was totally whole again. Xiaohei flinched super hard. Oh, come on. It heals way faster than my math. The revived beast just roared, flexing a crazy amount of raging energy. It blasted a neon green laser from its mouth, absolutely melting their escape ladder in half. Xiaohei completely lost her grip, falling backward into nothing. Super caught off guard, her brain just blue-screened. Good game, it's over. Way up top, Qi Ming was screaming his lungs out. Sis! But elite muscle memory is real. She spun around mid-drop, ready to clash. She flashed a cocky grin at her, freaking out, bro. Shut up, I'm not dead yet. Glad she was still her fiery self. He just mumbled, yeah, got it, sis. Meanwhile, she was literally surfing down the jungle monster's massive tree trunk body, digging her boots in to hit the brakes. Totally nailed the superhero landing. Scraping her soles against the wood to catch some air, wild red lightning sparked all around her before she screamed, thunder! In a split second, she pushed off. A literal firestorm blasted under her sneakers, twisting into a blazing vortex that shot her into the clouds like a rocket. Next thing you know, Xiaoyi touches down perfectly on the chopper's helipad. 0 damage taken. Bai An and Qiying were literally shook, mouths wide open, while Bai An totally lost his breath. Bro, your sister is an absolute legend. Still glitching out, Qi Ming just nodded dumbly. Duh, tell me about it. Brushing off the dirt, she glanced at the raging beast below, threw up a sassy peace sign, and smirked. Stay mad, bozo. Now that the megaboss monster's scary vibe was fading, the pilot smashed the gas and booked it out of there. She flopped into her chair, exhaling super loud before shooting her brother an intense, judging glare. So, this is the guy who saved your butt from total disaster? She questioned, sounding sketchy about it. Defeated, her bro just gave a low-key nod. Yeah, basically, he mumbled. The second he confirmed it, her whole vibe flipped. The scary stare vanished into a radiant smile as she faced their hero. Okay, then I seriously owe you big time. I'm Xiaoyi from the Crimson Dawn crew, top-tier gold-level creature tamer, she flexed. Who exactly am I thanking here? Playing it super chill, he just said, name's Bai An, just your basic bronze-tier tamer. On the outside, he looked unbothered, but inside his head, he was totally reading her stats like an anime main character. A total beast like Xiao rocking that specific last name? Wait, is she low-key tied to the iconic Scarlet Wing VIPs? But she wasn't about to get outplayed. She gave him a cheeky squint. And you? Where'd a prodigy like you spawn from? He held eye contact. I'm a Bai, from the White Scale City Bais. The top boss Bingong is literally my grandpa, he dropped. That name hit like a nuke. The actual mayor? Her eyes bugged out. Faster than a blink, she was up in his personal space, playfully yet fiercely tilting his chin up. Pay attention, cute stuff. I've been playing this dangerous merc game forever. I've literally chilled with ruthless bosses and elite politicians. A wicked, hungry smirk spread across her lips, making a major chill run straight down his back. We've handled tons of sketchy favors for Grandpa Bai, she whispered, her energy turning dark. He's basically our sugar daddy. But guess my biggest pet peeve? Fake wannabes who step out of line, name-dropping the Bai family just to score some free perks off us. She got so close their noses basically brushed, her face looking straight up savage. Tons of guys try to pose, but you're the first one crazy enough to claim the heir title. Wanna hear a secret? She murmured, sounding totally unhinged. The last few fakes? We completely canceled them and served them as monster snacks. She squeezed his face harder. Let's find out if you're worth deleting. She leaned closer, literally taking a sniff of him like a wolf tracking lunch. The vibe was insanely tense until she just started cracking up. Bro, no way. You actually give off rich kid energy. Bai An just stood there paralyzed, his brain short-circuiting. Is this chick totally psycho? In the back, Qi Ming had finally had enough. Sis, please act normal for once. She batted her eyelashes, playing dumb. Wait, what did I even do? After she chilled out, Qi Ming looked over at Bai An, looking super confused. Wait a sec, where did your friend go? That question slapped him right in the face. Oh snap, the fight was so crazy, I literally ghosted her. He jumped to his feet, triggering his pocket dimension. My bad, coming through, he yelled, ripping open the portal. But looking inside, this weird neon purple light grabbed his attention. Crystal clusters? He gasped, totally shook. The whole setup made 0 sense. What the heck is even going on? Trapped in this crazy purple geometric web, his friend was literally paused in time. Freaking out, he instantly yanked her back to reality. Qi Ming lost his mind. Are you tweaking? Who locks a person in a pet inventory? Xiao started roasting him too. Bro, do you even have a brain cell? Tuning them out, Bai An carefully placed the girl down, sounding super panicked. Just fix her, she's glitching out or something. Qi Ming saw the shiny statue girl and swore loud. Bruh, seriously? What kind of chaotic math were you doing in your head? Xiaoyi dropped down, her mad face swapping to pure nerd mode. Literally nobody puts another person in their mind vault. That's basically impossible. She grabbed a tiny piece of the shiny stuff peeling off the girl's arm, squinting hard. Hold up, This feels exactly like premium magic rock. She must have tripped some crazy self-defense hack, she guessed. Your dimensional storage vibe was probably way too intense for her system. She glanced at their healer. Chi, run a quick health scan on her. Our squad's medic stepped up with a heavy nod. Xiao, he's totally right. The math actually checks out. Her system is locking down to handle the stress, but I need proper scans to prove it, she cautioned. My kit here is useless for that. We gotta rush her to a proper lab. Like, yesterday. Xiao didn't even blink. Punch it to Shaolin Town. Go. Meanwhile, miles out in this crazy floating room dripping with glowing purple fog, this absolute boss of a woman stood dead center. Her vibe was so insanely heavy, the room's oxygen basically stopped moving. 5 dark silhouettes boxed her in completely. When she finally spoke, her chill but totally terrifying voice sliced right through the quiet. I called you all here for 2 reasons. Meet Grand Priestess Solaris. Her crazy energy choked the room, completely shutting down any arguments. Number 1, she dropped the ice-cold truth. Priest Arthur is officially wiped out. We lost his tracker right outside Shaolin Town, dead on the white scale and giant wood boundary. She glared at the crew. Talk to me. Give me theories. Lilith, the second priest, chimed in with this smooth, cat-like whisper. Arthur was sitting at number 6. The dude was literally about to hit diamond tier. Priest number 3, Diego, interrupted. Think a local boss stepped in? Solaris shot that down instantly. Bai Jingong got completely wrecked last war. Taking out a near-diamond fighter? Only Giant Wood's boss has that kind of juice. A super creepy voice drifted from the dark. Enter Mesto, priest number 4. Or maybe those moon-hidden goons unleash their mutts. Azure Wood is totally their turf, anyway. Right next to him, the 5th priest, Asmodin, stayed creepy, quiet. Solaris's eyes sparked with pure, savage killer instinct. Whoever pulled this off is gonna bleed for it, she ordered. Asmodin, you're on cleanup duty, but watch your back. These guys hit hard. Don't play them for fools. Asmodin just dipped his head and muttered one word. Got it. With the hit officially ordered, Solaris totally flipped the mood. On to the second issue. This is literally life or death for our whole species. The constellations are moving, she revealed, sounding super stressed out. It's super obvious. Our queen is powering down for hibernation. Her sacred form is shifting right into the moon-hidden phase. Lilith gave a heavy nod. 25 star cycles back, right after that brutal Casamarda bloodbath, her form got stuck in solar mode. Crashing now? Yeah. That totally breaks the rules, Solaris mumbled quietly. Normally, that lunar phase only drops every 90 star years. While talking, she casually whipped up a crazy hologram of 3 planets syncing up. Maybe the universe is glitching out, or maybe our queen is getting a major upgrade. She stopped, making the whole room feel freezing cold. Whatever triggered it, get this through your heads. Our entire solar crew's survival is on the line here. Zero room for screw-ups. Diego stepped up, basically vibrating with nasty, villainous energy. Boss, that sneaky moon crew is definitely gonna track these signals right to her doorstep. We need to stalk them and absolutely wreck them before they steal the queen's power. Solaris flashed a wicked, approving grin. Honestly, pretty solid strategy. Just watch your step, okay? Those hidden moon cultists are way deadlier than they look. Diego pulled off this super slick theatrical bow. Loud and clear, boss. Relax. If they don't have the Spider Queen's magic juice, those guys are literal garbage against us. Deep chants started echoing through that trippy, spinning purple void. Immortal mother of 10,000 spiders. May her web rule reality forever. After the squad bailed, leaving just 2 peeps lurking in the dark, Diego cracked a totally smug half-smile. Cool, alone at last. So, Xiao Zhen, you got plans today? Actually, scratch that you free right this second? Asmodin just turned her face away like he was trash. Deadpan as ever. Nope. And even if I was, hanging with you sounds like absolute torture. Diego rolled his eyes, sounding completely over it. Wow, way to read the room wrong. I just wanted to pitch you an idea. And hey, fix your face. I literally hate when you glare at me like that. Asmodin straight up ghosted him, talking to the massive freak next to her instead. Let's roll, Xing Tian. Diego snapped, totally triggered. Yo, listen up. Xiao Jian, why are you still muttering to that dumb pet? Shut down by her freezing attitude. He honestly looked pathetic. Letting out a huge sigh, Diego switched up his vibe. Whatever, do your own thing. Still, getting handpicked by the boss lady for this gig? You've got to be feeling like the ultimate VIP right now. But like, did you even think about Arthur? He was following her exact orders too, and that dude's whole brand was being totally immortal. Asmodine instantly stopped walking. When she spoke again, Her tone dropped into this ultra-lethal, razor-sharp whisper. Yeah, and look where that got him. Dude got vaporized without a single trace. The boss lady totally knows what you can handle. Tossing you out there today is basically just paying for your funeral. Before he could keep yapping, her ice-cold glare shut him right up. Better watch your mouth. Diego didn't even flinch, just smoothly brushing past her with a low mutter. Honestly, if I were you, I wouldn't flex this gig like the head honcho actually trusts you. That boomer mage totally called it. The stars are glitching out, and our whole reality is crashing. We're talking straight-up apocalypse vibes where only the absolute beasts make it out alive. Staring as he walked away, Asadon yelled, "Not scared? I'm totally snitching to the boss about this." He just dropped a smooth warning instead. "I'm guessing you're actually smart, not some NPC programmed to follow orders." Modan just stared at the sword stuck by her sneakers at sunrise until a frantic scream totally wrecked the quiet. "Move it! We need her in the ER right this second." Xiaoyi was completely out on the stretcher, looking straight up ghostly while they speed ran her down the super noisy hallway. One medic totally booked it out front, yelling at everyone to make some room. Once they rolled her inside, Bai An sounded super stressed from the lobby, basically begging to know what happened. Qi, chilling right next to him, tried to bring his heart rate down. Her stats are finally steady. She's out of the danger zone for now, but honestly, no clue if or when she'll actually wake up. That just made him panic way harder, staring at the doors, blocking his view. He sounded super crushed. What do I even do? How do I fix her? The girl next to him just stood there looking lost. Real talk, I have zero clue. Her core energy is totally glitched out. It's like someone literally tied her insides into a massive, messy knot. I mean, nobody actually tries shoving a real person into a pet dimension, especially not for a whole marathon. Xiao dropped her volume, trying to chill him out. Dude, breathe. Qi is basically a legendary healer. If she says things are fine, we're good. Plus, I literally just found a guy who could probably clutch this up. Bai An perked up instantly. Who? Drop the pin right now. Sprinting down the hall to find this guy. Something kept bugging him. I've done this exact trick before. Why did it totally flop on me today? Did I just leave her away from keyboard in there way too long? Xiao suddenly gave him a heads up. Yo, listen up. Keep your chill around this dude. Out of nowhere, super sharp, spiky vines literally exploded straight out of his clenched hand. He just stared, completely shook. Bro, why is this glitching right now? The prickly root started totally messing with his head. The pain was insane. Wreck them all. Getting left on red, Xiao peeked over her shoulder. Dude, are you even paying attention? Stop spacing out! He shoved his super weird plant-covered arm behind his back real quick. Oh, yeah, totally. My bad. Rolling up to this totally basic room, Xiaoyi literally punted the door open and yelled, "Yo, I need a huge solid," a dude answered. Bro, didn't I say I was swamped? But the second Bai An spotted the logo on the dude's jacket, his vibe went completely dead. Why are those spider cult freaks here? Those neon red vines started throbbing, literally squeezing the sanity right out of him. Spider weirdos. Wreck him. Shred him to pieces. Xiaoyi just glared at Ara, who was literally just destroying a bowl of ramen. This is what you call swamped? You're literally just snacking. He shot back like it was nothing. Eating is a top priority? Never sleep on a solid lunch break. He got up anyway, wiping off his chin. Anyway, what's the drama today? Weren't we supposed to link up anyway? She pointed right at Bai An. My guy's bestie is in a really bad spot. It's some magic pet stuff, so a total pro like you should definitely get how it works. But right then, Bai An was basically losing a one-on-one with his own brain. This mega dark urge was hijacking his whole mindset. Getting payback on those spider cult creeps. He locked his jaw, sweating literal buckets. What is actually wrong with me? The yelling in his brain cranked up to max volume. Staring at the guy, he just saw red. Destroy them all. Ari didn't even blink, just checking him out. Bro, I think this kid is the one who actually needs a medic. The urge for payback completely consumed him. End him. Bai An randomly started screaming. Nobody wants help from you, spider freaks. Blood-red spikes busted right out of his arm while his brain screamed a massive command. Destroy absolutely everything. The roots grew insanely fast, literally tearing the entire room apart into pieces. Era just smoothly dodged through the rubble, literally slurping his ramen mid-jump before sticking the landing like an absolute boss. Yikes. Looks like our guy is having a massively bad day. He stared at the messed-up pet mutating right over the building. He scanned the monster. Its energy core is glitching hard with bad vibes. Bet it totally snacked on something toxic. Is it leveling up into a mega monster? So weird. The pet dimension is somehow keeping all that crazy energy on lockdown. Ari caught the glitch and made a choice. Stuck in the portal, huh? He smirked. Guess bro still has some fight left. Honestly, Major W, let me help a brother out. Then he started dropping a magical chant. Queen of 10,000 spiders, show mercy and wipe away their bad karma. Grabbing his sword, a blinding green aura totally swallowed Ari up. I'll slice through the rot and wreck the monsters, but I am strictly a no-kill kind of guy. Pulling his sword, that wild energy shrank into a blinding flash meant to erase bad vibes and bring peace until everything fades out. Give me the juice to save everybody right here. He drew a floating magic sign and yelled, Resonance summon. Right on cue, this chunky green pet popped out of nowhere. Nature, spirit, let's go. The little dude plopped onto Ari's head with a squish. Bro, have you been packing on the pounds? No more late night snacks for you. Suddenly, that giant monster Jing Z ruined the vibe with a massive scream. Ari stayed completely unbothered. He just switched to boss mode instead. Chill out, man, you're next. Aiming his sword, he yelled, Nature spirit, wind trap. Jing Z definitely wasn't about to just take the hit, immediately firing back at him. A crazy deadly water beam blasted from its mouth. Ari easily jumped out of the way and clapped back. Storm strike! The monster shut its eyes, totally giving up. Ari fired up a massive green tornado, but then he suddenly paused. I'm just trying to save the planet, not blow it up. Naughty kids just need a timeout. Smirking, he tapped the monster's horn with an absolutely insane amount of magic force. Brain-rattling flick. It hit like a truck instantly. Jing instantly dissolved into glowing pixels, leaving just a knocked-out Zine dumped in the ruins. Looking over the crazy mess. Bro, Xiao sighed. Did you really have to hit him that hard? But Ari was already distracted, totally inhaling his victory ramen. He's chilling, barely a scratch, he mumbled with a mouthful. I'm way more stressed about the source damage. Xiao totally lost it. Could you maybe put the ramen down when we're talking about serious stuff? She jabbed at Zine's beaten-up, sleeping face. So what's the move? You straight up knocked him out cold. That was way too much, dude. Ari peeked up, ramen still in hand. Why? You worried about him, Xiao? She rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. My dumb brother is enough drama. I simply cannot deal with randoms right now. Ari jumped right on that. Cool. Then help me drag him and his buddy to town. I'll even buy you ramen. Hearing that absolute joke of an offer, she completely snapped. Zip it! You're paying pure cash for transport and the damages. Don't even try ghosting me. Cut to this secret room where glowing green water filled a tub. Zine was marinating in the healing juice. Waking up, two randoms were just staring at him. The girl whispered, Is he finally up? The guy, Jose, leaned closer with a totally devious smile. Nope. He literally jammed two fingers right up Zine's nose. Let me give him a little push. Zine bolted upright, gasping for air. He checked himself out in full panic. What the heck is happening? What is this weird juice? His magic eye instantly analyzed the stuff. Unknown natural essence. Literally heals your health and magic simultaneously. Such a classic power-up you'd see in those leveling comics. The girl totally dragged her friend. Jose, are you crazy? You can't just do that to the VIP guest. Joss brushed it off, totally betting they didn't speak the same language. Check out this foreigner's huge eyes. Bro looks completely clueless. Zine just watched them muttering, super confused. Out of nowhere, Ari popped up behind him, still eating ramen. Morning. Zine practically had a heart attack. Wait, you're with that evil spider cult. Ari just sighed. Evil spider? Nah, it's the Spider Queen squad, actually. You tourists have the absolute worst names for things. Zine yelled, Where even are we? Where's Xiao? Ari just smirked. You really think she wants to hang out right now? The girl turned bright red and tossed Zine an outfit. Maybe get dressed so you don't freeze to death. Zine snatched them up, blushing super hard. Thanks. After throwing the fit on, he spun back to Ari. Bro, you completely ignored my question. Who the heck are you? But Ari was already gone. Where did he dip to? Suddenly, a pebble smacked him right in the skull. Zine whipped around, absolutely livid. Why would you even do that? Joss totally ignored his tantrum. Just tag along, dummy. Zine just blankly stared at them, completely lost. What are you guys even talking about? I'm not getting any of this. The girl shoved a massive door open. Welcome, outsider. The view past the door completely blew his mind. This insane secret city stretched out into the dark, lit up purely by glowing blue symbols carved into these super old buildings. Zine was shook. We're actually underground. The girl grabbed his wrist, dragging him along. Yo, what is happening? She just pointed straight ahead. The main boss is waiting at the shrine. Zine obviously didn't speak her language, but he totally caught her drift. You want me to head over there? He stared up at the massive, creepy building. The girl tossed him this weird gadget shaped like a six-pointed spider. Catch. She showed him by snapping her own right onto her arm. Do it like this. Zine just copied her moves. So I just wear this thing? He eyed the robotic spider. Super creepy vibes. Joe was already taking off, entirely out of patience. The girl just let out a heavy breath, telling Zion to shake a leg. She told Joe to chill with the attitude, but he totally blew her off, blasting a web straight out of his 6-star arachnid. Dude was zipping through the crazy landscape like a total acrobat. Seeing that, it finally clicked for Zen what the gadget was actually for. Oh, bet. He pointed his arm outward and mentally yelled at it to shoot. Except, unlike Joe's flashy move, Zen's wrist spider just sat there like a dead weight. Hello, is this thing on? The girl shifted closer, keeping her voice super gentle. You have to sync up with it first, obviously. It totally ignores you if you aren't bonded. She pressed her palm right against his chest. It's all about catching the same vibe and building genuine trust. You can't just boss it around. She tapped her own heart, breaking it down for him like a patient teacher. You foreigners just force your pets into sketchy contracts. We actually use feelings. Link your spirit with its energy, and you'll read each other's minds in a flash. She had zero clue that Zen was completely lost. He just kind of waved his hands around, feeling mega awkward. Yeah, I literally don't speak a lick of that. He complained in his head, wishing she'd stop yapping. Out of nowhere, a glowing screen flashed into view. Of course, the system's eye had a built-in translator classic main character perks right there. Turns out, she wasn't talking about some forced binding spell at all. She literally meant linking their souls up using pure energy. The light bulb finally went on for Bane as the ancient method clicked in his brain. Shutting his eyes, he totally plunged into the deepest parts of his own mind. Bam, these crazy neon blue eyes glared right back out of the shadows. Who goes there? The voice boomed. He didn't even flinch, answering boldly that his name was Bai An. The beast let his name roll around its head. By Zen. He glanced over his shoulder at the actual robot body chilling right behind him. Hey, I'm cool, no bad vibes here, he muttered. I just want to team up. Sensing his rock-solid vibe, the 6-star spider totally caved. Another neon pop-up jammed into his vision. Such a basic system manhwa moment. Boom, brand new skill unlocked resonance. He didn't even blink before turning it on. Time to roll. He parkoured through the insanely weird alien buildings like an absolute pro. He finally dropped down right outside this insanely massive shrine. Standing next to it, the crazy size of the place was honestly intimidating. From far away it looked tiny, but up close, an absolute unit made of solid rock and pure magic. Honestly stunning. His guide did this super deep bow. This spot is totally off limits unless you're picked. I gotta bounce. The second he walked up, this glowing bridge just spawned right over the green water. Ghostly magic rippled all over the super old carvings on the columns. Bien checked his corners, going full tactician mode. This was literally enemy headquarters, the main sanctuary for the crazy demon spider cult. These guys were supposedly out for his blood, so why roll out the red carpet to their super secret base? A deep voice suddenly echoed from the back of the room. You're super early. I totally thought getting the hang of resonance would stall you for days. Some dude spun around, giving off totally heavy, legendary boss vibes. Let's do the proper introductions. The name is Van Hussan. I run things for the Moonshadow crew and serve the main Spider Queen. He saw through Bayan's sketchy look in half a second. You're probably dying to know why our notorious cult is backing a total random like you, right? He stopped for dramatic effect, looking super nostalgic. Well, check this out. He flicked his wrist, and 3 giant glowing screens literally popped into thin air. This drama goes way, way back. Kalau, or what you guys call the 10,000 Spider Nest, is literally our hometown. Way back when, our people and the spiders were totally chill. We raised families alongside them and figured out the tech to actually chat. He sounded like he was lost in the sauce, talking about the good old days. But then the aliens showed up, total invaders. The hollow screen replayed the absolute first meetup. At first, it was all good vibes. We swapped our magic rocks and pet skills for your crazy high-tech gear. Honestly, it was the ultimate win-win setup. He kept going, totally unfazed. We literally let you meet our main goddess, the Spider Queen. We thought we were locked in for a perfect future. Then, the room's vibe just tanked into freezing territory. But you guys were insanely toxic and greedy. You schemed to steal our own moves to trap the queen, all just to level yourselves up. Except the queen was basically a god. She wasn't some basic mob that regular humans could just leash up. She fought back hard, and the fallout was insane. During the brawl, she got wrecked and entirely lost her star status. The whole planet's magic network just completely broke. All that glitchy energy hard-locked the level cap for everyone here. Fast forward to now, and nobody can grind past the purple star tier. We're all literally stuck in this massive trap. And that kicked off hundreds of years of hardcore beef between us and you colonizers. It sounded like an epic, sad movie, except the finale was still totally open. You guys just spammed your tech to wipe us out. So many clans got completely deleted from existence. Looking down the barrel of extinction, our clan split into 2 squads. Out of all that crazy despair, they officially declared the birth of the demon spider cult. The Sunglory crew went fully feral. They started idolizing the Queen's rage, basically aiming to wipe out every single foreigner on sight. Yeah, you're clashing with them right now. But my Moonshadow crew? We're all about peace. We'd way rather talk things out than rack up a body count. Before he could finish, Bai An totally cut him off. Dude literally pointed right at the priest. Time out. You've been yapping about ancient history for hours, and you still haven't given me a straight answer. Ari just stared. Bro, isn't that literally what I'm doing? Bai An wasn't having it. Skip the filler. Why bail me out specifically? In an absolute blink, Ari ghosted and popped up right behind his back. He clapped a heavy hand on Bai An's shoulder. Kid, do you buy into fate? Bai An violently flinched, his energy spiking. Yo, back off. Ari just swatted the air like it was nothing. Chill out. Serious warning here. That toxic junk in your core is totally still alive. Flex your magic right now and say goodbye to being a tamer. You'll literally turn into a feral monster. Right on cue. Creepy red veins popped out all over Bai An's arm. Totally freaked out, he locked his powers down in a heartbeat. Ari just gave this smug little laugh. Anyway, let me wrap this up. Way before I bagged this whole High Priest title, I had to do this massive road trip down to the Queen's Den. The vibe completely shifted. This was the juicy part. The absolute cosmic reason they were even standing there together. I rolled up, but the Queen was nowhere to be found. Instead, right outside her hideout, I found this bleeding out kid and his pet phantom. They were absolutely wrecked, just losing blood everywhere. But the crazy part? This dude totally ignored his own wounds, just whispering apologies to his monster. Like a broken record, Ari said, his whole tone dropping. He was literally the first foreigner I'd ever watched treat a creature like a true partner instead of a weapon. He sucked in a huge breath. No way I was just gonna ditch them. I patched them up and dragged them straight back to my people. You could actually hear the nostalgia hitting him. He chilled with us for a bit and showed his true colors. The dude was actually super legit. We were supposed to be sworn enemies, but he basically became family. Ari stared super hard into his soul. And that kid? He finally dropped his name. Bai Jingong. The dead silence after that was insanely loud. So, makes sense why I've got your back now? Hold up a sec. Bai An totally shattered the dramatic moment. My grandpa hung out with you back in his glory days? Bro, that was ages ago. You barely look 30. Are you trolling me right now? Ari just gave this super chill smile. Did Gramps seriously forget to mention my species doesn't really age? Let's go. You really need to see what's going on with your bestie. But right as they walked through the glowing warp gate, there was still this massive elephant in the room. Real talk though, I'm dying to know. Are you actually completely clueless, my guy? A beast void isn't just magic. It's literally built out of a tamer's core soul. If anyone else crashes that personal space, the dimension aggressively fights back. And we're talking about absolute, brutal destruction. Walking further into the pitch black, Ari broke it down. Your girl over there? She's basically got main character plot armor when it comes to her magic stats. Any random human trying that wild stunt, they'd have been vaporized on the spot. Like, literally zero hesitation. Her energy channels went completely haywire, but she somehow tanked it. Pulling up to Xiaobai's healing tank, he nodded. Good news. The crystal gunk on her exterior is totally wiped. Her pulse and magic vibes are totally leveled out and back in the green. Staring down at her completely knocked out on this bed of glowing spirit flowers, he dropped the harsh reality check. But that beast dimension completely fried her mental shields. Honestly, it looks awful. We're talking an insanely high chance she's stuck in this coma permanently. Bai An looked absolutely crushed, his face scrunching up. You mean she'll never open her eyes again? Ari's whole vibe suddenly shifted. I never said it was totally game over. He dropped his volume to this crazy quiet whisper, sounding super shady. There's one crazy loophole. The real issue is, do you have the guts to actually pull it off? Bai An glared at him. Spill it. So, when Lord Zuho hits his eclipse phase, he drops this legendary sap that basically heals anything. The original founders used that juice to forge this insanely god-tier relic. We're talking healing stats that make a legendary potion look like tap water. But obviously, to keep the loot safe when those sky aliens invaded back then, they had to lock it down incredibly hard. They literally buried the relic deep inside the ultimate dead zone. the tomb of the legendary martyrs. If you really want to wake your friend up, you're diving into that nightmare entirely solo. Ari sounded super deadpan now. Just a heads up, the place is rigged with crazy old death traps. We've had endless looters try to raid it. The lucky ones dragged themselves out permanently wrecked, and the rest just flat out vanished. Honestly though, those booby traps are basically a joke compared to the actual final boss vibes down there. A bunch of absolute monster veterans got trapped inside back in the day. Plus, the cursed magic revives corpses, so you're basically walking into a full zombie apocalypse. All the color instantly completely drained from Bai An's face. The priest just gave this cocky smirk, throwing an arm around him. So, still feeling like playing hero today? He was absolutely terrified, but the guilt screaming inside was way louder. She's literally a vegetable because of my mess up. This is my baggage to carry. I'm doing it. Ari totally cheered in his head. Not too shabby. The kid actually has some genuine spine. As they kept walking, the massive history lesson booted back up. This fortress? It's ridiculously old. By our math, the city's been chilling here for 400 years. But that crypt? Easily rocking over 1,000 years of pure haunted nightmares. The design is totally next-level stuff. Since it's a sacred hero graveyard, we literally always have top-tier security posted up 24/7. Have to keep the greedy robbers out. But honestly, mostly just to stop those freaks from breaking out. The guards practically tripped over themselves, spotting him. Yo, High Priest, welcome back. Nice job. Pop those gates open, Alray barked. Cleared to go. Bai An casually strolled straight into the pitch black. Out of nowhere, Alra chimed in. Yo, Bai An! His tone was totally mocking. All that stuff about deadly traps? Yeah, totally capping. Bai An's eyes went wide. Wait, what? You absolute snake, you played me. Boom, the massive doors locked right behind him. Stuck inside, he started smashing his fists against the rock, yelling into the dark. Yo, what exactly is your twisted little game, boomer? Dead silence. Giving up on yelling, he started snooping around the creepy room. Guess I'm legit trapped in here. Gotta be a back door, right? He walked right up to this weird stand in the middle. Is this the actual prize, or was he gaslighting me about this too? He was seriously so lost. The second he grabbed the thing, crazy thick smoke blasted out from under it. Oh, garbage. Totally forgot to use my magic vision on it first. A gigantic blast basically swallowed him whole, totally wrecking his vision. Hacking up his lungs through the fog, he tried to figure out what just went down. What in the actual world? The creepy ruins were totally gone. Now, he was staring down some high-end tiled hallway lit up with regular fluorescent bulbs. He low-key freaked out. No way. Did I actually just glitch right back into my old life? He walked up to some dude slumped by the wall, an old enemy from way back when. I know this guy. I literally dropped him ages ago. On pure autopilot, he started running his old combat route. Yeah, this is crystal clear. His heart pounding, Bai An sprinted ahead. Up the steps next. The crazy intense flashbacks were hitting him like a truck right now. It's all coming back. The whole gig was taking out the enemy boss. My crew got totally shredded. I was the only survivor. He stopped in front of a completely shot-up wall. This is the spot. The boss room. Bai An shook his head hard, desperately trying to snap out of it. Bro, what am I even doing? That life is dead and gone. But his hand was literally moving by itself, grabbing the doorknob. Why am I still tripping over this? I'm supposed to be out there saving Xiaoi and Gramps, not replaying my worst trauma. The massive metal door screeched as it swung open. Some dude was just sitting frozen in the middle. Oh snap, it was his own rotting, gross, dead body. What kind of sick joke is this? I quit that life. He was totally paralyzed. Out of nowhere, a voice just popped into his head. Looks like you're still obsessing over your old self, huh? Bai An choked on his breath. Who's talking? The nasty zombie version of himself suddenly jumped right at him. I'm literally you. Freaking out, he barely blocked the hit. No way, you're supposed to be dead. Nah, bro, you're the dead one here. Nasty red vines shot right out of the zombie's mouth, trying to choke him out. We're the exact same guy. The monster swung at him like an absolute psycho. Just drop dead already. Bai An dove straight for a dropped gun on the floor. Oh, come on, it's barely out of grabbing range. He dodge rolled just as those freaky red whips smashed the ground where his face was a second ago. You think we're the same? Nah, you're just some trash leftover memory. His hand finally snagged the metal grip of the weapon. Quick peek, yeah, it was fully loaded. Luck was seriously pulling through for him today. Lining up the shot right at the freak's nasty mouth, he shouted, "The dude I used to be is totally irrelevant to who I am today. I'm Bai An, an actual beast tamer. I've got a whole squad and family waiting on me. Bam, he fired the shot, blowing his old baggage to pieces. I'm done letting my past own me. Just like that, the creepy body poofed into this weird glowing blue smoke. It felt like a massive boulder was just lifted off his chest. Later, past me, it's nothing but Beast Tamer by Xian from here on out. As he stood up, the whole modern hallway literally melted, turning right back into those creepy tomb walls. Wait, was that entire thing fake? He was still clutching the prize tight. Whatever, I got the meds. Xiaoyi is safe. Walking out, he saw Alray standing there with this super smug grin. Alray gave him the slowest, most sarcastic clap. Not bad at all. You totally beat that way quicker than I thought, kid. Annoyed, Bai An chucked the item straight at him. Drop the whole mysterious act. You literally tossed me in a test, huh? Could have just given me a heads up. The priest just kept that super cryptic smirk on his face. Bro, if I spoiled that it was a test, where's the fun in that? That room basically projects your most intense trauma. Long story short, you just absolutely owned your inner demons. Talk about a super cliche anime power-up scene. Alray leaned in, totally nosy. Come on, Dish. What was your personal nightmare anyway? Bai Xian's face instantly went super dark, looking like he was ready to snap. He was so not in the mood to overshare, dropping a cold, 3-word reply. He's literally dead. But Alray wasn't backing off just yet. Out of nowhere, he trapped him with a brutally messed up choice. Fair enough. This holy gear can totally fix your buddy up, but hey, it can also completely repair your own broken stats. Here's the kicker though. It's strictly a one-time deal. The magic juice in the Zuho is super limited. So, what's the play? You gonna save your dying bestie? Or are you gonna look out for number 1? Bai Xian lost it. Completely blinded by rage, he grabbed the dude right by the shirt collar. Why are you just dropping this on me now? What else are you keeping from me, man? The only answer he got was this ridiculously punchable smirk. That's everything, swear. Alray totally knew the kid couldn't do anything about it, but he just kept poking the bear. So, what's it gonna be? Bai Xian was literally shaking, squeezing his fists until they turned pale. After a crazy tense pause, he finally locked in. Alray just stepped back, watching him like a hawk. Are you 100% certain about this choice? Bai Xian sounded completely locked in. Yeah, Ari gave him one last pointer. Go straight for the spirit core. Xiao was totally passed out in the flower bed like Sleeping Beauty. Ari was practically holding his breath while Bai Xian's hands literally shook lining up the shot. The energy center. Bai Xian brought the glowing gadget super close, aiming right below her stomach. Hold on, Xiao, he whispered. You'll be fine. Out of nowhere, she literally burst out laughing. Dude, stop! That tickles so bad! Bai Xian totally froze, jaw literally hitting the floor in absolute shock, while Ari was absolutely dying of laughter in the back. Realizing he totally got pranked, he yelled, Ari, you absolute troll. Ari just waved it off. Chill out, bro. It was just a tiny prank. Xiao woke up forever ago. I just wanted to see what you'd do, considering whose grandson you are and all. I literally couldn't help messing with you, Ari winked. Plus, this whole fake-out was totally her brilliant idea. He just stared like they had two heads. Wait, are you seriously throwing her under the bus? But Xiao actually looked super shy. He's not lying. It was my bad, she admitted. Catching his stare, she looked away, totally blushing. Are you mad at me? Bai Xian let out a massive sigh, completely relaxing. Nah, I can't stay mad. Honestly, I'm just stoked you're alive. Ari completely ruined their whole cute vibe by fake coughing super loudly. You kids are way too much, but let's get back to business. He dropped the bomb that the gadget was basically a mega healing module. The main health boost only works once, but as soon as you turn it on, it will passively regenerate your health forever. Like, as long as you hold on to it, you literally get an infinite healing buff. He got super serious. It will not completely cure your core bug, but it will totally keep the symptoms locked down for now. Bai Xian totally got the memo. So basically, I am stuck with this thing if I don't want to glitch out again. Spot on, Ari nodded. He frowned, his hands shaking, not from fear, but pure hype. Honestly, this was an absolute win given the whole mess. Without even second-guessing it, he literally jammed the gadget right into his energy center. Glowing symbols popped up all over his skin while an AI voice dropped. Linked up. Healing protocol starting right now. This crazy glowing energy completely wrapped around him. He stayed totally chill as his internal system booted up. Glitch risk dropping, down to 13.8%. Just like that, his stats were finally looking normal again. The gadget went into sleep mode, literally just vibrating softly inside him. He instantly warped to his private island zone. Gotta go see my pet. Looking at the massive ocean, he yelled out, Yo, fishy! Nothing happened at all. The water was totally flat. He looked around, super confused. "Bro, where are you?" He ordered his system to run a quick radar sweep. It pinged right back. "Fresh tech linked up. Needs a patch." He thought for a sec. Wait, is it seriously recognizing that new healing gadget? His system was literally treating this magic relic like a flash drive. Such a typical webcomic cliche. He clicked accept without thinking twice. The system started zooming through the download, checking files, upgrading UI, refreshing stats, restarting. In literally less than a second, his vision lit up with a sick neon blue layout. Patch done, new perks unlocked. He was actually blown away. The whole menu looked completely different now. Was this alien tech or just his system leveling up? Out of nowhere, a crazy loud whale noise blasted behind him with a massive splash. He practically jumped out of his skin. What the heck? A literal tsunami triggered by his giant pet whale crashed right into him. He spit out salt water, super lost. Hold up, didn't I just cure the bug? Why is this thing still acting totally weird? A gigantic shadow totally covered him, blocking out the daylight. Yo, big guy, chill out, it is just me. Then the beast whipped out a massive tongue and slopped it all over his face. He just stood there, soaked and totally speechless, thinking the whale looked incredibly derpy. Why does my epic monster look so incredibly dumb right now? Did the glitch literally give him actual brain damage? Looking seriously worried, he told his UI, "Pull up the pet stats, right now." A window instantly flashed open. Want the full breakdown? Yes or no? He was so done with this. Yes, just spit it out. Boom! A massive wall of text dropped. Pet type, Mega Void Whale. Status, missed its whole glow up because of the bad code. Bug mostly fixed thanks to the gadget. Currently stable, tier, silver, potential, A+, speed, solid, B-, melee damage, straight A+, magic damage, A+, element, water. The menu kept scrolling, HP at 1400, attack at 403. Stats are currently nerfed from skipping the upgrade and can't be instantly fixed, but you can grind to improve it by gaining XP. He was literally getting a headache from all these random numbers. Classic RPG nonsense. Bro, this is way too much. Whoa, Bai An muttered, realizing the relic totally buffed his God's Eye scans. Naturally, he had to check his own stats next. He mentally flipped the switch. God's Eye, pull up my profile. A massive wall of text instantly flooded his screen. Name, Bai An. Race, human. Title, Outworlder. Grandkid of White Scale's boss, Ba Jinggong, and a totally OP modern beast tamer. Fake role, student. Real deal? Isekai protagonist. Obviously the absolute must-have trope for any manhwa video. Past life check. Veteran merc commander. He is totally vibing with this new reality, dealing with a VIP to guard and some serious unresolved issues. Huge shout out to the Moonseal crew from the Zhuho tribe for the assist dude finally scored the compassion relic. Arana merge? Flawless. It actually keeps that toxic core in check. Bai An froze though. Wait, what is that? A totally fresh meter popped up right next to his standard menus. Toxin tracker, red alert. If that bar maxes out, his cursed core goes absolutely feral, triggering a full-on monstrous rampage. That toxic energy buffs his physical stats but absolutely tanks his magic. Going berserk nukes his mental cap but makes his hits insanely heavy. Turning into a beast was permanent, a literal straight shot to game over. But get this, the relic was actively throttling the rot, literally keeping his inner demons on a tight leash. Bai An's brain was working in overdrive. This wasn't just some lock, it was an actual tool. He could totally hijack that cursed energy, burning it like nitro to turbocharge his power whenever things got sweaty. Sure, the backlash of this buff was insanely high, but dude couldn't wipe the grin off his face. Now that his visual hacks were leveled up, he could stalk his own and his familiar stats like a legit solo leveling MC. That tainted core wasn't just a self-destruct button anymore. It was a literal weapon. Played right, its battle potential was straight up infinite. Meanwhile, his tiny Leviathan buddy Jingzi kept rubbing against him like a cute puppy. Surviving that mess didn't just keep him breathing, it handed him a seriously busted new bag of tricks. Still, the main quest was totally stuck. They were still trapped inside White Scale limits. Even worse, they had zero clues on where to find that sacred soul-healing water. The biggest L, though? His aquatic familiar was dumb as a brick. Things were getting messy. Cut to the dark room where Asmodeus was smoothly slicing up a body. Lab note 1239. Finished chopping up priest number 6. She dropped the details like ice. Target, Arthur Alucard. Weird glitch around the chest. His heart is completely frozen in some freaky gem stuff. My guess? Dude got slammed with magic so insanely heavy that his inner aura literally squished into a solid rock. Looking at how totally shredded his cells are, whoever folded him was at least gold tier way out of Arthur's league. She got ready to pull a chunk for testing. The second it left the body, it went completely dead. Nothing crazy happened. Early reads showed 0 radioactive vibes. Dropping the piece in the vial now, she whispered, squinting through her specs. Booting up the material check. The moment it hit the magic liquid, the chunk totally chilled out. No explosions or anything, just floating perfectly still like your basic mana gem. She snapped a quick command. Jingtian, halt the jungle boss stakeout. Haul the rest of the specimens to Lab B, right now. Asmodeus lifted the glowing vial to the lamp, giving it a slick little twirl. A totally unhinged spark flashed in her eyes. Yo, I think I just stumbled onto something absolutely wild. This could literally be the cheat code to reboot my old projects, she murmured. If this trick works, I can skip the insanely rare loot drops completely. She pivoted to her decapitated minion, her brain already running through like a million different combos. Hey, grab those leftover clues from the murder spot too. We are doing a mashup test. Spinning around again, she locked eyes with the fleshy bit bobbing in the giant tank, then strutted straight to the main deck. Her hands practically glitched across the keyboard, typing like a total pro. She desperately needed to figure out what kind of absolute beast could squeeze liquid mana into a hard rock. Seconds later, the screen beeped. Asmodeus's jaw practically dropped looking at the stats. No way. It is an actual origin gem. Scan done. Core crystal legit. It is packing tiny bits of a combo skill buried right inside Arthur's wrecked soul shards. Balance is flawless. 0 trash mixed in. Overall grade? Straight A+. Match rating hits a solid A. That wasn't just magic aura. The dude's literal life force got turned into bling. That is so tripped out. She spun around to the decapitated boss. Hand over the rest, now. The real tea has to be in that rubble. Inside the glass tube, they were super carefully guarding this weird, spiky shard. Modin's gut was absolutely screaming that this was the missing puzzle piece dropped by the perp. 0 hesitation, she slammed it into the scanner, literally sweating as the timer ticked down. Come on, spill it. Madan read the results and her jaw literally hit the floor, pure yang energy. She was hyped beyond belief, realizing she just hit the ultimate jackpot. I literally just wanted to run a background check on the guy who ended Arthur, but finding a literal pure yang body? I have been obsessing over this for ages. This is absolute perfection. She smiled, and it was honestly a super creepy Joker-level grin. Incredible. Who knew the dude that clapped you had a pure yang physique? Arthur, you got wiped by a total once-in-a-generation prodigy. Her face morphed into this intense, borderline psycho craving. She needed to track this target down, literally whatever it took. He is mine. I am hunting him down. Pivoting toward the massive water tank holding her kid, she stared at the floating body and whispered like an absolute maniac. Hang tight, babe. Your glow-up is coming. She whipped her head around, snapping at her lackey. Shingan, go find every single crumb of evidence, right now. What started as a basic vibe check turned into an absolute obsession to catch this guy. Never been this hyped over a criminal in my life. Cut to miles away, where the sun was literally roasting this massive, empty wasteland. Up above, the fluffy clouds were totally chilling, which was wild compared to the stressful vibes on the ground. Xiao leaned on the whip, wiping her sweaty forehead. It is literally an oven out here. Why are they taking forever? Right on cue, gravel crunched nearby. Sliding her shades down, she spotted 2 silhouettes. About time they showed up. Down the road, Bai An and Ari were seriously beefing. Okay, rewind. Why exactly are you third-wheeling us, bro? Chill out, I just so happen to be going to Giantwood City too. Bro, do I look born yesterday? Dude, I am literally buddies with your uncles. Why would I be sketchy? Both guys refused to drop it, their non-stop arguing basically becoming the road trip playlist. Xiaoi trudged next to them, sighing like her soul left her body. You have been walking red flags since day 1. Bai An snapped back. Yeah, thanks for the save earlier, but you cap constantly and hide behind Xiaoi. I literally do not trust you at all. Aw, do not be a hater, Ari smirked. I literally scored us a whip. Does that not buy me some brownie points? That completely set Bai An off. The absolute audacity. You are literally just making me pay for gas so you can finesse a free trip with Xiaoi. Busted. Ari just gave this super awkward chuckle. Well, expected nothing less from Bing Sang's nephew. You got me. Meanwhile, Xiaoi was so over this clown show and totally snapped. Are you guys done yapping? You are literally echoing across the whole map. Then, Xiao just lost her mind. The stress totally broke her. Can you both just shut the F up? The vibe instantly went dead silent. Bai An and Ari completely glitched, staring at her with massive eyes. Did she really just drop the F word? Oh, she totally did. Even Xiaoyi was absolutely shook by her own words. Blushing super hard, she dodged their gaze and stuttered, "My bad." Xiao swooped in, giving her a totally relatable pat on the back before shooting daggers at the boys. "Zip it and get in the ride. You are being super cringe." The messy duo finally caught the hint and stayed quiet. Xiao took a breather and did a proper intro. "I am Xiao Hai." "You are?" The shy girl mumbled, "Xiaoyi." Walking to the whip, Xiao had to hype the quiet girl up. "Do not let those bozos stress you. Honestly, the way you went off on them?" Xiao smirked. "Absolutely iconic." Xiaoyi blinked, totally stunned. "For real?" Xiao nodded like a proud mom. "Ever seen Thelma and Louise? You literally just gave off massive main character energy." Everyone finally piled into the whip. Hands on the steering wheel, Xiao checked the rear view. "Before we hit the gas, what is the actual T on this giant wood city trip?" Ari jumped right in to steal the mic. "Our boy Bai An is on a massive side quest." Bai An rolled his eyes super hard. "Stop hijacking my story, bro." The engine revved, and they hit the road. During the drive, Bai An finally dropped the lore for everyone. "So my main pet glitch leveled to silver tier, massive win. But my backup one is still stuck grinding. I have to farm specific loot from the city. It is basically a massive fetch quest to save my grandpa. Plus," Bai An added, squinting intensely, "there is an insanely rare drop hidden somewhere inside." He zoned out, totally locked in on doing this for his grandpa. Dude cut off his own emo moment. "Loot hunting, huh? Bro, your timing is straight up trash. Giant Wood City is 0% a vacation vibe right now, just gangs going totally feral." Right on cue, this absolute unit of a skyline popped up in the distance. Normally everyone plays nice and fakes the peace, but lately, her tone got totally serious. Some cracked shadow player just spawned in, total menace, wiping out NPCs left and right like it is nothing. People are getting shredded or chewed up. Chat says it is a straight-up beast like a walker or a bloodsucker. Obviously, the local bosses are not buying the spooky lore. They figure it is just ops trying to snatch their turf. So basically, every sketchy alley in this map is packed with hired muscle right now. Those gnarly details had Xiaowei literally shaking. "Walkers? Fangs?" she stuttered, sounding so rattled. Bai Xian saw her stressing and tried to play it cool. "Hey Xiaobai, chill out. It is just creepypasta stuff. Big mistake." She was not terrified at all. Homegirl looked up grinning like a crazy person. "Nah, I am hyped. Step on the gas." He literally stepped back, totally creeped out. "Bro, did her brain just short circuit or what?" He mentally panicked. 2 seconds later, they pulled up. Xiao parked the ride and flexed. "All right, gang, we made it." Bai Xian hopped out, took one look, and his jaw practically hit the pavement. This ridiculously huge ancient tree was just looming there. The leaves literally blacked out the sun. Major vibes. While he was busy fanboying, Ree jumped in, faking totally forced hype. "Bet, let us go farm those upgrade mats." Bai Xian just gave him the hardest side-eye. "Drop the tryhard act, dude." Xiaoyi totally interrupted, hand out like a debt collector. "Save the beef for later." "Pay up." They both instantly froze. Rai started whistling, staring at literally anything except his pockets. Bai Xian glared daggers at him. "Bro, why are you staring at me?" Completely defeated, he whipped out his plastic. Swiping the card, he muttered some serious trash talk. "Cannot believe I am funding this mooch again. Cash secured." Xiao smirked. She dropped one final cheat code. Catch that spot? Blood Shadow Tavern. Basically the ultimate gossip hub here. I am sitting this out to go ghost hunt those Walker rumors. Ring me when you guys are done. He looked over. Guess it is just you and me. But catching Xiaobai eyeing the monster quest, a genius idea hit him. "Yo, Xiaobai, maybe I can do you a solid." He started waving his hands like a total madman, throwing secret signals. While Xiao was looking away, Xia was clueless. Is this dude throwing signs or just glitching out? Then it finally clicked. She gave a cheeky smirk. "Oh, bet." She instantly matched his energy. "Bro, I just remembered my lazy sibling bailed on helping me today." Major L. Bai Xian leaped right into the setup. "No way, crazy coincidence. I am clueless about ghouls, but my girl Xiaobai right here? Absolute pro. Why not take her? You down for a side quest?" The girl literally glowed, nodding like crazy. "Yes, tag me in." Once the girls ditched them, the guys were totally solo. Ree flashed a goofy grin. "Just us bros now. Boys' night is officially on." Bai Xian let out the heaviest sigh ever. "Dude, you are practically a boomer." Quit calling it boys' night. They strolled up to the closest pub. Excuse me? I am in my prime. Ri fired back. Bai Xian was not having it. Bro, are you literally stalking me? Ri just shrugged. Zero shame. You are underaged, right? Cannot let a minor hit the club unsupervised. He kept yapping. Plus, I know this map perfectly. Bai Xian just rolled his eyes. You are literally broke and need free drinks, huh? Ri acted super hurt, pointing at the bartender. Wow, toxic. The crew here totally loves me, actually. She drops the best tea, too. He pulled up a stool, flashing his absolute best riz. Yo, Xiaoan. Been a minute. What is the vibe for tonight? The girl spun around, looking absolutely ready to end him. Bruh, the actual audacity of you showing up. She yelled to her manager, Boss, make him pay his tab right now. The boss yelled from the kitchen. Oh, Ri is in the house? Coming. The dude started sweating buckets. Yo, time out. He desperately tried to backtrack. Strictly business tonight. Brought a fresh VIP for my favorite girl. He waved dramatically at Bai Xian, straight up throwing him to the wolves. The bartender just crossed her arms. 0% amused. If you are playing that card, go bother Chu. I am totally over it. He mentally rolled his eyes. If his supervision radar was not totally nerfed right now, no way he would be wasting time in this trash tier joint. Her phone instantly went off, killing the vibe. Hey, you got company. She groaned like her life was over. Literal joke right now. Not this nonsense again. Ri, being the messy drama king he is, leaned right in. Who is sliding in? Mutual friend. She aggressively swiped open her phone, looking totally disgusted. Like, seriously? It is that weirdo from the internet yesterday. She gave him the quick rundown. Basically some rich kid from a sketchy basement club whose ego is literally way bigger than his wallet. She shoved her phone in his face. The bio literally read, rich boy getting ripped needs a loyal boss. Like, what kind of unhinged bio is that? I double-tapped one stupid picture by mistake, she groaned. Now he is flooding my inbox with the weirdest clips and will not leave my DMs alone. Out of nowhere, this totally ear-piercing scream echoed through the place, making literally everyone turn around. This shirtless maniac rocking a super weird eye patch just marched right in. He gave this ultra-creepy smile like, guess who is here? It took forever to find your little secret base. He practically crawled over to Xiao Nuan, hitting the most cringe poses before shouting out loud. So what is the verdict? Jin Hangtai grabbed her face, looking completely deranged. Just let me boss you around, man. Just be my little follower and I will show you a vibe that is totally mind-blowing. Watching this whole cringe fest unfold, Bajan was literally raging inside. Like, why is every single rich kid I meet either totally useless or super creepy? Are there literally zero normal rich people out here? He finally lost it and stood up totally ready to wreck this dude. But right before he could pop off, stepped in front of him. Chill out, bro, do not rush this. We are in Giant Wood City now. He dropped his voice to a whisper. Things work way differently here compared to Whitescale City. Xiao Nuan, though, completely unbothered. She just hit him with the ultimate death glare and proceeded to absolutely roast his entire existence. Jin Hangtai, 19 years old monster tamer, heir to the Jin Empire and local big shot, also totally hates his stepmom. Officially diagnosed as a huge narcissist who loves getting dunked on. You have been super active lately too, hitting up 49 girls just this month, and every single one was just chasing your bag. Her roast was absolutely lethal, leaving him totally stunned, but she kept going. Did you honestly believe flexing your wallet and mid-abs would make a girl want to bow down to you? She was looking at him like a total menace. You completely misread the room, buddy. Around here, having daddy's credit card does not make you the main character. Moving insanely fast, Xiao Nuan jumped forward. She jabbed a tiny gadget right into his neck, injecting the whole liquid before he even processed it. His whole body immediately locked up. These creepy dark crystals started popping up all over his skin like some wild virus. Hangtai was absolutely shrieking. Bro, what did you just give me? He fell backward, totally shaking, while Xiao Nuan just fixed her posture. Looking totally unfazed, she smiled. Just a fun little magic blocking mix. For an average guy, it is literally just salt water. But if you tame monsters, it is basically like getting stung by a toxic jellyfish right in the soul. Your magic pathways are probably totally wrecked by now, so do not even try getting up. I watched the savage takedown and whispered, bro, she absolutely despises monster tamers. People literally call her the magic pathway killer. Bai An just looked over at him, throwing up a super confused eyebrow. Wait, does she actually know you tame monsters too? He gave this totally unearned smirk, like, obviously, dude, she respects my huge brain. I am literally the one exception, because honestly, I am just built different. Out of nowhere, this insane energy completely quieted the place down. Some random guy walked right out of the dark like it has been a minute. Honestly, did not expect you to have the nerve to show your face around here again. His voice got super deep, especially since you made the local boss totally rage. This guy was Gentian, the all-seeing eye, an absolutely iconic data broker. Dude had zero magic skills, but literally everyone was terrified of him. Gentian gave, this totally sarcastic glare. So what kind of messy drama are we starting today? Just threw his hands up, totally brushing off the awkward vibes. Bro, is that seriously how we greet our besties now? I just pulled up to the bar for some top-tier gossip. Like I would ever start beef in your territory? Gentian hit back with zero emotion. Yeah, I strongly doubt you are the one looking for tea. Meanwhile, in the back, Xiao Nuan and her squad were literally tossing that frozen rich boy out like he was expired leftovers. Just chuck him in the food dumpster out back. The garbage guys are pulling up any second now. Gentian locked eyes with Bai An looking extremely intense. The guy actually dying for some inside scoop is this dude right here, am I right? Or maybe I should call you the grandson of the White Scale City boss. He totally exposed Bai An's entire history like he was ordering off a drive-thru menu, leaving him speechless. The absolute legend who wrecked the Azure Forest. Your actual stats are way higher than that basic silver tier. Literally giving main character energy from an anime, your skills are just glitching the matrix. Bai An, I literally have the tea on everything. Gentian just shrugged it off. Like I do not just run this joint, I literally boss the 9 regions info network. He pointed over to a super exclusive booth. Enough flexing for one day. You are high-key a VIP. Grab a seat, let us get down to real talk. They sat down and Gentian jumped straight into it with zero hesitation. Little boss man, for a sweat like you, scoring the loot to level past silver tier should literally be a breeze. What you actually want is crazy rare. We are talking insane god tier loot, exactly like that stuff you spotted at the massive auction. While all that was going down, A was totally flirting with the server. Yo, grab me a tequila, bestie. Hold the salt today. Bill it to the rich kid here. Bayesian was low-key freaking out inside, realizing this dude actually knew about the whole auction drama. This guy's connections were absolutely insane, stretching way beyond just Giant Wood City. Dude basically had spies across the entire 9 provinces federation. Bayesian pulled himself together and just said, "Spot on." Junian gave a nod, instantly flipping the switch to serious business. Top-tier material info is gonna cost you. What's the exact item? Bayesian didn't even blink. Heavenly Spirit Water. It's a purple star-tier water relic. Literally charge me whatever. Budget isn't an issue. Junian squinted, totally sizing him up. Really? Because my files say your second pet, the Lee Fire, is strictly fire-based. A water relic is literally useless to you, which means you're definitely not buying this for yourself. It's for the city boss, isn't it? The guy's severely messed up right now. Bayesian's stomach totally dropped. No way. His grandpa being hurt was super classified. How on earth did some random info dealer find out something that could literally destroy their family? How the heck do you know about that? Bayesian snapped, glaring right at him. The dealer stayed super chill, his tone completely level. White Scale City can try to hide things, but honestly, no secret stays buried forever. I just did the math. The dealer kept going. Looking at public records plus the exact stuff you're trying to buy, it screams that the boss is in critical condition. Junian gave a cocky little grin, kicking back in his seat. Clues just lead to more clues, man. Being able to see what isn't there? That's exactly why I'm the king of the underground info game. His vibe suddenly got super dark as he leaned in close. Here's a free tip for you. Things are getting sketchy out there. Random shady groups are poking around White Scale City, and they're digging into some seriously risky stuff. You can have that warning on the house. Bayesian was instantly hooked, realizing how bad things were. Wait, who exactly? Who would actually dare come after us? Who's the mastermind pulling this garbage? Right before Junian could explain, the sidekick totally ruined the dramatic moment. Hold up, bro. We only came for the loot. Where the heck is this magic healing water anyway? Junian's look instantly turned icy. 3 months back, some mercs took the water straight into the Windhowl Mountains. They hit the fog and basically evaporated. Ever since then, tons of super greedy treasure hunters have gone in trying to snatch it up. Literally nobody has made it back out. Total squad wipes every time. 0 survivors. Bayesian's eyes practically lit up, pulling up his mental HUD like a total pro. Alright, system, run a database search. Search for Windhowl Mountains. The AI chimed in, pinging the spot right inside Giant Wood City limits. It used to be this massive magic mine, but now it's just a dead zone with 0 energy. Catching that crazy determined look on Bayesian's face, Junian let out a massive sigh. Bro, use your brain. As a buddy, I'm telling you this is literal suicide. Stay out of that range. The whole place is a literal death trap. If the monster animals don't shred you, the landscape definitely will. It's entirely off limits. Bai An gave a small nod, totally getting where the dude was coming from. I get you're trying to help, but I've got my own mess to handle. I'm getting that water, period. There's no backing out. Bai An literally threw his credit chip on the desk and spun around to bail. Junian's voice froze him in his tracks. Hey kid, one more thing. You've definitely caught the crazy gossip going around town. The info dealer looked dead serious, totally stressed out. Those rumors about zombies, vamps, and straight-up murder sprees? Yeah, they aren't fake. That's a legit bloody warning sign. Keep your eyes peeled, especially after dark. The streets are super sketchy now. That warning gave Bai An major creeps. Walking outside, his brain instantly started panicking about his squad. Was the gossip actually real? Was Xiao safe right now? He desperately needed to make sure his crew was okay. While all this was happening, Xiao and Xia were just chilling, walking through town without a single clue about the drama. Honestly, my bro and I were straight up street trash back in the day. Xiaohei laughed. We were dodging this psycho gang for 3 blocks before literally crashing into her. This total badass cop in training with the wildest, fiercest eyes. She was so intimidating the gang literally thought she was our ringleader. We wound up sprinting from the east side to the west side together just to ditch them. We eventually got trapped in this creepy dead end, Xia added with a laugh. And somehow, in that shady spot, we totally became besties. Today, she's literally the only good cop in this entire garbage town. Xiao's jaw basically dropped as it clicked. Wait, so our client is literally that exact same cop? Xiaohei just shook her head, totally mind blown. Cops actually paying hired guns for their shady business? Never thought I would see it. Xia just flashed a knowing smirk. Past drama and fresh chaos. Sometimes the system gets completely choked up by endless rules. That is our cue, a low-key team-up between the uniforms and the underground. Strolling up to the tape, Xiaoyi threw up a chill wave at the person waiting. Yo, Chen! Made it! What is the vibe here? Chen whipped around, her expression locked in pure boss mode. You are dragging, she snapped, tapping her wrist. 3 minutes and 41 seconds late. Exactly. Her glare zeroed right in on Gubai. And you dragged a normie into this? Xi immediately threw his hands up. Hey, chill out. Qi Ming is totally wrecked, so I brought the newbie along to learn the ropes. Great time for a crash course, right? Feeling Chen's absolutely lethal glare, he threw out a joke to save his own skin. Real talk, Chen. Why are we all acting so stiff? It is giving major awkward energy right now. Gubai just stared, completely lost. Wait, what? Chen groaned, massaging her head. Quit messing around. I hit you up because my squad is literal trash at their jobs. She pointed a dark look at the mangled body lying there. Number 2 for today. I was really hoping to clock out without more drama, but zero luck on my end. Flatlined 20 hours back. Had I rolled up earlier, I might have bagged the creep. She sounded insanely bitter. The lab geeks are totally stumped. They have zero clue about the weapon or how this went down. Honestly, they probably just skimmed the scene anyway. Major fail. Xiao gave her a quick shoulder tap. Deep breaths. You are the only badass actually trying in this whole town. Stop stressing over basic followers acting basic. Chen grabbed one last pic on her phone, proof locked in, getting the cleanup crew to haul this to the freezer. Sending it where? Xiaoyi asked. Out of nowhere, Gubai pushed ahead, staring intensely at the victim. Hold up, hands off. She whipped out some super fine tweezers from her gear. Sorry to crash the party, officer. With crazy steady hands, Gubai yanked something out of the gash. Her jaw practically hit the floor when she checked it. No way. This is a human tooth. Chen scowled hard, leaning right in. Are you 100% sure? I am definitely not tripping, Gubai said, sounding super freaked out. She held the tooth up high. It was totally messed up, cracked everywhere, and glowing this creepy neon blue. Check the rot. Nobody alive dropped this. It is completely busted, crumbly, and literally leaking leftover magical vibes. You only get this specific rod if you are plugged into crazy powerful energy boosters 24/7. It melts you inside out. Her brain did absolute backflips as the math clicked. Dead guys do not bite. The crazy street gossip was actually legit. She went totally ghost white. Our perp is a literal zombie. Walking bones with junk teeth, propped up by pure tech. It is straight up Frankenstein vibes. Meanwhile on the street, Bai An gave his guide massive side-eye. You positive this is the shortcut? I swear we are just looping. The guide was dripping sweat, totally folding under Bai An's intense stare. So, funny story, I maybe totally botched the map. We are kind of in the middle of nowhere right now. Right then, this creepy figure slid out of the pitch black. It zeroed right in on them from behind like a total predator. But Ara caught the crazy murder vibes instantly and yelled at Bai An, Yo, check your back right now. Knowing it was busted, the freak attacked. A nasty decayed arm whipped up, popping out a crazy sharp blade from the gross skin. Looking absolutely insane for blood, it dived right at them, going straight for the kill. Ara clocked the monster immediately and yelled, "That is a corpse spirit!" But things were just getting started. 2 extra zombie creeps crawled right out of the dark and completely boxed them in. The goons rushed them all at once, backing the crew into a terrible spot. Going totally feral, the corpse swung its sword, trying to slice Ara in half. Sparks went crazy as Ara smoothly blocked the deadly hit. He yelled over the sound of grinding metal. These zombie things are straight-up bioweapons made by those solar sect psychos, hooked up to that wild alien tech. The second freak dashed at Bai An, looking for a snack. But against a real pro, it looked like it was moving in slow motion. Bai An dodged the hit like it was absolutely nothing. Bai An looked super confused and yelled, "What the heck are you saying? Solar sect aliens?" Ara did not even pause to explain. With one crazy clean swipe, he sliced the freak's head right off. Never breaking a sweat, he dropped the lure. They jammed magic stones inside to fake brainwaves, turning dead guys into remote-controlled zombies. Even with one out of the game, Ara stayed fully locked in. He squared up, looking mad serious. "Yo, Bai An, bounce! You're way too weak to even dent these freaks." That completely triggered his ego. Rude much? Don't sleep on my skills. I've been wrecking beasts in this mana zone since my literal bronze days. Ari totally tuned out the kids complaining, keeping his gaze glued to the downed creep. The chopped-off head literally crawled back, snapping onto its neck with a gross squish. Look, taking its head off does nothing. You literally can't murder a corpse. Seeing this unkillable freak show, pure dread washed over the kid. Those healing stats are totally hacked. Ari glanced back, super chill but totally serious, telling him to ditch. You pack insane heat, dude. But honestly, if you popped off with zero control, you'd nuke the whole neighborhood. Keep your stamina and grab the squad. Seriously, chill about me, diamond tiers don't mess around. He finally choked down his ego, knowing he was just dragging them down. Whatever, I'll go get Xiao and the crew. Don't die, catch you at the pub later. Left solo with the zombie twins, Ari glared hard, totally raging inside. Solaris, using dead heroes as literal puppets? Trash. His aura spiked as his powers came online. Neon blue sparks exploded off his skin, lighting up the whole street. His eyes were totally locked in. Playtime is officially over, let's go. Meanwhile, the kid sprinted out looking for backup, but a massive silhouette totally walled him off. Another undead freak, but way upgraded. He froze up, totally freaking out. Are you kidding me? A second one? Boom. A third eyeball clicked open on its head, starting some creepy scan. The kid couldn't even react in time. What the heck is it up to? The robot eye dialed right onto him. Prey confirmed. Starting grab protocol. The second that glitchy voice dropped, its mouth peeled back like some disgusting flesh flower, straight out of a horror movie. Snatch mode active. Soundwave blaster ready. An insane shockwave just absolutely leveled the dude. Everything went dizzy. He mashed his hands over his ears, but it did literally nothing. The pitch just shredded straight through his armor. No way, another sound blast? This drops Fun to News yell completely. Noticing he was still upright, the zombie dialed the volume to absolute max. His knees buckled, dropping him as his brain felt crushed. He bit down hard, desperately trying not to lose his mind, but that ringing was just non-stop. The intense pressure was scrambling his brain. Crap, I'm blacking out. Shadows started creeping into his sight. His willpower tanked, and he completely wiped out into pitch black. Right before passing out, some random girl's face flashed in his head. Then, zero grip on reality. The sun dipped out behind the mountains, letting the icy moon take over. On another road, Chen and the girls were flooring it to the chaos. Xiao spun around to face the girl, totally blown away by her crazy flex earlier. Yo, where'd you pick up those sick combos? You're literally outplaying the pros. For real, she chimed in. I'm super nosy now. That academy definitely doesn't do ghost hunter classes, right? She just giggled awkwardly, totally deflecting. Haha, just a side gig. Boom, a giant silhouette suddenly swiped their ride. She peered out the glass while the old dude stared up. Yo, is something literally dropping from the clouds? Chen stayed super calm, eyes glued to the street. We're on the interstate. Nobody's chucking garbage up there. Smash. Something massively heavy crushed the roof, rocking the whole whip. She just started shrieking. Oh my god, that's a whole human! Chen panicked, drifting the car wildly until they absolutely wrecked into a roadside wall. When the smoke cleared, the human missile was just Ari. Are you out of your mind? She snapped, while Chen just groaned at the dented metal. "Bro, can you slide off the hood?" But he was dripping sweat, fighting for his life to pin something. He had this twitchy monster nailed to the roof with his sword. No way. It runs if I let up. This freak is our only clue to track the kid. The trapped zombie went totally wild before he suddenly checked their console. "Yo, cop rides still rock old school tech ports, right? Toss me a plug." Gotta hack straight into its brain jack. The girl frantically dug around for the cords. "Give me a sec." She slammed the wire right into its throat. Watching the code flow, she was shook. The creator of this zombie is low-key massive brain. They're totally exploiting retro tech to dodge new security. Chen stared hard. "What exactly are you hunting for?" Ari stared fiercely at the monitor, yanking the files right out of its brain power. "We gotta locate their main base." She totally cracked a smile at his frantic pose. "Dude, what is your actual plan up there? And hold up, where'd your sidekick go?" "Wait, so where did Bai An go?" In the meantime, Xiao Gubai was absolutely glowing, snapping pics on her cell. "No way. Is that an actual undead?" But old Chen looked super grim the second those location pings popped up. The tracker points straight to the Windhoe Mountains. "Bro, that's a total quarantine zone. It's completely deserted." Chen scowled. "What the heck is happening?" Ari finally raised his head, looking ghost white. "He's gone. Those ghoul things snatched Bai An. That bombshell absolutely wrecked them." Smash cut to the Windhoe Mountains. Our boy Bai An was out cold, literally shackled to a dungeon wall in the bad guy's base. A random buzz from his pocket snapped him awake. He blinked away the brain fog, frantically trying to figure out what was going on. "What the heck? Where even am I?" "Wait, my cell." That totally had to be Xiao calling. But bigger problem. He was locked in anti-magic handcuffs that basic spells couldn't even scratch. Bai An fought the heavy chains. Seriously, why right now? But checking out the metals vibe, a completely unhinged plan popped into his head. "Hold up, if magic won't snap these things, I'll just have to flex and shatter them with pure physical power." He yelled an order at his system UI. "System, use the divine eye. Uncap the corroded origin." A bright red alert popped up. "Extreme hazard." He totally ignored it. "Skip the warnings. Just make it happen." Immediately, this insane rush of pure energy cranked through his body, maxing out his odds of breaking free. Screaming like an absolute beast, he tore the cuffs like wet tissue paper. Real power was officially surging back. Gasping for air, he thought, "This rage buff is super handy. The penalty sucks, but for crazy strength like this, totally worth it." He rushed to fish out his mobile. Gotta pick up before Xiao completely freaks. But dude totally forgot how buff he was right now. The second his finger tapped the glass, the entire gadget completely crushed into dust. Back with the squad, Xiao just glared at his display while the robot voice announced the user was unreachable. Right next to him, Xiao leaped up freaking out. "Wait, don't tell me our guy Bai An actually bit the dust." Meanwhile, Bai An was just staring at the crushed tech in his palm while a massive migraine kicked in. "Oh, garbage. I totally forgot I'm still raging." Just like a typical gaming glitch, his HUD flashed a 5-second timer until he went completely feral. Freaking out, he shouted, "Shut it down. Turn on safety limits right now." Once his vision cleared up, he checked out his surroundings. The place gave off creepy, abandoned cave vibes. Wait, if this is a digging site, it suddenly clicked. Is this a magical gem mine? Using his aura to scan the room, he got a match. Yep, there's definitely magical ore deposits left over down here. If he sparked those crystals with his own magic, he could totally blow a massive exit. Out of nowhere, the rock face in front of him started shaking crazy hard. Huge fractures spiderwebbed all over the stone. "Dude, what is happening?" Crash! A giant explosion blew the barrier wide open, launching rubble right at his face. Coughing up a storm, Bai An swatted at the dirt cloud. "What was that? I didn't even use my powers yet." When the smoke cleared, a shadow walked through. "Hold up, why does that person look super recognizable?" Ren-Ni flashed a cheeky smile and gave a little wave. "Oh wow, if it isn't the Bai family's golden boy." Been a minute. Bai Xian's jaw practically dropped. "Ren-Ni, why in the world are you down here?" She faked a pout and pointed right at him. "Seriously? That's my big hello? Are you implying you aren't thrilled to see this gorgeous face?" Her intense vibe was honestly scary. "Nope, totally stoked. Super happy." She dropped the cute act and glanced over her shoulder. "Catch up later, we've got company." A bunch of creepy undead ghouls were just standing there looking nasty. Ren-Ni wasn't even slightly phased. She happily snapped her fingers. "You showed up at the perfect time, newbie. You're getting VIP tickets to my latest combo. Yay, let's go." The moment she yelled, something zipped through the room insanely fast. The little beast whipped past the monsters and perched right on her shoulder. Time to show this kid some actual damage. She smashed her hands together to build up mana, instantly getting totally covered in this sick, fiery glow. Then she literally yeeted herself right into the zombie pack. Bai An was absolutely losing it. Is she psychotic? She's rushing them? He screamed out, "Ren Ni, wait! Those ghouls heal way too fast. Basic hits won't finish them off." She completely tuned him out and swung a massive haymaker. "Trust me, I got this. Smash!" She shoved a blazing rune right onto the monster's mug. Flame Hex activated. Out of nowhere, a second zombie leaped out from the dark. With insane reflexes, she dodged out of the way. Yikes, almost got me. Then she wall jumped straight back into the mosh pit. My turn to play. Moving insanely quick, she palmed the monster's head and absolutely spiked it into the floor. Flashing a smirk, she dropped a brutal hammer punch on its face. Jumping people from behind is super toxic, buddy. Go, sit in the timeout corner. A fresh neon brand burned into its skull. She whipped around. All right, only one to go. The last undead freak rushed her with a roar. She just smirked. Your moves are literally so basic it hurts. She literally snapped its weapon barehanded, then launched it across the room with a crazy roundhouse. Night-night, ugly. Tagging it with the ultimate burn mark, she stuck a flawless backflip right next to Bai An, giving him the smuggest look ever. Pay attention, pretty boy. The main event is starting, Rennie chirped with total psycho energy. End them, yeah. Her glowing red bird zoomed like a literal rocket, sniping all three monsters before they even knew what hit them. The second that bird clipped them, the zombies completely folded. But they didn't just break apart. They got totally deleted from the inside. Bai An was absolutely shook. Like, what kind of broken skill was that? Within seconds, those gross mutants were roasted down to pure white bone. His system instantly pulled up the stats. Leaf Fire Curse. It wrecks their internal energy network, causing them to basically spontaneously combust from the inside. This was no regular flame. It was a precision nuke, sealing the damage so those creeps couldn't even think about healing. Bai An gave a slow nod. Oh, got it. You explode them from the inside so they lose their healing hacks. Rennie completely froze. Bro totally just shattered her ego. She flared up instantly, defensive as hell. How did you guess that instantly? I spent 3 whole months stuck in this dump, perfecting it. Bai An caught the slip-up. Hold up, did you just say you have been trapped here for 3 months? Rennie raged, stomping mad. Ugh, drop it. I was heading down to Giant Wood City, grabbed some snacks at a pit stop, and boom, set up. Absolutely scammed. Next thing I know, I am waking up inside this creepy dungeon. Bai An gave her a major side-eye. 3 months? How have you not starved to death yet? Rennie flipped her hair like a boss. Super lucky, I hoarded energy bars. I am literally set for 6 months. Bai An actively chose to ignore the shower situation. Some things are better left unsaid. Cool, but do you actually know the exit? Rennie just deflated. I have been here 90 days, and it is a giant labyrinth. I literally have no idea how to leave. Bai An blinked, confused. A labyrinth? Pretty much, yeah. That is why I have just been blowing up walls, hoping to strike gold. Bai An connected the dots, hence you wrecking my room. Spot on. Fate is hilarious, right? She strutted toward this giant, creepy drain pipe leading into pitch black. Anyway, moving on. Let us check out this way. Bai An looked at her like she had lost her mind. You literally just leveled this area. Bro, there is a literal door right there. Why dodge the super obvious exit? Rennie suddenly got dead serious. Unless you want a round 2 with those freaky corpses, do not open that. Bai An just nodded. Yeah, fair point. Trusting you on that one. While they walked through the dark, Rennie casually asked, So, how did you end up trapped here? Bai An just shrugged, basically your vibe. Jumped by some weird zombie, knocked totally out, and dumped here right before the shaking began. It instantly clicked for him. That tremor was not a normal earthquake at all. It was literally rearranging the room. The huge hallway right in front of them warped and slammed shut into a brick wall. Bai An scowled. What even is this? Was there not a whole road here a second ago? Rennie literally ripped at her hair, completely losing her chill. What kind of totally rigged garbage tier maze is this? Bai An stayed cool. Instead, he booted up his God Eye scanner. Run a full layout check. The system dinged back instantly with the T. This zone used to be Giant Wood City's rock quarry, shoved deep into the Windhall Mountain mines. Totally abandoned ages ago. But now it morphed into this wildly chaotic, twisted puzzle map. The system kept dropping info. People basically turned this crazy terrain into a giant shifting Rubik's Cube. Every single room is its own block that swaps around. On a timer, or maybe when you step somewhere specific, the whole map literally rotates and snaps into new spots. turning a bad maze into straight-up nightmare mode. But hey, every code has a bug. If they just hacked the rotation pattern, breaking out was an absolute guarantee. Bai An's face lit up. Oh, I see the vision. That shaking was just the rooms rotating. That dead end is literally just a new block clicking into the puzzle. I literally just have to solve the rotation math to escape. Next to him, Rennie popped her knuckles, giving off massive unhinged energy. If the wall is in my way, I am just going to delete the wall. Bai An went pale, waving his hands. Bro, chill. Rennie, stop. But she was already gone. She spawned this massive, ridiculous metal weapon and screamed, Crimson Drill, let's go. She rammed the roaring drill straight into the rock like an absolute tornado, yelling. Literally nothing has ever stood in my way, and no garbage puzzle map is keeping me here today. Rennie absolutely shredded the wall with that overpowered drill, blasting through like a missile. Hey, pretty boy, try not to lag behind, she echoed. Watching her do her thing, he muttered, okay, so going total beast mode is literally a valid tactic. An insane boom ripped through the air, spitting out a massive dust cloud. Rennie strutted out of the rubble like an absolute wrecking ball, brushing dirt off her shoulder with a total smirk. Path's clear, she called out. Pretty sure that's the thickest wall I've smashed through in 3 months. Bai An slid through the gap, instantly scanning the vibe. Yeah, this zone is way off, he whispered. Giving me zero mining vibes and major shady science lab energy, he peeked through some heavy-duty glass, and he literally went ghost white. Locked inside this giant room was a literal army of undead ghouls, just chilling in dead silence. His system UI blew up with red alerts. Type 7 phantom zombies, completely asleep. Bai An was absolutely shook. They legit crafted a whole military force underground. What kind of sick game is this? Right ahead of them stood this crazily intimidating vault door. Rennie squinted at the metal beast, tilting her head. Okay, that's incredibly sus, she mumbled. None of the other sectors had entryways like this. Time to bust it. But before she could swing, the heavy gears shrieked, and the thing just cracked itself wide open. Bai An shot her a massive death glare. Dude, what did you just trigger? She instantly threw her hands up. Bro, I swear I didn't even poke it. It literally moved on its own. Stepping inside, they found this gigantic, freaky science tube holding a chained-up, utterly cursed mutant floating in glowing goop. Rennie's jaw practically hit the floor. Holy crap, what even is that nightmare? Looks like a... Bai An started, but his UI interrupted with a deep dive. Using his supreme vision skill, he got the terrifying facts. Completely unknown breed. It was a total Frankenstein mashup of different phantom animals, all glued together onto a rubber macaque foundation. They had abused the macaque's stretchy traits to cram in a bunch of elite abilities, sparking a combo that totally flipped off the laws of physics. We're talking tier A, morphing, diamond-level skin hardening, supercharged toxic brain power, and some crazy berserker rage mode. Its glitched-out body meant it could just eat energy cores and stack new skills infinitely. Bai An literally felt ice water drop down his spine. 5 different cracked abilities, and it's still leveling up. It's a straight-up boss mob. Honestly, what kind of twisted hell did they put it through? A sharp click violently ripped them from their thoughts. Someone else was definitely there. A creepy silhouette slid right out of the darkness. It was Asmodean, looking psycho-level chill while her tone was pure, unfiltered poison. Hey there, my adorable little lab rats. She flashed this insanely evil, straight out of an anime supervillain grin. Making it this far just means you didn't flop the maze's basic entry quiz. Time for the finals, kids. Gotta figure out which one of you is carrying that ultra-rare solar body type I've been hunting for. Rennie physically cringed, muttering. Her mouth isn't even twitching when she talks. That is giving me super bad vibes right now. Bai An deadpanned, totally dodging the creepy telepathy flex. Drop the cheap magic show. What the heck is a pure solar body anyway? Totally irrelevant. Asmodean laughed, sounding completely unhinged. The lucky winner just gets to be absorbed by my gorgeous baby here. Have fun on your playdate. Right on schedule. Massive spiderwebs splintered the tank's thick glass. The heavy chains inside totally gave out, and the mutant's glowing eyes flashed wide open. Crash! The entire cylinder blew up in this massive, watery blast that left both teens totally shell-shocked. Moving like a legit glitch, the freak launched itself, swinging these absolutely wicked talons right at them. Bai An's brain screamed, way too fast, as pure reflex kicked in. He threw up his barrier a microsecond before those blades hit, throwing sparks everywhere. Clenching his jaw, he yelled, Jing! Spawn in! Right now! Reality literally glitched as his giant whale summon phased into existence. Without dropping a beat, the huge tank rushed in, throwing a world-ending headbutt straight at the mutant. but the mutant just totally flipped gravity, spinning out of the way with cheat code levels of speed. Insane reflexes. Bixian processed internally, but then his brows locked. Hold up, its movement pattern is completely janked. The freak was grabbing its own skull, violently twitching while this messy, unstable aura bled right out of its skin. It wasn't just throwing hands, it was in absolute agony. Snapping out of it, Bixian dropped the pity. Jing, hit it with that wave smasher. The whale rushed like a literal tsunami, plowing into the stunned freak and shaking the entire floor. The crazy hit vibrated through the whole bunker, and his summon instantly despawned back to the void. Catching his breath, Bixian gasped. Did we clip it? But as the smoke cleared, a dark shadow was totally still on its feet. He was absolutely floored. The mutant hadn't even dropped. It literally morphed its own flesh into a massive barricade. Bixian blanked out. Okay, so that's the morphing skill in action. It turned itself into a literal meat wall just to tank the hit. That ability is so insanely overpowered. The creep slowly uncurled, peeling those armor plates back from its chest. Right under its skin, the muscles were twisting like insane snakes, locking down tight as it flipped on its diamond armor buff. Letting out a demonic screech, the mutant cocked back a punch that basically had game over written all over it. Rennie absolutely refused to be benched during this boss fight. She dashed straight in, hyped on adrenaline, screaming, "Hey, I am literally right here. Stop leaving me on read." She legit caught the mutant's absolute nuke of a punch using zero weapons, just straight hands. The sheer clash of their crazy stats triggered a massive shockwave that violently blasted through the entire room. Standing in the back, Bixian completely lost his mind. Rennie, back off right now. Do not brawl with that thing. It can legit hack its own anatomy. Dude, he yelled way too late. Before Rennie even blinked, the beast's gross muscle fibers shot up her arms like totally creepy snakes. What even is this? She screamed. Literally a second later, she was trapped inside this nasty, pulsing meat cocoon. Freaking out, she yelled for it to back off because, ew, gross. Seeing her totally trapped, Bai An snapped an order to his beast. He called out for the lunar reflection column. Jingzi instantly zoomed right in and dropped their absolute signature move. That moonblade literally ripped through the air, slicing those nasty meat ropes off her in one super clean swipe. While peeling the gross sticky stuff off her, Bai An totally called her out for fighting like a crazy person. She just rolled her eyes. Shut it, how would I even know it did that? She snapped back. Meanwhile, Bai An was staring at the chopped up monster pieces. And oh my gosh, they were literally still wiggling around. Those chopped bits were straight up alive. How is this thing still going, he thought, as the meat wormed its way back to the main monster. Bai An knew things just got super serious. That healing factor is literally insane. Going head to head is total suicide right now, so I need to play the long game. Then it suddenly hit him. Hold up, if my gut is right, this monster isn't just throwing random punches. It is literally in agonizing pain. I just have to risk it all right here. He figured if punching it wouldn't work, maybe talking it out was the actual cheat code. He spun around and told Rennie to seriously back off, no matter what. She gave him the wildest look, asking what his deal was. He completely ignored her and told Jingzi to chill out and step back. The monster totally lunged, but Bai An just yelled to drop all limits. He slapped the button on his berserker boost. He cranked his dodge reflexes all the way up as this glowing screen popped into thin air. Berserker state was fully engaged. The timer hit 999 seconds. Bai An dodged this insane combo of punches, his brain going a million miles an hour. This form totally tanks my energy, but blocking perfectly actually saves way more juice. His scanner vision kicked in, dropping all the battle stats. Perfect blocking squishes your aura into this mega shield, basically predicting hits so you literally burn 0 stamina. Up on the cliff, Azodan was super confused. Like, why would this dude suddenly stop attacking and just hide behind a shield? Wow, what a major letdown, Azodan muttered, totally throwing shade at the whole situation. Guess that kid doesn't have the golden sun vibe after all. His energy is totally water-based. Why on earth did the monster target him like he was pure fire? He glanced over at the girl. She gives off some flame energy, but she is definitely not pure sunshine material either. Were the starter stats totally bugged? The beast went absolutely feral, just raining massive hits down on him. But he brushed off every single hit like a total boss, feeling super confident. He knew this thing was just throwing basic, brainless combos. When the monster wound up for another punch, Bai An flashed a smirk. He definitely didn't max out his speed just to play keep away. He did it specifically for right now. Throwing a punch left its biggest blind spot wide open, and he just needed to be fast enough to catch it. Spotting the perfect gap, he shoved his hand straight at the rushing beast while his energy totally exploded. He literally grabbed the monster right by the head, his arm popping with crazy veins as he yelled for an instant mind link. His brain was immediately yanked into this massive, empty mindscape. It was just this freezing, super lonely red room. Whoa, where am I? He wondered. Right in front of him were 3 massive crosses. And get this, a monkey was literally nailed to the middle one. His smart vision popped up the details. It was totally a wind-type subspecies of the statue monkey family. The lore dump said it started as a swamp type but morphed into wind. Someone literally shoved a monster core into its heart to force it to evolve. That core was totally eating away at its brain, causing insane levels of pain. Bai An felt super bad for the little guy. That is so sad, getting forced into a power upgrade like that. I bet my legendary item could totally fix this mess, he thought. He stuck his hand out super gently, looking incredibly soft. I'm definitely not here to hurt you, dude. We don't gotta fight. You're in so much pain, right? The monkey glanced up, totally shocked someone was actually being nice. Bai An held out his hand. Team up with me. Let me take on some of that hurt. The little dude hesitated, sounding super shaky. Team up. Share it. Okay, I'm down. In the real world, Bai An felt the vibe check pass and yelled to shut off his berserker mode. Up high, Asmodin was literally mind blown. Why did he just stop? What kind of hack did he just use? The Watcher wondered. Down below, Bai An started chanting, sounding incredibly epic and ancient. Everything goes back to 0. Everything is completely balanced. Every single thing has a soul. And honestly, every action has a total payback. This insane magic circle lit up under the monster. Using the rules of monsters, the universe, and spirits, I'm officially locking in this deal. We split everything now: health, sick days, damage, and roots. Back inside that crazy red brain space, the crosses literally exploded into dust. Those awful chains just melted into pure light, completely destroying the pain hex. The monkey slumped forward, staring at its free hands like it was dreaming. Bai An gave this massive, friendly grin. Feeling a bit more chill now? The little guy just shyly nodded a yes, and then Bai An officially introduced himself. Yo, I go by Bai An. Who are you? Right then, that freaky Shilang shell outside started cracking wide open. Asmodin was absolutely shook. Bro, what even? Meanwhile, Bai An just flashed a massive W smirk. Rini was literally stunned, speechless. Are you kidding me? Suddenly, pure blinding vibes blasted straight out of that shattered shell. A crazy new shadow dropped. The HUD flashed. Fusion Beast Uan, Statue Monkey class, a lab-grown phantom pet straight out of a sci-fi flick. This dude used to chill in the clear sky woods before getting totally glitched out by a bunch of spirit cores. Now, his passive abilities are totally broken. The stat screen went absolutely wild scrolling through them. We're talking cloud-piercing tornado, swamp star drop, lunar hydroflex, and a literal lightning dragon punch. Bai An checked the specs and lost his mind. 7 different elements? This dude got that main character energy buff. The alerts just would not stop popping off. Diamond Mountain Arm, Iron Quake Crash, and a level 10 Sky Drop. Asmodin was literally shaking, hissing with pure toxic energy. Are you actually kidding me right now? You totally hijacked my best work. He's my ultimate tier pet, meant to link with me. Asmodin then flexed by dropping a headless titan way bigger than the last, smirking like a total villain. Whatever, if you want to play it like that, I'll just cancel this floppy glitch myself. Bai An threw her massive side-eye for jumping in. Bro, you really think I'd let that slide? The giant freak rushed. Uan, but our guy didn't even flinch. Endless shift. Instantly, Uan's arms got incredibly buff, tanking that massive hit like it was nothing. Spotting a flawless window, Bai An hyped up to join the chaos. Jingzi, let's crash this party. Hold up. Uan yelled out, totally pausing their rush. Stay back, guys. This boss fight is mine. Struggling under that heavy punch, he spilled the tea. My crew was just a bunch of chill mega sharks hanging in the azure woods. His voice broke, sounding so heartbroken. That psycho chased us. She locked up my whole squad just for her sick little science project. Way too many of my bros got deleted for her clout. Ewan's eyes sparked with major rage, giving off pure villain-ending vibes as he yelled. Now that I'm totally leveled up with this ultra-awakening glow-up, I'm getting payback for my squad. Uan transformed his arms into wicked blades, sinking them right into the Titan. Anyone who blocks my revenge arc is getting totally wrecked, he screamed, dropping a massive back off. He yeeted the massive beast into the sky. It slammed super hard into the wall, totally face-planting right beside Asmodin. Uan gave a freezing stare, whispering, Karma's a beast. But even with that scary flex, Acidin just laughed, totally creeping everyone out. Bruh, do you really think I peeked? I'm literally the 5th head honcho of the spider cult. At the same time, Rini spotted some super sketchy stuff on the floor. Bai An glanced over, and his stomach dropped. Bro, no way. That giant's crash literally broke the map. The spooky mobs are totally swarming out. It hit Bai An hard. The whole spot was super compromised. In a split second, they were completely boxed in by a zombie wave. It's game over. We're boxed in. Uan literally could not care less though. He rushed the mob going full goblin mode, swinging like crazy. Trash, block me and you're toast. Move it. Uan was throwing hands with zero chill. Bai An yelled out, Bro, pause. Pure damage isn't gonna wipe them. Bai An spun to his teammate. Rennie, can you drop that cleansing spell again? Smacking a ghoul away, she hollered. There's way too many. My mana is totally flatlined. I can't spam that move. She can't solo the whole lobby, Bai An stressed. Brain going a mile a minute. Gotta risk it. He flipped on his frenzy mode. Right then, his god-tier vision popped up like an RPG menu. Frenzy mode engaged. Timer hit 99.9 to 9. Bai An started shot calling instantly. Jingzi, pop your speed boost and mix it with the spell. His pet dashed like a literal tornado, dropping karma bombs super fast. In a flash, Jing cleared the crowd. Neon red tags popped up right on the faces of every single zombie it tagged. Bai An's gaze went totally icy as he dropped the command. Delete yourselves, freaks. The karma energy went boom, blasting giant wooden thorns straight out of the zombies, totally wrecking them. Asodin looked like she literally saw a ghost. Wait, he just one-shotted the entire mob in a second? Bai An gave a huge smirk, hyping up Jingzi. Since mana pulls their strings, I just hacked their bad vibes to crash them from inside. Catching her slipping, Uan totally jump-scared Asodin from the dark. Game over. Literally a hair away from getting wrecked, this massive headless dude spawned out of thin air and tanked the hit. Yuen froze like, bro, how did it even move so fast? The behemoth wasted zero time and threw a massive haymaker right back. Bai Xian cursed under his breath as the dude got yeeted straight across the arena. Get him some backup, Jingzup, Bai Xian yelled. Thank goodness the tiny whale grabbed Yuen in midair and totally softened the crash. Meanwhile, Asmodon was just chilling on the giant's palm, like some edgy final boss, staring them down. Gotta keep it real with you guys, she started. Your skills are pretty sick, but glitchy prototypes gotta get wiped. Her gaze got super cold as she initiated the complete wipeout protocol. Out of nowhere, the whole floor started shaking like crazy. Rennie screamed, Not another tremor! She is literally shifting the whole map, Bai Xian figured out. Cut to a super far-off cliff where a cherry-red sports car slammed on its brakes. We made it. Xiaoxi and Oei were completely shook, literally speechless. Hold up, what on earth is going down over there? The whole view was just totally wrecked, buildings and pure rubble. Holy smokes. Back in the danger zone, Bai Xian tore open an air vent. Get down the shaft right now, let us go. Scanning the area, it clicked for him. She legit dragged the whole base up to ground level. Bam, bright headlights pierced the darkness. Who is driving that? The car came zooming straight at their squad. Xiao! Gu Bai practically leaped from the vehicle, crying her eyes out as she sprinted over. Bai Xian was totally clueless, just blinking. Wait, what? She tackled him into a huge hug. I am so glad you are not dead. I totally thought you got wiped. Bai Xian flushed super red and stuttered. Yo, Xiaoxi, you are kind of crushing me here. I legit cannot get any air. Xiaoxi snapped back to reality, letting go with a quick gasp and hopping back. My bad, Bai Xian muttered, scratching the back of his neck super awkwardly. Are you good? She whispered, blushing hard. Yeah, I am chilling. Rennie just rolled her eyes, so over it. I totally called it. That boomer from the rival faction is here. Explains why my eye has been twitching since morning. Chiya let out a massive groan. Fan-freaking-tastic. Definitely missed reading my daily astrology app. Why did I have to bump into this annoying pest? Absolute vibe check failed. Bai Xian cut right through their drama, looking dead serious. Hate to crash the whole meetup, but your petty drama has to wait. We are in totally massive trouble here. He gestured at the insane nightmare happening nearby. The phantom ghouls. They are spawning from beneath us. An absolute swarm of unliving creeps started clawing their way up around those massive frozen columns. No cap, it was literally an army of walkers. The whole squad just froze up, staring at this horror movie scene, too scared to even exhale. We are legit in an undead survival game right now, Bai Xian whispered. He instantly pulled up his mental system menu. Hey system, do I even have the mana to wipe out this mob? His glowing status screen started blinking a warning red. User Bai An lacks the required energy points to eliminate 27 ghoul targets. Chapter 5, 191. He faced down a super creepy phantom flashing neon green eyes. Luckily, these shuffling creeps had 0 healing stats. Just enough brute force could smash them into pieces. Way up top, Duan was holding this insanely huge blaster, grinning like a maniac as he yelled, "Your premium package is here." The heavy gun roared, dropping absolute chaos on the ghouls and straight up deleting them. "Chi-ya!" He glanced upward, throwing a super confident cheeky smirk through the comms. "You guys took way too long with the backup. Definitely dropping a 1-star review." Chi Ming replied through the static with a super playful tone. "Come on, do not be so toxic." He was chilling in the chopper, his Breeze Wolf buddy right next to him as he locked onto the targets down there. Laughing, he looked over the edge. "We got that premium VIP support, which totally includes an airlift out of here. Maybe drop us 5 stars early?" The chopper stayed right above Bai An and his crew, tossing down a climbing rope. Xiaoxi stomped the ground, super annoyed. "Yo, you really just gave us a rope? What am I supposed to do with my ride?" Then, this insanely creepy voice sliced through the noise. Asmodean grinned, and it was straight up sleep paralysis demon vibes. "Guess I have a few more scrubs to delete. Xingtian, start the wipeout." Right out of nowhere, this massive neon eye popped open, and a giant green fist swiped straight at the helicopter. Chi Ming literally bugged out, totally panicked. "Oh crap, swerve right now." The driver swerved insanely hard, just barely dodging that giant monster hand. But they were a second too slow. The back propeller got smashed, and thick smoke started pouring everywhere. Xiaoxi watched the whole thing, absolutely terrified. "It is totally over for us." Chi Ming started freaking out as their ride kept spinning out of control. "Dude, what is even going on?" Asmodean popped up, standing all high and mighty on her giant pet's shoulder, throwing serious shade at them. "Get ready to experience the absolute worst of Xingtian." She ordered the beast like an absolute ice queen. "Xingtian, give them the punishment they deserve." The boss monster fully spawned in a massive dude with no head, just a creepy face built right into its chest. The game UI popped up fast. Target locked. Xingtian, a smart humanoid variant named right after some mythical combat deity. Basically, it was a dark summon crafted from dead remains, an absolute glitch of a monster that was pretty much invincible. You cannot delete what is already offline. Bai An just stared at the freak, a totally sarcastic grin popping up on his face. "Oh look, another huge boss. So original." The Shadow Spider clan really has an obsession with overscaled action figures. Right on cue, Duan's squad hopped out of the busted chopper, blasters ready, grouping up with Bai An. Qiying obviously had to drop a sarcastic comment. "Bro, never let Shujing pilot again. Dude literally can't even see the windshield." Shujing instantly fired back, super salty. "Are you seriously roasting my flying? My swerves literally kept us from getting permanently deleted." Bai An looked right at Xia, totally unfazed. "Xi, go help the injured guys. I got this fighting massive. Brainless tanks is kind of my whole vibe." Suddenly, Oren grabbed his shoulder, looking intensely serious for once. "Hold up," he warned. "You are absolutely not soloing this boss." "Drop the ego," he added. Bai An completely paused, totally caught off guard. Since when does this dude ever get this intense? This was way out of character. Oren spoke in a heavy tone. "You've only clashed with gold tiers so far. A diamond-level threat will absolutely wreck you. Plus, we are dealing with Celine Asmodean here. She and her brother are heavy hitters from the Solar crew. Her brother was basically their top fighter, while she was the ultimate mastermind. When he died, she used dark alchemy to turn his body into that freak show, Jing Tian." Suddenly, the monster's gigantic hand slammed down on them. Bai An screamed out, "Yo, is this seriously the best moment for a lore drop?" Oren tossed his cape back and fired off a magic skill. Divine Shield! A bright blue energy wall popped up, perfectly tanking the beast's killer smash. But the mutant kept pressing, forcing its weight against the magic wall until insane sparks and smoke went flying everywhere. Celine's smirk totally dropped as she clocked his magic. "Wait, that barrier." Oren was struggling, teeth fully clenched. "This is getting super annoying." Oren squeezed his hand into a fist, calling down crazy waves of bright blue electricity. He screamed out, throwing a mega attack straight at the monster. But Asmodean had insane reflexes, making her beast sidestep the hit. Oren looked super pissed. Damn, she dodged. Bai An was just watching the whole thing completely mind blown. What even was that move? A system notification popped up to explain standard anime magic rules. Spirit manifestation. It's an ultra-rare ability only for gold tiers. Basically, It burns ghost energy to bring out a physical chunk of the monster's actual body. The crazy part? The creature's real spirit doesn't get hurt even if the physical piece takes damage, but it drains massive energy from the user. Bai An processed everything super fast, an attack born from deep connection. Is this some kind of ancient local trick? A move meant only for gold levels. Could I somehow pull this off even though I'm stuck down in silver? Asmodean stared them down with pure evil energy, flashing a seriously twisted smile. Playtime is officially over. Spirit weapon, activate. A crazy energy tornado started spinning right out of the giant mouth on the monster's belly. The creature literally reached into itself, dragging out a sword made entirely of glowing energy. A massive scream rocked the whole area, leaving Chiang and his pet completely shook. Bro, what even is that thing? The giant mutant swung its massive sword right at Bai An's squad with absolutely insane power. Chiang panicked, yelling, "Holy crap!" Suddenly, a massive blue fist spawned right out of the dust cloud and caught the giant sword. Oren fought hard against the heavy pressure. This crazy engineered monster was definitely no joke. Blue sparks went wild in his eyes as he screamed out, "I'm literally the Moonfall clan's head priest, dude." He triggered his manifestation. Out of nowhere, a bunch of huge spectral arms blasted from thin air to help block the hit. Asmodean was totally gagged. Wait, what? How many limbs can this guy even summon? Those ghost arms worked together, literally tossing the massive monster right up into the sky. Oren yelled, "Get wrecked!" He threw a look back at Bai An. "Kid, it's your turn." Bai An signaled straight ahead, giving his summon the green light. Moon phase counter. They dashed ahead like an absolute laser beam. The creature perfectly glided right behind the massive sword, closing in fast on the monster. Pumping raw power into its legs, it let out a savage double dropkick right into the mutant's huge shoulders. Oren slashed his own weapon, screaming out his signature nature wind attack. A crazy sonic boom instantly blasted through the quiet battlefield. He launched straight into the sky like a rocket, his sword glowing before slamming the freak right into the ground like a falling mountain. Using gravity as a total cheat code, he dive-bombed down with his nature armor fully engaged. He landed a devastating hit directly onto the monster's spine. Rainey was literally shook. Is this what high-level awakeners can actually do? That insane power level had the girl next to her shaking like crazy. That energy reading is definitely giving diamond-tier vibes. The pure heat from that hit totally vaped the monster, turning its giant body into tiny glowing pixels. Al held his hand out, quietly mumbling a quick prayer. "Rest easy, Ryan." The whole war zone went totally dead silent. Zine checked out the massive crater, his heart literally hammering in his chest. Is it actually over? But as the smoke cleared, Asmodean stepped out, looking super pissed. She just seemed completely over it, totally frustrated and grinding her teeth. Oh, come on. Is the universe literally plotting against me today? Why refuse to die? But before she even flinched, an icy blade was pinned against her throat. The guy just stood his ground like an absolute brick wall. Cut it out, Celine. This is crazy. His stare was completely intense, looking right through her. Look, I seriously don't want to fight my own blood, so just drop it. Modan just let her bangs hide her face before busting into this absolutely psychotic giggling fit. My own blood? She glared up, eyes completely full of pure rage and totally holding back tears. Funny how you skipped that part while chopping off my bro's head. You're actual trash. A total backstabber. This crazy blast of pure anger just exploded from her, making Ao slide backwards while desperately blocking with his sword. Throwing a hand up, her dark energy was literally practically screaming with spite. The second you linked up with that Moonshadow crew, you lost your pass to call us family. The air right behind her totally glitched out. Xingtian started pulling himself out of thin air, like some bad dream that simply refused to end. She sounded straight up freezing now. Bro, I got you this time. Xian was totally freaking out. Wait, what? We literally nuked that thing. How's it healing back up? He flicked on his god's eye. Seriously, what kind of broken mechanic is this? Asan just smirked. A total psycho in disguise. Get ready for round 2. A holographic menu popped up. Target locked onto Selin Asmodan, species Earthborn. Her main perk? The Undead Realm. Basically this totally glitched out, twisted pet inventory. Any monster tossed in there gets instantly wiped, just to respawn as some unkillable zombie bot. These revived creeps are straight up invincible. Blow them to dust? Doesn't matter. They just rebuild inside her pocket space. Oh, and spoiler alert, it works on regular people too. Xian clenched his jaw, totally stressing out. A hacked pet slot. So that's her cheat code. That completely explains Xingtian and those massive zombie swarms. He quickly shook off the panic and locked in. Endless respawns. We aren't just fighting anymore. This is a totally exhausting grind fest. I gotta figure something out. At the same time, massive bullets were showering the zombie mobs. Red Snake was just spraying and praying. Chief, if we just keep camping against this toxic magic wave, we're completely done for. Crimson shot a nasty look over, a vein basically popping in his forehead. Bro, obviously I know that. He kept his eyes glued on that gigantic freak Xingtian swinging its ridiculously huge sword. Those freaky mutants are 100% linked to that crazy chick. Crimson winced, jaws totally locked tight. Wait a sec. He caught a shiny flash up on the rocks. Their sharpshooter. Dropped that psycho girl playing Puppet Master with the monster. Peering through the lens, the reticle hovered right over Asmodden's head. Windwolf took a super deep breath, fully zeroing in on her. Game over. He yanked the trigger. Boom. But Asodon literally didn't blink. She casually flicked a hand up and snatched the bullet mid-flight like a tiny bug. She looked totally disgusted. Honestly shocked my zombies haven't shredded you losers into paper scraps yet. She barked out an order. Shingen, wipe out these bugs. The giant's jaw snapped wide open, charging up this insane, swirling tornado of pure, chaotic energy. Crimson looked like he'd just seen a ghost, sweating buckets. You're totally unhinged. We aren't even the ones you're after. But Xingtian just let off this god-tier laser beam. The explosion was straight-up end-of-the-world stuff. It literally ripped a massive canyon right through the dirt, flashing super bright and eating up everything in this crazy dirt tornado. Modan just blinked, totally shocked. Hold up! Some dude was still chilling inside this glowing blue bubble. She practically choked on her words. An energy shield? The guy glanced up. It was totally Zine. Everyone good down here? The second in command flopped backward, basically having a panic attack. Yo, what in the world? Who even are you? He peered closer. The way he sounded, how he stood. Modan's eyes bugged out like she was legit terrified now. Tear him to shreds, she commanded instantly. That mega freak lifted a boot big enough to pancake an armored truck, trying to totally squash Zen. Bright blue sparks started popping off Xian's battle gear. His energy spiked so hard it made the atmosphere vibrate. Throwing a punch up, he dared the sky itself. Seriously, is that all you're bringing? Xian practically teleported, dropping a super crazy combo that sounded like literal thunderstorms. Over in the back, Al was just standing there completely shook. Rainey sucked in her breath. Wait, is that Xian? Her friend just vigorously nodded. How'd he even cross that map so quick? Those reflexes are totally hacked. Al was trying to compute the whole thing. It was like a blink. That dude absolutely synced up with his aquatic summon. Linking up like that is definitely giving him crazy speed boosts. Zen zipped right up to her in a split second. If that monster won't die, I'm just gonna snipe the player. He dumped absolutely all his juice into one knockout punch. Eat this! Asodon stood there like a statue. She just gave this nasty smirk. Soul Link. Her vibe completely matched her monsters. Xian's eyes nearly popped out. Wait, she can do that too? She straight up screamed. Honestly never imagined wasting my elite tier power-up on some annoying punk. 6 ghost-like hands totally burst out of her spine, completely locking down Zen's arms and legs. He wrestled super hard against her crazy tight hold. Oh crap, I'm completely stuck. She casually hovered over, running a super freezing finger down his cheek. Your little transformation. It's definitely way more than basic syncing, huh? Like finding a secret job class in an RPG. Most fusion skills are straight up garbage. She flashed this wicked smile, looking like a cat totally messing with a mouse. But you? You're a super rare drop. I'm absolutely gonna have to slice you open to see how you tick. A pitch black knife spawned right into her palm. Gonna end your run right here, loot your body, and figure out your cheat codes in the lab. She swiped downward with insane, brutal energy. Shen got yeeted like a literal baseball, smashing super hard into the jagged rocks. He let out a painful groan, pushing himself up while massaging his scalp. Bro, linking with that fish legit gave me a crazy thick helmet. He breathed out hard. Super lucky she aimed high, but her little ghost arms trick is a massive headache. I was barely figuring out this new body when some random voice dropped straight into my brain. Need backup, boss? Xian totally froze, whipping his head around. Who said that? The whale spirit finally chimed in. Just me, boss. He stopped dead. The fish? Wait, didn't your brain melt? He asked. Mashing our souls together kind of rebooted my mind, it replied. He pumped a mental fist. Awesome. Then the actual nightmare situation slapped him back to reality. Hold up, pause the catch-up session. We are literally facing off against a diamond-tier demon spider priest right this second. Xian rubbed the back of his neck, totally sweating bullets. We're basically silver-tier garbage right now. We are so cooked, he mumbled. Boss, you're totally sleeping on our team-up stats. Your human brain just can't process it. But since we're merged up right now, I can feel our core energy absolutely exploding. Our vibes are perfectly syncing and leveling us up like crazy. It clicked for Bai An instantly. Wait, so our actual power level? It spiked? The creature fired right back. Spot on. While hyped up like this, we're casually dropping gold or even diamond-level combos. He tightened his grip as everything made total sense. Got it. Time to take this for a test drive. Aura weapons, activate. Spinning around, he whipped up a super compressed energy hoop right in his hand. Grandpa swore only top-tier diamond legends could pull that trick. Stretching out his arm, he spawned an absolutely lethal bolt of crackling blue lightning. Pure hype exploded inside him. Holy crap, it worked! Asmodan's jaw basically dropped. No way, he's forging actual aura weapons? She stared the kid down, genuine panic starting to set in. Did this punk seriously just hit diamond tier? Bai An actually shook in his upgraded body. Rocking this much juice felt completely insane. God's eye, run a full system check on me. Give me the total breakdown. A digital screen popped up out of nowhere. Target confirmed. Bai An Ming-kun. Current state, synced with whale spirit. Level maxed at diamond. Unlocking all aquatic abilities and top-tier taming moves. Stats dropping now. Endurance B+. Agility S tier. Both physical and magical damage clocking at A+. Primary elements unlocked. Foresight, Hydro Control, Aura Forging, and Liquid Metal Slicing. Moveset upgrade 100% finished. Divine Speed, Torrential Rush, Abyssal Rot, Liquid Slash. Fresh ultimates available. Lunar Mirror Defense and Midnight Lake Illusion. Absolute god-tier energy rushed through him like a tidal wave. That dumb fish actually knew what it was talking about. If I'm really hitting diamond stats, the kid gloves are totally off. Bai An just let his entire aura explode. A flash of divine lightning shredded the air, fully flexing his new stats. Divine Speed, Torrential Smash. Even as Moden felt real panic setting in. What the actual heck? Xing Tian, smash him. Bai An just casually swatted the attack away. Abyssal Rot, Liquid Slash. His weapon crashed straight into her monster, Xing Tian. But she just threw him a super cocky smirk. My beast's armor is maxed out, kid. That weak hit won't even leave a mark. She suddenly stopped dead, staring at her pet. Wait, what? What did you actually do? Bai An was already chilling right above her like a hawk. My moves deal pure, unblockable acid damage. Doesn't matter how tanky the armor is, 0 things survive the abyssal rot. Totally losing it, she just snapped and attacked blindly. You're just a literal guinea pig. Stop acting so smug and just drop dead so we can bring my brother back. He practically surfed on top of the monster, spinning his sword. Why simp for him anyway? Even resurrected, he's just another toxic extremist ruining our planet. Asmodan literally shrieked, going into full-blown meltdown mode. Keep his name right out of your mouth. She chucked a ghost skull at his face. Some punk kid could never understand our trauma. Bai An just smoothly dodged the hit. I know plenty. Like how you've got to drop the past at some point. I am so done living under the shadow of dead history. Their auras violently clashed, throwing sparks absolutely everywhere. Another giant skull hologram immediately fired up. You guys are totally psychotic, trading thousands of innocent lives for a literal pipe dream. Even if you pull it off, that won't be your bro. You're basically just spawning a freak wearing Ren's face. Asmodan totally snapped, pouring her entire mana pool into one insane strike. If you alien creeps hadn't crashed here and started wiping us out, Ren would be perfectly fine. Absolute, toxic rage was literally glowing in her eyes. This is entirely on you alien tourists. It's the Moonveil faction's fault. She charged forward, completely unhinged and swinging wildly. So turning random merchants into science experiments equals justice? Bai An took a brutal shot to the chest. Crap. He started free-falling through the air. With 0 ground to push off, his divine speed was locked out. Hurtling downward, he scrambled to fire off a quick counter. Hurricane Cloud Burst. Asmodan flashed a completely psycho smile. I'm going to totally carve up your dead body. But the kid had tricks left. Yeah, try again. Divine Speed. Torrential Step. He literally turned his own magical aura into floating platforms. Bai An totally parkoured across the sky, making her completely lose her mind. Why won't you just drop dead, you annoying little freak? Bai An's energy totally popped off like crazy. Bro, I've already seen the game over screen once. You can't end a dude who's basically vacationed in the underworld. He channeled that insane lunar vibe. Lunar mirror flex. Lunar drop. He totally wrecked her guard with a kick straight out of orbit. We are so not done here, you psycho. Bai An lunged, pointing his sword right at her with absolute 0 hesitation. That Xing Tian monster shrieked from the impact while Bai An nailed the landing. Chilling in the rubble, he dropped the ultimate cold shoulder. Bringing your bro back would literally just torture him. Him being gone is a hardcore fact you cannot just rewrite. Breathing while feeling yourself fall apart? That is actual torture. Bai An locked into his battle pose. Trust me, I've been there. He muttered his ultimate move. Lunar Glass. Quiet Tides. His weapon unleashed a massive wave, totally washing that Xing Tian monster away. Lunar Glass, Quiet Tides, Puddle Reflection. He whipped a vicious sideways slice right through the creature's core. Pay attention. The hydro element is totally writing your goodbye song right now. Azmodan's energy tanked. Okay, pretty epic. It's been forever since someone actually made me look this trash. Congrats on being number 1. She kept acting tough, but the game was totally over. Bai An trapped her with his sword. Wrap it up. You are completely out of juice to spawn that monster again. Azmodan looked super confused. Spawn Xing Tian? Pure unhinged chaos totally hijacked her face. You think I'm some pathetic sister folding just because my bro isn't playing bodyguard? Azmodan aggressively shoved her weapon forward, but Bai An flash-stepped, flipping her attack so she totally wrecked herself. He locked eyes as she faded out. Yo, fish dude, why did you just pilot my body like that? A super shy voice popped into his head. My bad, boss. She seriously freaked me out. Out of nowhere, Azmodan's form started glitching and twisting. Crap, did not expect him to actually show up. Her outer disguise split wide, and a whole new dude just strolled out of the mess. Diego Barro dropped his disguise and showed his real face right there. Talk about a massive plot twist. His whole strategy was stealing a heavy hitter's body to delete Ether. But that chick literally threw her own life away just to lock him down. He slapped on his metal faceplate. Whatever. Barrow is basically just walking, talking heavy-duty combat gear anyway. They were absolutely meant to clash. Pushing his hair out of his face, he totally vibed with how overpowered his snatched skills were. He puffed his chest out, oozing pure ego. Let me drop my name. I am Diego Barro, ranking number 3 among the high priests. The Solar Squad's very own leech bug. The fish ghost yelled inside Bai An's head. Boss, seriously, look out. This guy is a literal walking disaster. He is easily 100,000 times stronger than that girl. Faster than a glitch, Barrow spawned right behind him. So, you are the absolute beast I've been hunting. Bai An's pulse was going absolutely crazy in his chest. His speed is busted. Suddenly, Barrow grabbed him in a super tight chokehold, launching them straight up into the sky toward that massive moon. I was totally gonna chill until she farmed more backup vessels, but your skills are way too spicy to pass up. I am yoinking it right now. Down on the ground, Aether was absolutely freaking out. It is game over. That is the bug's ultimate signature move. She started screaming commands at the squad. Everybody bounce right now. Sprint until you literally cannot anymore. Way up in the clouds, Barrow squeezed harder. I am going to wipe your mind completely, and then your god-tier abilities are officially mine. Wait, what? They crashed straight into the dirt like a falling star, totally wrecking the terrain instantly. Xiao Gubai got blasted by the shockwave, shaking like a leaf while the scenery literally crumbled. Barrow just glared at the wrecked dude inside the blast zone. Major letdown. But I guess you'll do as a spare body. Suddenly, this insane flash of energy just exploded out of Bai An. Barrow jumped back, totally shook. What even is this aura? No way. This is straight up cursed karma. This kid literally has an ancient monster's heart locked inside him. Barrow instantly stopped caring about the corrupted body. Yikes. Major bummer. Total waste of a good duplicate. But before he could even finish his sentence, Bai An's sword whipped out, clean sweeping the guy's head right off. He looked at his own shaking fingers while Barrow basically just evaporated into thin air. Bro, what even went down just now? Bai An totally started panicking. Xiao Gubai, Xiao, where the heck are you? He ripped off his trashed gear, looking insanely stressed. Where did she go? Aether scoped out the wreckage, looking super serious. Once the tremors hit, she was just gone. Zero clues on where she bounced. No way, right? Bai An was basically losing his mind from the stress. Did she drop into the void? He just stared out across the completely wrecked wasteland. Somewhere else entirely, the spy bug was crunching all that intel, its wings vibrating like crazy. The actual Barrow walked up, looking totally chill. Wild. He actually made it out of that massive wipeout. The fight highlight reel flashed across his vision. Dude got lucky. Lilith checked out the clip, totally mind blown. Wait, this is the final boss Azmodan dealt with? Barrow looked off to the side, catching a serious vibe. It is not just about how buffed he is. The wild part is Ether, from the Lunar Squad teaming up with that white-scale city kid, Bai An. Just hearing his name made her absolutely furious. That Bai An kid has already deleted 2 of our top-tier leaders. Looks like this alien VIP is linking up with the Lunar Squad to completely wipe us out. Misto finally cut the quiet, his tone dropping to dead serious. If that team-up actually happens, we are totally wrecked. We only just pinpointed the Spider Boss's hideout using those energy ripples. Solaris stood up from his seat. The power dynamics are shifting way too fast for us to just sit back and watch anymore. Send a crew to White Scale City right now. We have to cut off those Sky Outsiders from the Moon crew before time runs out. Fast forward 6 months, Bai An was still out there grinding, searching totally non-stop. Finding her was basically impossible. He was literally shoveling through debris when he dug out a bottle of rare divine energy water. He threw his long hair into a tie, feeling totally crushed by half a year of absolute zero progress. Still, totally zero trace of Xiaoi. He peeked backward and seriously, these annoying ghosts just do not know when to quit. An undead creep dragged itself closer, moaning. You guys are seriously annoying. Bai Xian lifted his shovel, his stare turning icy. Whatever, I will wipe you losers out first, then get back to my search. He called on his pet. Yo, get out here. You have scarfed down enough magic rocks already, so start paying rent. The feathered guy popped out, looking super irritated. Dude, why the massive attitude? If you want me leveling up my magic, I obviously have to stuff my face. The bird shrieked like it was super offended. The interface popped up. Sun Crow type, mid-level silver fire class. Blazing sun stats. 55 health, fire affinity 5, insane epic potential, and currently healing. Moveset, solar beam, sun crusher, and lava wave. The pet let loose a massive blast of blinding fire, completely vaporizing the undead guys on the spot. Brushing off its feathers, it looked insanely smug. Boom, handled. Bai Xian, I swear I will never get you emotional humans. The creature gave him this crazy, deep, knowing look. Dude, it has been 6 months. You are legit acting psychotic over this. You are totally different. He just stared right back at his pet. 5 months ago? Yeah, totally. But I am super clear-headed now. This is literally just pure logic. Thinking about his lost partner suddenly brought this heavy, sad vibe straight to his expression. Her natural skill is literally 1 in a billion. Since I have such a messy combat style, having her backup is basically the ultimate cheat code. He kept breaking it down. My ridiculous grind speed? Yeah, that was 100% thanks to her. Without those crazy stat boosts, I would only be stuck at top-tier silver after all this time. Plus, it was not just points. She literally attracted insane luck. I mean, bagging a legendary pet like you was basically half her doing anyway. Okay, whatever, man. I seriously hope you track down your backup girl soon so we can finally start farming premium magic rocks for me again. He winced at that. Do not call her that. Glancing at the sunset, he sighed. It is getting super late. We are calling it quits for now. He dragged his feet back to his messy little setup near the old mountain quarry, but then he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. His grandpa was literally chilling next to this super flashy car with a huge grin. Yo, how are you holding together, kid? The guy wiped his eyes, totally tripping out. It really was his grandpa, but the dude looked 20 years younger, like completely unrecognizable. The old man cracked up at his completely shocked face. Honestly, I reacted the exact same way when I caught my reflection today. His brain was basically frying with a million questions at once. Dude, seriously, pause for a second. How did you literally age backward? And what happened to your arm? The guy tapped his shoulder. Bro, you are tripping. Do you not remember that magic water you shipped back with the captain? Plus, my arm fully grew back from that rare silver fruit. He casually propped himself against the ride, getting hyped to drop the whole rejuvenation lore. About the glowing up our bloodline always vibes with that specific ancient symbol, which basically means we are hardwired for water energy. That silver fruit totally clicked with my natural water stats, sparking this crazy biological reset. So yeah, literal Benjamin Button stuff. I definitely need a minute to let it settle though. I look super fresh, but my magic tank is still completely empty right now. After spilling all the details, the vibe got heavy again, and his grandpa finally dropped the actual reason they were linking up. His face went totally deadpan as he locked eyes with the kid. They had way bigger issues to handle than just catching up. The whole city rebuilding project? Yeah, that is a massive cover-up. While I dipped to get healed, some sketchy enemies, maybe that spider cult or some underground crew, completely hijacked our turf. They basically kidnapped all the VIP families and locked the whole place down. Nobody outside even knows what a total mess it is right now. He dropped his voice to break the news about the kids' parents. The major bloodlines literally just ghosted off the map. But hey, do not stress, your mom and dad are okay for the moment. The old guy let out this massive sigh, looking super defeated. Getting out at all was crazy lucky, but we have absolutely zero clue what is happening to the regular people. Tuan just stood there totally quiet, soaking up the crazy info drop like a sponge. He paused, doing some quick mental math, then chucked the thing in his hand right onto the dirt. Turning away, his whole vibe completely shifted. The old man sounded stressed, calling out his name. "Look, I get she's super important to you," but our guy cut him off instantly. Stopping dead in his tracks, he whipped around to face his grandpa, eyes literally glowing with pure, unshakable confidence. "I get why you're stressing, but I'm not crazy. I'm heading straight back to Botchlawn City to crush those trespassers and expose exactly who they are. Seriously, Gramps, quit treating me like a little kid." The old guy totally froze, seriously shook by the intense, grown-up energy his grandson was throwing off. A proud grin finally pushed past his anxiety. "Well, damn. Guess I'm trusting you to handle this whole mess then." Just before the dude slipped completely into the dark, Kansung dropped a pretty heavy warning. This gig was going to be way rougher than the last run. Zero backup, zero blank checks, and absolutely no safety net this time. You could hear the panic sneaking back into his tone. "Watch your back out there. Don't mess this up." Handing over the reins with total faith, he added. "The survival of the Bach crew and this whole city is officially on you now, Tuan." They split up right as the sky started going completely pitch black. Sunset painted the skyline in crazy shades of gold, daylight was dead, and game time was officially on. Tuan finally hit the edges of Bachelon City. Rocking a fully blacked out fit, he didn't even pause to think. Channeling pure muscle, he practically booted the blockade into next week. Touching down as smoothly as a wildcat, he breached the boundary line. Stepping foot on his old turf seriously had the flashbacks hitting hard. Things had morphed insanely fast. It's barely been 12 months, he thought, but honestly, feels like I've been ghosting this place for decades. Creeping through the super sketchy underground pipes, his radar was absolutely pinging for trouble. That classic nasty sewer smell hadn't changed, but a random crash suddenly killed the dead quiet. The clanking of someone else's equipment made him instantly grit his teeth. Got company, he spun around, only to watch some random guy sprinting away like his life depended on it. Tuan frowned, just some dude living on the streets. Still, bolting away like that was mad sus. Finding a stray guy wandering down here totally set off his internal alarm bells. Like, even post-earthquake, a mega stronghold like Bai An shouldn't have locals roughing it in literal garbage. The math wasn't mathing at all. Climbing towards street level, a super dark idea hit him. Those invaders must have completely wrecked the city's vibe to push people to rock bottom. Popping the street hatch just a crack, he scoped out a totally alien landscape. Wait, is this actually downtown? Hopping out, he completely froze while staring up at the massive new skyline. His brain basically blue-screened from the sheer shock. How the heck did Botchan turn into this crazy, lockdown military zone basically overnight? Sliding back into the dark alleys, he started scanning the whole setup. The vibe was icy, foreign, and way too ghost town for this hour. Out of nowhere, a random flyer slapped onto some brick wall grabbed his attention. Hold up, that was a literal bounty poster. Leaning closer, his jaw practically dropped when reality smacked him. That was his own mug staring back. They had fully painted Tuan as some psycho villain, claiming he was teaming up with the Demon Spider Gang to wreck the local peace. A legit kill-on-sight contract. Snitch immediately to score 180,000. The absolute nerve of these guys had him fuming. He almost screamed out loud. Seriously? Me? The actual audacity to call me a sellout and a terrorist. But then it suddenly clicked. That street guy down in the pipes. In a reality, running on RPG rules, holding the right intel was basically a lethal weapon. That dude 100% knew his face and was probably booking it to the cops. Right on cue, approaching chatter made him freeze cold. 2 patrol guys were walking up. Yo, if we bag this Tuan kid, reckon we get the whole payout. In your dreams, man. It's our job. We'd get a gold star at best. Listening to them casually talk about cashing him in, Tuan knew he had to ghost right then. Gotta find a crash pad. Like, yesterday. He totally dodged them for now, but flying solo was seriously playing with fire. He just crossed his fingers that he wouldn't trip any random alarms. Tucked away in a super sketchy alley, a buzzing neon sign practically called his name. A local dive bar, Jackpot. These spots were absolute treasure troves for spilling tea. Slipping through the doors, the vibe instantly flipped from a ghost town to a completely hyped-up, chaotic party. But obviously, a packed room is risky business. Extra eyeballs meant way higher stakes. Dialing his paranoia to 11, he thought, seriously, weird mix of people in here. Literally anyone could be a snitch. Playing it cool, He slid up to the counter. Hey, let me get a massive scream completely sliced through the bass drop. Don't you even try touching me. Across the floor, a server had some absolute creep totally choked up by his shirt. Try running, you freak, I dare you. The tone of her yelling pinged something deep in Tuan's brain. Why did that attitude sound so freakishly familiar? He peeked over. Fake rabbit ears and bright red hair. No shot, right? But before he could even process it, the creep went literally flying and smashed straight into the counter. The guy mixing drinks just did a massive facepalm. Seriously, dude? But the server was just getting started. Looking ready to literally vaporize the groaning dude, she went off. Pay attention, you absolute garbage. She basically announced her threat to the whole club. I'm not exactly on the appetizer menu for you to feel up. Tuan casually strolled over, a totally cocky smirk starting to show up. Well, damn, talk about a plot twist. She whipped her head around fast. What? He kept it totally chill. If it isn't the #1 boss lady of the furring crew. Instant panic totally hijacked her face as she aggressively slapped a hand over his mouth. Shut up! Are you trying to get us both completely flatlined? Fun Han yanked him out of sight, whispering fiercely. Relax, Ju, he's cool. We're heading downstairs. The bartender rolled his eyes. You got too many friends. Heading downstairs, the awkward vibe totally vanished. Fun, Tanu? Seriously, what's going down in Back City? She lowered her voice. We're all screwed here. It ain't just us. Literally every beast tamer kid is getting chased down like some ultimate bad guy in a comic. Once your grandpa dropped, things went crazy. Some random outsider totally controls White Scale City now, but he's just a fake boss. So what's the game plan then? Honestly, I'm just out here trying not to get wrecked. Chill, don't get it twisted, she added. This whole outfit is literally just to spy on people. Plus, we honestly needed a spy. But before Fun Tianyu could even finish her sentence, he totally interrupted her. Wait a sec, who the heck is we? Down in the basement, it was just loud keyboard smashing and serious chip crunching. Poten totally missed Bai An walking in. Dude was hyper-focused on updating Fang Tianyu. Yo, old files are sorted. Your turn. He only looked up when she literally shoved him. Look who decided to drop by. Yuan Poten spun around, his jaw practically hitting the floor before screaming, Bai Xian! Looking stupidly happy, he literally threw himself at him. Bro, you seriously went grinding without telling me? I was dying without you, man. Bai Xian physically cringed at the whole overly dramatic hug. Bro, gross. This is like some trashy anime episode. He shoved a hand out to block the hug. Hold up. Your face is literally covered in chip dust. Dude, when did you even wash last? Fun Tianyu chilled against the wall, checking him out. You've definitely leveled up, huh? The random praise totally threw him. Wait, what? She just played it cool with a shrug. Just a vibe. At the last event, you had to dodge when he tackled you. Now, you'd easily bench his 300-kilogram self like it's nothing. Bai An squinted. The last event? Hold up. Why are you keeping track of my stats? His brain went into overdrive. Was Fun Tianyu seriously stalking his every move lately? Totally embarrassed, Fun Tianyu flipped the script and started yelling at the guys to hustle. Yuan Potian panicked and immediately started typing. Once everyone shut up, Bai An dropped the joke. Alright, real talk. What's the main quest? Staring super hard at his monitors, Potian scrolled through code. Duh, we're tracking down the creeps who totally played us. Fang Tianyu blinked, remembering a huge missing piece. Oh crap, I totally forgot to tell you this. She started breaking down the drama about some random hired guns. Some crazy anonymous squad just rolled into town. Pretty sure they're linked to the guys who framed us. Bai Xian caught on instantly. Ah, so you're stalking their files. Right on cue, Potion tossed his hands in the air. Boom, files are fully hacked. Fang Tanu looked absolutely pissed. The crazy part is those losers literally kidnapped my relatives and Yuan Potions too. We gotta save them as soon as possible and drop the receipts. I am not some fugitive, and I'm totally proving it. She leaned in, checking out the new map pings. Looks like they're rolling straight into Xi's territory. Pretty sure their boss is hanging around there. Any clue what they want? Looks like a straight-up meetup. Perfect time to jump their head honcho. Out of nowhere, Potian spots a glitch. Yo, hold up, check this folder. That's who they're trying to meet. The screen flashed a super intense girl rocking crazy red hair and a massive facial scar. She gave off major psycho vibes, but her bio was totally blank. Fang Tianyu let out a massive, annoyed sigh. Literally just a pic? Bro, our setups belong in a museum, Potian whined. I can't crack the rest of this. She totally gave up on it. Whatever. Honestly, at least we got a face to punch. Finally speaking up, Bai An stepped into the light. Hear me out. I'll go chat with this boss. Fun Tanyu grinned playfully. Wait, are you seriously squatting up with us? He just casually shrugged. Duh. Everyone knows I'm the mayor's nephew, so me stepping into this mess totally tracks. Plus, as long as you stuck to our last bet, our old beef is completely squashed. While talking, he couldn't help but stare at her ridiculous bunny suit. Fun Tanyu literally turned beet red in half a second. Yo, this outfit is. He totally blanked her, spinning around to throw up a peace sign. I'm out. Embarrassed and raging, she yelled from behind. Bai Xian, you absolute tool. Down in the dead Xia zone, Bai An pulled up to some wrecked construction yard. The vibe was super eerie. Yeah, definitely the spot, he muttered, eyes darting everywhere to find a sick sniper spot. Literally empty vibes here. Gotta grab some cover before uninvited guests crash the party. Out of nowhere, this chick's voice drops from the sky. What's good, lil bro? She was totally chilling up on the metal beams. The evening breeze blew her jacket wide, showing off crazy tattooed-looking battle marks all over her legs. Expecting company? She teased. Bai Xian literally jumped out of his skin. Crap. 0 radar pings on her. That gnarly mark, those ruby locks. It clicked she was the girl from that locked folder. Flashing a wicked grin, she smirked, crazy timing. I'm on standby too. She hopped off, sticking a perfect landing right in his face while complaining, slumming it down here is so extra. Bai Xian stayed super defensive, his brain going into overdrive. Who even is this chick? Her stare was basically piercing his soul. From the looks of your fit, you're totally a basement-level native. Want to spill some tea together? Catching massive red flags, he instantly triggered his shields. What's her endgame? Did I just leak my own cover? Spotting his panic, she let out a cute giggle. Whoa, chill out. Lil bro, you got it twisted. Just spreading good vibes. Then her whole energy flipped. Though, if you wrangle monsters, want to throw down? Wait, does she actually throw hands? Bai Xian thought. Right on cue. A red user interface alert popped up with her specs. Qi Yan, sitting at fresh diamond tier. Bai Xian instantly swiped left on that. In this hardcore magic grindfest, squaring up with a diamond-heavy hitter is literal unalive behavior. Hard pass. You're high society from the penthouse, and I'm basically just a street rat down here. A diamond tier flexing on me? Kinda toxic, right? Yan gave a slow nod, getting his logic but totally pouting about it. Valid argument. Try this on for size. She threw him a sly smirk, bending the rules. I'll nerf myself for a bit. We good? The holographic menu refreshed her profile on the spot. Qi Yan, perks Combat Monarch rank S. Scarlet Prism rank S. Active mode nerfed down to fresh silver. Companion Hellfire Raven. Her hidden flex was still insane. Baseline fresh diamond pet. Golden Howl Tiger maxed out gold. Currently locked at mid bronze. Magma Ghost sitting at upper bronze. The stat gap was honestly still. Totally ridiculous. But Bai Xian wasn't fighting for free. If I clutch this win, you're hooked for 3 blank checks. Dude was out here playing 4-dimensional chess, purposely hiding his true power to farm intel. Yan couldn't care less about his big brain plays though. In a split second, she basically teleported into his personal space. Stop lagging, she yelled. Bai Xian's pupils dilated in pure stress. Wait a sec, I didn't drop my conditions, but she was already swinging like an absolute tornado. Beat me first, yap later. Her kick zoomed at his head with crazy lethal momentum. His gut screamed danger, letting him dodge by just a hair. Holy crap, her speed is cracked. Yan offered 0 chill, dropping a fatal heel slam straight from the sky. His face went pale with terror. It's over. He blocked with his forearms at the last millisecond, taking a monstrous hit that sent him flying across the stage. Catching his energy shield glowing to life, Yan smiled like a total fight junkie. A perfect block? Wow, guess I underestimated you. She called out her familiar, her irises glowing with pure chaotic energy. Lava Ghost, wipe him out. Bai Xian didn't flinch. Jing, tag in, bro. The fabric of reality ripped apart, dropping an absolute unit of a monster into the field. The crazy massive size of that thing even made the cocky Yan step back for a second. Okay, decent flex, she mentally noted, getting her cool back. Still kinda sluggish though. She looked up, hyping herself up for the monster showdown. Jing delivered the hype. With an insane tail swipe, it dunked the fiery ghost straight into the dirt, and the combo kept going. It charged up a massive knockout move. Bam! That tail slammed like a literal asteroid, knocking the target away and flooding the whole area with thick smoke. Sick hit, Bai Xian yelled, though his pet stayed totally locked in. Boss, heads up. Phase 2. Perfect timing. The lava ghost shrieked and got up. It launched flaming rocks hotter than the sun, aiming dead at Bai Xian and his buddy. Bai Xian just clicked his fingers, tossing up a force field that instantly melted the fiery ammo into nothing. Yan gave a sly grin, watching a parry good enough for a viral gaming clip. Okay, now that's a rare drop. When the fog cleared, he checked his main guy first. Jing, you holding up? The Titan let out a low purr to say yes. Yan sized up their friendship with cold eyes. Back in the high tiers, pets are just gear, not homies, she thought to herself. He actually gives a crap. She finally spoke up. Fun fact, up in the penthouse servers, 0 people have the spine to accept my duels. And the ones who try, they fold in literal seconds. She walked closer, her power aura absolutely glowing. But some random like you swapping hits with me? That's crazy wild. Bai An froze up. This combat junkie was pure nightmare fuel. If this is her nerfed state, her main account must be god level. Time to stop messing around and go all out. Without blinking, Yan and her pet rushed him in perfect sync. Dump your whole kit. Bet your actual life on this. Bai An locked in. He was primed. Jing, trigger the hidden combo. The monster unleashed an absolute spam of strikes, completely flooding the zone. Yan got completely pinned down, stuck playing defense while sweating bullets. Seriously, what kind of busted move was this? Scanning the crazy energy spike, she totally freaked out. Was this seriously that mythical lunar echo strike meant to shatter the sky? Jing violently lashed its tail, dropping the absolute nuke of a move, the lunar echo strike. But Yan just whipped out her holy lance, practically punting Jing into orbit with one hit. Bai An screamed, sprinting straight for his wrecked buddy. The creature groaned, literally seeing cartoon stars. Boss, that crazy girl totally cheated. The dust finally settled, showing Yan totally out of breath. Okay, whatever, you win, she confessed. You are literally the first guy to make me undo my limiter. I am Chi Yan. My bad for acting like a jerk earlier, but who exactly am I fighting? Bai An pulled Jing back, totally panicking. Dropping his real name right now would be actual suicide. Out of nowhere, this super creepy voice dropped in. A silver-haired guy swaggered over, rocking a totally psychotic smirk. Oh, seriously? A gorgeous girl asks who you are, and you chicken out? Want me to do the honors? Meet the incredible Shihao and Zening. He threw out this super toxic smirk. Does coming from the kicked-out Bai family seriously make you that insecure? Bai An? Bai An immediately squared up for a fight. Who even are you guys? Shihao just cracked up laughing. Oh, duh. Totally slipped my mind that our pathetic cousin stuck in the dirt tier knows absolutely nothing. He was glaring with pure disgust. He probably has 0 clue why his bloodline got booted from the VIP table, right bro? The second sibling, Zening, eagerly jumped in. Bottom-tier losers could never comprehend the god ranks. Being clueless is a blessing for rejected garbage. Yan totally cut off their villain speech. Wait, so the VIPs seriously sent you 2 Bai family punks as their reps? Bai An was stunned. These guys actually knew each other. Yan slung her glowing, rune-covered lance over her back and completely brushed past the 2 party crashers. The boys just stared as she left. Wow, Chi Yan is still giving major mean girl energy. Without even turning around, she yelled, I am definitely not babysitting your family trauma. Just get the job done and try not to look stupid. Right then, dark figures morphed behind Shihao, a whole hit squad dragging a hostage. Boss, one of them announced. We bagged the target. Shihao gave a wicked grin. Love the hustle. The hostage, Fang Tianyu, was fighting her restraints like crazy, screaming her lungs out. You absolute scumbags. Do you even know who you are messing with? Get off me. Bai An completely froze up. Fang Tianyu? Shihao did not even hesitate, brutally backhanding her right across the cheek. The smack was literally as loud as a firecracker. Dead silence. Disgusting peasant, he spit out. Imagine a pathetic Fang family bug trying to intimidate a literal god. Bai An absolutely lost his mind. Back the hell away from her. He instantly summoned Winged Fang to the field. His pet launched into the air, wings literally on fire, and carpet-bombed the area with absolute hellfire. All the blasts hit dead center, setting off a gigantic, nuke-level explosion. Except, when the dust finally blew away, Zening was just chilling there without a single scratch. Shihao strolled out of the blast zone looking like absolute royalty. So much rage for a nobody. Guess you are still the exact same loser, dear cousin. It felt like a movie close-up, super tense. Shihao was chilling inside a glowing rune circle, effortlessly pinning Fang Tianyu with one hand while disrespectfully leaning on his bro. So tell me, is this basic mortal chick seriously worth starting a war with the absolute elite tier? A neon tech screen popped up out of nowhere, giving off major lit RPG comic vibes. It read, Anti. Magic barrier made from crazy ghost, bouncing super metal. grants 100% invincibility against any soul-based attacks. Bai An kissed his teeth, visibly super annoyed. Ugh, not another magic-blocking barrier. What an absolute pain. Shihao's minion aimed his weapon, barking like a total lapdog. You arrogant garbage, you do not ever attack the boss. Green light for all squads to wipe the kid, but Shihao just casually swiped his hand, stopping the hit. Chill out, guys. The dude still shares our Bai DNA, you know. Let us prove how merciful the higher-ups can be. Bai An, however, called total BS on that. Cut the crap. Who are you guys, actually? Why take over White Scale City? What is the real endgame here? Shihao slicked his hair back, a super arrogant smirk forming. Take over? Wow, is that your logic? I am literally just showing up to my rightful territory to replace the outdated management. Your grandpa was literally just an outcast forced to build up a fresh planet. Basically a convict doing hard labor for a second chance. Zening hit a dramatic pose, jumping in with a super snarky tone. Nailed it. Absolute facts. Sucks that the boomer was too much of a wimp to wipe out the local bugs here. Hence why headquarters deployed the real team. He suddenly looked like an absolute psycho. Plus, this entire dimension is literally merging with another reality right now. Zening kept going. White Scale City is becoming our frontline headquarters. We have got to lock down the portals to the new zone and farm all the boss-level monsters hiding inside. Shihao threw a look back at his crew. Give me an update, guys. Is the portal holding up yet? One of the grunts fired back immediately. Ghost radar is looking totally green in this area. Zero hints of a gateway spawning right now, boss. Catching that, Shihao shoved his hand straight into his invisible storage bag. He called out a massive electric blue python, looking totally unhinged and loving it. Perfect timing. Let's take out the trash to pass the time. The interface glitched with a sudden flash. Stats revealed: Pure Water S-tier talent, early gold tier cultivation, companion beast, an entry-level gold tier electric python. Z did the mental math. In this zone, a gold tier player was basically a god. He aimed his colossal snake right at Fang Tianyu. Time to kick off this massacre with the weakling from the bottom tier. The glowing UI flickered one more time. That gold tier reptile unhinged its jaw, brewing up an absolutely massive orb of sparking purple electricity. Fang Tianyu squeezed her eyes shut, ready to bite the dust. Out of nowhere, a blinding blur of aura ripped through the sky, grabbing her and zooming straight back to safety. It was all Bai An's doing. He went totally all out to pull both her and Yuan Potion from the danger zone. The insane flex literally had veins popping on his forehead, but he still sounded incredibly soft. You good? She glanced up, her cheeks immediately burning beet red. Panic totally hijacked her brain. She basically stomped his face. Back off, creep! Bai An groaned. Talk about zero gratitude. Z was just standing there completely shook. How was he moving that fast? That crazy aura felt like some ancient monster. Snapping out of it, she screamed an order. Burn them to ash! The electric snake launched forward, blasting a wild wave of ultra-charged purple electricity. That crazy explosion ripped straight toward Bai An. Shihao just stood there with his arms crossed, throwing a cocky grin through all the smoke. Listen here, Bai An. If you're mad about dying, take it up with your grandpa. Right behind him, Zening let out a massive fangirl sigh. Bro, did you seriously hit a new level? But then, both of their faces totally dropped. What the heck is that thing? Z yelled out. His sister peered through the dust. Wait, is that a literal monkey? A super heavy voice echoed from the debris. Yo, Bai An, you still breathing over there? Still carrying Fang Tianyu like an absolute princess, Bai An answered back. Barely. Watch your back, man. This dude is top tier from the upper dimension. His power scaling is completely busted. Fang Tianyu kept squirming against him, her face still on absolute fire. Bai An, drop me this second. She scowled hard. This guy wasn't acting like your average bottom-tier loser. He gave the order. Wipe him out. Finish him with a total blitz. The giant snake flared up with insane energy, basically turning into a homing missile of pure lightning as it dived. The massive, wooden-looking spirit monster calmly lifted one arm. Neon green aura spun rapidly around its giant palm, packing itself tight into a crazy bright orb of pure wilderness energy. Bang! A neon green laser blasted out, literally breaking the sound barrier as it locked onto that electric monster. But the snake was way too slick. It spun wildly through the sky, totally dodging the blast by pure luck. The wooden giant locked its gaze. Okay, respect. Pretty fast for a tiny worm. It threw its arms wide, tracking the snake's crazy path, gliding around like a slippery little eel, huh? Taunt successful. The snake unhinged its jaw for a kill bite, but smack. The tree dude's hand flashed out insanely fast, totally clamping the monster's mouth shut. With one absolutely brutal throw, it spiked that high-tier beast straight into the dirt. Dirt blasted everywhere while the giant snake just laid there, instantly knocked out. The wood giant casually brushed off its hands, finally got it to shut up. Out of nowhere, the main interface flashed a harsh red warning. Bai An checked it and swore violently. "This sucks!" Right next to him, Potion started hardcore panicking. "Dude, break the seal already. What are you waiting for?" Over on the rival side, some lackey started screaming his head off. "Boss, the spiritual pressure is going totally crazy. That portal is tearing open right now." The whole ground started shaking like mad. Right under their boots, this massive ring of glowing blue light sparked up, practically radiating absolute dread. The ring blew up in size, warping into a crazy storm, literally ripping a hole in space to a totally different world. Fang Tianyu looked absolutely terrified while the gale completely whipped around them. "What the heck is going on? Is that a portal?" Bai An sounded incredibly serious. "Nope, it's an entire server merge." "A realm merge?" she choked out. Bai An just stared dead into the black hole. That massive tremor from before? That was basically the warning sign for this setup. She clocked the threat in 0 seconds flat. "Everyone, gear up to warp out of here right now." Zenning was practically dripping with cold sweat. "Bro, hold up. There's something in there." Without warning, super creepy tentacles exploded right out of the portal. They whipped out instantly, totally tangling up Potion and Fang Tianyu. "Bai An, get us out of here," Potion yelled out. Fang Tianyu screamed her lungs out as she got pulled under. But the horror show kept going. Way more slimy vines shot up, completely trapping the wooden giant and Bai An. "What in the world is happening?" Zai screamed out. The alien limbs squeezed harder, but the dude was only freaking out over his sister. The poor girl shrieked, absolutely frozen with fear. "Help me out, bro!" Those freaky monster arms grabbed everyone, yanking them straight into the spinning blue abyss. Right in the middle of the chaos, gravity totally cut off, just leaving them drifting in outer space. Fang Tianyu cried out like crazy. "Bai An!" He spun around, trying to yell for the tiny phoenix sidekick. Passing through the rift, a completely insane new dimension opened up right in front of them. A totally dark, deep blue realm that looked ripped straight out of some hype manga. Bai An slammed hard into the dirt, feeling like he weighed a ton. Ugh, no air. He forced his eyelids apart. "Hold up, why is the floor squishy?" Fun Tianyu bolted upright, grabbing his pounding head, only to find he was literally sitting on top of somebody. Turned out it was Ba Xian. Way at the bottom, Potent wheezed from getting totally flattened. "Love you guys, but you are literally turning my organs into mashed potatoes." Potent choked out, totally panicked. The three instantly jumped up, scanning this totally bizarre environment. "Where the heck even are we?" Potent asked, dusting off. Fun Tianyu dropped his tone, totally serious. "Clueless, bro. But one thing is for absolutely sure, we are definitely not home." Suddenly, Ba Xian caught something moving. "Yo, check that out," he said, pointing at a giant shadow up ahead. Some totally insane-looking monster was just standing right in front of them. Fun Tianyu was shook. "Bro, a giant spider?" Potent squinted. "Nah, totally a crab." Ba Xian instantly grabbed his gear. Whatever that freak is, it gives off massive bad vibes. The beast gripped a sick rockleaf staff glowing with super creepy blue fire, plus a dangling seashell making this wild humming noise. Our three guys completely froze. What even is that noise? Honestly, the guy holding the staff looked just as terrified hearing these random dudes talking. Cut to Xi's crew crash site. A lackey sprinted up. "Boss, the base is ghosted. 0 survivors. Local monsters completely wrecked them." Xi literally did not blink. He just iced back. "Looks like this zone is way more toxic than our old turf." The henchman gulped before dropping worse news. Boss? Huge issue. All our loot got dumped when we warped over here." That hit a nerve. "Are you kidding me?" Z barked. "What about the base's secret stash?" The goon visibly shook, remembering the scene. "Looted, boss. Completely zeroed out. Nothing left." Z looked ready to commit murder. "So basically, we are stuck in this absolute nightmare just starving?" The flunky ducked down, shaking. "Boss, chill for a sec. Please do not panic." The guy frantically whipped out his scanner. "I just mapped this whole crazy cave system. Logs from the busted terminal show movement right near us. There is definitely a whole village of locals super close by." Zihawa rubbed his hands together, smiling like an absolute psycho. "Oh, really? Then let us crash their little party and force them to sell us their groceries." Cutting back to Ba Xian, things were getting ridiculously tense with Xiao Dongli. Potent cowered behind Ba Xian, screaming, Bro, what even is that? Fun Tianyu sounded totally shook. Is it gonna jump us? Bashian just threw up a hand, pausing them. Chill out. It looks completely scared of us. Bashian locked in, going super serious. Activating Eye of Truth. Time to read this guy's stats. But right before his heads-up display popped up, the monster reached out this super shaky tentacle. Bashian was stunned. A tentacle? Bro, what is it doing? The tip lightly tapped right smack against Bashian's forehead. His eyes went wide. This wild feeling. Suddenly they were floating in this glowing blue brain zone. Oh snap, pure telepathy, Bashian figured out. The alien, Xiao Dongli, sounded super shy inside his head. Hey there, I am Dongli from Ri. Just call me Xiao Dongli. You guys definitely give off massive non-local vibes. Bashian got his cool back instantly, shooting a chill thought into the brain chat. I am Bashian from the ancestral secret realm. My boys and I just got absolutely yoinked through some random portal. Now we are totally stuck, Bashian thought to himself. Exactly what I predicted. A super smart alien race. Meanwhile, Fun Tianyu watched this epic staring contest, looking completely lost. Yo, Potent, do you speak fluent squid? He whispered loudly. How is Bashian literally talking to it? Potent shrugged super hard. Bro, zero idea. Is it even making actual words? Back in the mental chat room, Bashian gave a little mental nod. My bad for crashing your spot. Truly appreciate it. Fun Tianyu absolutely lost his patience. He stomped over, yelling, Bashian, what is happening? How do you even get what it is saying? Explain everything right now. Bashian totally ghosted him, pointing at the glowing stones. Yo, what is the deal with these shiny crystals? A gamer notification popped up. Soul crystal, basically solid spirit energy and soul juice. Then, Xiao Dongli gave his actual backstory. We are the Ri Squad. We were basically built to serve our big boss, Katona, the total princess of the abyss. A crazy mental hologram popped up showing this massive giant lady staring down at thousands of devoted followers begging on their knees. But 300 years back, Xiao Dongli went on. Some super sick virus made our boss completely lose it. We had to chain her to her own chair. The mental movie shifted. That massive lady was now totally locked down to her throne. Next to her, 3 creepy dudes in cloaks held fire, doing totally evil magic. His voice cracked with major sadness. The infection did not end with her. It turned us into absolute brain-dead zombies called the Soulless. Xiao Dongli pointed a tentacle right at those blue rocks Bashian noticed earlier. Whenever somebody gets their soul yanked out, it turns into these hard rocks. He stared at the mountain of glowing stones, looking incredibly depressed. The virus took my mom and dad. Their spirits are probably stuck inside these exact shiny gems right now. You could see pure heartbreak completely hit Xiao Dongli. This is literally the graveyard for my entire family. Seeing this alien get so emotional, Bashian awkwardly gave him a comforting pat. Even from totally different universes, he deeply felt for the guy. Figuring the kid needed a pep talk, he dropped some basic reassurance anyway. Making it 300 years is wild, bro. You're set. Then, out of nowhere, massive tremor. Crash. Bashian braced hard. Tectonic shift? But the little guy looked absolutely terrified. Yeah, definitely not tectonic. The Soulless, the kid shrieked, right as a massive wave of totally mutated freaks rushed us. We got boxed in instantly. Bashian clenched his jaw. Bro, we are literally stuck. Stick together and freeze, the local yelled, prompting Bashian to bark. Nobody move a muscle. The little dude hoisted his stick, dropping some super old incantation while crazy magical energy spiked. Yo, ancient ghosts, tune into the living. And just like that, the creepy husks dropped in. They literally whipped into a spooky tornado over us, totally locked onto that staff's sick energy. Bashian was sweating bullets watching this. Commanding zombies? Bro, that is absolutely top-tier dark magic. The kid basically screamed at the sky, telling those empty phantoms to go hunt down stragglers. He slammed that staff down hard, sending the spirit squad rushing forward before breaking down the lore. Normally, they just chill, he noted. With a local escort, you basically skip the instant kill zones. Letting out a massive breath, Bashian chilled out. Wait, so your species is totally pacifist? Didn't see that plot twist coming. He squinted, checking out the absolutely wrecked wasteland around them. Wait, is this literally a dried-up sea trench? The kid nodded fast. Spot on. Then disaster struck. The infection trashed the clean oceans, wiping everything. Our boss basically gave us insane survival buffs. So we literally just exist without water now. It's like she totally predicted the whole apocalypse. That reality check hit Bashian deep. But your boss didn't actually dodge the infection, right? That is beyond depressing, he murmured gently. The squad kept walking, with the guide taking point. My town is super close, he warned. Seriously, do not poke that weird sludge. It's toxic. Moving like lightning, Bai An smacked Yuan Potion's hand away. Bro, literally stop right now. Only touch that garbage if you're trying to respawn. Yuan Potion went completely pale, jumping back immediately. A standard RPG interface suddenly flashed on screen, tagging the junk as some alien fungal virus. Literally not from our dimension. It hacks into nature and living things, completely rewiring their DNA. Out of nowhere, our tiny guide just froze up, shaking uncontrollably. Bai An caught the vibe. Little dude, why the holdup? Fun Tan Yu muttered from the back, finally learning his actual name. My town, the kid choked out, staring at the total wreckage. Absolute mayhem was unfolding ahead. Those two jerks were literally hunting the locals for fun, while the girl directed her pet. Wreck them, little white. The gigantic scaly monster unhinged its jaw, charging up an insane energy ball. A literal death ray shot toward the houses, prompting her partner to smack the back of her head. Bro, if you vaporize them, I can't mount them as trophies. She just pouted, playing totally dumb. My bad, smash. Bai An threw up a massive force field, tanking the hit to protect the locals. Looking absolutely furious, he snapped, "What is actually wrong with you guys?" The guy just smirked. "Ah, that barrier," he mocked, recognizing the tech. "Crazy how the local mobs haven't deleted you yet." "Stop smacking me. It ruins my vibe," she whined, while her partner just glared at our boy. "You're literally human. Why act like a superhero for these garbage NPCs?" Bai An looked visibly pissed. "Every life matters, dude. This is their turf, which makes them the bosses here. Definitely not you." Chuckling super condescendingly at the trapped locals, he shot back. "Did that spider dungeon completely fry your brain? Seriously, 0 IQ take. These quiet bottom-tier bots? Calling them rulers is genuinely hilarious to me." Tapping his forehead aggressively, he sneered, "You are literally drowning in that cringy main character savior complex. Our species took over the galaxy using pure dominance. We run things by flexing on everyone else. Softies like you belong in the trash." He went deadpan. "Top tiers farm the noobs. Basic facts." Stepping right up, Bai An unleashed some serious pressure. "Flexing on low levels makes you feel tough? Just wait until a literal deity checks your stats," he roared, his voice hitting like a shockwave. "Flexing on the weak just means you're begging a bigger boss to wreck you later." Z glared at him, absolutely disgusted. Bro was shook. "Someone stronger than me?" he yelled, eyes wide as his hand sparked with crazy spirit energy. "It's survival of the fittest, and our clan? We're the absolute titans. We literally level up by wiping out you scrubs. We sit at the very top. In this whole mana universe, nobody gets to look down on me." Bai An clapped back with freezing confidence. "You're literally just a glorified thief flexing to steal stuff. Your whole mindset is basically just endless greed and murder. You don't care about life at all. You're just addicted to the body count." The tension between them was absolutely insane. Two completely opposite vibes crashing head-on. Bai An dropped his summon right then, calling out his void whale, Jing. Mindless wiping just wrecks everything. Teaming up is how you last forever. Shield the newbies, catch their vibe, and balance your core. That's the actual code of a top-tier beast tamer. Z looked like he was about to burst. "You absolute clown. All talk, no action." He threw out his own scaled Leviathan. "Wreck him. Let him be XP for the real players." The Leviathan screamed, snapping its huge jaws straight at Bai An. These two absolute units crashed, but the Void Whale had way better speed stats. It casually sidestepped the chomp with crazy reflexes, then clamped its own teeth super hard onto the Leviathan's tail. The Leviathan freaked out, whipping its head around. "Look at you," it mocked. "Hideous mutant. You're giving off the same loser energy as your boss." The Void Whale wasn't having it. "Bro, please. Your breath literally smells like your owner's whole personality. Straight up trash. Have you ever heard of toothpaste?" The whale roasted. "Or are there just way too many fangs in that dumpster fire to clean?" Their tails smacked together like giant whips, sending crazy shockwaves everywhere. The Leviathan shrieked back, "Look who's talking, you literal bottom feeder." Both rivals held their ground across the field, throwing massive shade as they yelled, "Honestly, you're looking pretty awful too." While they were talking trash, their summons were just absolutely destroying each other in the background. Watching the pure chaos, Z whispered, "Are we seriously from the same guild? His shields are way too tanky." Across the arena, Bai An was busy calculating their next move. Both of these monsters are from the same exact bloodline, so their movesets are literally just copying each other. Suddenly, it hit him out of nowhere. Hold up, there's actually one final ultimate left. He didn't even blink before screaming it out. Jing, we've got enough room to play with here. The whale caught the vibe immediately. It was officially time to drop the mythic skill. Z totally panicked, feeling the energy drop. I see a gap in his guard. End this dude right now. Lin Yu instantly fired off an absolutely devastating energy beam, but it just bounced right off Jing's force field, hitting for 0 damage. When a massive shadow completely blacked out the sky, Lin Yu looked up, totally lost. Bro, what even is that? Shadowing completely over its rival, Jing was now 100 times its original size, sounding like some kind of ancient final boss. Time to show you the massive gap between a guppy and a true titan. Zihao clenched his jaw, totally sweating bullets. Wait, is this its unlocked base form? Over in the peanut gallery, Zing was losing his mind. Yo, that fish is insanely huge. Without missing a beat, Jing unhinged its massive jaws and gulped Lin Yu down in one bite. From deep inside the stomach, a panicked voice shrieked, "Yo, this is literally hacking!" Jing locked its jaws shut and answered with pure sass. Hacking? Nah, I just spawned with these maxed out stats. Zihao's mouth was wide open in absolute shock. He really just ate him? Stuck right inside the monster's gut, Lin Yu was absolutely losing it. Get me out of here, bro. It is way too dark. Baizian's voice sliced through the panic, cold and savage. The bigger fish always eats the smaller one. That's basically the #1 rule of the server. He slowly shifted his eyes over to stare down Zihao. But honestly, if I let my guy fully digest your summon, I'd be acting just as toxic as you. Taking the cue, Jing violently coughed Lin Yu right back out. The monster was ragdolling through the sky, whining. Man, I really thought it was game over. It slammed into the dirt super hard, landing right next to Zihao's boots. Baiqian and Jing stared down from their high ground like absolute deities checking a noob. Baiqian called out, "You finally getting the picture? The whole mindset of your fancy top-tier guild is completely toxic." Zihao grabbed his hair, his ego completely in ruins. I actually lost. Wait, am I the scrub here? The copium hit him hard as he started screaming, "No way, I am not a low-tier player." The thing he was totally hyper-fixated on was these blue gems, basically that classic premium currency you'd spot in any leveling manga. The raw power output on these rocks was absolutely broken, holding 50 times the magic density of any normal drop. He kept thinking to himself. Plus, it buffs a summon's mental stats, basically upgrading the whole tamer connection to the next rank. If you used it to command a pet, you'd literally skip hours of grinding for EXP. As Z processed all those massive buffs, a super shady look flashed in his eyes. A crazy, villainous smirk started taking over his face. Oh, this is perfect. Absolutely perfect, he thought, full of pure spite. Just you wait, Baiqian. You're so done. Meanwhile, over in Baiqian's squad, Fun Tianyu spun around to Po Tian with a super serious look on his face. Okay, just throwing out a crazy what-if here. If B-Clan City skipped all that tragic drama, would Bai An actually be running the place? Poten paused, unsure. Honestly, no clue. But as his day one, I'd back him up till the very end. Then he totally flipped the script on her. What about you, Fun Tianyu? Would you have been plotting against him? Right up ahead, Bai An was totally hitting it off with the locals. Seriously, it's zero hassle, he promised them. Even though we're kinda stuck in your universe right now, we are definitely brainstorming a ticket out. Oh really? That is awesome. Fun Tianyu went completely quiet for a second before finally hitting Poten back. Honestly, no idea. She stared over at Bai An, who was just chilling and laughing his head off far away. He was strictly my competition. I basically spent all my time hunting for flaws so I could totally wreck him. Her whole vibe softened up. But honestly, after surviving all this crazy stuff together, I'm low-key seeing his true colors. Like actual boss material. The second the words left her mouth, she totally freaked out and started backtracking hard. Look, throwing out a compliment doesn't mean I'm his biggest fan or whatever. I just don't despise the guy. Her voice completely faded into a super quiet mumble. Maybe I tolerate him. Poten just flashed this incredibly irritating thumbs up and smirked, "Oh, totally. Say less, loud and clear. We are fully picking up what you're putting down." A few seconds later, Bai An wrapped up his chat and strolled right back over to the duo. "Okay, so I've got 2 updates," he declared. "A major win and an epic fail. Pick your poison." Fun Tianyu just stared at him blankly. "Wait, what?" "Spill it." Catching how red she was, Bai An actually looked super worried. "Yo, Fang Tianyu, are you good? You look like a total tomato right now. Catching a fever or something?" That just made her face burn even hotter. She totally choked on Her words. I'm perfectly fine. Just hit us with the positive update already. Bai An gave a quick nod and unleashed the big reveal. Awesome part is, way before society crashed, Rhea City literally had pocket dimension tech. So basically, if we can just make it to those City ruins, scoring a warp gate is totally on the table. The trio just stood there in a tight huddle, while the heavy reality of everything completely washed over them. Bai An kept going. Now for the absolute worst part. He jabbed a finger straight down. Our current location? Technically the planet's basement. Like, literally a bottomless ocean trench. That old City is all the way up top, meaning we desperately need to track down some ancient space elevator just to reach the surface. He took a breath. And currently, that elevator is basically ground zero for the soulless swarm. Bai An started breaking down their absolute nightmare of a strategy. Under normal circumstances, a red pilot would completely steamroll the soulless. But Xiao Dong Li is literally the absolute last one operating in this entire zone. She is permanently tied down defending this specific turf. He pivoted to lock eyes with his squad, looking incredibly fired up and ready to scrap, which means we're strictly flying solo on this. The crew rolled out, eventually pulling up to this insanely creepy, pitch-black zone. Looks like we made it. Bai An kept his voice super low. Lagging slightly in the back, Fang Tianyu noticed a dead body just chilling on the dirt. Based on the loot, definitely a completely lost gun for hire. Without breaking a sweat, Bai An totally kicked those massive doors wide open. Looks like somebody definitely beat us to the punch. Keep your heads on a swivel. Out of nowhere, he stopped dead in his tracks. Hold up. He just stared blankly at the absolute chaos happening right in front of them. Xia was literally standing in a bloodbath, weapon gripped tight, using dead monsters as a footstool like some absolute battle goddess. She flashed a super cocky grin. Seriously? That's it? Total snooze fest. It literally looked like an insane boss fight straight out of an anime compilation. Bai An instantly threw his guard all the way up. Xia caught them staring and smirked. Oh, look who it is. If it isn't baby bro Bai An. Before they could even blink, a bunch of heavily armed security swarmed the room, locking their sights right on the squad. Don't move. Hands where I can see them. No sudden moves. Getting pushed forward by the guards, Bai An let out a huge sigh. Yo, honestly, we don't have time for a stupid cops and robbers bit. Catching the whole mess from her little throne of monsters, Xia absolutely lost it. Both of you back the hell off, right now. She ripped into her guys with pure rage. We are literally marooned in this dimension. Did that B-clan boss of yours seriously teach you zero survival skills? Watching the trigger-happy dudes back down, Bai An totally grinned. Gotta say, Sister Chi, you're way more chill than I gave you credit for. I literally thought everyone from the top tier was just an absolute meathead obsessed with fighting. She marched right up to Bai An, jabbing a finger right into his chest with zero warmth. Number 1. I couldn't care less what you think of the upper tier. Like I told you, I'm running my own solo op. Getting dragged into B-clan's toxic drama is 0% on my agenda. She tried staring him down, but Bai An locked eyes and didn't even blink. Number 2, quicker than lightning, she snatched him into this aggressive but totally joking headlock. You're literally the first monster wrangler to ever hand me an L, so my curiosity is officially totally piqued right now. Bai An was desperately fighting off the literal death grip, completely wheezing as he screamed, "This is what you call curious? Are you insane? Get off me right now!" Fang Tianyu watched the whole crazy wrestling match unfold and absolutely shrieked, "Bai An!" The security goons either completely looked away or just scratched their heads looking super awkward, while Poten literally turned to stone, way too terrified to interrupt her crazy tantrum. Suddenly, the vibe totally crashed. Both of them totally froze up. Bai An yelled out, "Yo, seriously, what is happening?" This insanely heavy aura just dropped on them out of nowhere as some totally freakish being spawned into the room. Qi Xiaowang instantly let Bai An go, shoving him behind her back like a total shield. Her tone went ice cold instantly. "Back the hell up. I've got this." Standing right in front of them was a literal walking nightmare of an absolute unit. Bai An's jaw practically hit the floor as he glared at the massive freak of nature. What on earth is that thing? Without even hesitating, he booted up his totally broken cheat skill. God's Eye. Spill the tea. The monstrosity was basically a massive, freakish green plant that ate meat for breakfast. It rocked straight-up drills for arms. Thanks to the skill, this elite mana boss's stats instantly spammed across his HUD. Target locked. It was a primary diamond-tier cosmic beast packing the Void Howl ability. Creepy red warnings flashed on screen. Psychic build, corrupted status. Literally a mutant spawned from some weird alien space dust. Its whole gimmick was mind-wrecking damage. Yan tried dropping in from above, but this thing's radar was way too cracked. It clapped back immediately. She threw up her arms, popping a magic barrier at the exact second to tank the hit. She got launched, tearing up the dirt as she skidded. Stabbing her weapon down to hit the brakes, she just grinned and wiped the grime off. Okay, that actually hit kinda hard. Out of nowhere, this super creepy voice ruined the vibe. Well, isn't this interesting? Some random guard stared at the cloaked dude like he was crazy. Yo, what's your deal? The guy just casually tossed his mask into the dirt. Strutting straight into the danger zone, he started flexing his vocal cords. I honestly just swung by to check if you newbies were chilling with the Hidden Moon crew. Mind-blowing. Boom, it was Diego, priest number 3 of the Demon Spider gang. Jan glared at the crasher. Freeze, creep. Who even are you? Diego completely ghosted her question. Treating her like a total NPC, he practically skipped toward the alien monster. Can't believe I stumbled on such epic loot. He yeeted his shiny gold sword, yelling, "Bow down to your new boss." The weapon zoomed across the battlefield looking like straight-up yellow lightning, and absolutely wrecked the cosmic beast. It punched right through its armor, making this weird shiny goo spray everywhere. Blink and you miss it, the monster's green scales glitched into this sick black and gold color scheme. The HUD started bugging out. The boss's code was getting hacked in real time. Parasitic Venom B, a total mind control exploit. Even a super brainy mutant could not fight it off. Bai An spotted the move immediately, losing all the color in his face. No way, that is the Parasitic B move. What are the demon spiders doing here? Potion was literally shaking, his voice squeaking hard. Bai An, have you seriously been boxing these freaks for 6 months straight? The second she heard Demon Spider, Jan went completely feral. She rushed in like an absolute tank, screaming, "Spider trash! Get wrecked!" She slammed face first into the hacked monster, swinging her gear with absolutely crazy momentum, dropping an attack that should have sliced reality. But Diego was just chilling on the boss's shoulder, not sweating it at all. He gave a smug little head tilt. "Girl, I don't even know you. Why are you acting like I ruined your life?" Jan was absolutely seeing red. "Stop capping. Do I gotta stab you to refresh that brain of yours?" It finally clicked for the villain. "Oh, that fiery demon move. Are you one of his little minions?" He couldn't even finish before a laser beamed right at him, but his gold shield totally tanked it. The shot just exploded into sparkly fireworks. Diego looked down like they were garbage, totally dripping with attitude. Oh, right. Got another little pest trying to ruin the vibe. Down below, Bai An teleported right next to Yan, pointing aggressively at the bad guy. "Parasitic B-boy. I don't give a toss how you respond. We are so not done here." He side-eyed Yan, realizing, looks like she's got mad beef with this dude too. Awesome. Yan met his look, and they instantly locked in. Up top, Diego was literally dying of laughter on his pet monster. "Love this for me. You losers are the perfect target practice for my new toy." Yan got into position, laser focused on the threat. Since we both want him 6 feet under, Bai An finished the thought for her, an evil little smirk popping up. "Let's squat up." She smirked right back, their murder vibes matching up flawlessly. Bet. Chit-chat over. The cosmic freak was fully charged up now. A crazy huge death beam blasted out of its mouth, completely wrapped in insane yellow electricity. Diego watched the absolute chaos like a proud dad. Just beautiful. That laser gouged a massive canyon straight through the dirt, leaving 0 survivors and just a massive cloud of toxic dust. He was cackling, totally hyped on the damage. Diamond tier stats, minimum. I hit the absolute jackpot. But the party got ruined super fast. This crazy flash of neon purple magic ripped right through the smog, hunting for a headshot. Diego barely even flinched, just dodging enough so the weapon missed by inches. Enter Yan. She strolled out of the smoke, rolling her eyes. Whiffed it, he sighed, looking totally bored by the whole thing. Of course you little roaches survived that. He shifted his attention to a shadowy figure still hiding in the fog, rocking a huge barrier. "Spill it. How'd you tank that hit?" Yan glanced over, waiting to see her boy, Bai An. But when the dust settled, the tank was some random dude. She threw her hands up, totally on edge. "Who the heck are you?" The dude was literally shaking. I'm just a regular merc," he stammered. Bai An slid out from behind him, patting his shoulder with a massive, cheeky grin. "Told you that anti-magic gear was absolute peak, right? Flawless performance, yeah?" The merc just nodded dumbly, while Bai An shot Diego a death glare. "Total big brain move. I used him to bait them and waste their mana. But this bad guy isn't dumb. Time to check his stats." Bai An fired up his scan skill again. Through the God's Eye, all of Diego's hidden info dropped instantly. Name, Diego. Title: The Parasitic Beast. Background: The 10,000 Spider Nest. Class: Peak Diamond Beast Tamer. His special trait: Spirit Beast Armor. Oh man, the boss phase. It is officially on. Reading through the stat sheet, Bai An's jaw dropped. The guy was rocking 2 built-in traits, and the second one was completely locked. This was giving heavy final boss vibes. An absolutely wild idea hit him. He reached out, manifesting those glowing golden chains of judgment. If it's locked, I'm just gonna swipe it, he grinned. Boom, skill triggered. Heavenly Dao chains. The glowing links blasted forward, wrapping Diego up like a burrito. The system chimed right away. Spirit armor taming snatched successfully. But then, glitch. Copy failed. Bai An totally froze, his brain glitching out too. A freaking error? The system literally never misses. Why the heck was this secret trait blocking his steal? The system interface gave a blunt answer. Target's secret ability is locked. Bai An squinted, instantly getting his chill back. Alright, whatever. If the mystery prize is off limits, I'll just wreck him with the loot I actually got. Then, another alarm went off. Warning, Heavenly Dao slots maxed out. Gotta swap out an old skill to keep going. Ugh, right. Bai An groaned to himself. He was hard-capped at holding 3 abilities at a time. His current loadout popped up on screen. A-rank Fang 2 Flame, A-rank Liquid Fire, and A-rank Soul Possession. Time to theory craft. Liquid Fire had double specs, but pairing it with the Fang stuff while using Soul Possession was super janky. Choice locked in. The system notification hit like a sledgehammer, deleting Liquid Fire body. The fire graphic broke apart, instantly swapping to a fresh glowing rune. New skill unlocked. Spirit armor taming. Loadout secured. On the other side of the dirt, Diego twitched. He felt completely violated, like a ghost just phased right into his core. You little snake, he screamed, looking insanely triggered. What did you just pull? You clueless isekai trash. Diego spat. Bai An actually blinked, genuinely shocked. This dude could literally feel the invisible Dao chains. Diego wasn't waiting around though. He went full tryhard on his star pet. The monster exploded with bio-lightning, blasting out these sick waves of neon green and yellow energy. The power slammed into the dirt, waking up all the creepy ancient plants buried underground. The floor literally burst open as these massive, freaky roots shot out, trapping the whole squad. The mycelium web, Jan yelled, totally panicked. It's literally alive. Before anybody could blink, vines whipped up, snatching a merc's leg with deadly sparking electricity. The guy was absolutely cooked. The roots squeezed shut, completely ignoring his armor and ripping him to shreds in a totally brutal mess. Bai An just watched, crunching the numbers. Pure physical DPS. He's hunting down the guys with anti-magic shields first to clear the board. Savage but smart. But mid-fight isn't the time to away from keyboard. While he was thinking, a huge root snuck up right behind him, ready to one-shot. By the time he noticed the aggro, he was already dead meat. Except, the hit never dropped. A metallic blur sliced the vines clean off in a microsecond. Bai An looked up, shook. Floating up, there was Feng Tianyu on her shiny gold eagle. She gave this cocky smirk and a hair flip. Wow, Bai An. Did not think I'd catch you needing a carry. Totally ignoring her sass, Bai An just flashed a thumbs up. Thanks for the save. Clutch timing. His totally unfazed reaction just made her mad. Hey, you're supposed to talk trash back. Don't ghost me. Meanwhile, Poten was literally hiding under his giant armor-plated gorilla, treating it like a meat shield. Save me. Tank the aggro. Poten screamed, grabbing his head as his pet soaked up all the DPS. Bai An's gamer brain was going crazy, calculating their next move. Diego cleared out our physical tanks first, so he's totally setting up for a massive magic nuke. We are completely boxed in. We need to push back. Fast. He checked the boss's type. It's a slime mold mutation. Mushrooms absolutely despise heat. We need a fire attack. We need the Lee Flame. Strats locked in. Bai An yelled across the zone. Yo, Feng Tianyu, I've got a strat, but I need your pyro skills. Feng Tianyu blinked, low-key shocked. Wait, the edgy solo player wants a team up? But Bai An kept calling shots. You too, monkey kid. Poten peeked out, super confused. Me? What am I supposed to do? Bai An locked eyes with their last teammate. And you, Miss Crimson. Yan smirked, her energy spiking. Oh? Finally letting me off the bench? Up in the sky, Diego watched them all squat up, his face scrunching into pure disgust. Cringe little bugs, he scoffed. No magic shields? Bro, you're literal firewood now. R.I.P. to you. The cosmic monster started cooking up a giant ball of doom. Chill out. Diego cackled like an absolute psycho. I'm totally recycling your dead bodies. The whole atmosphere got super heavy. This blast was way crazier than the previous hit. Xian noticed the power levels absolutely redlining. Right on cue, Tian sent his metal-plated monkey straight into the danger zone. Thunderstorm, eat that hit. The giant primate screamed, tanking the massive wipeout head-on. A force field popped up and straight up gulped the laser. Diego looked absolutely shook. Wait, that dumb chimp just ate my attack? The metal monkey started glowing, super jacked and totally ready to blow. It wasn't just defending, bro. It was charging up. Let it rip. The giant ape punched the dirt, blasting all that saved up power in a crazy earthquake that wrecked the ground. There was our perfect window. Tanu, torch them! Xian yelled out. Yu just smirked, totally vibing with the crazy battle energy. Stop bossing me around, loser. Honestly though, her timing was completely flawless. Using that wild sun technique, her red and gold birds blasted absolute hellfire at the cosmic monster. Total elemental wipeout, dude. The creepy weed monster screamed while the fire completely melted its cells into absolute nothingness. While that thing got toasted, Yan started her crazy spell. Pointing up, she began dropping some super old magical verses. Even legit divine warnings get totally ignored by villains. The underworld is pounding. 3,000 corrupted realms. Total madness. Her magic started going totally berserk. If respawning is real, I'm picking the absolute villain route. Her eyes popped wide, flashing neon purple. This is the dark path. I am the literal devil. Answer my summon. Straight out of the void, this purple fire monster showed up, holding a literal shadow grim reaper scythe that could slice space. The magic ring exploded, showing off this gorgeous gray bird wrapped in neon purple flames. Yan aimed her sword straight ahead. Dinner time, my dark patrol raven. While the epic bird took off, a super crazy stat screen popped up for everyone to see. Check it out, the Night Stalker Firebird, a literal diamond rank mutation from the classic Raven family. It rocks 3 epic modes, Demon Flame, Karma Fire, and the super scary Asura form. It fights super smoothly like a literal ninja, an insanely rare drop. Xian was watching with his mouth completely wide open. Is this a joke? A magical pet with those kind of insane stats? Its movement was way beyond any basic leveling trick he had ever seen. Form switching. Xian scoped out its footwork like crazy. Wait, is it seriously copying human fighting styles? By switching up its posture, it triggers totally unique battle buffs. The bird launched into the sky, hard focusing Diego. Demon Fire mode. Diego squealed as Total Doom cast a shadow over him. That dark firebird? They are supposed to be totally wiped out. He stood there, completely frozen in shock. In a flash, the bird's claws completely shredded the cosmic monster for huge crit damage. Hit and run, baby. The bird flipped backward, getting totally flawless distance from the monster. Wings folded. Crazy pinkish purple energy charged up in its feathers. The monster spotted a gap and desperately tried to charge a laser blast. Way too slow, dude. The bird fired off its karma mode. Gold and purple beams smashed together in a massive explosion. Xian gasped as the shockwaves hit. No way, the karma skill. The magical laser struggle hit absolute maximum overdrive. The bird's laser totally bodied the space monster, completely melting its defense. The winner landed smoothly. Instantly, neon purple fire exploded under its claws, totally taking over the zone. Yan, who had been super quiet, finally wrapped up her spell. Wow, so that is the insane flex of a top-tier mutation. Xian suddenly knew his future was going to be packed with absolute units. She literally shows how terrifying this server really is. The bird just chilled there, looking like an absolute boss in the purple fire. Its intense eyes cut right through the fog. Diego tripped out of the rubble, looking totally wrecked. He mumbled like a total psycho. Cleanse the mind, wash the spirit. Not even aliens can beat a legendary pet. Total greed flashed in his eyes. If I could just catch it. His daydream got instantly wrecked by a freezing metal blade pointed right at his face. Standing with her bird, Yan sounded totally brutal. Trash from the Spider Clan could never get this bird's respect. Time is up for you. Diego looked absolutely terrified. Oh my god, you are the hyped up heir of the dark fire. Cannot believe I am losing to. She completely cut him off. A quick wrist flick sent out an insanely heavy pressure wave. Dead quiet. Xian was sweating bullets over here. Is the high tier zone seriously this intense? An epic pet matched with a ridiculously overpowered player. He checked out her badass vibe. Honestly, she might actually have a higher power level than my grandpa. Xian squeezed his hands tight, looking totally hyped. After this crazy mess, the high ranks are going to be completely chaotic. Gotta grind some levels before that storm wrecks us. Staring at Yan, his brain fired off crazy theories. though the 10,000 spider nest had its level ceiling completely hardlocked. Hitting that upper realm origin star is my only way up, but whatever, future me's problem. Chi Yan swung her massive blade up and strutted right over. You guys totally give off elite family rich kid vibes, she dropped. Staring Fang Tianu down, she continued, guessing you're the newest spark for the Fang Tianu fire. Bai Xian froze, was she reading their group chat or what? Pivoting his way, she smirked. Star Sea Dragon energy, definitely the exiled dude's grandson from the Bai An crew. Your grandpa absolutely wrecked the upper realm back in his glory days. Plus, the Yuan clan's Frosty Thunder, your great-grandparents, literally led the charge taking over the Star Sea. Hand on her chest, Yan flashed a cocky grin. Time for proper intros. I rock the infernal heaven fire. Name is Chi Yan from the Q-Chi crew, rocking the demon blaze. Sorry about the messy entrance. I literally could not care less about your family drama. Management sent me down to scope out this fresh dimension. Just wanted to see how my spear handled the native monsters. Her vibe instantly soured. But obviously, my warp points got totally glitched out, so my entire quest is dead in the water. Bai Xian looked crushed. Hold up, is she soft locked in here with us? Rubbing the back of her neck with a cringe, she nodded. Sadly, yep, Bai Xian practically lit up, clapping loudly. Awesome, squat up with us then. Fang Tianu lost her absolute mind in the back. Bro, you cannot just draft randoms without asking. Are you tripping? Bai Xian? Upper realm elites caused the whole white scale disaster. Her kind ruined my family. Bai Xian just tapped her shoulder, dropping a super chill smile. Did you totally forget my S-rank intuition perk? Just follow my lead. Fang Tianu turned bright red and smacked his arm away. Whatever, quit flexing that stupid S-rank. Bai Xian laughed to himself. Imagine if she realized it was actually a legit mythic skill. Leaving the zone, Bai Xian joked, guess you're in then. Fang Tianu totally ignored him. Let's just get topside already. They finally stepped out into the wrecked streets of Re City. Bai Xian stared at this massive, creepy fortress covered in dead vines. Yan looked impressed. These buildings are honestly as insane as ours. His mouth jerked. If they were so smart, why does this give off major jump scare vibes at noon? Even looking super depressing, those beat-up statues proved Re used to be an epic kingdom. They scoped out the area. Bai Xian groaned. This is literally copy-pasted garbage. How do we even track a warp pad out here? Fang Tianu hit him with a wicked grin, ready to flame. Thought your precious S-rank gut feeling had this covered? Bai Xian's eyes widened. Genius. That warp pad totally runs on premium rare loot. Booting up my divine sight scanner means I can follow the magic trail right to it. He squeezed his eyes shut, locking in. Divine vision on. Sweep the radius for epic drops. The interface pinged right back. Running sweep now. The optical feed flashed results, though they were super glitchy. Alien tech from an alternate universe really messed with the sensors. Giving a vague general area was the absolute best it could manage. Crazy ideas flooded his brain. A literal throne? Was this that mythical boss castle all the old lore hyped up? Bai Xian squinted, feeling super sketch about it. Why would a royal chair link up to our escape portal though? Gotta send it and see. He checked out the creepy shadows everywhere. He paused, second guessing. This was basically hunting for a pixel in a massive sandbox. The view hard cut to pitch black nothingness. Gnarly roots snaked across the floor, stabbed through with sharp neon blue rocks. Zihawa scowled, folding his arms like a brat. Tell me we actually found something? His flunky stared at the shiny rocks. We did, boss. The guy lifted a radar tool, sounding completely mind-blown. The power levels inside this ore are just stupidly high. And honestly, the radar history is getting freaky, spiking hard the deeper we push into the middle. The dude's voice bounced off the empty black walls. Pretty sure these stones are leeching off a totally cracked battery nearby. Honestly, it might be the actual server heart of this dimension. The legendary drop we are grinding for. Our stash alone could easily fund a purple star monster tamer. One major glitch though, his lackey warned. Consuming this loot demands some insane base stats. You gotta be the perfect genetic match. Since you are still healing up your mana, maybe do not pop them yet. Playing it safe is smart. Z instantly shut him up. Nah, we are literally stuck in this nightmare. We gotta move fast. Playing it safe is not an option. Imagine bumping into that annoying dude Bai Xian before we even escape. Meanwhile, Zenning is just standing there with puppy dog eyes, holding up this shiny gem. She was literally whining. Bro, this rock is packed with energy. I bet it could give Long a crazy evolution boost. Zihao just stared at her like she was crazy. Zenning, what on earth are you up to? But she just shrugged it off. She got all cute and mumbled. But he is starving. Plus, my boy hasn't had a level up in forever. Her pet was literally drooling over this rock, practically begging for a glow up. See? He totally wants to break his level cap. Zihao low-key panicked and snapped back. Are you insane? The magic in that thing is way too intense. Swallowing that straight up will literally destroy his core. No way. Zenning freaked, but the damage was done. Long just swiped the gem in a flash and chomped it down. Next thing we know, his eyes are shooting crazy rainbow lasers. Zening gasped. Wait, are you okay, buddy? The guys were absolutely speechless before Zihao just lost his mind. Bro, he actually swallowed it. The magical power spiked so hard it was about to break the charts. The beast threw its wings open while this insane neon purple aura blasted everywhere. He bulked up instantly, looking totally terrifying. In literally 1 second, he turned into an absolute giant. Little Zenning was just down there hyping him up. Look how massive he got, she squealed. Her brother just face-palmed. Thank God he didn't blow up. What are his stats looking like? His sidekick pulled up the system interface and was like, yeah, his combat level just went completely off the rails. Scanning the numbers, the guy reported. He didn't hit the next tier, but he is totally maxed out at gold rank right now. Good thing her pet is built tough enough to handle that crazy buff. But Zihao was looking super stressed about it. Maxed out gold? That is practically diamond tier, he thought. My little sister is honestly way more gifted than me. Seeing this giant monster act like a cute puppy with her made him super salty. He kind of hated to admit it. Not gonna lie, he was insanely jealous. All those flashbacks of him failing miserably were totally messing with his head. He grinded so hard just to get wrecked by total newbies before. If anyone found out about that massive loss, his reputation would be toast. Holding his own gem, he was totally torn between playing it safe and grabbing that power. Like, it is risky, but being strong is literally everything. Locking eyes with the shiny rock, he hyped himself up. The top dog's gotta keep leveling up, right? He furrowed his brows. This loot literally matches my build perfectly. But then someone yelling completely broke his focus. He jumped out of his skin. Zenning was chilling on top of her giant pet, waving around like she owned the place. We are going for a stroll. The vibes are too dead here, she yelled. Her brother snapped. Are you kidding me? This isn't a freaking holiday. She literally left him on red, giggling and yelling. Let's ride, buddy. Zihao just watched them take off, fuming mad. Hello? Are you deaf? He raged at her. Meanwhile, cut to this super creepy, pitch-black dungeon area. Bai An was staring down this absolute unit of a stone figure, just thinking to himself, the boss room for Kasuna gotta be right up ahead. He scanned the area, getting major bad vibes. Why aren't the monsters here completely zombified? Then he spotted this epic gold blade. Wait, is that a legendary cleansing weapon? Fang Tianyu finally spoke up. Bro, is there literally anywhere normal in this game? Baiqian just kept pondering. Looks like these statues are the literal legends who gave their lives to lock Kasuna away. He was totally stressing out. But what on earth is that sword, he thought. Triggering his inspect skill, a classic holographic stat menu popped up instantly. The text read, Alien Alloy, exact power levels completely hidden. It was this crazy advanced tech designed to suck up spirits. The locals used it as a trap for those infected zombie things. Basically, by eating a ton of ghosts, it gets enough juice to keep the boss locked up forever. But over time, the battery kind of drains out. Bai An instantly figured out the lore. Wait, so these guys literally fed their own spirits to the machine to keep it running? That explains why they aren't zombies. The infection could not grab them because their spirits were already missing. Right as he went to grab the hilt, someone screamed, Yo, keep your hands off that. Fang Tianyu whipped around, weapons drawn and totally freaked out. Who the heck said that? Yan Yan panicked. Bro, I have no clue, but they are right next to us. Since everybody heard it, they definitely weren't just tripping. Then, the glowing gem on the sword literally started talking. What even are you newbies? It demanded. Fang pointed at it, losing her mind. It is the sword. The crew was totally shook. Yeah, I definitely caught that, Potian agreed. Bai An threw his arms out, trying to keep everyone calm. Chill for a sec. That's literally a holy relic keeping the rot locked away. Then out of nowhere, this weird thing wiggled right out of the blade. The crystal spirit was absolutely shaking. The ward got totally twisted. Like, hold up. How did I get stuck inside this weapons zone? Bro, look at me. Why am I literally made of liquid? And where's the actual ocean? Staring into the pitch black void, it completely broke down. The barrier is totally fading. This sucks so much we officially lost. Bai An's eyes suddenly lit up as it all clicked. He was low-key confused. How are we even listening to its thoughts right now? The gem spirit just kept yelling at them. Yo, you sketchy foreigner, get your butt over here and help. His truth sight showed the facts. The ward was basically a mind-reading energy bubble. If you step inside the zone, you catch every single vibe and thought coming from the blade. Bai just tuned into the spirit begging, "Bro, smash this thing already. Living like this absolute trash is completely pointless." But then he snapped back. "Hold up, it's not over yet." Digging into his memory bank, he dropped the actual facts on the ghost. "Your people are literally still out here surviving in this trench. It's super rough, but there's totally still a chance." The crystal ghost just rolled its eyes, totally not buying it. The barrier did zero to stop those monster mutants. This whole planet is going to rot. It's literally just a waiting game. Bai snapped right back. "Yeah, I'm absolutely not letting that happen." In the back, Yan Yan kept whispering, "We're done for. We can't do anything." Bai completely ghosted her, keeping his eyes on the spirit. "We're literally here for the warp pad, not to argue with some boomer relic that's over 500 years old." The spirit gave them a super sus look. "You want the warp zone? Wait, are you seriously trying to walk right into the main palace?" Flashing back to some massive, creepy shadow, it warned them, "Don't do it, guys. Kasuna is locked up in there. Going in means you're waking up her insanely cursed clone." Bai completely shut that warning right down. "I literally couldn't care less if she's a mutant or a deity. I've got a whole city to save. If she gets in my way, she's dead meat." The ghost hugged the metal, and this insane bright blue aura started building up. It just gave a sassy smirk. "You crazy foreigner, maybe you're actually onto something. The ward's gonna shatter anyway, so come grab me." Bai spun around, looking super doubtful. "If you're really down for this," the rotten chunks of the weapon suddenly snapped into 3 pieces. The neon green ghost sneaked right out of the fractures, making the whole weapon way longer. This crazy bright flash popped off, eating up the dead shell and turning the whole thing into pure ghost fire. The green parts of the metal got super pointy and lethal, literally burning the spirit's energy to spark this glowing magic flame. The grip completely morphed into an eyeball. "My last job for this form," Bai thought, totally mind blown. "Bro, it actually transforms." The weapon slammed straight into the dirt. "Let's go," the ghost barked. "Pull it out, foreigner." He walked up and grabbed the handle, dropping a quick warning. "Your words, not mine. No backing out now." The ghost was getting annoyed. "Stop dragging it out and pull." The second he yanked it, neon blue-green power blasted everywhere, totally filling the room. Everything physical is an illusion. Life is empty. Everything has a soul, and karma is absolutely real. Taming monsters, chasing destiny, and commanding spirits, that's the ultimate flex. He yanked the blade up, ripping a massive crack across the floor. When Bai held the weapon high, that sick green aura just went crazy, slicing straight through all the rot. "Right here, right now, we're making a deal. I'm finishing your failed mission until you completely cross over." With the deal locked in, Bai gave this super smug grin. "Awesome, we're officially linked." The gem ghost was totally lost. "Hold up, what even was that magic setup?" He just shrugged. "A binding deal? Duh. I thought you wanted to tag along?" Out of nowhere, a massive green tornado swallowed all 4 of them. Bai yelled, "Earthquake? Is it a faceless?" The ghost totally shot that down. "Nope, definitely not a faceless. This energy is giving major vibes of you foreigners." All of a sudden, this crazy hot pink laser beamed right out of the floor, basically looking like it would rip a hole in reality. Bai stared up, eyes absolutely huge. "Bro, is that a whole dragon?" His truth vision immediately pulled up the monster's stats. A total cliche in this magic leveling stuff. Jadekin dragon. Category, scaled fish. Subcategory, 4-legged wyvern. Level, maxed out gold tier. Perks, windbind, emerald secret. Moves, palebone, moon reversal. Perfect jade blade, plus chaotic swamp snow dance. It's a wyvern remix that falls under the gem dragon family. Shockingly, it acts super goofy and looks as adorable as a kitten. But seriously, don't let the cuteness trick you. Its fighting stats are insanely cracked despite the sweet face. That's why Beast Tamer girls go absolutely crazy over it. Zing squealed in pure hype. Finally, room to breathe. Chilling on top of the dragon's head, she peeked down and caught the squad of 4. Zening narrowed her eyes. "Hold up! Is that Bai Xian?" she gasped, totally shook. "And Yan Yan, the absolute carry of the Chi squad? Sick. Ugh, it's that clueless chick from the B clan." Zing brushed off the shade and yelled, "Dude, you're literally top-tier royalty. Why are you hanging out with this bottom-tier loser, Bai An?" Yan Yan just sighed hard. "Bro, didn't we cover this? The bosses told me to jump through the gate with you guys. Hanging out together was definitely not part of the memo." Zing crossed her arms, super salty. My older bro told me Bai An's grandpa was totally toxic and shady, which makes him trash by association. And since you've got his back, you're trash too. Zenning shrieked from her jade dragon, totally killing the vibe. That basically makes you the poster child for meatheads. Absolute garbage. I'm stepping up for my brother to wreck all you losers today. Bai An was so confused. Bro, what is that mental gymnastics? Yan kept her chill. Just tune her out. Your cousin's pretty dense. Bai An nervously chuckled, wiping off a massive sweat drop. Looks like I pulled you into my drama, Chi. My bad. She didn't even flinch. Whatever. I ghosted those B-clan losers ages ago, talking about the elite branch, obviously. Flicking her wrist, Yan signaled her flaming psycho tiger. The monster folded its arms like a boss, literal fire erupting down its spine. Flexing crazy aura. Blazing smile, she snapped. Torch the place. Bai An glanced at his weird new gear. My bad. Guess we're sticking around. The crystal spirit freaked out. Wait, what? You're dragging me into a fight with that kid? Dude, my battery is practically at 0. Quit draining my juice on side quests. But the fire tiger threw a cocky grin, nodding to hype Bai An up. Chill out, little bro. We've got this on lock. Hearing the animal actually talk made Bai An jump out of his skin. He shot Yan a super guilty look. This whole mess started because of me. She just shushed him, looking insanely confident. Shut it. Haven't you got some main character stuff to do? A gorgeous violet sword spawned in her hand. Go do your thing. Soon as I wreck this kid, I'm catching up. Zenning screamed her orders. Long, wipe her out. The dragon's vibe instantly flipped from cute to straight-up murder mode. That monster's giant claw stomped down like the literal apocalypse. The earth exploded, blasting rubble everywhere, until one bare hand just casually blocked the hit. Zenning lost her mind. No way. Yan Xiao clutched up. The fire tiger dropped in right on time to guard his boss, smirking hard. That your best shot? Crazy power swirled around his paw, glowing stupidly bright as he locked in. Eat this. Dropping his signature tiger roar attack, he absolutely smoked the jade dragon's claw without even giving it a second glance. Yan kept her eyes forward. Bounce, now. He nodded, looking dead serious. Stay frosty. That lizard isn't normal. He hyped up the squad. Fun Tanyu Yuan Pone. Let's roll. But the crystal spirit in his sword started panicking. New guy, my juice is insanely low. You get 2 swings, max. Bai An just grinned. 2? I'm ending this in 1. He hoisted the weapon, looking cocky as hell. I literally don't miss. He slashed. A laser beam ripped the ground open, cutting the toxic sludge cleanly in half. Bai An casually slung the sword over his shoulder. Told ya. But the sword awkwardly stammered. So technically you hit it. Then it hit him. Bro, wait. The slime! Gunk was pouring out of the core. Bai An choked. Dude, it's healing itself. The dark ooze blew up, completely blocking their way. The blade started vibrating like crazy, throwing its voice straight into his brain. Chill out. We have 1 shot left to permanently cancel its respawn. The sword let out a super depressing buzz. This is game over for me, foreigner. Bai An forced a smile to hide his freakout. Hold up, don't hit the quit button yet. His eyes got super intense. Don't you want to stick around and watch these fake gods get totally wrecked? The spirit hesitated. But you need a re-soul for that. Bai An wasn't having it. He triggered his mental UI. God's Eye. Run a scan. Neon blue pop-up spammed his vision total system interface vibes. Target locked. Re-metal bioform. Makeup. R-metal with soul traits. It's a sentient weapon that morphs and flips soul juice into pure mind-bending force. Main gig. Toxic. Canceling shield. Syncing with a soul boosts its damage output by 500%. Alert. This R dimension is completely out of magic. It only runs on brain power fueled by raw souls. Theory. Magic is weak anyway, so let's swap it for something heavier. Fix. Pump it full of that toxic karma from the monster core. Bai An's energy spiked like crazy. Alright, bet. I'm mixing my core with his and jump-starting this karma motor. The weapon shook like a leaf. Dude, are you clinically insane? Stop. A system alert popped up. Connection secured. Swapped soul battery for premium karma fuel. Insane energy rushed into the steel. The ancient relic shivered. Whoa. This feeling. What is this broken power level? Bai An scoped out the area, doing hypermath in his head. If they lock the exit, we're busting through the wall. Bro rushed in, screaming like an absolute menace while a crazy death beam sliced the sky. Bai An went totally off, dropping massive hits that literally atomized those creepy vines. The back wall just vaporized. Right then, that epic monster fight peaked hard. Crimson and Sapphire energy smashed together, dropping a shockwave that basically broke the dungeon. Dripping in blue fire, the snow tiger shoved back like a literal tornado, twisting their power into a crazy tornado of doom. Across from it, the pink dragon Deadass refused to back down, flexing its aura while Zening aimed a shaky hand. You are literally the coolest kid at school. Why trash your rep for some villain's kid? Yan Yan stayed totally unbothered. I literally could not care less about that clout, she glared. I am playing my own game. Magic is just a vibe check for your soul. It only took 2 hits to see who he really is. Wondering why I am teaming up with him? Because that so-called outcast is way more legit than you. He actually spares innocence, unlike some people. Zening looked mad, furious. Do not preach to me. Your mindset is trash. Wipe them out, she shrieked. The tiger gave a cocky grin. This chick is literally missing a brain, huh? Yan Yan rolled her eyes. Does your family ban critical thinking? Talk is cheap. Throw me, Yan Xia. Bet, the tiger replied, yeeting her forward. She moved like an absolute glitch. Let me teach you a lesson since your parents failed. The dragon spammed crazy blasts, but Yan Yan dodged them all like an absolute ghost. Zening looked terrified. She is literally targeting me. Giving massive death glares, Yan Yan closed the gap. Zening completely locked up. This girl is a total psycho. Bang! Yan Yan wrecked the floor with her weapon, popping a shockwave that instantly leveled the beast and its trainer. Long just dropped, totally eating dirt on the rubble. Yan Yan low-key smirked at the wreckage. She sounded so incredibly petty, yelling out, "Thought you were gonna end me? Now look who is literally tasting the floor." Looking over her shoulder though, Yan Yan definitely felt a quick wave of guilt hit her. Did she go too hard? Seeing Zening knocked totally out cold, Yan Yan mentally groaned. The girl was basically a kid. Cut back to Bai An. That huge barrier was completely deleted, leaving a massive black hole. He cringed hard. My bad. Guess I overdid it a bit. Potion was dead-ass, stunned. Bai An, are you seriously just a basic white tier with that damage? That was totally unhinged. Out of nowhere, Fang Tianyu screamed, sounding panicked. Yo, check that out. They locked in on absolute nightmare fuel. A giant freak of nature was just chilling on the throne. The crystal ghost sounded super shaky, explaining the lore. That is Kasuna. She led the resistance against the darkness, but ended up getting consumed. Now she is basically the boss of the evil side. For a royal deity, she definitely did not deserve this toxic fate. Boom! The monster's eyes shot wide open. Right then, Long woke up flexing the exact same cursed, glowing stare. He crept up super creepy behind Yan Yan. Catching the weird vibe, she totally froze in a panic. What the heck? She spun around to a mad rabid spirit pet, its jaws open wide and glowing super aggressively. How is this thing even awake? She thought, quickly checking on Zening, who was still totally knocked out. It clicked instantly and she was shook. Nobody is ordering this thing. It is just raging. Yan let out a tired groan. Such an annoying kid, but zero time to stress. Long spammed crazy blue fire, making the whole zone a literal oven. Out of nowhere, a crazy teal beam totally wrecked Yensha. The hit sent the pet flying right at Bai An, leaving him completely shook. Pure muscle memory took over. He snapped a shield up, blocking the falling rocks. Heads up! Squad, he yelled, looking serious. Long kept pushing his offensive, his eyes shining a super creepy sapphire color. Catching Yan Yan and Zening chilling safe in Yansha's grip, Bai An was so confused. Yan, what is actually happening right now? The ghost cut in fast. Peeped the dragon's eyes. It called out how crazy similar Long looked to that toxic Kasuna just sitting on the boss chair. It is Kasuna, the spirit panicked. She is totally puppeteering him. That pet definitely snacked on my squad's crystal souls. Kasuna reached out, and Long just started floating over like he was hypnotized. The ghost absolutely lost it. No way. What is his plan? We are literally doomed, the spirit yelled. He is trying to unchain Kasuna from her seat. Long started ripping up the roots, holding the queen down. We gotta stop him immediately, Bai An screamed. Yan, slap that kid awake right this second. Make her unsummon that jade dragon immediately. If that boss escapes, we are literally going to get wiped. Catching the panic, Yan Yan moved fast. Yo, snap out of it, you absolute dummy. Yelling did absolutely nothing, so Yan Yan literally slapped Zening awake. Zening finally blinked her eyes open. Blurry-eyed, she saw Yan Yan standing there and thought, gross, the gym bro chick. Then she instantly started throwing a massive fit. Back off, you psycho. Yan Yan yelled right back, totally done with her drama. Not the vibe right now, just look at your pet. Zening completely froze up, looking straight up ghostly when she saw the absolute mess around them. Spotting Long trapped in Kasuna's grip, she shrieked for him. Pull him back now, Yan Yan ordered. Freaking out, Zening screamed for him to come back. In a flash, the dragon turned into pure light, totally ripping through Kasuna's arm right before dipping out. Super mad about getting cut, Kasuna let out this creepy growl. The whole vibe got incredibly heavy as her insane energy exploded. Shadowy magic pumped straight through her body. Bai An stood there totally paralyzed, watching those gross tentacles squirm. He suddenly clicked that those were the exact same creepy appendages from the warp portal earlier. It was straight out of a classic video game boss fight. Yan Yan just smirked and grabbed her gear, thinking this was totally flawless. The absolute queen of this dimension. Her wand started buzzing with sketchy purple lightning. Totally hyped for a fight, Yan Yan walked right up. Let us see if you can take a hit from pure demon fire gear. But the floating crystal started freaking out, begging her to stop. Just let me do it. Way too late for that. Yan Yan was already up close and personal with the giant Kasuna. The magic rock basically threw a tantrum, crying about why nobody ever listens to it. A massive blade just spawned into Kasuna's hand, getting insanely huge. She swung that giant weapon, totally trying to one-shot Yan. Yan Yan looked absolutely chilling, so the boss actually knows how to sword fight. Completely unfazed, she told Yan Sha to block it. We are not some easy targets. While her pet struggled against the giant blade, Yan saw her chance. She jumped ridiculously high, dropping down like a literal shooting star to end the whole fight right there. But luck was seriously against her. Kasuna moved stupid fast, blasting creepy vines straight out of her arm. In a split second, they morphed into this wicked sharp polearm. Kasuna aimed it, and Yan suddenly panicked, realizing it could totally block her fire. Yan tried so hard to dodge backward, but Kasuna was absolutely zero chill and kept coming. She attacked with that sketchy new polearm, and instantly stabbed right through Yan Sha. That is when Yan realized the sword thing was completely fake. Standing off to the side, Yan Yan staggered, feeling the exact same pain as her pet. She completely dropped to the floor. Bai An sprinted over, asking if she was okay. Yan just clenched her jaw, totally mad at herself. So stupid. I was way too slow. Using absolutely everything she had left, Yan Yan triggered a rescue spell. Just chill and heal up, she mumbled softly as Yan Sha poofed into safe energy inside the spirit zone. Seeing that absolute wreck, Bai An was totally shook. So gods are actually overpowered. The little rock chimed in, sounding super depressing. Well yeah, Kasuna is a literal top-tier boss who can spawn life. His scanning skill popped up, showing her absolutely insane player stats. Maxed out purple tier, an old queen who got totally corrupted by some creepy ancient virus. She used to be holy, but getting sick dropped her level while basically merging her with dark magic. Unless her actual spirit breaks, she can heal forever. Basically the worst possible setup for any main character. The Rock laid out the terrible news. You have to totally drain her spirit to win, and it takes one to know one. But you foreign kids only do basic physical attacks, not magic damage. You literally cannot touch her spirit. Bai An looked super stressed. So basically, we are hitting her with wet noodles. But then Yan Yan gave this tiny, super cocky smirk. Hey, chill out, dude. Shaking super hard, she dragged herself up and said she was going in again. Bai An tried blocking her, calling her absolutely insane since her pet just got wrecked. She is literally built different, he argued, but Yan Yan looked absolutely fired up. She is actually worth fighting. Even totally beat up, her energy was absolutely off the charts. She figured one good hit with that polearm would show those snobby bosses what was up. Bai An just sighed. Total combat freak. Is she literally ever scared of anything? And then it totally clicked. Hold up, being scared? He thought back to the fight. The boss healed through literally every attack, except hers. It went out of its way to dodge that polearm. Was the monster actually terrified of her gear? His menu popped up suddenly. Scanning, demon fire crystal. Made under insane gravity pressure in literal hell. Perks include complete magic burning. It can hit physical stuff and ghost stuff. Rumored to be a boss killer that deletes your actual spirit. Bai An gave a massive grin. Gotcha. That polearm does actual true damage. The magic rock was totally clueless, asking what he was talking about. This is literally our only shot to zero Kasuna. He sprinted over to Yan. Yo, lady, she completely shut him down. I heard your whole breakdown, Einstein. She fired back. Bai An just gave a quick nod. Bet. I'll run crowd control. You take the snipe. A completely unhinged smirk spread across her face. Oh, I'm definitely securing this kill. She laughed darkly. Honestly, if my homeworld didn't have such toxic rules, we'd totally be an elite duo. No cap, Bai An agreed. It's a huge flex fighting beside you. The squad was officially formed. Bai An locked in. No more playing nice. Let's absolutely wreck this guy. The sentient blade practically vibrated. Yo, what is this insane aura? The weapon yelled. Suddenly, pure magic erupted, wrapping him in a seriously sick set of armor. He looked completely different now, an absolute unit clad in steel, straight out of a god-tier webtoon protagonist setup. System prompt, Beast Spirit Gear online, scaling to user's elemental vibe. Wait, did that parasite bee actually drop this loot? Bai An thought. Bro, since when do you have that kind of tech? The sword gasped, literally leveling up its own shape to match his crazy new energy. Yo, quit hyping the fit, he's rushing us. Kasuna basically teleported in, swinging a massive sword that looked like it could delete the server. Crash! The hit totally cratered the ground and shot a crazy laser beam into the clouds. Miraculously, the boss stumbled back. My bad on that one, Bai An called out smoothly. The weapon totally flexed on the monster. You really thought we'd get one shot? Bai An had deadass used the talking sword to block the nuke. Excuse me, I'm a mythic weapon, not a riot shield, it complained loudly. Muscle memory, bro. Bai An strained under the pressure. Just zip it and let Yan do her thing right now. Right on cue, Yan dropped from the sky like a literal nuke, her glowing spear aiming right for the dome. But Kasuna had crazy fast reflexes. Freaky tentacles shot out of its spine and snatched her mid-jump. Are you kidding me? She yelled, totally trapped. Back up, you gross freak. Bai An low-key panicked since she was completely exposed. The monster aimed its weapon to finish her off. Yeah, that's a hard no. He totally dodged the hit and slashed hard. Pure mana swirled into this gigantic ghost rhino that stampeded straight toward her. Well then, okay, the newbies actually got strats. The blade hyped him up. Bai An just stared, completely mind-blown. Bro, I literally do not know how I did that. That was straight-up physical manifestation, but he hadn't even hit gold tier yet. System ping. Metallic entities vibe heavily with elite brainwaves. Crazy combo unlocked. Brain stats are getting massively boosted thanks to syncing up with the beast soul. Skipping normal level checks. Your current rank doesn't matter here. It's all about how intense your spiritual energy is right now. Merging the living weapon and ghost gear just unlocked the real deal. Spotting Yan totally chilling on the rhino's back, Bai An looked confused. Wait, that move is definitely from the Psycho Spider clan. How is she tied to them? Kasuna shrieked in pain, but its boss-level energy wasn't dropping at all. The thing was an absolute unit. Your little magic show isn't gonna wipe a literal deity, bro. The sword cautioned him. Yeah, I can clearly see that, bro. Bai An clapped back. Staring down this broken raid boss, he just took a deep breath and focused. Alright, time to go absolutely feral. He called upon the massive sea beast. Dude, you're literally gonna get us killed! The weapon freaked out. I've got the manifestation buff now. Bai An hyped himself up, eyes lighting up. Let's see what it can really do. Spawn in, Leviathan. Reality totally glitched behind the boss, ripping open a gigantic black hole. Kasuna definitely caught the bad vibes, but it was way too slow. The ghost whale shot out of the portal and literally chomped down on the boss's face. Got him. While the freak was busy struggling in the whale's mouth, Bai An used his dash skill, stabbing his sword straight into its wide-open ribcage. He was smiling like a maniac, completely pumped on adrenaline. Yo, ugly. Wanna guess a whale's favorite cheat meal? He started spamming attacks. Fried squid, bro. He glanced over his shoulder. Yan, finish the run. She didn't miss a beat. Her murderous vibe was literally radiating across the map. She aimed her weapon right at the stunned boss. Hope you're hungry. Catching the ultimate sweet spot, she threw her spear like an absolute rocket. Her voice echoed insanely loud across the field. Check out what Hellfire actually looks like. But out of nowhere, this glowing shield popped up and totally blocked her finisher. Both of them were just standing there, completely stunned. Yan clenched her jaw, her ego totally bruised. Are you serious? My damage output is still way too low to shatter its defense. Without missing a beat, Bai An stabbed his sword into the monster's open wound just to anchor himself down. Sorry about this, bro, he mumbled. The sword spirit was super confused. Wait, since when are you actually polite? Then, you could literally hear the sheer panic setting in. Hold up, why are you looking at me like that? What's the play here? Bai An casually jumped onto the flat side of his own sword. I just gotta use your face as a jump pad real quick. As he bent his knees to launch himself, the weapon absolutely screamed in terror. I'm literally gonna snap. You're gonna break me in half, you absolute psycho. Totally ignoring his crying weapon, Bai An blasted off like a rocket, leaving it behind to yell insults. You toxic, absolute garbage foreigner. But Bai An was already flying, locking his eyes on Yan's stuck spear up in the sky. Mid-jump, he twisted into this crazy martial arts pose. He hit the absolute cleanest bicycle kick directly onto the back of the spear. The impact completely shattered the shield and jammed the weapon into the boss's weak spot. That insane hit sent literal shockwaves straight through Kasuna's massive body. Crazy neon purple energy blasted out. The beast's core was basically imploding while Yan stared, totally speechless. Bison touched down super smooth. "We done here?" he asked, while the giant shadow behind him literally disintegrated into glowing dust. Staring at the fading monster, he could not help but feel completely mind-blown. So this is how a god dies? Honestly, kind of gorgeous, he thought. He dropped his tech suit as Yan walked up, looking way more relaxed. She tightened her grip. "Thanks, Bison. Those boomers definitely cannot doubt my demon fire after that epic win." Bai just tilted his head, totally intrigued. "Bro, I gotta know, what is Lady Chi even trying to flex on them so hard for?" "You will get it when we hit the origin world," she teased. Out of nowhere, the crystal soul interrupted. "Sorry to kill the vibe, but look up, dummies." The sky literally ripped apart, spawning this massive portal that swallowed the clouds. Bai squinted. A warp gate? The gravity drag was instantly ridiculous. They grabbed onto whatever they could as reality twisted. "Bro, seriously? Right now?" Bison groaned, fighting the crazy pull. "Thought this was your ride home?" The crystal soul laughed. Tianyu fought the gale, shaking her head. "No way, we still do not know who orchestrated this." Nearby, Shihao yelled, "Give me an update, what is going on?" His crew stared at the screens, completely freaking out. "Boss, it is a gigantic warp signature." Then, a massive explosion hit. Insane energy blasted out, eating everything like a hungry black hole. It swallowed trash, light, even sound. Zai was shook as the whole area disappeared. "It is sucking up the whole base. Sir, it is a fusion gate," his guy screamed over the chaos. "This planet is crashing straight into the Myriad boat hive. Literally apocalypse vibes right out of a comic book." Over the noise, the crystal spirit yelled at Bai. "Yo, alien boy, where the heck are you taking me?" Bison flashed a crazy smirk and just let go. "My crib. Better like stars, because my backyard is massive." The portal gulped them down. Honestly, it felt way more like a crazy multiverse hop than normal travel. When they finally woke up, the whole vibe changed. That warp trip totally knocked Shi out cold. Coming to, he felt someone hardcore staring at him. He blinked at some jagged mountains, finding Tianyu glaring down, arms folded. "Gonna sleep all day?" she asked. Bai jumped up, super embarrassed. "Crap, why are you staring at me like that?" Trying to play it cool, Bai tuned in while Tianyu started scanning their new drop zone. "Location is way off. We are not at the spawn point. World lag must have messed up our landing." Looking around, she added, "This is the Badlands near Whitescale, but we are definitely closer to black sand turf." Still super woozy and trying not to look dumb, Bai just nodded along. "Yeah, huge desert, ton of sand." Suddenly, someone hyped up, pointing. "Yo, look, a city over there. Let's go." The crystal whined. "Dude, you said we were going to your house. Why does your crib look like a dusty litter box?" "We battled forever," it complained. "Now we are in a literal death zone. You promised me paradise, not a baked desert." Bai grabbed his sword. "Totally done." "Shut up. It is a desert. Obviously it is dry." Annoyed, he despawned his weapon. "If you want water so bad, go find a puddle." The spirit screamed as he literally forced it back into inventory. "Bro, you cannot just you, absolute bully." The voice cut out instantly. Finally, some actual peace and quiet for the squad. "Way better," Bai sighed. "Next stop is black sand. Walking all the way to Whitescale is definitely not happening." Honestly, Black Sand City totally matched its edgy vibe. Just a brutal, dead wasteland with zero signs of fun. Meanwhile, Shihao dug himself out of the rubble. "Okay, we are definitely back in the boat hive," he figured. Out of nowhere, a classic scream echoed. "Bro, help me out." "Xining?" he whispered, confused. He glanced up and saw his sister literally hanging by her shirt collar from some busted concrete up high. "I am stuck up here," she cried, kicking her legs around like a glitching NPC, totally lost on how this happened. After getting down, Xining bounced right back, chilling in a chair like whatever. One of the guys walked up to Shi. "Boss, your dad is calling." "Ooh, time to go back," Xining cheered. "Did we bag the loot? Are we totally done?" Shi stood up straight to flex. "Status? The item is totally secured," he bragged, sounding way too proud of himself. "It is exactly as OP as we thought. Xining and I are heading back to the origin world right now. Good job." The big boss sounded hyped. "What about Qiangyan?" Shi-ha paused. Yeah, she bounced. The boss totally shut him down. I already know. Keep that completely off the radar. Right now, we gotta squad up. Those ops inside the ship network are finally stepping up. The glitchy hologram showed. The head honcho looking sketchy as hell, totally giving off that intense 10 steps ahead mastermind vibe. Soon as the timing is literally perfect, wiping out those losers with our massive squad will be a total breeze. Just stick to the game plan I gave you. The boss dropped his orders and totally ghosted the call. Zai dipped his head, acting all respectful. Whatever you say, boss. But the second the screen went black, Zai flipped the switch. Freeze. He jumped up, totally glaring at the dude who just spoke. Major red flags were going off, since their crew was super strictly old school. We literally call our boss Lord or Master. Nobody in our entire squad says clan leader. Like, ever. Bro really thought he could slip that by she, but the dude was insanely quick on the draw. Z got right up in the guy's face, sounding totally ready to throw down. Who the heck are you? Faking your way into our crew? Knowing they were totally busted, the imposter decided to just drop the super annoying fake outfit. The fake gear ripped off, showing off this insane look. Chopped silver hair, fishnets, and a seriously fitted stealth suit. It was literally Xiaoyi. She just stood there looking absolutely iconic, giving Shihao the biggest smirk. You seriously stress over the tiniest details, huh? Wild that some boomer-level etiquette totally gave me away. Just like that, the crew's muscle flooded the room. Everyone was screaming at Xiaoyi at max volume. Stay right there. Nobody move. Honestly though, she didn't even care. She looked like she was just playing around. Not too shabby. Your guard dogs are actually pretty quick. Her voice went super deep and edgy, totally flexing the hidden weapon in her grip. Going full send, Xiaoyi literally threw herself at them, yelling, "You really thought I was just gonna give up?" Zai's crew didn't even blink, just started blasting the second she moved. Bullets were flying everywhere, but somehow, she completely dodged them all. The guards were literally shook. Bro, how is she evading all that? Is she the main character in some system comic who just maxed out her luck? Meanwhile, poor Ziha was just chilling in the back and totally caught all those random stray shots. He freaked out at his squad. Quit spamming your shots, you morons. Using the total mess, Xiaoyi blitzed right up to Xiao. Right as she swung, he pretty much accepted he was completely cooked. Her blade sliced the air and totally wrecked him. Shihao was literally coughing up blood. Even though he was in insane pain, he forced out, "Who put you up to this?" But Xiaoyi was so not here for the whole dramatic villain speech. She snapped back. "Look at me. I'm the bad guy here." Zing was literally tearing up as he grabbed the falling Zihao. He choked out, "That vibe. You're definitely not from around the lower zones. What even are you?" Out of nowhere, some random shadow completely wiped out the guards. This super heavy voice echoed from the dark corners. "Who are you calling a mutt?" Diego Barro casually stepped out, having already totally trashed their security. He gave them a nasty look. "You alien wannabes seriously have the biggest egos ever." He kept going, sounding like he'd been holding onto this grudge forever. "You crash our planet, take out our people, and then actually dare to call us half-breeds? So tell me, who's actually superior here?" Diego literally grabbed Zai's face like a clamp, completely roasting their cocky attitude. "You really love dropping that people die if they are killed line. Like we're on the same level." Hilarious. But honestly, Diego wasn't just here to zero out the siblings. That was merely a side quest. His main goal was actually scoring their getaway ride, the lifeboat. Diego finally spilled what he really wanted. "Take this as your only heads up. You're surviving today, but my next pop-up won't be this chill. Spill the lifeboat's location, right now." Meanwhile, way up on the aircraft, something just got randomly yeeted into deep space. Cut to Bai An's squad still hiking all the way to Black Sand City, and honestly, the trip was a total disaster. Poten was totally over it, letting out this massive sigh. "We've been walking for literal ages. Bai An just kept checking out the landscape. Looks like those warp gates are popping up in other spots too." Fun, Tan Yu was basically dying from the heat. She whined, "Whatever with the gates. I just want my driver to pull up in a sports car like before." Bai Xian completely ruined her fantasy. "Hello? Do I need to remind you? We are so not done with Whitescale City. We're literally public enemies #1 right now." Pong groaned super loud. Yeah. But honestly, Bai Xian, this weather is actually roasting me alive." Fun Tan Yu brushed it off. "Quit whining. We will hash it out once we hit Black Sand City." Out of nowhere, a shadow popped up on the wall above, dropping a voice they totally recognized. "Well, look who it is." Bison stopped dead in his tracks. He knew that tone this entire setup was giving major anime cliffhanger vibes. The shadow dropped right behind the crew. Enter Chi Yan Yan. rocking a total smirk. Honestly thought you guys were still trapped in that shadow realm. Before Bai An could even open his mouth, she went full villain monologue. Since we keep bumping into each other, just listen. Free pro tip before I bounce. The big bosses are finally making their play. Round 2 against the Infinite Spider Hive is officially greenlit. Right on cue, this ginormous shadow blocked out the sky behind her. Bai An's jaw literally dropped. Yep, that is a battleship, Chi Yan bragged. When the raid kicks off, the sky will be swarming with them. Right now, there is literally just one roadblock messing up the upper tier's master plan. To show everyone that the White Scale crews run this joint, they absolutely have to take out the final boss of this dimension. She hooked onto a zipline, zipping straight up to the cruiser while throwing Bai An the most effortless see ya later wave. Low-key hoping you survive until the origin star. Ditch this loser planet. Anyway, spilled way too much tea already. Gotta go drop my debrief. Catcha! Bai An threw his hand out, yelling for her to hold up, but that massive jet was already zooming off. Literally crying on the inside, Bai An groaned. Bro, you could have totally offered us a lift. He watched it disappear, feeling completely defeated. Holy crap, that thing hauls. His brain was doing backflips over the fresh tea, raid the spider hive, assassinate the dimension boss. Bai An was mentally screaming. Seriously, could a dude not catch a single 5-minute break in this crazy fantasy universe? Dark finally hit Black Sand City. Thick clouds rolled in, though they couldn't fully block out the insanely bright stars peeking through. The squad touched down at last. Potion threw his hands up, hyped beyond belief. Yo, we actually survived the trip to Black Sand City. Bai An was running on 0 sleep. Dude, I am so parched, he whined. We need drinks as soon as possible. Fun Tianu was totally on board. They crashed at this super viral local hangout known as the 9 Dragons Ice House. 3 mint lemonades, you guys enjoy, the server called out. Potion slouched heavily into his seat while the background TV droned out the local news. Today is Friday the 18th. Here is your daily scoop. Bai An scrunched his face, feeling major glitch in the Matrix energy. Hold up. We dipped into the Shadow Realm on the 15th. Funtanu caught the weird math too. It genuinely felt like they were only stuck there for 24 hours. Oblivious to their absolute freakout, the news anchor just kept talking. Breaking scoop. Authorities are looking into a border cruiser that illegally crossed over 2 days ago. The casualties? All top-tier VIPs from the main planet. Fang Tianu whipped his head toward Ba Xian, totally alarmed. Yo, that means the time slip situation is honestly insane. 24 hours in there is basically 3 whole days back in the hive. Right as he said it, another headline blasted through their panic. The massive team-up meeting between Black Sand City and Dong Lilin City officially wrapped up today. Mayor Dong Li of Dong Lilin actually showed up for the Unity Parade, making history. Bai An totally tuned out the PR garbage, hunting for actual clues. What if the portal wasn't actually broken, he guessed, his brain working overtime to connect the crazy dots. It wasn't just a teleport hop. Those guys literally bended time. Funtianu's voice totally broke, panicking hard. Crap, we are way too late to rescue my dad. Meanwhile, the newsbot kept droning on in the background. The military escort just pulled up to the iconic 9 Dragons Ice House. Right then, boom, an absolutely massive blast ripped the whole cafe apart. Bai An threw his arms up as jagged glass showered them like lethal glitter. Over the insane ringing and dust, the TV guy was screaming, "Code Red! Live update! The mayor's motorcade is getting ambushed." Wait a sec, that meant the actual target was right outside their door. Potion completely lost it. What the actual hell is going on? Out on the street, smoking car parts and crushed metal were literally everywhere. A totally planned hit. Bai An did not even blink. He and the squad dashed straight into the war zone, where a dark shape stepped out of this weird pink fog. Some girl was piggybacking another person. Wait, were they witnessing a VIP snatch and grab? Funtan Yu picked up on the bad vibes instantly. Block your breathing. That gas is poison. Bai An narrowed his eyes against the smog, locking onto a logo he definitely recognized. That badge, it was the freaking demon spider cult. But the attackers zipped away with crazy speed, ghosting out of there before anyone could react. Bai An swore under his breath at his own lag. Crap, they are insanely quick. That toxic gas was already hitting his bloodstream, making everything super dizzy. Still, his brain was firing on all cylinders. This was straight up some dark fantasy manga plot twist. The Demon Spider crew was officially making a comeback. His knees totally buckled. The world started blacking out on him. They are scheming something massive, and I have to stop it. Definitely poisoned. Crimson started dripping from his face right before he completely passed out, but right as his eyes shut, he caught one final glimpse. Backup troopers swarming in. commanded by this totally boss lady. Lock it down, focus on the living. Her orders echoed out right before everything went totally silent. The last thing he saw before blacking out was that Dong Leon city gear hovering above him. Old Man B's grandson? Baekxian's eyes flew wide open. Weird ceiling, totally clinical vibe, definitely some high-end hospital room. Where even am I? Oh, he's up. Alert the boss, right now. The twin security dudes traded looks and started muttering into their comms. Boss, the kid is awake. Bai An dragged himself up, grabbing his pounding skull. Seriously, who are these randoms? Am I in a clinic? Suddenly, this super intimidating lady with crazy long blue hair marched right in. Look who finally decided to wake up. I swear I know her face, but from where exactly? Dong Li kept talking. Look, I don't care why some fugitive from Whitescale City is chilling here in Black Sand. That is not my problem. But you were literally at the crime scene, so spill. Catch any vibes or facial details on the snatcher. Then it hit him. She was the literal boss of Dongleon City. Bai An mentally rewound the ambush. If she's here, did Dongli Jiqi get taken? His brain flashed to Jiqi, that hyperactive powerhouse prodigy he bumped into back at the auction house. Bai An put it all together the exact moment, the crazy tactics. She definitely bonded with a time-warping spirit monster. Elite dimensional magic literally bends reality. He got total goosebumps. Why the heck would the demon spider cult need her abilities? Some lackey chimed in with fresh news. Bai An figured he might as well drop the truth bomb. Demon Spider Sect did it. Caught their logo right there during the fight. Dong Li just rolled her eyes. Give me actual news, kid. Her assistant stepped up. Boss, we got the security tapes. Put them up. Dong Li started walking out but froze in her tracks. Bai An, you're tagging along. Security tapes? Epic. He just sat there for a hot second, completely shook. Why is this boss lady so extra? Is she literally just a grumpy boomer? He quickly shook off the thought. Probably shouldn't test her before I even do anything wrong. They walked into this crazy futuristic control room packed with people. She shouted at some dude inside. Old man Lin, drop the status update right now. Chill out, Dong Li. The guy turned around. It was Lin Gui, the literal top dog of Black Sand City. Mind your manners around the kid, he teased. Keep it classy, yeah? Bai An couldn't stop staring at Lin Gui's faceplate, totally creeped out. That thing just screamed pure nightmare fuel. Out of nowhere, somebody yelled his name. Bai An whipped around. Fang Tianyu, hold up a second. She literally looked ready to throw hands. He completely froze up. Say sorry first. Figure it out later. Look, Fang Tianyu. But she didn't swing. She practically body slammed him with a massive hug. You survived. Thank God. Bai An's face instantly went insanely red. Is she okay? Did those toxins totally melt her mind? He gave her this super awkward back pat. Hey, where did Yuan Potion go? Suddenly, she was squeezing him like a python. I am literally having a moment here, and you bring up that big dude? She whispered angrily. Losing oxygen here, Bai An choked. Awesome. Hope you pass out. Next to them, Dong Li death-glared Lin Gui. What's your problem? He laughed. Ah, teenage drama is so entertaining. But seriously, Dong Li, Lin Gui's entire vibe suddenly flipped. He tapped the dashboard. Time to get back to work. Boot up the holodeck. The monitor glitched before showing the absolute mess from yesterday. Lin Gui tapped the glass. Scanners picked up a solo attacker. Bai An leaned in, staring hard at one blurry shot. Wait, is that the exit terminal? He knew that silhouette immediately. Bro, that is literally the guy who snatched Shi. Enhance the image, Lin Gui ordered. The grainy dude became crystal clear. Xiao? Bai An completely froze. Lin Gui stood right over his shoulder. You recognize her? Bai An gave a slow nod. Yeah, that's her. Xian tried reading her vibe, but her magical frequency just felt completely wrong. Right then, Chief Lin Gui got an alert. His elite squad actually tracked down the suspect. Seeing Xian get so depressed, Fang Tianyu really wondered what heavy stuff he was battling. Dong Li was stressing hard, considering the criminal was literally her niece. Found the spot, she barked, totally failing to hide how freaked out she was. Let's roll. I'm dealing with this myself, Dong Li announced, marching straight ahead. Lin Gui tried to block her, then just groaned because arguing was pointless. Whatever, Dong Li. Go do your thing. To dodge a massive political train wreck, I'm tagging along too, Xian randomly blurted. Lin Gui spun around, suddenly looking super interested. Oh, got a hot take on this, Xian? He almost said something but held back. Was that suspect actually Xiaoyi though? He needed to figure out this wild, magical conspiracy firsthand. Xian squeezed his hands into tight fists without even realizing. Whitescale City was still a total disaster zone. How could he justify ditching Fang Tianyu and Yuan Potion just to ride out with 2 mega-bosses? Catching his major internal panic, Fang Tianyu let out a huge breath. Then she spoke up loud to kill the awkward silence. Bro, just leave. If you gotta play detective, go do it. Wait, what? Xian stuttered, totally thrown off balance. Fang Tianyu gave him this totally boss smile, shutting him down. Forget about White Scale. Me and Yuan Potion will handle the messy stuff. Plus my dad has solid connections in Black Sand City, so we're totally covered. You've got your own baggage pushing you forward anyway, right? Lin stepped up, backing her play. On paper, neither Dong Lulan nor Black Sand has the actual authority to bag a runaway from outside their borders. It's super murky territory. And hey, I'm definitely not pulling this off just to do Ba Jinggong any favors, Lin pointed out, shooting her a look. Don't even start complaining, Dong Li, she groaned, rolling her eyes hard. The guy is literally our main witness. Just bring him along already. We're burning daylight. A heavy wave of guilt instantly hit Xian. He watched Fang walk away, secretly whispering a quiet apology. Meanwhile, Fang let out another heavy breath, totally getting that her expectations were way too high. Asterisk. Seriously, what was I even thinking? Asterisk, she thought, feeling stupid. Outside, the armored trucks fired up their engines, syncing up the mission details. Lin scrolled through the data, his brain going into full commander mode. All right, squad, we're right on top of our mark. Pay close attention to the game plan, people. Meanwhile, a high-speed train sliced straight through the ocean breeze, making a beeline for Giantwood City. Inside one of the cars, Xiao sat totally quiet, hiding behind dark sunglasses while skimming some files so she wouldn't look suspicious. We didn't hit the emergency brakes. The locomotive is just going to drop its speed so we don't spook her. Outside, 2 heavy trucks pulled up alongside the train, keeping pace flawlessly. We're going in through the back car while this thing is still moving. The second we step foot in there, people are gonna freak out. Lin didn't even blink, his eyes locked dead on the tablet's live stream. Lock down the area instantly so no innocent bystanders get caught in the crossfire. Wrapping up the briefing, he spun around to face our guy. Xian, you're up for suspect ID. Don't let us down, kid. Xian nodded a quick yes, though his face scrunched up looking super stressed. His gut was basically screaming that this whole setup felt incredibly off. Xian drummed his fingers together, completely zoned out in thought. Think about it, a train only goes one place. It's literally stuck on a single set of tracks. Getting caught here basically means being locked inside a massive metal tomb. Watching the empty desert blur past the window only made his panic worse. Why would anyone pick the absolute worst possible getaway ride? Was that actually Xiao in there? His brain froze mid-thought. Boss, we're locked in, the driver called out. Lin threw up a quick hand signal. Move out! 3 totally stacked commando dudes dropped onto the train's roof without a single sound, hacking their way in from the side. Down below, Xiao was chilling, quietly tracking every step they took. She squinted through her shades, a super cocky smirk creeping onto her face. Got eyes on a local, one of the grunts muttered, pulling up his gun. He crept forward to lock her down. Just a random check, stay put right there. But suddenly, nobody was sitting there. Wait, where did she go? Before his brain even processed it, she dropped straight from the overhead bins, ditching her disguise and snapping into action like a literal snake. Way too slow. Xiao slammed down, wrapping her long legs tight around his throat in an absolute chokehold, her eyes looking straight up psychotic. Light her up, the crew yelled. But she completely ignored physics, leaning way back while keeping the grip tight, weaving through the bullet storm like it was nothing. The spray of gunfire totally trashed their own guy. Good thing his tactical gear tanked the hits, keeping him alive through the friendly fire. Flexing insanely hard, Xiao threw a wild backflip, kicking out so forcefully she completely leveled the guys around her. Crazy purple electricity started snapping and popping off her fingertips. Crap, she's way too quick. The guards dropped like flies, completely wrecked by a top-tier beast tamer flexing her awakened mana. The second the final dude hit the deck, Xiao casually fixed her messy hair. She stared at the knocked-out strike team like they were actual garbage. Seriously? I barely stretched. Then, a super shaky voice ruined the quiet. Xiao? She tipped her head back, smiling like a total villain. Ah, missed a little rat. Xian was stuttering hard. Is it really you? Obviously, she shot back, her vibe totally freezing. Right behind Xian, Dong Li started screaming. What's the holdup, boy? Take her out. But Lin shoved Dong Li back. Chill out a second. They actually know each other. Suddenly, Xiao's whole energy shifted into something incredibly lethal. That pathetic little loser you're trying to find? She's out of the picture, she teased. This girl had zero of the sweet, innocent vibe the real Xiao used to have. Wait, what do you mean she's gone? Xian snapped, his brain completely short-circuiting. Her eyes suddenly lit up bright red, burning like pure evil. Are you actually that clueless? She mocked. That fragile, cursed little stray? Who do you honestly think kept her alive this whole time? She tapped a finger against her lips, looking crazy, playful, but absolutely terrifying. It was all me, a fun little secret she doesn't even know about. Xian's eyes got massively huge as the horrifying truth hit him. A split personality. Memories of the scared, crying Xiao blew through his head. Every single time she was about to die, this dark side hijacked her body just to keep them breathing. Xian locked in, staring dead at the monster inside his friend. Okay, but why the hell are you backing the demon spider cult? Easy money, kid. The dark side just shrugged like she couldn't care less. Right then, the radio blew up with static. Boss, we've got a massive problem. Talk to me, Lin snapped back. The guy on the line sounded like he was about to cry. Sir, you're seriously not going to believe this. He remembered the absolute madness so clearly. Huge trees getting torn straight out of the dirt while the wind howled like crazy. It's a massive sandstorm, the guard freaked out. Azure City hadn't dealt with weather this crazy in 20 years. Bro was literally sweating bullets, totally stressing over how this was even happening right now. This was straight up glitch in the Matrix territory. But before his brain could even compute, a guard started screaming his lungs out. But hold up, it got worse. Through the totally apocalyptic weather, this massive, creepy shadow started shifting under the sand. The whole ground started shaking like crazy, pounding the tracks before the dirt just straight up blasted open. This absolutely massive monster busted out. We're talking literal rock armor and a crazy sharp horn poking the clouds. Rocks flew everywhere. The train tipped hard, tossing the crew around while Lingui's jaw basically hit the floor. He instantly knew what this horror was. Straight out of a fantasy comic, Bro was staring at the obsidian sandworm, its jaw unhinged like a demon portal, flexing infinite rows of gnarly teeth that were totally ready to chew the train into confetti. Over in the corner, Xiaowei was chilling like it was nothing. Acting like he planned the whole thing, he quietly muttered that his ride finally arrived. A loud cough totally killed the vibe. Bai An stumbled forward, completely out of breath. Panting hard, Bai An yelled at him to freeze and spill his actual plan. Xiaowei straight up ghosted him though, not even looking back. Bro just snatched his bag and strolled away, giving zero absolute cares. This shady dude was lurking by the exit, asking why there were survivors. Xiaowei just smirked and told him to check the guy out himself. Diego Barro looked super confused, asking if he was getting soft. Xiaowei just brushed past him, sounding completely heartless. I thought we totally needed a backup guy for the main scheme, he said. Diego just squatted down, clearly finding the whole thing hilarious. Talk about crazy timing. Bai An totally lost it when he saw the guy's face, screaming Wang Yisheng at the top of his lungs. Diego just cocked his head, telling him to shut up, chill out, and stay right there. Then it hit Bai An. He was totally stuck in this weird white goo, completely paralyzed. The villain just slowly stood up, flashing this super toxic smirk. Level up a bit first, he mocked, promising to track him down later. He joked that a premium backup dude needed time to actually marinate. And just like that, they literally surfed the giant worm straight into the chaotic weather. Diego checked in with Xiao Good, saying the boss was super impatient for the delivery. He also yelled at him to stop crushing their loot. He was like, "Hello, anyone home?" But Xiao Good just hardcore zoned out, staring into the distance like a totally brooding anime protagonist. Back on the train, vibes were totally chaotic with people absolutely panicking everywhere. People were spamming the radio for the boss, but the comms were completely bricked. Lingwei faced everyone, blaming the massive dirt tornado for the lag. We literally just have to camp here. Dongli slumped against the wall, giving off seriously angry energy right then. You're seriously letting them dip? She went off. Bai An just stared at his shoes, totally defeated, while she aggressively jumped up. I literally do not care about your messy backstory or why you choked, she said, glaring intensely. Rescuing Chi-Chi is the absolute main quest right now, period. Meanwhile, Bai An was still super trapped in his own head, seriously overthinking everything. The vibe felt super sketchy. If this was a basic kidnapping, they would have easily stealth quit. Why pull that massive stunt? Louis gently grabbed Dong Li's shoulder, trying to chill her out. Look, I get you're stressing over Chi-Chi, but let's be real. We finally face-revealed the bad guys, so it wasn't a complete fail. Honestly, it seemed like Xiao Goodbye wanted clout on the security cams. It was like Bro was purposely trolling us to follow him outside. Dong Li was totally over it. She mumbled about needing a smoke and just walked away annoyed. Lingwei shouted for her, but she hardcore ignored him. Giving up, he just plopped down cross-legged right next to Bai An. Ignore the drama. The boss is just snapping because she's super panicked about Chi-Chi. Bai An basically gave him major side-eye. Since when are you the chill advice guy? Lingwei just laughed, hoping Bai An actually got why she was acting so extra. Lingwei totally spaced out. Noting his sad boy vibes, he guessed the kidnapped girl was a super big deal to him. Bai An was shook. Was this boomer seriously diagnosing him with depression right now? Before he could even say no, Lingwei sparked a cigarette, the smoke practically setting up a dramatic anime flashback. He started rambling about way back when. Before I even got the Black Sand Mayor gig, he said. Bai An internally screamed, thinking, bro, are we literally doing lore drops right now? Your grandpa, Dong Li, and me were totally a weird squad. A rejected outcast from the 4 origin stars, some random prodigy, and an illegitimate VIP kid. We all hardcore aimed to reach the 4 origin stars, seriously grinding together in that massive spider dungeon. But we had this huge secret that everyone absolutely knew, but nobody ever actually discussed. The cringe memories of their messy love triangle totally came back. Dong Li was seriously crushing hard on your grandpa back in the day. But right when we were literally peaking, your grandpa completely ghosted the entire squad with absolutely zero explanation. The next time we bumped into each other, we were basically living in entirely different galaxies. Dude was running Whitescale City and treating us like total randoms. Then he got all sappy reminiscing about this gorgeous girl, Dong Li. The elite Dong Li crew over in Azure City completely headhunted her. She got hitched to their oldest kid, an absolute zero. Crazy how life works, though after he kicked the bucket, she bossed up as Azure City's first ever female ruler. Meanwhile, I just scored Black Sand City as a hand-me-down from my old man. He caught Bane totally zoning out. Look, I am spelling this out so you get it. Stop obsessing over ancient history. Trust me, the drama just is not worth it. Linui dipped, leaving Busy and sitting there brooding and looking insanely conflicted. Wild to think those 2 massive bosses actually used to kick it with my grandpa. Makes sense why he was always giving me the side eye. I was not the problem, it was my literal DNA. Xian was completely zoning out. Xiao popping up out of nowhere seriously wrecked his whole vibe and threw him off his game. The train was flipped over in the dirt, completely trashed. Chill out, he muttered to himself. Stop stressing over this creepy spider cult stuff and flip the script. Time to play the predator hiding in the shadows. Soon as this crazy weather clears, we will get the real story. Right then, some bizarre sound totally wrecked his focus. Tap tap, then the super loud sound of someone aggressively slurping ramen. Man, tastes like the wasteland, a guy said with a mouthful, super crunchy and dry. Out of absolutely nowhere, the dude totally wiped out, flailing everywhere but somehow keeping his swagger intact. The heat was literally choking. Smash. Boom. The window absolutely exploded into sparkly shards as some guy swan dived inside. It went down insanely fast, way quicker than anyone could process. Xian locked up, totally shook. What the heck just fell out of the sky? He and Lin Gui crept toward the wreckage. When the smoke finally cleared, they got a solid look at the crasher. It was just Ari. Ari scraped himself off the floor, brushing his jacket while looking super annoyed. Total bummer, he complained, glaring at the massive stain on his fit. Those noodles slap too. Dongi could not care less about the spill though. She was dead, focused on his intensely dark eyes. It totally creeped her out. The guy had scary, rectangular animal eyes. Swish. Before anyone could blink, Dongi whipped out her blue sword, holding the freezing metal right to his neck. You? She hissed, sounding absolutely lethal. You running with those creepy spider cultists? All her pent-up rage completely erupted. Why did you snatch my niece? What is your sick little endgame? Ari threw his hands up playfully, looking completely unbothered. Whoa, easy with the sharp object, girl. Just so we are perfectly clear, I do not hang with those spider weirdos. Xian jumped right into the crossfire to block her. Hold up, Boss Dong Li, I actually know this dude. She glared daggers at him and barked, who the heck is he? Zen held up a hand, looking for the right angle. He is basically my grandpa's buddy, a real local. He rubbed his neck, looking insanely awkward. It is honestly a massively confusing drama, but I swear he is cool. He is 100% not running with the hostage takers. The crazy murder vibe dropped a notch. Dongi lowered her sword, still staring daggers at the ridiculously chill guy in front of her. Oh, really? Whoosh. The sword whipped right back to his neck, giving him a massive jump scare. She hit him with a super deadly glare. Honestly, if he kicks it with that old dude, he is way sketchier. Zen just face-palmed, groaning like his soul was literally leaving his body. Seriously, Grandpa, who did you absolutely ruin to get this kind of massive hater energy? Louis glided over super smoothly, gently pushing her sword arm down. Dong Li, chill out. Stop letting old drama live rent-free in your head. He gave her a super warm hug and whispered softly, "You are literally exactly the same, huh?" Ari coughed loudly, tossing up a peace sign like a student. My bad, I hate ruining this cute moment, but I need a quick recap. Again, super sorry for intruding. He started connecting the dots out loud. Alright, so the boss's little niece got snatched. The guys who did it are probably the Solar Group, or as you brand them, the creepy spider cult. He waved at the completely trashed train. You went after them. Things went completely sideways. That massive dirt storm rolled in, and now we are all stuck in this giant dump. Ari scratched his jaw, thinking about his own crazy drop. As for my deal, the wind chilled out. I tripped, and totally face-planted into your party. We all completely good here? Zen absolutely lost it. He chopped the air, glaring absolute daggers at the new guy. Shut up, Ari. Get straight to the actual point. Why are you hanging out in this absolute total wasteland? A super cocky smirk took over Ari's face. He pointed his finger straight at Zion. Duh. Is it not incredibly obvious? My goal and your goal. They are exactly the same. Xian looked shocked, crossing his arms fast. You are hunting those spider freaks too? Ari did not even miss a single beat. Obviously, my crew, the lunar guys, are literally built to stop the solar guys. Those crazy cultists are always cooking up some massive disaster. Lingui finally chimed in, totally lost by the jargon. Wait, sun cult, moon cult, and you're all airy? He waved it off. The sun crew is literally just the demon spiders. Think of the moon crew as the rebels shining in their dark. And airy? That is literally just our family name. Us natives suck at naming things anyway. Right then, the loud chopping sounds of helicopter blades sliced the silence. A sick chopper dropped from the blood-red clouds while the radio buzzed. Boss, your pickup squad is officially on site. All eyes hit Lingui, who was already yelling into his mic. Perfect timing. Let us get off the ground right now. The bird floated creepily against the crazy crimson sky. Once inside, the driver glanced over his shoulder for instructions. Orders, sir? Lingui squinted, totally radiating pure boss energy. We scout the area first. Sweep the zone for any signs of that massive monster. It definitely came through here, and they still have our girl. Do not let this lead die. Floor it. In the back, Zen sat by Dongi and zeroed in on our mysterious native guy. Look, Airy, you would not be risking it out here blind. Spill it. You are not roaming this hellscape for fun. Airy locked eyes with him and held up one finger mysteriously. Good catch. I actually have major intel. And plot twist. It is all about you. Zine pointed at his own chest, totally clueless. Airy gave a serious nod, counting down on his fingers. Rewind 6 months back. That whole mess at Azure Wood Forest and Giant Wood City. Zeon smirked coldly as he remembered wrecking Arthur and Asoden. Hold up, you are talking about those 2 fake spider cult bosses? Airy looked super grim. Exactly. He leaned close and dropped his voice. Let me break down the fallout of that fight. The Sun Cult is panicking big time. You completely wrecked their military power when you flatlined their top guys. Now they are scrambling to grab the Spider Queen first. They absolutely need her power boost to bounce back. It is a wild, risky play you literally caused, Xian. Dongi gasped, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Seriously? Lingui looked just as shook, staring wide-eyed at the teen. He clenched his jaw, sounding completely amazed and terrified. Crazy that a teenager could flip the whole script. Dongi stared at Zion with major respect. Classic diamond-tier heavy-hitter energy. Xian rubbed his neck, chuckling like it was no big deal. Bro, stop. I just got super lucky, honestly. But deep down, his brain was in overdrive sizing up the danger. Well, this messes everything up. His brain went into full strategy mode on this sketchy chessboard. Yane mentioned her dad is already deploying troops to wreck the queen. But Chi-Chi already made her play. Zine spotted the huge red flag. Tracking her bloodline takes us right to the boss. We could literally end up fighting the entire spider gang and the boss lady at the same time. Way too many wildcards here, but one thing was seriously bugging him. Dongi squeezed her fists until they went totally pale. It makes zero sense. Why does the Spider Queen even care about my niece? Why snatch her? That, Airy sighed, is the ultimate question. They normally just grab regular, untalented folks to use as bait. Hold up. It suddenly hit Zan like an absolute truck. The weird vision about Chi-Chi. Everything instantly clicked into place. He spun toward Dongi, looking dead serious. Hey Mayor, your kid. Is she a monster whisperer? Does she have some crazy rare skill? Dongi gave a slow nod, remembering the chaos. Yeah, it went down during the whole Black Sand City disaster. Chi-Chi randomly unlocked her powers out of nowhere. Honestly, it looked straight out of a flashy comic book. 0 magic stones, 0 setup, just pure crazy energy exploding in front of everyone. Lingui massaged his head. That was a total madhouse. We could not even properly scan her stats, and our guys spotted a literal portal ripping open across the dunes. Zen just shrugged, a sneaky grin popping up. A portal? Barely, he thought. That was straight up 2 universes crashing together. The second Chi-Chi's power clicked. The air glitched out and this epic glowing blue creature just spawned next to her. The insane aura had everybody absolutely paralyzed. Even wilder, an ultra-rare dimensional alien literally chose to team up with Kai-Chi on its own. That kind of wild stuff has literally never happened in any Awakening lore before. Eri jumped up, totally scaring the rest of the squad. He pointed a shaking finger, basically yelling, "That is exactly it. That is the connection." Eri scowled, looking incredibly stressed out. He broke it down. Dimensional aliens are high-tier entities that can rip open multiverse portals whenever. The Sun guys want to abuse that exact cheat code. He stopped, his face looking super grim, which is exactly why their play is kidnapping the girl who holds the contract. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi stood right in front of a huge door sparking with creepy purple electricity. The goal was simple: hit the portal and find the princess. Ari was totally freaking out, yelling at the crew to hustle. "Tick-tock, guys." Right then, a chopper cruising over the dunes noticed this insane gigantic crater ripping through the dirt. "Boss, I got eyes on the target," the pilot yelled through the headset. Lingui practically tackled the window, clutching the edge. The pilot confirmed those giant grooves were 100% from the midnight dirt worms. "Tail them, right now," Lingui barked, dead serious. The sunset was seriously giving off some major bad vibes. "Step on it, the sun's going down." While the heli chased the path, we cut to this creepy cave totally covered in dusty cobwebs. Xiaoi was ghosting right behind Diego. She suddenly cracked up, totally shattering the quiet vibe with pure sarcasm. "Bro, you really think nobody's gonna spot our tracks?" she scoffed. "Talk about an amateur hour move, right?" Diego slammed the brakes and hit her with a total death stare. "I'm handling it," he practically snarled. "Plus, I already know you're scheming some shady stuff too." Xiaoi didn't even flinch, just flashing a super cocky grin. "Yeah? Drop the tea then. Stop throwing shade if you ain't got receipts." Diego scowled, shoving a finger practically up her nose. "Whatever your toxic little plan is, whatever. Just stay out of my lane." The vibe between them was ridiculously tense right then. Looking absolutely unhinged, Diego snatched her jaw so she couldn't look away. "Did you magically forget? You'd literally be decaying in the pits without my help." Honestly, she couldn't have cared less. She just smirked, treating his psycho moment like a totally funny meme. "Am I supposed to say thank you?" she mocked. Annoyed that she wouldn't break, he let go and spun around. "Keep yourself in check. Don't push it." Massaging her throat and grabbing her bags, she shot total laser beams at him, walking away. Diego tossed back one last demand. "Don't let our informant drop. We literally need him." Pitch black darkness swallowed the dunes as the sunset completely checked out. The squad finally rolled up to this super sketchy ghost town. The dash computer suddenly dinged with an alert. "Boss, the trail totally ghosts us at this spot." Lingui hung out the side, wind messing up his entire fit. "Welcome to the dead science hub of Obsidian Dunes." He waved the crew forward. "Time for a little urban exploration." Bai An chimed in. "So what was the vibe here?" Lingui filled him in. "They literally built this to boss the weather around." Dong Li was totally not buying it. "Hold up, the tech from the Sapphire District already patched that dust issue. Or so the textbooks claim, anyway." Bai An threw his hand up, charging his total magic reserve. "My truth vision should definitely catch some vibes close by." He went quiet, booting up his super-powered eyesight to search. His pupils literally glowed. "We've got company underground." He slammed a palm into the dirt, reading the magic energy. "Super weird. I'm getting crazy active signals from a magic gem down there." Out of nowhere, this massive metal box popped up from the dirt, an actual lift. He was shook. Who puts a fully functional elevator in the middle of nowhere? Stepping away, Bai An totally tripped a secret switch. The earth started shaking crazy hard while the whole shaft popped up. Ari got completely jump-scared, wiping out on the ground and dropping mad complaints. "Bro, what even?" The whole squad clustered by the metal gates. Dong Li hit Lingui with massive side-eye. "Dude, you seriously need to explain this right now." Honestly though, Lingui was equally lost, just rubbing his head looking totally clueless. Squinting hard, Dong Li dropped the truth. Guess this science dump isn't so dead anyway. Ari chilled out and looked down the drop. This is mega sus, guys. We should totally go snoop. The crew crammed into the lift with 0 second thoughts, ready for drama. Lingui was doing his best to stay positive. Hey, at least this ride means we aren't lost. Bai An stroked his jaw, super focused. The ride itself is the sketchiest part, honestly. Keeping her guard totally up, Dong Li asked, "Where are we dropping?" Bai An's irises shifted to an icy neon. "I'm getting major setup vibes right now." The platform finally dropped, sending the whole squad straight into the pitch-black void. "Breaking it down," Bai An said. "If the local boss had 0 clue this spot existed, somebody high up is definitely a massive traitor." Lingui finally looped back to that earlier question. "No cap, I'm completely clueless about our destination." Bai An low-key checked the dude's heartbeat with his magic. Totally fact-checking he was legit. Even so, he kept his guard way up. Was the guy being for real? Before he could stress, the gates opened to literal madness. "No way," gasped Lingui, while Bai An looked absolutely floored. Underneath all that dead dirt was an entire, massive, lit-up cyberpunk city. Huge neon towers and crazy bright streets sprawled everywhere, packed with wild energy. Everyone was totally tripping out. If the freaky arachnid gang built this, their tech tree was way too overpowered for a basic magic world. Out of nowhere, this heavy synth voice blasts. "Trespassers spotted." Boom! We were instantly swarmed by goons packing heat. Ari lost it. "Crap, we are boxed in." Meanwhile, Bai An coolly sized up the squad. "Wait, these dudes are dead ringers for those white-scale hitmen." He stayed frosty, catching super weird vibes before the alarms kicked off again. Wiped them out. The grunts locked and loaded, their eyes flashing neon red. Bai An quickly broke down their build. "Not quite the same bots flashing on TV," he muttered, throwing out a cocky grin without breaking a sweat. "Still, this whole welcome wagon proves one thing. We absolutely hit the jackpot for the gateway drop." Linui aimed dead ahead. "Time to bust out of this cage," he yelled, flexing his aura. "Pop out, Venom Empress." Dong Li called up her pet with absolute 0 chill. "Grub time, my spiky little terror." A literal mega beast spawned in, totally dominating the cave. "Long time no see. Did your guy level up again?" That is that crazy fast progression you only spot in those elite grind stories. Bai An side-eyed the critter snoozing on his bro's hair and smirked. "Yep, unlike your green blob who is literally identical." Catching that disrespect, the tiny tree dude sat straight up, totally salty. Ari tapped his back. "Spill it. This is not just some basic save-the-day op, right?" Bai An's gaze went ice cold. "What are you getting at?" Ari dropped the facts. "Bro, you are sweating bullets right now." Bai An sucked his teeth, totally over it. "Man, this boomer is way too perceptive." Total madness kicked off as the blue barbed crawler whipped its megatongues, snacking on dudes. Down below, the Venom royalty blasted out crazy purple laser beams. Linui smashed a bot and checked the remains. "Solid steel domes," he muttered, clocking the cyborg tech right away. The sketchiest detail was definitely that glowing red target on their mugs. Out of nowhere, bang! A massive shockwave wiped the whole zone, sending rubble flying. Up high, some shadowy figure chilled on the roof, totally unbothered. Huge bummer. Bai An tilted his head back, fully intrigued. "Who is hiding up there?" "Enter the number 2 boss, Lilith." She cracked her neck, her voice booming down. "Cut the timer on those bombs next round." Ari locked up, knowing that sound instantly. "Lilith." Bai An raised an eyebrow like, "Another friend of yours?" The tiny tree dude instantly squared up for a fight. Ari looked totally lost. Before he could even speak, Lilith interrupted. "You are going to claim I bit the dust 20 years back, yeah?" His mentor was shaking. "No way. I literally ended you myself." Bai An just awkwardly looked back and forth between the two. So much drama. While his beast shredded the robots, she spilled the tea on what went down 20 years ago. "Alien tech kept me breathing. They straight up Frankenstein-ed me." She threw her arms wide, calling out her monster. "Drop in, Apex Diamond Tier Shadow Demon." A ridiculously massive beast glitched into reality as Lilith called the shots. "Story time is over. Time to work." Bai An clicked his fingers, looking absolutely lethal. "Looks like another heavy hitter is joining the party. Let's thrash this thing, buddy." But right as he was about to rush in, someone grabbed his arm. "Hold up," they demanded. Bai An looked shook. "What?" It was Ari, looking super intense with his jaw clenched tight. "Stay back. I am taking this one." He dropped his little tree sidekick and yelled, "Kid, show your real flex." Boom. A 6-armed green giant popped out, glowing with insane energy. Max level diamond tier ancient deity mode for the forest sprite. He shot a telepathic message over. This beef is ours. Leaving his buddy totally speechless, he blasted upward, trailing white smoke. Mid-flight, the old man shot a guilty look backward. My bad, man. This is personal. Never should have pulled you into this mess. Bai An totally interrupted him. Yo, pause. Hold the phone. He saw the cheesy anime trope coming from a mile away and yelled, "What is next? You gonna beg me to ditch you and go hide in a corner? Seriously?" Thinking back on their crazy run, he just waved it off. Spot on. Way too many old dudes stealing my spotlight lately, he explained. Like, no disrespect to the boomers. But then he snapped, eyes literally blazing. But seriously, quit treating me like some helpless little kid. Pounding his chest, he yelled with zero hesitation. I literally make my own calls, man. I do not need you babysitting my choices. Scowling, he jabbed a thumb at his chest. Listen up, old-timers. Whether we are bailing out Zichi or totally wrecking that spider cult, this was my gig from day one. So drop the guilt trip, bro. Flashing a rock-solid thumbs up, he added. I pick my battles and I clean up my own messes. Dong Li, currently trashing robots, actually chuckled. Dang, this boy is spicy. Wonder where he gets that attitude. Linui tossed in while throwing punches. Duh, he is basically a clone of our awesome boss. The shadow demon rushed them hard, but both guys didn't flinch an inch. Ari brushed it off. So, what's the master plan? Bai Xian flashed a smirk. They're totally gatekeeping this spot, meaning Zishi is right around the corner. The six-armed nature spirit flexed, tanking the giant demon's hit. Bai Xian started calling the shots. My ride is way faster. You guys hold down the fort while I smash through this mob and track down Zishi. Dong Li and Linui traded a quick nod. Solid plan. Honestly, it's the only shot we've got right now. Lilith ripped a high kick, sending an angry shockwave straight at him. You're literally screaming your strategy to my face. Am I invisible or something? He didn't even sweat it, totally waiting for that reaction. Meeting her glare, he fired back. Duh. Of course I am. How else are you gonna fall for the trap? Catching her off guard, he pointed his sword her way, his voice suddenly sounding super conflicted. Lilith, I seriously don't want to take you out twice. Her eyes sparked a crazy glowing red. That old Lilith is long gone, Professor Ari. Backlit by flashy neon signs, Ari swung hard, but she practically danced around it. Drop the edgy villain speeches, he yelled. Just one favor. No matter your endgame, leave the spider boss alive. Bai Xian locked that detail away in his head. That was a huge stretch. Keeping her breathing meant the Armada would absolutely nuke the 10,000 arachnid lair. He couldn't guarantee zilch. Massaging the back of his neck, he dodged a real answer. I'll do what makes sense. He turned away from their brawl, tossing a peace sign. Kunzi, let's roll. He vaulted right onto his beast's back, double-checking. We actually good to pull this off? The giant creature gave a confident vibe. Piece of cake. Just grip tight. A massive grin spread across his face as he aimed straight for the mech squad. Punch it. Sparks flew everywhere as the duo completely bulldozed through the blockade. Hyped up on adrenaline, he hollered. My bad, fellas. Clock's ticking. Escaping the absolute mess on the ground, they rocketed past the high-rises. Bai Xian blocked the glare, totally blown away by the view. Dude, this subterranean zone is insanely huge, way wilder than I thought. His partner totally agreed. It gave off the exact same vibe as his mentor's dimension. But that was the catch. His brow furrowed as he ran the math. In a map this massive, spotting her without a radar was practically impossible. His divine scan didn't have crazy range, but its loot hunting perks were off the charts. Total classic gaming cheat code right out of an OP comic. A memory of that shiny crystal suddenly popped into his head. Oh, duh. He totally tossed her a super rare item way back. If she was still carrying that shiny drop, his UI would ping her exact coordinates in seconds. Without missing a beat, he grabbed the sea monster's fin, his eyes sweeping the skyline like a hawk. Combining his mount's god-tier speed with the active radar, clearing the zone would be a speedrun. He threw his hand out, triggering the ultimate search skill. An intense cosmic wave exploded like neon blue electricity, bouncing between towers and lighting up the whole sky in crazy cyan. His massive beast ripped through the clouds like a jet. Out of nowhere, his eyes went wide. Asterisk ping, asterisk pump the brakes, I got a hit. He aimed a finger straight at a sketchy building down below. Drop in, right there. The monster let out a hyped roar, swinging its giant tail to dive bomb their destination. Back at the main brawl, the defense was straight up collapsing. Everyone was gassed, with even the top-tier bug bosses running on fumes against that cyborg army. Linui and Dong Li were posted up back-to-back, desperately catching their breath. Bro, Do these bots even take damage? Linui swore. Right beside them, Muing was totally sweating a fight with the demon, getting slammed face first into the mud. His mentor was basically having an equally garbage time, barely blocking Lilith's insane combo string with his massive blade. Albra stabbed his sword into the dirt, heavily wheezing while sweat completely blinded him. Absolute insanity, he realized. She's a total raid boss now. He'd majorly slept on how fast she leveled up. Checking out that sick red static popping off her aura, a weird, twisted Papa Bear pride snuck up on him. Look at you hitting max level, kiddo, he smirked, scanning her stats. But be real, isn't that tech gear buffing your stats like a cheap pay-to-win item from a webtoon? Bet that headpiece is doing all the heavy lifting. Lilith flinched, her fingers instantly shooting up to cover her temple. Crap, the boomer actually figured it out, she panicked internally. He casually tossed the giant blade over his shoulder, totally getting into his teacher bag. Lilith, even now, you completely missed the entire point of my classes. Off in the background, the demon was absolutely spamming attacks on Muing, but the little guy was perfect parrying every single hit. Your whole squad, the old man yelled over the noise, you totally misuse your summons. He leveled his weapon right at her chest, dropping the hard truth about her biggest nerf. Treating an astral pet like disposable gear? That's exactly why you'll never hit your true level cap. He pictured that epic mind meld between a gamer and their partner. We're basically twins. Both humans and monsters are just different batteries for cosmic mana. Real taming syncs two souls together, making a combo where 1 + 1 equals absolute destiny. But you're just crutching on that trash tier headset. You guys think it is just some boss and pet dynamic, but the originals back in the day preached that mutual respect is the actual key. It is about catching their vibe, not trapping them. Right as he dropped that line, Baphomet hit so incredibly hard that the creature shrank right back into its tiny base form. The super cute tiny monster floated right down and chilled on top of Alray's hair. Giving a soft smirk, he whispered, "Take a breather, tiny dude. The main event is literally just starting." Baphomet let out this insanely angry. Once the smoke cleared, the big guy pulled his hand up from a literal crater, except Alray was completely nowhere to be found. Lilith was totally freaking out, looking everywhere for him. Like, no way he vanished. Then, a huge shadow completely covered her. Literal doom dropped from the sky. Alra came crashing down like lightning, his sword just ripping straight through the wind. Sparking energy cracked the air and absolutely wrecked her mask, showing off her completely terrified face. Right on cue, the whole robot squad glitched out. Those creepy glowing red eyes blinked out for good. Then the whole crew just face-planted at the exact same time like broken toys. Lin Gui looked around looking completely lost. "Dude, what in the world just went down?" He spun toward his teammate. "Donglei, tell me you are not dead." "I am surviving," she gasped. "Guess we have to buy Bingong's buddy a coffee after this," Lin Gui mumbled. On the flip side, Alray stared at a shaking Lilith, feeling kind of bad for her. "Why so spooked? Are we tapping out already?" That is when he spotted the mark on her face. Oh wow, the old battle scar. Lilith totally avoided making eye contact, ducking down to cover it up. Alray was instantly hit with intense flashbacks of that day. He literally had to take her out himself. It ate him up inside. She was not just scared, she was hardcore traumatized. He just turned around and put his sword away. "I promised I would never end you twice." As he casually strolled off, leaving her in shambles, Lin Gui let out a massive breath. "Bro, how much longer are we going to be beefing with this creepy spider gang?" Donglei gave a super sharp glare from the back. "Feeling bad for the bad guys now?" "Nah," Lin Gui stuttered. "Just thinking out loud here." Alray, though, looked super conflicted. These guys are not just mindless beasts, he thought to himself. They actually bleed, get terrified, and have real emotions. While they were having this deep philosophical moment, a dark figure popped up on the roof. Xiaoyi was there, totally zeroing in on Donglei like a hawk. "Quit zoning out, we have to locate Guy right now." Lin Gui, totally clueless about the literal assassin stalking him, just rubbed the back of his neck, kind of wondering if Master Bai is holding up. Out of nowhere, Alra yelled, "Heads up!" Xiaoyi smiled like a complete psycho, diving down with a knife ready. Lin Gui barely choked out a "wait, what?" before total darkness absolutely swallowed him whole. At the same time, Bai Xian dropped down near this huge red tower. "We found the spot, but Leviathan was shaking." "Boss, the vibes here are ridiculously toxic." Bai Xian slapped his palm onto the creepy red force field, and his jaw literally dropped in pure shock. "You have got to be joking right now." Shi-Chi was stuck inside this red jail, floating asleep in some liquid while her energy faded like a glitching phone battery. He screamed her name, smashing his fists into the glass. Then this super creepy voice echoed right out of the dark. "Chill out, man. The kid is totally fine." Bai An whipped around, his energy spiking like crazy. "Show yourself right now." Some dude tipped his fedora and walked out. "I am Maisto, priest number 4 of the Sun Squad." The bad guy grinned, looking absolutely evil. "We just have to borrow your bestie's ghost pet for a quick sec. Literally nothing personal against you guys." Bai An was insanely triggered, clenching his jaw. "You have the nerve to act all high and mighty while running with those sketchy spider freaks? Where was all that respect when your squad jumped us?" Maisto just smirked, that weird red third eye on his head glowing dangerously. "Calling us terrorists? Is that really how you frame our total rebellion? This entire territory belongs to us from day one. We literally just want the real facts." Standing in the rubble, he totally called out Bai An. "You do not even belong here, bro." "You would never get our hustle," Bai yelled back. "Even if I did, I am never getting on board with your seriously toxic strategy. Let Chi-Chi go right this second." Next to him, Jingzi flinched because the bad vibes in the room were just suffocatingly heavy. Jingzi floated there, powering up her magic, while Bai An got ready to bet it all just to rescue his girl. "Or you will get wrecked just like Asmodan and Arthur." Maisto looked super surprised. "Oh, so that was you." Behind him, some demon spawned in glowing purple fire. This crazy dark energy blasted everywhere. "Guess we are throwing hands then." Bai An and Jingzi completely froze in panic. "Boss, no way. Why did it have to be her? Fierce face, vintage tattoos, and this crazy metal armor hugging a totally ripped body. She was scary, gorgeous. Maisto's personal summon just pulled up. The literal toxic queen of those savage mountain monsters. A legit tier 1 boss enemy in this universe. Basically a mutant made from illegal magic. Mother Nature absolutely banned this kind of flex. Only some seriously shady lab tests could force a glow-up like this. Bai An was panicking, realizing it was a total science freak show. How did that dude even team up with such a chaotic monster? Maisto just held out his hand to show them. That creepy eye fused into its flesh was totally puppeteering the monster. No matter how you spin it, the thing was literally eating his life away. No time to overthink things, though. The queen was already rushing him down, so Bai An braced for impact. These two were an absolutely broken combo. Slipping up even once meant an instant game over. Jing blasted a massive wave of blue fire, but the queen totally sidestepped it. Bai An just grinned, his brain already cooking up a counterplay. Same trick as last time she was hunting purely by spirit energy. The queen lashed out, forcing Bai An and Jing to launch skyward to dodge the lethal swipe. Time for plan B. Yeah, get airborne. The fiery bird crashed down like a falling star, trapping the boss in a blazing cage to wreck her radar. The roaring heat completely swallowed her up. From the outside, it looked like an absolute sweep. But deep inside the inferno, a terrifying pair of eyes locked right onto them. Her mouth snapped wide open to show off sick rows of jagged teeth, and her eyes zeroed in on her targets. Sickly glowing energy pooled into her claws before she unleashed a freezing, lethal slash. One cross swipe and she literally ripped the fire cage to shreds. Ya's blazing wall exploded into tiny embers. Bai An flinched, breaking a cold sweat. No freaking way. So much for blinding her. A massive shockwave rocked the whole tower as Meadow sneered. Was this seriously the joke of a squad that took down Arthur? Please, spare me the comedy routine. Bai An stepped right out of the dust cloud behind a glowing shield. Keep talking trash, man. Round 2 is just kicking off. With one lazy swipe of her hand, the queen completely cleared the battlefield of smoke like it was nothing. Bai An bit his lip in frustration. Crap, I got way too cocky. Swore I wouldn't take them lightly, but here we are. They totally share sightlines. I desperately need a fresh game plan here. I'm way past being some rookie bronze player. Melee hits do absolutely zero. Magic misses completely, and she sees everything coming. She's basically a raid boss. Right then, a totally random voice rang out in his head. If brawn and spells are a bust, why not take option 3? Bai An stiffened up. Who the heck said that? Meanwhile, the monster queen was suddenly completely paralyzed. He darted his eyes around. A trick? Nah, literal time just paused. It's your boy, the crystal spirit. The voice casually bragged. You're super welcome, obviously. Bai An squinted. Hold up, aren't you supposed to be locked away in the pet inventory? When did we even start talking? Then it finally clicked. That fight back in the netherworld. This totally felt like some overpowered buff from a leveling comic. Ultimate sensory overdrive. Bai An noticed his physical self was barely moving, but his brain was running on supercomputers. Every single second dragged on forever right now. His actual muscles were moving through molasses compared to his incredibly fast thoughts. You totally hacked my reaction time, Bai An figured out. This is all you. Pretty sharp, kiddo. The spirit laughed back. This zone is basically a mental sandbox, a whole world just for your brainwaves. Physical bodies mean literally nothing in here. Pure willpower is all that counts. It syncs your mind directly with your summons, so Jing and Ya are already hooked up to the network. Bai An folded his arms. Cool, so what's this secret third damage type? The spirit gave a massive sigh. Dude, I literally just praised your brain. Don't make me regret it. Inside this headspace, we leave the meat bags behind. We're nothing but pure spirit energy right now. This whole zone wires your souls together like a circuit. Your team is backing you up, and the bad guy is right there. Do the math, kid. It hit Bai An instantly. Soul strikes. Awesome, thanks. The real world slammed back into motion, and the demonic boss was immediately lunging for his throat. The Wraith Queen slashed out with purple electricity sparking off her claws, going absolutely feral for a kill. But an unbreakable shield popped up out of nowhere. Safely inside the bubble, Bai An just chilled there, using his sword as a flawless barricade. Yo, pretty sure I specifically asked you to stop using my face as a block button, his sword spirit complained loudly. Bai An totally brushed off the whining and threw a smirk at his two pets. Wait, do you guys not pack any armor spells? Jing instantly vanished back into the pet inventory. Winged Fang floated over instead, glaring daggers at him. Rude much? I literally just popped out to flex my wings, and you're already boxing me up again. Jing chimed in, playing peacekeeper. Chill out, guys. The boss definitely has a big brain play lined up here. Let's just trust the process and head inside. Without warning, Bai An swung his blade, slicing clean through the queen's arm with an explosion of dark magic that blasted her backward into the rubble. Capitalizing on the stun, he triggered his ultimate move. Spirit Beast armor clicked into place, wrapping him in an insanely powerful, muscle-boosting aura. He kept the combo going, immediately summoning Jing's raw power into a glowing, neon blue phantom. The phantom rocketed out like a heat-seeking missile, making the Wraith Queen scramble frantically to get out of the way. Bai An totally unplugged his brain from the real world, kicking that bullet-time perception back into high gear. Called it, she hit the dash ability right into an ambush. It was the most painfully obvious boss mechanic from any generic RPG. A massive, arrogant smirk crept onto his face. Thanks to this insane mental buff, countering her garbage tactics was ridiculously easy. Moonvine, you're on deck. Let's get this party started. A literal tear in reality ripped open, and Moonvine exploded out from the Shadow Realm. It completely blindsided her, making the Phantom boss scramble out of the way. Giant roots burst out, totally abusing the lag in that mind zone to strike. Moonvine caught her slipping. Crack! Those vines wrapped her up, pinning her down tight. Thanks to its morphing skills, she was literally stuck in a web with zero way out. With her movement totally nerfed, he just had to break her crazy tank stats. Bai Xian literally merged his own spirit with the monster gear to crack her tough exterior. Time to drop the ultimate mental nuke, straight from Jing's core energy. Game over, he yelled, burning through every drop of his stamina. Spirit Awaken. This was the absolute peak move, bringing your inner spirit to life once a tamer and their pet perfectly sync up. It is a super rare, top-tier move in the magic world. Bai Xian lifted his sword in front of the trapped boss, pouring that glowing phantom energy straight into the metal. He used the zone's frequency to turn the whole strike into 100% pure spiritual damage. Energy spiked hard. Sapphire and crimson lightning twisted around the edge like a double helix. That is spirit resonance for you. An attack forged from the ultimate connection between him and his partner. He just plunged the blade straight into the ground. A massive shockwave tore right at her. Moonvine, move! Let her go! The plant snapped back in a flash. A split second later, the blast hit, cutting through the phantom ruler like she was literally made of paper. The fatal hit went off like a bomb. That super scary boss just folded, her health bar completely bottoming out at 0. Snapping back to reality, the old blade started talking. Pretty smooth moves, stranger. Did not expect an old relic like myself to still slap in this era. But honestly, this mob is nothing compared to actual gods. We used to end deities before our morning coffee, right? Bai Xian just rolled his eyes. Your timing is literally the worst. I am low-key trying to meet this dimension's creator soon anyway. Let us see if their holy magic is actually worth the hype. Out of nowhere, this creepy shadow stepped out, totally blocking their way. The guy just glared at Bai Xian. Not bad. Taking down 2 clerics? You are a legit tamer prodigy. But seriously, do not mess with the arachnid boss. The weirdo opened his eyes. It was Maisto. I am a cleric of the sun. Guarding her majesty is my whole job. But taking out the non-believers? That is my passion project. He stepped up, his whole body starting to glitch out and mutate. He was one of those mixed breeds, literally combining his DNA with his pet. Total psycho behavior that nobody normal would ever try. But there he was. Bai An froze, completely shook. Bro, what? Did you seriously merge with your monster? That is disgusting. The sword actually scoffed. For real, even back in my day, that dude is totally hideous. Absolute zero aesthetic. Before he could even chuckle, Maisto fired off a dozen creepy appendages. Swoosh! Suddenly, we are cutting to a different alley. It was freezing, quiet, and majorly creepy. Bam! A voice ripped right through the quiet. Wait, this was not in our contract. It was Dong Li. She was holding her stomach, crimson leaking everywhere. Lin Gui was just towering over her. Dong Li, are you okay? She could not even speak, just dropping to the floor in total pain. Lin Gui stepped up, blocking her from the guy in front of them. Xiao, man, we literally had a deal. Is this how you do business? Xiao just threw his hands up playfully, looking insanely bored. Look, my job description did not include side quests. I am literally just a corporate drone. I just do the work. Gui turned away from the threat, staring down at his partner. Dong Li, my bad. She just looked up at him, looking completely heartbroken. Wait, you are backing that creepy spider squad? Seriously, Gui, why? I have my motives. Stuff you would not get. Running on pure anger, she dragged herself up and decked him right in the face. Smack! His cap flew off into the dark and hit the floor. Spit it out then. She glared at him with absolute disgust. Just like when you got that dark royal power, you just ghosted us. She stopped, staring intensely at him. All those weird vibes she had been feeling finally made sense. Hold up your eyes. Is that the arachnid logo? Oh my god, you are a mixed blood. The plot twist hit her so hard. A hybrid. Lin Gui did not even blink. Bingo. I am the secret kid of the Lin dynasty. My mom was a native here. I was literally born with this toxic DNA. Normally, those native genes just stay hidden. But when I leveled up, the glitch showed. The second my eyes shifted, I figured out who I really was. She lost it, practically crying from the anger. Are you kidding? That is your excuse? She snapped, visibly shaking. You went rogue and joined those extremists just because of your family tree? You stabbed us in the back for that? Whoa, chill. Stop painting us as the villains. Diego was chilling on a roof, smirking down at them. We are not causing trouble. We are literally just claiming back our stolen turf. He did not even bother looking up at that cocky speech, just casually cleaning his ear. Wait, is there a bug in here? Oh, just some annoying pest flying around. Diego's face absolutely contorted with rage. Diego dropped right beside Lin Gui. Nice work, man. He squinted at the duo across from them, totally sizing up their insane power levels. Crazy how fast you rodents found our spot. Guess we're switching things up. Popping his knuckles, his murder vibes spiked. No loose ends. Everybody gets wiped out today. Lin Gui completely started freaking out. Switched up? That wasn't our agreement. Diego totally tuned him out, powering up. Whoa, stop right there, the old guy yelled. Fixing his mask, his tone dropped below freezing. I said I'd help out, but I've got rules. He jabbed a finger right into Diego's chest. You absolute snakes built a whole base under my turf and almost flatlined Dong Li. Gripping her bleeding ribs, she shot them a super pale, deathly glare. The old dude kept yapping, leaving the other two completely stunned. They literally looked at each other like, asterisk. Is this boomer completely clueless right now? Asterisk. Glaring back with zero patience, he snapped. Thought you wanted this war over? Then start working with our squad. Diego just screamed, rushing Ari with arms glowing like toxic radiation. Right as the sword swung down, the old guy bolted over to his girl. Dropping to his knees with shaking hands, he begged. Just hear me out for a second. Yeah, I backed them up. But just to end this stupid bloodshed, he muttered in full panic mode. Those Origin Star guys keep playing us. So I joined their little game. That plot twist absolutely destroyed her. Bro, do you even get how badly you messed up? He stuttered. Chill. Chi-Chi is totally fine. But right behind his back, Xiaoyi was spinning her weapon like an absolute psychopath. Yo, Grandpa, you heard the guy. Back off. She clenched her jaw hard. You aren't from around here. Why back up these total freaks? Smirking wickedly, she tightened her grip on the sword. Literally everyone asks that. It's strictly profit. Out of nowhere, Ari jumped up, flexing his insane aura. Eat this! He smashed his giant hand straight into the dirt, setting off an absolute nuke. Diego threw up a shield instantly. Touching down, his eyes flipped pure white. Awakening, an insanely creepy energy exploded off his body. Stop treating me like some noob, Diego yelled, charging his ultimate until the random rocks around them literally started floating. Blasting upward, the old dude yelled, Quit it! Stay away from her! but Diego just ghosted him, charging lethal vibes into his boots like a giant stinger. Get wrecked! Ari wasn't flinching at all. 6 ghost hands popped out, snatching the dude mid-jump before he could even react. Wait, what? Diego choked out. Shocked, babe? Ari smirked. Relax. The party just started. A massive punch totally cratered Diego's back. Beat it. He smashed straight into the dirt, kicking up a massive smoke cloud. Xiaoyi swatted the smoke away, super irritated. Bro, what even is that? Out of nowhere, a blinding flash totally stunned her. Pure panic locked her down. But that wild energy ghosted her, locking onto a completely different target instead. Her brain just yelled, asterisk, we're cooked, asterisk, the old guy shouted, but Ari had already grabbed the girl. My bad, boss. Coach seating only right now. Grip tight. She just blanked out, staring at the magical claw carrying her. Asterisk, since when can magic do that? Asterisk, Xiaoyi facepalmed. Wait, are we not hunting them down? Diego dragged himself out of the crater. Nah, skip it. I've got a plan B. They both stared straight at the old guy. What about Grandpa? He's still a solid asset. I mean, he literally funded this entire base. Xiaoyi grinned like a total psycho. Meanwhile, Ari hauled Dong Li deep into an abandoned stronghold. 0 heat signatures. He scanned the room. We're good, she muttered. Welcome to the Yao base. The Yao base? She nodded. Our homeworld, the Origin Star crew, literally wants a monopoly on the magic crystals in this dimension. Her tone totally deadpanned, caught up in all that super depressing lore. They're plotting to glass the planet from orbit, deleting locals and settlers alike. This bunker was Black Sand City's ultimate safe zone. Ari was all ears, but most cities completely vetoed that idea, terrified it'd trigger an all-out war with the homeworld. So instead, they hashed out a ceasefire, buying us a 50-year extension. But we gotta speedrun this Spider Queen boss to prove our value, and the clock's ticking. Ari's eyes completely bugged out. Wow, so that's the T. No wonder Bazine was stressing so hard. That dude's main quest was the boss monster all along. The vibe in the room got incredibly tense. Wait, speaking of him, I wonder how Bai An is holding up. Fingers crossed he's not totally feeding right now. Boom. A massive blast completely nuked the quiet, making Ari snap his neck back. He was shook. Bro, what the heck? It was Bai An, sword drawn, literally fighting a sleep paralysis demon. The beast chuckled, super hyped. Honestly shocked you actually parried that hit, bro. Yo, the magic sword whined. I literally said stop using me for defense. The freakish mutant in front of them flared up with super sketchy red energy. Its flex was insanely heavy. Wild. You're the first dude to tank my hit. The thing's third eye massively dilated. Too bad you're also the last. An insanely bright laser charged at its claws as it launched straight into the sky. A deadly shower of lasers aimed right at Bai An's head. He was totally gassed, but he hoisted his sword anyway. Crap. Dude was spamming the exact same attack. Then, it clicked. His brain basically hacked the magic system and snapped into God mode focus. Wait, if my brain goes into overdrive, the real world practically hits pause. I can totally sidestep this trash. He danced through the crossfire like it was nothing. His blue energy spiked, a smirk hitting his face. Time to hit back. Jing matched his insane pace, knowing they needed absolute precision. He leaped from the dark, bouncing off her to rocket straight at the monster. His brain went into overdrive, doing the math to totally bypass that mutated freak's ultimate defense. Bright blue sparks tore through the red laser storm, making the creature absolutely lose its mind. The beast was shook. How was some random dude slipping through an impossible kill zone? Bursting through the smoke to get right in its face, he left the monster totally stunned. Out of nowhere, his sword practically shrieked. The gem spirit started fighting Bai An's control. Maxing out his stats was finally backfiring. Slow down, alien kid. That move is totally overpowered, but your physical stats are way too low. He looked completely panicked as intense motion sickness wrecked him. You're dropping this on me right now? His muscles were stuck, buffering the last combo, totally freezing up from the brain crash. Freaking hell, I'm jammed. His arms and legs were dead weight, leaving him lagging just enough. Maisto's eyes lit up. He spotted the massive gap. Checkmate. An absolute unit of a shockwave sent Bai An flying. He dragged his feet to stop while the gem spirit hopped in his head with the patch notes. The heck was that? Your human hardware can't run that brain app forever. Floating up top, Maisto gave a wicked smirk at the whole mess. Gotta say, your fighting vibe gives off a super weird energy. Super old school, definitely not your average monster tamer. You're giving me major flashbacks to a guy I used to know. The dude sounded incredibly cocky. But just like that loser, you're absolute trash compared to my level. Maisto started charging up some seriously hyped wipeout magic. A glowing red nuke gathered between his palms, straight up vibrating with bad news. He screamed, completely hyping himself up. Game over for you, kid. Bai An had blood dripping down his cheek, but he just smirked harder. Figured every broken hack had some garbage penalty, right? Mental note taken. That scarlet laser ripped the clouds apart, basically pure monster rage in energy form. The hit was straight up world-ending, completely drowning the whole desert in a crazy blinding red flash. Right then, someone shouted over the mess. Ares dropped from the sky, totally roasting Maisto's ego. Yo, stop feeding the teen garbage, you absolute creep. He slammed into the dirt, calling out the villain's trash talk. Pretty sure I was the guy who completely wrecked your face last time. Maisto looked like he had just seen a ghost. Bai An scrambled to his feet, super hyped his backup arrived. You're right on schedule. That boss is insanely annoying to fight. Before he could even wrap up his sentence, an icy blade shoved right against his neck. Bai An went completely stiff, eyes bulging as his backup suddenly played Hitman. His teammate went rogue in a split second. Ares sounded completely dead inside. Talk. Are you actually trying to pack up the Spider Queen? Bai An could feel things getting way too intense. He snapped right back, bleeding and sweating like crazy. Are we seriously doing this now? Thought we went over this. The sword dug deeper. Ares was dead serious. He wanted a straight response, knowing the kid was dodging the question. Spare me the yapping. Just give it to me straight. Are you dropping that spider, boss? Bai An clenched his jaw, giving the dude a massive death stare. Why start beef mid-fight? The whole zone was a disaster, but this guy losing his mind was the actual problem. What the heck is this boomer on about? Still, the math checked out. Preventing the main apocalypse meant that Bug Boss had to get clipped. The murder vibes completely dropped. Ares put his weapon away just as fast as he pulled it. Bai An finally managed to speak up again. Yeah, I'm gonna end her. Ares replied way too casually, like he totally called it from the start. Pull that off, and the alien armada deletes everything on our planet. Hold up, you realize that? Off to the side, Maisto was losing his mind. The boys were literally podcasting mid-boss fight. Do I look like a ghost, you absolute scrubs? Ares totally blanked the raging beast and the lasers blowing up the background, just locking eyes with Bai An. He laid it out super intensely, treating the whole deathmatch like elevator music. That Bug Queen's crystal is literally the battery keeping this whole server running. Her taking damage is why our global ranking crashed down to purple tier. They just chilled in the war zone, talking universe lore like they were grabbing coffee. Maisto was literally throwing a tantrum tornado, but they couldn't care less. Nobody knows what kind of apocalyptic glitch triggers if that boss actually dies. Bai An's brain went into overdrive. Crazy flashbacks flooded his vision. He finally stopped stressing, locking in with total hardcore focus. If we let that slide, her whole bug zone could get forcefully copy-pasted into another server, exactly like the shadow map did. They spun around, finally deciding to team up. The lore drop wasn't finished, but their target was getting impatient. Keeping a straight face, he checked. So wiping her deletes our map. Exactly. Bai An whipped around, his classic cocky smirk back in action. Guess Ares just pulled that crazy flex to vibe check him and hammer home how totally messed up this whole situation was. Like, bro, just use your words next time. You totally thought I'd let everything crash and burn just because I'm playing this like some overpowered main character, huh? So much for their little planning session. Guess somebody really had a death wish. They made eye contact, dropped the convo, and synced up instantly. Game on. Bai Xian flashed a feral smirk. Reuniting with a major hater definitely meant throwing hands and insults. Maisto tried playing off the massive cringe. Bro, how many hundreds of years has it been? Whatever, I am not keeping track. Pure power smashed together. Ares perfectly parried everything while that monster just kept yapping, desperately coping with his totally embarrassing past defeats. Who cares? You are gonna take another massive loss, just like when I completely wrecked you before. Ares glared hard, his tone getting super dark. Oh, is that your little headcanon? A totally unhinged, hyped-up grin took over Ares' expression. He absolutely needed to humble him again. Then things got real. Insane abilities exploded everywhere while Maisto started spamming his most psycho attacks. Massive spiked vines shot right at Ari, but he just hit him with that confident smirk, total veteran vibes facing down a classic combo. Wow, it has been forever since I saw that move. Major throwback vibes right now. Totally holding his ground, he spawned phantom hands and flawlessly blocked every single one of those 6 hits like an absolute tank. The freak mumbled some spell with absolute dead eyes. Literally in one heartbeat, 1,000 years of pure beef just sparked up between them. Great memory, copying our old fights flawlessly. But bro, you totally missed the biggest plot twist in this whole game setup. I am literally not soloing today. Bai An and Jing Zi perfectly synced up, shooting a massive bright blue energy beam straight into the sky. Such a big brain play that the monster completely froze. Flashing that absolute main character smirk, he dropped the order. Jing Zi let it rip. Catching his vibe flawlessly, she purred back, totally ready. You got it. Bai An jumped up looking absolutely majestic, showing off pure skill from practically a million different fights. Everything flipped upside down as they dropped their double lunar strike. That crazy blue laser completely deleted all 6 of Maisto's grabbers instantly. That insane hit absolutely launched the freak backwards. Catching that totally open window, Bai An slammed his weapon right into Maisto's chest, trying to slice him completely open. The blowback launched him, but he felt amazing. He touched down with the craziest smile. White scale crew, flawless shot. Jing Zi immediately pounced, mouth completely open to basically eat the guy. Maisto totally freaked out, literally feeling that insane, overpowered energy creeping up behind him through all that smoke. Going total beast mode, she gulped Maisto completely down. Bai An rushed right back, blade buzzing and eyes literally glowing with pure adrenaline. The bad guy was literally at 1 health point. Right then, Ares rolled up holding his blade, looking so completely over all this loud drama. Bro, why are you yelling? Enjoying yourself a bit too much? Perfectly synced up, they sliced him from both ends, totally popping the monster's head off. Bai An instantly started lecturing her. Jing Zi, spit that junk out right now. That weirdo definitely has a toxic pact with some ghost monster. That trash is seriously gonna mess up your stomach. Being the best girl, she completely threw the body back up. Being apart so long, they finally totally caught up to each other. They were officially on the exact same tier again. Little bro, you definitely ranked up, right? Honestly, if you knew the crazy zones I have been grinding in, my stats would not even shock you. Ares gave this super cocky, playful little smirk. Come on, be real. You totally ripped off my combo moves, did you not? Bai An immediately fired back, absolutely refusing to take a loss in this roast session. Bro, who would even copy a total boomer fossil like you? Right then, the freak's chopped off head was literally soaring through the sky, just crying. Crap, they actually wrecked me. Suddenly, somebody totally grabbed the flying head right out of the sky. Absolute panic took over the monster's face. Feeling that completely overpowered boss energy, he looked away like an absolute wimp. My bad. I totally choked. A totally freezing voice echoed behind Ares, completely ruining the hype moment. Never thought we would actually bump into each other this fast. Solaris literally stepped out of the dark, looking absolutely disgusted. So, Ares, are you seriously still teaming up with these random griefers? She scowled super hard, pure rage literally pouring off her. Pointing right at him, her voice dropped with so much heavy aura that Bai An actually stumbled. You literally simp for outsiders but totally body your own crew. I seriously want to know how many more of our people you need to delete before you are happy. She looked insanely mad. Absolute snake. Blood-red electricity literally started popping off around her while a massive storm picked up. That crazy heavy vibe totally forced Bai An and Ari to block. Solaris was literally on a completely different power scaling tier. They barely kept their balance, brains totally scrambling for a comeback play. Bro, this aura is literally choking me out. Ari absolutely locked in, looking totally hurt but super stubborn. Cut it out, Solaris. Throwing hands is not gonna fix anything. Keep acting crazy and you will literally delete the entire spider hub yourself. Solaris just ripped off her coat, flexing a seriously overpowered combat build. Are you actually listening to yourself? The only guys wrecking this place are those total randoms. Ares was literally just stunned by how hard she believed that. Solaris shot him a freezing glare, her voice cutting deep. Slipping your mind already? We used to rock the exact same colors. Fought right next to each other. Ara's face completely dropped. This girl wasn't just scary strong, she was dropping literal facts. And that was worse. Just listening to her hurt. You were totally ruthless back in the day. Honestly didn't even spare the little kids. Getting the job done was all that mattered to you. She was totally playing mind games, trying to break his vibe before they even threw a punch. Seriously, do you even recall the insane body count you stacked up? The world literally knows you as the Solar Butcher. Bezian went completely stiff, totally rattled by the drop. Hold up, Era actually rolled with the Demon Spider crew? That reality check smacked him hard. You could practically see the heavy guilt weighing down the guy standing there. It's all just endless loops of living, dying, daylight, and pitch black. A spark of rage flashed in his gaze, but his voice sounded super deep, dripping with hard-learned lessons. Way back, I was all about chasing that fierce Crimson Sunday energy. I genuinely thought going full solar was the only fix for all this fighting. He casually tossed his cape aside, looking intensely focused. But things changed. I'm riding the moon's wave now. Going stealth with the hidden moon is literally our only shot left. Yeah, I ditched my old rules, but I'd never ghost this broken planet. He peeked over his shoulder, locking in. Bro had totally made up his mind to take on Solaris one-on-one. Xian, take care of the basic enemies for me. We good? Bai froze, feeling the vibe completely flip. Wait, what's your actual play here? R stood up straight, flexing this crazy, intimidating green energy everywhere. Things are insanely bad right now. Just listen to the older guys for once, okay? Ari just flashed this wild, super cocky smirk, totally brushing off how sketchy things were. Look at it as a trust exercise, Xian. Sometimes you just gotta let the upperclassmen do their thing. Now we step up to the actual boss. His wood spirit floated right over him while he grinned like an absolute menace. Let's go, wood spirit. Guess we're working crazy overtime today, huh? The air around them felt ridiculously thick and depressing. Solaris was just chilling in the dark, staring at the ground, super deep in thought. She had this tiny, throwback smirk going on, totally hiding the massive baggage in her head. She was posted right in the middle of this totally wrecked city, completely drowned out by this thick, creepy gray fog. Looking totally majestic but super stuck up, she glanced down at Ara. Thinking about the good old times? That intense blood promise we made? Right above her, this insane red portal just ripped open, sparking with wild, glitchy power. Answering her summon, this fire fiend popped out, looking absolutely stoked to cause some chaos. Wake up, flame demon. The second that monster touched her hand, a massive red glow blew up, completely covering the thing in straight-up lethal energy. She stared dead at the beast while dropping the massive lore. Earth's wood spirit and the abyss's flame demon. Literally two halves of the exact same puzzle. Way back in the day, hidden in those green woods, 5 flawless souls linked up on a magic rock, created by nature itself. They were literally the most innocent things ever. But time messes everything up. It's honestly so sad watching those two go from being perfectly pure to the absolute beasts they are today. After getting tested non-stop, that original spirit totally cracked apart. Destiny split them, creating the chill wood spirit and the super toxic flame demon. Snapping right back to reality, the vibe got freezing. Ari shot her a death glare, sounding completely dead inside, exactly like us. Solaris just cracked up with this super creepy giggle. We are way past the point of fixing this. Out of nowhere, her aura practically exploded, dropping an insane flex of power that made the sky tremble. Her sword burst into literal hellish flames as she shrieked, "Flame!" Ara didn't even blink. A crazy storm of blue lightning and wind blasted out of his weapon to counter. He locked into his fighting stance. Wind domain! She rushed him so fast it was a blur, trying to absolutely wreck him, while Ara got ready for the craziest block of his life. The weapons totally smashed together. A crazy bright flash blew up when they hit, shooting this huge beam of power straight into the clouds. The blast wave literally just wiped out every single thing around them. Even through the dust, Solaris looked absolutely psyched out of her mind, while Ori stayed completely stone-faced and focused. Totally synchronized. They screamed, "Avatar manifestation!" The fog faded, showing off the gorgeous wood spirit and the scary-looking flame demon popping off right over the fight. The fire monster howled as 4 extra limbs literally ripped right out of its spine. Packing 6 hands ready to destroy, the massive giants rushed each other for an absolutely epic clash. It was a total 2-on-2 brawl. While the giant spirits arm wrestled to see who was stronger, the floor literally shattered from the intense flex. Down at the bottom, the fighters dropped their gear and just started throwing heavy fists at each other. She connected a massive punch and mocked him. "R, guessing you caught up with L already? Your own student totally flipped on you. So seriously, why are you even trying right now?" He swatted her hit away, squinting hard. "Don't even mention her name." But Solaris was absolutely furious over Asuma. She literally screamed, "You kept pushing this whole peace thing for our people. But open your eyes. We literally just got misery and casualties. Do you seriously think those creeps will ever vibe with us?" His stare cut right through her, completely unfazed. That day is gonna happen. While the heavyweights were busy throwing down, Bai An spotted his window. This is it. He booked it straight for Chi-Chi's glowing cage. He pointed straight at the force field and yelled, "Jing, wreck that thing!" The monster didn't even hesitate, launching itself like an absolute missile. Jing crashed into the shield, sending a crazy shockwave everywhere. Rubble and water went absolutely flying, but the beast just tanked the massive impact straight to the dome. Jing shot Bai An this super salty look. "Boss, my nickname might be Ironhead, but my skull isn't a literal battering ram." Bai An's jaw practically hit the floor, not even a scratch. That magic wall was way tougher than his pet's thick head. Stuck inside that glowing tube, Chi-Chi finally started blinking awake. She choked on a gasp, totally freaking out in her freaky water tank. "What the heck? Where am I?" Then she noticed him. "Bai An, wait, what is he doing here?" Outside, the guy just pressed his palm flat against the glowing glass. "It's way too solid. Gotta rethink this." He faked a super sweet smile just to keep her from totally losing it. "Hey, don't panic," he swore softly. "I'm busting you out." Feeding off that hardcore energy, Jing roared and literally doubled in size. Bai An's face went completely deadpan serious. Pointing a shaking finger at the trap, he yelled, "Rip it to shreds!" The beast flashed this terrifying mouthful of jagged teeth and just lunged. Way up in the sky, Solaris totally froze mid-battle. She caught sight of the monster chewing on her red barrier. A super creepy smirk crept onto her face. "Oh, I get it. That was your sneaky little game. Trying to hijack the ritual, she ordered her giant fire demon to charge up a massive bomb. So gullible." But Ari just stared her down, completely chill. "Solaris, you literally are clueless right now." He gave his plant spirit a quick nod, and it immediately whipped up an insanely huge ball of forest magic to block her. Ari's voice echoed out with major boss energy. "Your whole master plan was garbage from day one." Both spirit giants unleashed their ultimate moves at the exact same second. Boom! The blasts smashed together, setting off an earth-shattering quake. This crazy bright flash totally ate up the war zone, but the wild magic started inching way too close to Ari's spirit. The planned avatar was seriously crumbling under all that force. The fire demon's raw damage was just way too overpowered. Ari clenched his jaw, blocking the super harsh glare. "Crap, I'm totally about to tap out." Literally a second later, total wipeout. The massive boom leveled everything, smashing the red cage and yeeting Jing across the field. Everything just faded into this crazy white cloud of dust and absolute wreckage. Once the air finally cleared, Solaris and her fire beast were the only ones left. Hands on her hips, she glared down. "You seriously never had a shot against me." The giant fire monster instantly shrunk down, floating like a cute wisp over her hand. She started this super dramatic slow-mo walk toward Ari's knocked-out body. Her face went dark, giving off major angry but sorry vibes. She dropped the ultimate reality check for this new magic era. If you don't throw down, you literally lose it all. How are you still not getting the basic rules here? Meanwhile, Bai An totally wiped out, running on 0% battery. He slumped super hard against Jing, literally struggling just to keep his eyes from rolling back. Breathing super heavy, he looked over at Ray. "Dude, why does this boss lady have such major beef with you?" Ray just glided up from the dirt like a ghost. Down below, his pet morphed back, giving him massive, worried puppy dog eyes. His face was literally covered in blood, but he was still rocking this weirdly calm little smirk. Looking totally exhausted, he still managed to joke, "Bro, just wait till you get a girlfriend. Then you'll finally get the nightmare." With Solaris closing in, the guys basically bullied their battered bodies into standing up. Bai An wobbled hard but absolutely refused to quit. So, guessing from that vibe, he wheezed, literally using his blade like a walking stick. "Is she your ex?" Ray heavily sighed. "I mean, that's what she thinks anyway. She's the one who totally ghosted me and called it off." Even while literally knocking on death's door with his body screaming, Bai An managed to smirk. He threw Ray this super sarcastic look. "You're seriously still talking trash right now?" Ray clapped back, a little bit of that cocky swagger returning to his face. "Little bro, this is the top-tier riz of a grown adult." But their joke session got cut by hardcore killer vibes. They snapped back, seeing Solaris standing in the fading smoke, practically oozing murder. His voice completely dropped. "Okay, but seriously, with 0 HP left, we're totally dead meat against her." Bai An's shoulders slumped, completely tapped out. "Wait, is this that crazy girl boss empire everyone hyped up?" Out of nowhere, this freezing voice dropped from the sky. "Blow it up." A split second later, an absolutely massive blast ripped the clouds apart. That crazy boom totally made Solaris look up. Ray was practically glowing with hype as he looked at Bai An. "Bro, did you call in the cavalry?" Bai An's eyes went wide with pure panic. "Dude, do I look like some final boss with an army to you?" Solaris gave the sky an absolute death glare, looking beyond annoyed. Ugh, the annoying one finally showed up. This absolutely massive chunk of crystal ice just nosedived straight at her. When it hit, the whole ground practically had an earthquake. A crazy shockwave of dirt and wind blew up everywhere, completely wrecking the zone while Ray covered his face, his brain going a mile a minute. Actual ice started forming as the air turned freezing cold. Then, a pair of heavy armored boots stepped right out of the fog. The crazy heavy aura made Bai An block his face. Once the smoke cleared, Solaris dropped her guard, glaring ice daggers at the new guy. Knowing exactly who it was, Solaris smacked her lips, looking ridiculously mad about it. The dude walking out of that giant ice block? The one and only Ba Jinggong. Every single step he took literally froze the ground under him. Sparks of leftover magic were literally still popping off his hands from breaking out. Ba Jinggong looked intense enough to cut glass. He sneered. Guess you bottom feeders still love hiding out in the dirt, huh? Seriously, tracking this spot down was straight up awful. We get this sick flashback of a younger him, chilling with his huge abyssal dragon in the fog. Actually, good boy for sniffing them out, abyssal dragon. Ba Xian's jaw literally hit the floor, feeling super shocked and low-key guilty. It was his grandpa, and his pet had totally evolved like some crazy webtoon power-up. The old man shifted his gaze, giving off this absolutely terrifying vibe, while sharp ice floated around him like lethal party tricks. He threw up this super cocky smirk. Ray was just taking in Ba Jinggong's insane entrance before finally speaking up. You seriously showed up? Ba Jinggong stared right back at him. Ray, bro, how long has it actually been? Ray casually walked over with this cheeky smile. Way too long, you absolute punk. Can't believe you even asked. They both threw their hands up for that classic tough guy handshake, high-fiving so hard it literally sounded like a bomb going off. Ray shoved back against the crazy pressure, totally roasting him. Bro, you ghosted us to run a city, got hitched in secret, and even had a grandkid? The audacity! Ba Jinggong pushed right back with equal force. Glad to see you haven't kicked the bucket yet, old man. Honestly, age doesn't even touch freaks like us. You literally look exactly the same. Same to you, Ray. While all that was happening, the giant dragon dipped its head, staring right down at tiny little Ba Xian and Jingyi on the dirt. You could literally see the love and recognition in the beast's eyes. Feeling his relative looking at him, Jingyi just stared at the ground, super depressed. Boss, do I look like a total loser right now? Ba Xian just blinked, super confused. Wait, what? Why are you even saying that? A bunch of other awesome spirit animals started popping up, looking super proud. Jingyi just stared at the crazy cool dragon, completely hating himself. I have literal dragon blood, but look at me, I'm just a stupid fish. Ba Xian watched his buddy totally fall apart, clueless on how to cheer him up. Jingyi kept going, sounding like he was about to cry. I'm literally hard stuck at silver tier. And because of my stats, you're locked out of leveling up too, boss. I used to have such insane potential. Hearing all this totally emo talk, Ba Xian's hands started shaking. Out of nowhere, he totally smacked the back of Jingyi's head. The poor guy teared up while his boss yelled. Are you actually listening to the garbage coming out of your mouth? He squished Jingyi's face, making him lock eyes. Look right at me, dude. Ba Xian's face completely chilled out. Don't ever put this on yourself, and seriously stop moping just because you haven't hit your dragon form yet. Jingyi still felt super down about it all, but it's just so incredibly embarrassing. Ba Xian looked him dead in the eye, being 100% real right now. Seriously, think about our run. He pinched Jingyi's cheeks together like a fish face. Sure, maybe your destiny was to be this big bad dragon. Maybe the universe just scammed you out of your final evolution. But honestly, have you ever actually thrown in the towel? Those words hit deep, making all their crazy past adventures flash by like an anime montage. Every single fight. Every massive win. Even when the world plotted against us and put a literal blade to our necks, we never bowed down to anyone. We literally used our own bare hands to wreck everyone who thought they were overpowered. Just process that for a second. We took out literal diamond tier bosses while rocking bronze and silver stats. Bro, that is peak main character energy right there. Ba Xian got super serious, dropping his voice to this insanely proud whisper. Doing the absolute impossible when fate has you totally nerfed? That makes you way more legendary than some dragon. He yanked Jingyi in, bumping their foreheads together and just laughing off all the trauma. I get that you're super stressed about all the haters, but let me drop some truth on you. They literally don't know anything about us. Ba Xian let go, staring right into the sky with this crazy fiery determination in his eyes. These trust fund kids acting high and mighty just because they got lucky at birth literally know nothing about the real grind for actual power. Old memories came flooding back as both souls synced up perfectly. Their weapons moved like absolute poetry, just wiping out every single enemy. Just like you said, we took the heat, and literally forged our chains into deadly weapons. We slashed through all that toxic pride and unfairness. After dropping that mic, he flashed this glowing smile, completely shattering her ego. With that confident vibe, taking a massive L is straight up impossible. Feeling his total respect, the beast answered back. Teaming up with you is my biggest flex forever, boss. Xian really hit right in the feels with that one, making her eyes totally light up with pure dedication. Meanwhile, Elder Bingong stood his ground. Crazy freezing mist swirled around him as he dropped his next order. Abyssal Bone Dragon, go totally wild. The monster moved immediately, flying up while packing glowing blue energy into its mouth to form a massive ice spike. Solaris dodged incredibly fast, throwing up a massive fire barrier to block that frosty attack. She gave this cocky little smile, totally living for the hype of this fight. She let out this creepy giggle and flexed. Okay, pretty decent. Gripping her sword while her eyes glowed red, she smirked. But that is definitely not stopping me. Bai Jing-sung looked super stressed the second he felt her intensely terrifying energy spike up. Bro, what even is this crazy aura? He whispered, totally scanning the danger. Alrek literally looked horrified. She is totally unhinged. That is literally the banned superlimit synchronization move. Alrek stared at that exploding magic, looking completely terrified, breaking down the system mechanics for everyone. This crazy skill forcibly mashes the tamer and monster souls completely together. It is absolute agonizing torture for both parties. All that pain just cranked up Solaris and her monster into an unprecedented hyper state. Crazy bright gold light washed over everything, giving major red flags. It is basically the ultimate power-up cheat, completely maxing out all their stats through that super manifestation trick. Her eyes flipped back to solid white while she cringed hard from the pain. Still, her murderous vibe hit absolutely astronomical levels. She slowly lifted her hands, totally wrapped in brutal hellfire and golden lightning. Screaming her lungs out, she totally smashed the dirt, setting off an insane earthquake. The entire floor completely cracked open. The actual ground shifted as literal lava blasted up from below, ready to gobble everyone up like crazy. Eris shrieked out, "Literal lava! Watch out, Elder Ba!" Jingong barely flinched. Looking totally fearless, he threw his hands straight up into the air. Pushing his palms down hard, he spawned a crazy absolute zero zone just to cancel out that fiery nightmare. Giant ice blocks shot out of the ground, trapping him in this epic frozen shield against the lava. Baijing sighed deeply. Hopefully, that does the trick. Stuck right in the middle, Alrek was shaking like crazy while hugging himself. Bro, this dude's freezing aura is literally going to end me. Oh, my bad man, Ba Jingong whispered. Right behind him, the Abyssal Bone Dragon flexed backward, staring absolute daggers at their target. Flashing a hand sign, Bai Jingong sounded super serious. Bone Dragon, she just dropped her ultimate move on us. Time to show them how a real veteran plays this game. Let's go completely all out right now. Clenching his fists, this insane neon green energy just wrapped around his arms, totally flexing his rank. The dragon literally melted into white vapor, swirling right into Bingong's palm. He completely shrieked. Abyssal Bone Dragon Spirit Weapon Mode. Right away, that vapor morphed into this incredibly sick blue sword. Baijong grabbed it super hard, standing his ground while his eyes totally glared with main character energy. That sword was a literal work of art, glowing with this crazy bright green energy that perfectly matched his totally boss vibe. Smirking super rarely, Jingtong quietly hyped up his trusty partner. You've been totally dying for this, huh? Blood-red fire clashed against green ice, looking absolutely cinematic. Solaris rushed in, but Byong did not even flinch. Time to show her that epic star sea dragon roar. Solaris looked totally possessed, screaming her lungs out as she wildly swung those massive blades. Just die! Fire and ice smashed. Those red and green auras aggressively repelled each other, sparking this beautifully chaotic explosion the second their deadly swords connected. Boom! This massive energy beam blasted way up into the clouds, pushing an incredibly insane shockwave everywhere. Ari frantically checked the messy area, super stressed about his squad. Yo, little dude, he yelled out. But right over near Bane, things were getting super weird with Jinxie. Jing, what is actually going on? Her body started glitching out, melting into this crazy glowing mist tornado just spiraling upwards. That magical tornado flashed a sick blue, radiating absolutely insane power. Bien could literally only scream out in total panic. Jingxi. But stepping out of that flash wasn't some monster. It was this absolutely gorgeous silver-haired girl. And hold up, she was completely stacked. Total glow-up. Ari and Ban were totally stun-locked, jaws dropped. Yo, Bai An, is that actually Jingy? Alrek's eyelid aggressively twitched. Honestly, using her old nickname just feels entirely wrong at this point. She stared at her palms, totally tripping over her words. Wait, boss, what actually happened to me? Bai An gave her a complete up-and-down stare until it finally clicked. His sidekick literally just shape-shifted into a total baddie. He clutched his hair, absolutely losing his mind. Like, did my homie seriously just become top-tier material? Straight out of a crazy comic book plot. She threw a massive pout. For the record, I was literally always a chick, okay? Back in the real world, things were getting wild. Bingong slammed massive glaciers into the dirt to stall Solaris, stressing out hardcore as the pressure cranked up. Freaking heck, we share the exact same power tier. Why is her aura completely suffocating me? Solaris just cackled like a total psycho. You tourists are completely clueless. We literally invented Monster commanding centuries before your squad even showed up on the map. With a single flick of her wrist, her monster flexed its insane energy, practically crushing them. Watching his grandpa getting cornered made Bai An absolutely panic. Pops is getting wrecked, but right before he could jump in, he flinched. The new girl blasted past him like a literal rocket, sounding insanely confident. Let me handle this. Out of nowhere, an intensely quiet black hole literally just spawned into existence. This super mysterious dude with a hidden face stepped up, radiating pure sadness. Why is it always so painfully freezing out here? He complained bitterly. His massive, intimidating shadow floated straight for the portal. Honestly, what is going through that dude's brain? He muttered, getting seriously irritated. Like, does handing out random commands make him some kind of genius boss? The giant gates popped open, blasting an intense glow that basically deleted the background completely. Fingers crossed we actually get somewhere this time around, he thought. A pair of mysterious shadows just stared each other down, totally unreadable. The room's vibe got insanely heavy, almost hard to breathe. We seriously gotta chat. That sentence completely shattered the awkward tension. And do not even try changing the subject, because I am totally over it. Some ripped giant was just chilling shirtless in the dark corner, looking super moody. He stayed quiet, letting that one crazy question bounce around his brain all over again. Like, who the heck are?